Inside the palace of the heavenly demon divine cult, the heir is forced to face a cruel truth he has been trying not to accept. Even after securing a medicine so rare it could only be described as miraculous, it still does nothing to wake his master from this state. Nor does it stop the condition slowly consuming him from within. An elderly physician lowers himself into a deep bow, his frail shoulders shaking ever so slightly as the weight of his failure settles over him. In a voice thick with shame, he apologizes to the cult heir, confessing that despite everything he knows, he still could not heal the man who lies before them. The heir answers more calmly than anyone might expect, but there is a heavy ache buried beneath that steady tone. He says that a deviation of energy was never the kind of affliction a doctor could easily cure, and instead of directing his frustration at the physician, he quietly turns all of that blame back onto himself. His gaze drifts to his unconscious master, lying there without the slightest movement, and the sight cuts straight through him. Looking at that still, silent figure, he condemns himself with brutal honesty, calling himself a useless and incompetent disciple who failed to protect the very person who raised him. His mind slips backward to the beginning, to the curse he was born carrying from the very start. His lower core had been shattered, and his body was never capable of holding chi, which meant the path of martial arts had been closed to him before he could even take a step. So instead, he devoted his entire life to mystic arts, clawed his way upward until he became the cult heir, and held on to one purpose through all of it: to repay the faith his master had placed in him. Once he steps out of the sick room, the restraint finally cracks, and a weary sigh escapes him like a burden too heavy to carry anymore. Even the famed medicine brought all the way from Hebei had turned out to be useless, and now only one merciless question remains in front of him. If even that failed, then where is he supposed to find a cure now? He continues down the hall in silence, his thoughts sinking deeper and deeper into darkness, until his footsteps suddenly stop. A voice calls out to him in greeting, and from the way it sounds, this is clearly no casual encounter, but the return of someone he has not seen in a very long time. The man who appears is the returning vice cult leader, Chun Ha-jin, and he greets the heir with polished ease. He asks whether the heir has remained well during the long period he spent traveling, the words dressed in courtesy, though the timing of his return makes the encounter feel anything but harmless. Chun Ha-jin continues in that same smooth tone, remarking that it has truly been quite some time since the two of them last stood face to face like this. He says it so casually that it almost sounds as if all those years of distance were nothing more than a trivial gap in passing time. The heir answers with equal politeness, noting that the vice leader's inspection tour through their territories must have taken quite a while. On the surface, it sounds like a proper response, but there is a faint sharpness hidden underneath, as though he is already probing the truth behind that explanation. Chun Ha-jin replies that with both the cult leader and the heir effectively unable to govern properly, someone had to take responsibility. He says he stepped forward and handled the cult's affairs himself, insisting that he did it all for the continued prosperity of the heavenly demon divine cult. At least outwardly, the heir accepts that answer without arguing. He even offers Chun Ha-jin formal thanks for the effort, speaking with the level, controlled courtesy expected from someone in his position. But behind that calm expression, his thoughts are much colder. He does not believe for even a moment that Chun Ha-jin spent all that time wandering the lands simply to watch over the people. And in the silence of his own mind, suspicion begins to harden into the belief that the vice leader is preparing something far more dangerous. Before that man can make whatever move comes next, the heir notices something off about the drink that has been served to him. The instant the taste touches his tongue and the strange energy behind it becomes clear, he knows without question that something is wrong. The realization strikes him immediately. An attack is coming, and it is about to happen while he sits inside his own chamber. Even for him, that audacity is enough to create a brief and dangerous flicker of surprise. He tastes the poison hidden in the liquor, and lets out a grim remark that sounds almost like ridicule. With bitter amusement curling through his voice, he mutters that it really is a drink worthy of being called deadly. As assassins begin closing in on him from every side, he shows no sign of panic at all. Instead, keeping that same dry, mocking tone, he offers to share the poisoned alcohol with them, as if it would somehow be rude for him to enjoy such a lethal drink by himself. Then the command is given, and the assassins surge in to kill him. Even with blades coming down toward his body, the heir merely mutters to himself in a wry voice, as though this entire attempt is so pitiful that it barely deserves to be taken seriously. Masked killers drop from above and rush him from all directions, transforming his own room into a carefully prepared death trap. Looking at them crowding in around him, he scoffs in disbelief that they actually had the nerve to launch an attack on him inside his own quarters. The assassins drive their weapons down without hesitation, convinced they have struck his body cleanly. But in the very next instant, the feeling is wrong, and they realize their blades have pierced nothing but a false image left behind to deceive them. Shock flashes through the attackers as the truth sinks in all at once. The heir had used illusion arts, a power none of them even knew he possessed, and the ambush they thought was perfectly timed has already been flipped back against them. The real heir appears before them and speaks with chilling calm, his composure almost more terrifying than the attack itself. He tells them that if they truly intended to kill him in his own home, then they should have come far more prepared than this. Purple energy begins to swell around him, casting an eerie and menacing presence through the dim chamber. Wrapped in that sinister force, he coldly informs them that everything they brought with them still is not enough to take his life. Then his mystic power explodes outward in a violent burst, hurling assassins away as if they weigh nothing at all. As their bodies are blasted back across the room, he repeats his warning with almost contemptuous ease, reminding them that he already told them this would never be enough. Terrifying purple chi gathers thicker and thicker around him until the entire chamber feels hostile, unnatural, and suffocating. Standing in the middle of that dreadful aura, he declares once again that their efforts are nowhere near sufficient. And then the chains move. Deadly chains under his control come crashing down with brutal force, each one tipped with vicious spikes, slamming into the room like the snapping fangs of a trap, finally closing shut. Those chains tear through the assassins in an instant. Some are skewered where they stand, others are bound before they can even think about fleeing, and many die on the spot, pinned down and ripped apart before they fully understand what just happened to them. As bodies hit the floor and blood spreads across the room, the heir's eyes move past the failed assassins and settle on the real faces behind the attack. Chunha Jin and the gathered elders, looking straight at them, he mocks them openly for arranging such a weak and laughable ambush, pushes the insult even further by addressing Chunha Jin as his uncle, letting the sarcasm bite deeper. With open ridicule, he says that even a beloved nephew would find something this underwhelming impossible to be impressed by. Chunha Jin and the elders visibly flinch at how thoroughly the heir has endured everything thrown at him. Some of them are already groaning in pain, unable to hide their shock that the man they poisoned and expected to finish off is still standing there, laughing right in front of them. One elder can only stare in horror as his thoughts race to the poison they used. Poison Crane's red beak, a toxin vicious enough to melt down even an ox. And yet the heir is still alive, still laughing in the middle of the carnage, leaving the elder with only one conclusion in his mind. This young man is a monster. Standing amid blood, corpses, and the wreckage of the failed attack, the heir admits with a grim edge that his own condition is far from stable. Even so, he says that at the very least, he has managed to ruin the beautiful future they had been dreaming about. One of Chunha Jin's allies steps forward and tries to justify the rebellion. He insists that they could never accept an orphan who cannot practice martial arts as the next leader, and he even claims that figures above them had already given approval for this course of action. From that point on, there is no holding back anymore. The heir's side and the traitorous elders collide head-on, and the clash erupts in full, ripping through the palace with savage force until the entire place becomes a chaotic battlefield of betrayal and violence. Watching the way they fight, the heir sneers at them with open contempt. He points out how cowardly these elders really are, all of them ganging up at once on a single young man who has already been poisoned. Chunha Jin sneers back and claims that none of this would have happened if the heir had only fulfilled his responsibilities properly. But before he can continue, the heir cuts straight through the excuse and demands to know who the true mastermind behind all of this really is. That question lands much harder than Chunha Jin expected. For a brief moment, he freezes in visible shock, and the composure he had been carefully maintaining slips just enough for the heir to notice. The heir presses the point without giving him room to recover. He says flatly that Chunha Jin does not have the courage to commit a betrayal on this scale by himself, and he demands to know which powerful figure is actually backing him from the shadows. From the reaction he sees on Chunha Jin's face, the heir arrives at his own conclusion. He accuses him and the elders of taking orders from outside the cult, of betraying the heavenly demon, divine cult itself, and even suggests that they may be connected to whatever was done to his master. That accusation finally snaps something inside Chunha Jin. He explodes in furious denial, and as his temper breaks, a chilling martial power bursts out from him, cold energy pouring into the air around them. His killing intent now completely exposed, Chunha Jin lunges straight at the heir. There is no longer even a trace of pretense left in him. He is charging forward with only one clear goal, to kill the heir where he stands. The moment he sees that violent outburst, the heir knows his suspicions were correct. A bitter thought crosses his mind that his master's trust has been answered with betrayal by someone who never should have turned against them. Chunha Jin's icy power slams into him with overwhelming force, crashing through him like a frozen storm. The heir is driven backward through the palace interior, smashing through walls, pillars, and furnishings as that frigid assault tears everything apart in its path. He bursts through a wall and crashes down hard, his body already pushed to a terrible limit. By the time he lands, the damage is so severe that anyone looking could tell he has been grievously injured. And yet, even surrounded by broken stone, frost, and swirling debris, the heir still strikes back. He lashes out, seizes Chun-Ha-jin by the throat, and holds him there while vowing that, as the acting leader and fellow disciple under the same master, he will personally bring Chun-Ha-jin's life to an end. Though he is already standing on the very edge of death, he still forces the accusation out through blood and pain. He tells Chun-Ha-jin that he was never some fearless traitor acting on his own will, but only a puppet prepared in advance by outside forces, completely enraged by being exposed and mocked so thoroughly. Chun-Ha-jin roars the heir's name out loud. Then, consumed by murderous fury, he attacks again with every intention of killing him on the spot. He shouts that he himself will set the cult back on the proper path with his own hands. And with cruel certainty in his voice, he tells the heir not to concern himself with anything anymore as he dies. The heir is bleeding so heavily that his body can barely stay upright, but there is no fear in him at all. Instead, the only answer he gives is a faint, almost breathless laugh. At last, his ruined body can no longer hold itself together. Blood-soaked, broken, and exhausted past all limit, he collapses to the ground as the light of life slowly begins to fade from his eyes, far from the palace chamber that is already beginning to collapse in ruin. The Tang elders are moving through the snowy night without pause. Beneath a dim, freezing sky, they gather their warriors one after another, quietly pulling their strength together in the dark, and every silent step they take makes it clear that a battle is about to begin. As death presses closer and closer, the dying heir's mind drifts with a strangely hollow clarity. Looking back over his life, he realizes that for all the years people stayed near him and endured his presence, not a single one of them ever truly understood the person he really was beneath it all. He speaks to the very people trying to kill him and tells them that if they truly wanted to make sure he died here, then there was one thing they absolutely should have remembered. And the fact that they failed to remember it, he says, is exactly why everything is about to go terribly wrong for them. Even with his body ruined and blood pouring from him, he still keeps Chun-Ha-jin lifted by the neck and mocks him without the slightest mercy. A faint, cruel smile touches his face as he remarks that it is almost amusing how much the traitor suddenly has to say now that his own end is standing right in front of him. Then Chun-Ha-jin's eyes suddenly shift, and whatever he notices makes alarm flash across his face at once. There is movement in the heir's hand, the hint of a weapon, a sign so ominous that he instantly realizes something even worse is about to happen. A split second later, horror spreads fully across Chun-Ha-jin's expression as he understands what the heir is doing. The heir is drawing the demon dragon sword, and that sight alone is enough to make the danger feel immediate, crushing, and impossible to ignore. Chun-Ha-jin reacts at once, shouting in furious outrage as he lunges forward to stop him. He yells that even with one foot already in the grave, the heir still dares to stir up even more chaos before he dies. But the heir moves first. Power begins gathering into the demon dragon sword, and around that blade an enormous sphere of purple energy swells into existence, thick, violent, and oppressive, as though the very air around it is being crushed beneath its weight. Then he unleashes it. All of that accumulated force erupts forward in one devastating blast, surging straight toward Chun-Ha-jin and the elders standing behind him. Chun-Ha-jin can only stare as that monstrous power is released before his eyes. He cannot believe the heir had already built up this much mystic energy in his condition, and in that instant, a darker suspicion begins to rise in him that something even more terrifying is at work here. The heir declares that he has poured every last scrap of his remaining mystic power into the demon dragon sword. And as he says it, he reminds them that this is no ordinary weapon, but a blade that carries the will of the first heavenly demon himself. Then he breaks into wild, almost unhinged laughter and reveals the truth to them. All this time, he says, he had been deliberately stalling, buying second after second while enduring their pathetic attacks just long enough to gather the power he needed. That confession throws the elders into immediate panic. Their voices rise over one another as they scream for everyone to form a defensive formation at once and pour every bit of internal energy they have into resisting what is coming. At that very moment, the demon dragon sword fully awakens. The blade crackles and roars with overwhelming demonic force, as if something ancient, monstrous, and long dormant has finally opened its eyes. The heir invokes a forbidden technique, naming it aloud with a voice full of chilling finality, soul-combusting hell flame art. And as the words leave him, He tells them plainly that it is already too late for anyone there to stop what he has begun. An instant later, blinding power bursts outward from him in every direction. The entire chamber is swallowed whole as the explosion of mystic force engulfs the space and everyone trapped inside it. From within that blast, screams begin to erupt. Infernal flames devour warriors where they stand, and their cries ring through the palace as the fire tears through body after body without mercy. Chun Ha-jin can do nothing except look on in horror. What is unfolding in front of him has already gone far beyond anything he expected, and for the first time, raw fear overwhelms even the rage boiling inside him. As the explosion spreads and begins swallowing the palace itself, Chun Ha-jin roars the heir's name in furious desperation, but his voice is nearly drowned out by the sheer violence of the destruction crashing over everything around him. Outside, the heavenly demon palace shudders violently under the impact. The shockwave tears outward with such force that even the massive structure trembles like it might split apart at any moment. The destructive force does not stop at the palace walls. A raging vortex of energy drills straight through the mountain itself, tunneling outward with terrifying momentum as though the blast is carving its own path through solid stone. Then the explosion bursts through the cliffside in one colossal release of radiant force. Light and destruction erupt together in a blast so massive that the entire mountainside is lit up beneath it. Amid the storming power and the endless falling snow, the heir's thoughts begin to drift farther away. He reflects that no matter how miserable and bitter his life may have been, it seems that life is finally coming to an end here. His charred body lies sprawled across the snow, blackened, broken, and barely even recognizable as human anymore. And as his fading mind clings to one final thought, he admits that he never once imagined he would die in a way like this. Barely conscious now, with blood soaking into the white ground beneath him, he forces his eyes upward with the last of his strength. Through blurred, fading vision, he watches the snow continue falling from the dark sky above. That drifting snow pulls him into an old memory. It reminds him of a distant day long ago, when he lay beaten outside a wall and stared at other children from afar, as though they belonged to a world he could never enter. Back then, when he was still a child, he was bullied viciously and mocked without the slightest mercy. More than anything else, people tormented him because they said he saw ghosts, and that single accusation was enough to turn him into a constant target. The children gathered around him threaten him again, warning that if he keeps insisting he carries some evil spirit or keeps talking about seeing such things, they will make his life miserable all over again. The way they say it is not like a warning at all, but like a promise delivered with cruelty. They gossip about him right in front of his face, sneering that he is just an orphan with a broken core who claims he can see ghosts. Some of them even laugh and say that if they had been born in his place, they would have killed themselves already. Pushed beyond what he can endure any longer, Yeon Woon-hui quietly bends down and picks up a rock. There is no scream, no dramatic outburst, only the silent motion of a child who has been cornered too many times and has finally reached his limit. In his own mind, he reflects that this had always been the shape of his life. Whenever he spoke honestly about what he saw, no one ever listened, no one tried to understand, and all they ever gave him in return was disgust, fear, and hatred. Thinking that this world is unbearable, he tightens his grip on the rock and hurls it with every bit of strength he has. All of the resentment, humiliation, and pain bottled up inside him go into that one desperate throw. The rock slams into the lead bully, and that single impact becomes the beginning of his resistance. Yeon Woon-hui throws himself into the fight with all the desperation of a child who has finally decided he will not just stand there and be trampled anymore. Looking back on that version of himself, he admits something with blunt honesty. He was never the kind of person who could silently endure abuse forever, keep his head lowered, and never strike back. After somehow managing to escape, he ends up alone on a frozen river, breathing hard in the bitter cold. He has fled from the children who were tormenting him, and now all that surrounds him is ice, pale breath, and a deep, empty silence. His eyes narrow with stubborn resolve as he struggles to catch his breath. Under his breath, he mutters about knowing when it is time to give up, and the bitterness in those words sounds far too heavy for a child his age. All around him, haunting spirits crowd the frozen air, their presence pressing in from every side, even though no one else can see them. Frustrated, exhausted, and fed up with everything, he curses at them too, telling them to leave him alone just like everyone else does. Then, without any warning at all, a man appears behind him. Calmly observing the boy where he stands, the stranger remarks that he has very special eyes. The boy startles and spins around immediately. What shocks him most is not only what the stranger said, but the fact that this man managed to approach so close without him noticing a single thing. As he looks more carefully, his eyes catch the man's clothing and the sword hanging at his side. Even at a glance, it is obvious that this is no ordinary passerby, but someone with rank, status, and unmistakable importance. And because a man like that has clearly come for some reason, the boy assumes the worst right away. Believing the stranger must want his cursed eyes, he offers them up without resistance, as though there is nothing left in his life worth protecting anymore. Inside, his thoughts are dark, numb, and resigned. In a life where disrespect and mistreatment have become normal to him, he figures he may as well let this martial master do whatever he wants. So the boy tells the man to use his eyes however he pleases, but instead of accepting that offer, the stranger gently tells him that those eyes are not a curse at all. The man calls them a blessing. He explains that some people are born with a special upper energy core, or with a rare soul streak, and that such things are not signs of misfortune, but extraordinary gifts. He continues by saying that children born with such gifts often go on to accomplish remarkable things. Then he tells the boy that he may one day become someone even more special than anyone around him could possibly imagine. But more than all those grand words, what truly reaches the boy is something much simpler. It is the warmth in the stranger's touch, the first real kindness he seems to have felt in a very long time, and that gentle warmth is what makes him choose to follow. When the man asks for his name, the boy has no real answer he can give. And so that very meeting becomes the moment he is given. A new name. Woonwi. Remembering that snowy day, the dying heir reflects that receiving that name was the first time his life ever gained real meaning. From that moment forward, he had a reason to keep living, and he gave himself completely to helping his master. And yet, even now, at the very end, he still places all the blame on his own flawed body. In his mind, it was that defective body that ultimately led his master into the state of energy deviation he now suffers. Back in the freezing present, lying wounded in the snow, he refuses to accept that this is where he will die in such a pathetic way. Even knowing that his body is already at the brink of falling apart no matter what he does, that refusal still burns fiercely inside him. After weighing everything in that final burning instant, he arrives at a grim answer. There is only one road left open to him now, and as violent power starts bursting around his collapsing body, he begins a desperate technique that leaves no room at all for doubt or hesitation. His resolve locks into place, and he decides to invoke a forbidden Zoroastrian art known as primordial divine will reincarnation. It is the kind of method no sane person would ever choose unless driven to the absolute edge, but with death already closing in on him, he knows he has no other path left. This technique is said to let someone escape certain death by sending their soul into another body. The price, however, is merciless, because even if the transfer succeeds, that second life is usually brief, unstable, and doomed to falter. Even so, he activates it anyway, drawing on the final scraps of mystic energy left inside the shattered pieces of the demon dragon sword, and leaving the rest to fate. Through the flames, smoke, and ruin, he turns his eyes toward the distant heavenly demon palace one last time. In that fading moment, he begs his master to hold on just a little longer, to stay alive and wait until the day he can return. Then, without warning, a pillar of golden fire erupts straight into the sky. It burns so fiercely and so brilliantly that it looks less like ordinary flame and more like a beacon, marking the instant his soul tears free from his dying flesh. As his body continues to burn away, he sends up one final desperate prayer, even with his own existence crumbling apart. His last wish is not for himself, but for his master's safety. And then everything falls into darkness. Somewhere inside that black void, a voice keeps nagging at him, pressing him over and over about whether he understands the role he is supposed to play when visiting the clan head, and in his half-conscious state, the relentless questioning only grates on his nerves. He finally wakes in a body that feels foreign, battered, and sore from head to toe. As his blurred senses slowly begin to return, he hears a woman's sharp voice scolding someone she calls the son of a concubine, ordering him to remember his place. The moment his mind clears enough to grasp what is happening, one thought rises above all the confusion. He is alive, and that can only mean primordial divine will reincarnation may actually have worked. A stern woman's voice cuts cleanly through his thoughts, as she shouts the name Tang with hard, impatient force. Then, without the slightest bit of warmth, she orders him to get up immediately. As he slowly pushes himself upright, still adjusting to the pain, weakness, and unfamiliar weight of this new body, he cannot miss the dark irony of the situation. This vessel carries the same name as his own, and all the while, the woman standing before him continues to berate him without pause. When he does not give her the meek, submissive reaction she clearly expected, her temper snaps at once. Furious that he is not properly answering an elder, she grabs up a stick and raises it high to strike him. But the instant the stick comes down, his body moves before he even has to think about it. He catches it cleanly in mid-swing, and the woman freezes on the spot, stunned by the sudden resistance, still gripping the stick with effortless contempt. He looks straight at her and insults her foul breath before coldly calling her an old hag. The words leave him so naturally and so flatly that they strike harder than his hand on the weapon. Her face twists in outrage immediately. She demands to know how he dares refuse her discipline and then go even further by insulting her right to her face. Unable to contain her fury, she storms out in a rage. Even as she leaves, she spits out a threat that he will not be permitted to leave until he has properly reflected and repented. The moment she is gone and the room finally falls quiet, he lets out a small breath of relief. Now that he has a second to think in peace, he realizes exactly who she must be, the cruel stepmother of this body. As he thinks it through, he realizes that reincarnation like this could only settle into someone who had already been on the verge of death, which means she had beaten her own stepson until he reached that state. And the thought leaves him genuinely disgusted. Comparing this new life to the one he just lost, he cannot help but think that Tang Wunhui's misery is every bit as pitiful and miserable as his own had been. To make matters worse, this body itself feels frail, sickly, and painfully weak. And yet, inside all of that weakness, he discovers something he never had in his previous life. Deep within this body, energy is actually moving through a functioning lower core. The thought that follows hits him like a spark. If he can cultivate martial arts through this lower core while also drawing on the mystic arts he mastered through the upper core in his previous life, then the road ahead may lead to a kind of strength he had never once been able to reach before. He also remembers the power in his eyes, that strange gift that once allowed him to command the dead. The moment he connects that ability with everything else now available to him, he begins to picture a future power vast enough to overturn everything. At that point, one truth becomes completely clear in his mind. Training both cores is no longer simply a possibility. It is something he absolutely must achieve if he ever wants the power to protect his master again. Once that decision is made, his resolve hardens all the way through. He vows that he will become stronger, and when that day comes, the traitors who betrayed both him and the heavenly demon divine cult will learn exactly what kind of enemy they were foolish enough to provoke. He has now been reborn into the Sichuan Tang clan, one of the 6 great clans of Murim. This is the powerful house that will shape everything from here on. The great gate of the Tang clan rises into view, massive, imposing, and unmoving. It stands like a symbol carved into the land itself, representing the force that rules over Sichuan's martial world. The Tang clan's territory stretches across a region surrounded by major forces such as Tibet, Kunlun, and other sects, with a front line against the heavenly demon divine cult running through it. This makes it clear that the area is not only politically significant, but critically important from a military standpoint as well. Under the pale, cold light of the moon, Tang warriors gather in disciplined formation. Facing them across the darkness is a shadowy vanguard, silent, still, and ominous, their mere presence enough to suggest they are no ordinary fighters. That elite force is the Old Tempest Squad. Even among Tang warriors, it is a name heavy with reputation and weight. At their head stands Tang Hosen, the Tempest swordsman. The moment he appears, it becomes obvious why that squad inspires so much fear and respect. With the strength of that squad behind him, Tang Hosen went on to establish the Tang clan's 9 Dragons branch. It was the force that allowed him to carve out his own position and firmly secure his domain within the clan. 9 Dragons County is the commercial and strategic center of that branch. It is a territory of such importance that the patriarch personally entrusted it to Tang Hosen. Tang Hosen has 3 children in total, and 2 of them were born to his lawful wife, Namgung Sanyong. Those legitimate children are Tang Qujin, the eldest, and Tang Yuchang, the third. The second child, however, was born from a drunken mistake involving a servant woman. That is why the boy, now known as Tang Wunhui, is treated within the clan as an illegitimate son, the very body into which the heir has now reincarnated. Inside the clan, people are already whispering angrily about Tang Wunhui's earlier insolence toward the Tang clan matriarch. The story has clearly spread everywhere, and from the tone of those hushed conversations, it is obvious they see what he did as outrageous. Even so, they cannot ignore one inconvenient truth. Illegitimate or not, Wunhui is still the son of the patriarch of the 9 Dragons branch, which means he remains a candidate in the line of succession and must be forced to go beg forgiveness. A servant arrives with word that the Tang clan matriarch has forbidden any food from being sent to the White Pavilion. In other words, Wunhui and everyone trapped serving him are expected to go hungry until he finally breaks. When that same servant urges him to lower his head and beg for mercy, the reincarnated Wunhui answers instantly. Instead of submitting, he lashes out with ghostly power. Purple energy bursts from Wunhui's hand, and the servant is flung away with a scream. The strike comes so suddenly and so viciously that the man does not even understand what hit him. Staggering back up to his feet, bruised and terrified, the servant protests that he had only been trying to offer helpful advice. His voice trembles badly now that he has realized just how dangerous this Woonwee has become. Woonwee steps over him and leans in close, his eyes glowing with a frightening light. In a low, menacing voice, he warns that if the servant keeps acting like this, then even Woonwee himself will not be able to save him anymore. Then the blows begin landing one after another. As the beating continues, the servant cries out desperately for mercy and hurriedly promises that he will not report a single word of this to the Tang clan matriarch. Later, battered, shaken, and thoroughly humbled, that same servant stands before the matriarch's representative with his head lowered. In a meek, obedient voice, he assures the person that he now understands his place and will serve faithfully from here on. But standing just behind him is Woonwee, wearing a sharp, threatening grin. Without even needing to raise his voice, he pressures the man into promising that he will go and bring back what Woonwee wants immediately. The servant, now terrified down to his bones, practically bolts from the spot. Swearing that he will return at once, he rushes away as fast as his legs can carry him. Once he is alone again, Woonwee shakes out his sore hand with a look of annoyance. Muttering to himself, he complains that this body is so pathetically weak that even his palm aches after landing only a few hits. From there, he calmly starts assessing the situation. Tang Woonwee not only has a frail and unreliable body, but almost no allies anywhere within the clan, and most of that isolation can be traced directly back to the Tang clan matriarch's relentless bullying and influence. Given all of that, he decides the smartest thing for now is to quietly build up his inner energy in secret. It will not be an easy process, especially because of the tension between the demonic methods he learned from his master and the orthodox cultivation techniques of the Tang clan, but for the moment, he sees no better option. He then reflects on the fact that many members of the heavenly demon divine cult originally came from the Tang clan. Even so, he worries that if he tries to channel that kind of power through Tang Woonwee's completely untrained upper meridian, the strain alone might tear this weak body apart. So, making use of his unusually large upper meridian, and the memories carried over from his previous life, he arrives at a new decision. Instead of forcing the method directly through the body all at once, he will first recreate it inside an imagined mental space and manifest it there. After fitting every clue together and tracing the pattern to its end, Tang Woonwee arrives at one solid, unshakable conclusion. This copied meridian is not the kind of thing that could ever form in an ordinary place. It can only take shape inside a highly specific, distorted kind of abnormal space. With that answer fixed firmly in his mind, he makes his way into the Heavenly Demon Archive. It is the secret record hall of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a hidden vault that has endured for thousands of years, its shelves still crammed with ancient knowledge that has somehow survived the passing of countless ages. The moment he steps inside, Woonwee first turns his attention inward and checks what remains of himself. What he confirms there is critical. The primordial divine will reincarnation did not erase him as completely as it should have, and most of his memories have actually stayed with him. After calmly examining his current body, his circumstances, and the kind of road that would suit him best from here, he narrows his options down to a single answer. In the end, the cultivation method he decides fits him best right now is the venom dragon cultivation technique. As he considers that choice, an old piece of history surfaces in his mind. Long ago, a poison-centered branch of the Tang clan had been cast out, and those exiles later entered the heavenly demon divine cult. It was there that they created this technique for the sake of studying poison arts and pushing their mastery over them even further. As Woonwee reads deeper into the records, he learns the method's exact structure. Rather than drawing on ordinary demonic energy, it transforms all of that power into poison energy instead, while still using the Tang clan's cultivation principles as the base for practicing the martial arts of the heavenly demon divine cult. He catches the irony in that almost immediately. The Tang clan may stand against the demonic cult, but poison itself does not belong to only one side of the martial world. Even among orthodox sects, there are groups that handle poison through their own specialized methods. That thought quickly leads him to a practical conclusion. If he uses demonic arts through the venom dragon cultivation technique, then anyone looking from the outside will only see poison-based cultivation. To the Tang clan, it will appear natural enough that no one will suspect what he is truly practicing underneath. But Woonwee also understands exactly what choosing that path will cost him. Training this poisonous energy is not merely difficult. It means enduring repeated waves of unbearable pain while swallowing stronger and stronger poisons over and over again. Even after recognizing that brutal price, he shows no sign of hesitation. A purple light suddenly flickers to life in one of his eyes like a flame catching in the dark, and with that eerie glow burning in his gaze, he readies himself to go forward anyway. After forcibly opening his upper meridian, Woonwee pushes beyond that point without stopping. He takes the process a step further and awakens a terrifying power known as the dead man's eye. The instant that unstable force rushes through his body, he tilts his head slightly and speaks into the empty air with open ridicule. In a mocking voice, he asks the hidden spectators how much longer they plan on standing there and staring at him. Then, with the same crooked confidence, he adds a joke on top of it. Sure, he knew he was handsome in his previous life too, but even for a man like him, this much staring is starting to feel a little excessive. He even says it in a tone that lands somewhere between teasing and sincerity. No matter how confident he may be, being watched that intensely for that long is still enough to make even him feel a little embarrassed. The moment he calls them out, the hidden figures finally stop concealing themselves. A group of elders appears before him in chains, and at the very front of that grim lineup stands vice cult leader Keon. The instant Keon faces him, he erupts in fury. He bellows that young Woonhui must have completely lost his mind to leave him, the dignified vice leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, trapped in such a pitiful and miserable condition. The other chained elders immediately pile on, their voices crashing over one another as they demand that the cult heir free them at once. They snarl that once they are released, he will never be able to withstand the full force of their wrath. But instead of being intimidated, Woonhui looks almost delighted. Their rage amuses him more than anything else, and he tells them plainly that watching them seethe like this is making him genuinely happy. That response only drives them even deeper into anger. The elders curse at him and spit out that his foul, vicious nature managed to survive even death itself, insisting that this rotten personality of his is exactly why they tried to rebel against him in the first place. At that, Woonhui's face turns cold. He tells them flatly that if they truly meant to kill him, then they should have been prepared to accept what would come after. And as those words leave his mouth, purple energy surges into his hand, while his fingers clamp down around their chains. In the very next moment, that power explodes through the bindings. One of the elders is smashed straight into the ground with such overwhelming force that the old man can only let out a raw, agonized scream. Without so much as blinking, Woonhui shifts his eyes back toward Keon. In a calm, cutting tone, he reminds him of one simple fact. They already knew what kind of ability he possessed, so none of what is happening now should be shocking to them. Then he turns that warning into something they can see. Behind him, the massive demonic spirit known as the Phantom King rises into view, huge and oppressive enough to crush the air around it, and the sight alone sends unmistakable fear across Keon's face. Even Woonhui can feel just how monstrous the force behind that manifestation really is. As the Phantom King looms there in full, overwhelming form, he quietly recognizes for himself just how absurdly powerful this ability has become. A low voice that sounds almost cold enough to freeze the room, he warns Keon that remaining bound in this state much longer will not only destroy him in the present. If it continues, reincarnation itself will become impossible, and in time, desperation will completely consume what is left of him. That warning changes Keon's tone immediately. Realizing that rage and threats will get him nowhere, he hastily offers to trade information instead, assuming that obtaining it must have been Woonhui's goal from the very start. But Woonhui answers him with total indifference. He says he has no need for Keon's information at all, and that blunt rejection visibly shakes the vice cult leader on the spot. Then he explains why with complete certainty. If he wants answers, there are already plenty of other places he can get them from, which means Keon is nowhere near as important or useful as he seems to believe. That is the moment Keon finally realizes how dangerous his position truly is. Terror fills his eyes as he watches Woonhui slowly lift one hand in his direction. The instant that hand moves, Keon's wraith is ripped out by force and dragged away helplessly before he can do anything at all. The Phantom King's horrifying power crushes it completely and erases him without leaving anything behind. After that, Woonhui turns his attention to the surviving elders and calmly raises a condensed wraith sphere for them to see. He explains in an almost casual tone that it is packed with the dense resentment of the dead, something even crueler and more dangerous than the harshest venom. Before any of them can even begin to understand what he intends to do, he simply tosses the wraith sphere into his mouth and swallows it. As he does, he remarks that it should serve as perfectly good nourishment for him. The remaining elders can only stare at him in frozen horror. What they are witnessing is so grotesque and unnatural that shock spreads across every face almost at the same time. A moment later, that dead venomous resentment tears through his body from the inside. The pain hits with such savage force that Woonhui finally screams, his whole body being ravaged by the corruption flooding through him. Purple energy engulfs him as the corruption races through every part of his body, but even under that unbearable torment, he still does not fall. The elders are left stunned that he can remain on his feet after consuming something that toxic, and the sight drags their minds back to the earlier moment when he went berserk after swallowing poison powder. Using that fear to crush the last scraps of resistance left in them, Woonwee declares that vice cult leader Keon has now become fertilizer for his venom dragon cultivation technique. Then he fixes the rest of the elders with a brutal stare and demands that they decide whether or not they are going to speak. He lays the choice out in the simplest and cruelest terms possible. They can confess everything they know right now, or they can stay silent and wait to be devoured one by one. Once he forces the truth out of them, Woonwee finally reaches the heart of the matter. The elders insist that they were never acting on their own, but were only carrying out orders handed down by a mysterious group called the Association. Now utterly broken and cowed, the wraiths desperately swear that they are telling the truth. They describe an organization so deeply concealed and so secretive in its movements that it does not even have a real name of its own. Hearing that, Woonwee immediately narrows down where the real danger lies. The elders themselves are no longer the main problem. The true threat is the people who belong to that nameless organization lurking behind them. The wraiths keep pleading, begging him to believe what they are saying. They insist that the organization showed them things so disturbing and unnatural that they could not simply overlook them and walk away. As he weighs their words, Woonwee quietly summarizes the nature of the heavenly demon, divine cult in his own mind. It is an unorthodox sect whose followers revere their leader so absolutely that they worship the heavenly demon almost as though he were a god, which only makes what happened all the more twisted. These same elders were once people who adored the heavenly demon as if he were divine, and yet in the end even they still chose to turn their backs on the cult. That thought pulls him back into a darker memory. He sees himself again in that hopeless state, lying there in despair, battered down, cornered, with no strength left in his body and no means of resisting anymore. He also remembers the moment those very elders attacked him while he stood as the cult's heir. They had openly moved against the one chosen beneath the heavenly demon they claimed to serve so faithfully, and from the fear he saw in their eyes back then, Woonwee reaches a grim conclusion. For all the reverence they claimed to hold for the heavenly demon, the thing that truly terrified them even more was that nameless organization working behind the curtain. He admits to himself that he once suspected both the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction were being nudged around by some outside force, as if a hidden scheme was manipulating the entire martial world from somewhere beyond what anyone could see on the surface. Now, at last, that invisible force begins to take on a clearer shape in his mind. He links it to the tower hanging high in the sky, a place climbed only by beings who have already stepped beyond the boundaries of ordinary humanity. Those who ascend that place are no longer mere martial artists. They are demigod-like beings, monsters capable of such absurd and overwhelming feats that people speak of them less as humans and more as living natural disasters walking the earth. Realizing that the mastermind behind all of this may be far greater than he first imagined, Woonwee sinks into heavy thought. Still holding the wraith spheres in his hand, he stands there in silence, brooding over just how vast and terrifying the enemy before him may truly be. Tang Woonwee quickly realizes he does not have the luxury of building poison resistance the slow and careful way, adjusting the dosage bit by bit over time. That method would demand patience, stability, and far too many days he simply does not have. Right now, more than anything else, time is the one resource he cannot afford to waste. So with that option discarded, he chooses a much harsher and more extreme path. 2 months later, in Namgung Sanyong's room, the effects of that decision are already beginning to spread far beyond Woonwee's chamber. At that very moment, Namgung Sanyong is seething with anger. Her eyes are locked sharply on a trembling servant as she presses him for the truth, trying to confirm one thing beyond any doubt. While Tang Woonwee was shut away, not a single person gave him any food at all. The servant shakes so badly he can barely get the words out, but he swears they obeyed her instructions exactly. That answer only makes Sanyong more furious, and she snaps back that by now Tang Woonwee should have been crawling across the floor, reduced to begging for mercy like a broken dog. What truly disturbs her is not merely the fact that he survived. It is the rumors already starting to circulate around that survival. She fears people may begin whispering that she committed treason, or worse, that she deliberately tried to have him killed, and with the patriarch's visit approaching fast, she cannot stop worrying about how such talk will look. Exhausted from her own anger, she finally demands to know what Tang Woonwee had been asking for during all that time. The reply only deepens the crease in her brow. He requested detailed reports on the current political situation, especially anything connected to unorthodox sects and demonic forces. That answer leaves her openly unsettled. Tang Woonwee had never shown even the slightest curiosity about matters like that before. Yet over the last 2 months, he seems to have changed so completely that she can no longer understand what kind of person he has become. A colder suspicion begins to creep into her mind. As she thinks it over, she starts to wonder whether someone powerful may be standing behind Tang Wunhui in secret, supporting him from the shadows. And the more she turns that idea over in her head, the more plausible it feels. In her eyes, Tang Wunhui may be worthless, but he is still the son of the branch head, and that bloodline alone gives ambitious people a reason to use him as a stepping stone to climb closer to the clan leadership. That thought makes her temper flare all over again. In a burst of irritation, she insists that any attention Tang Wunhui might be drawing should have gone to Tang Qujin and Tang Yuchang instead, and she lashes out viciously at the helpless servant standing in front of her. Just then, another servant rushes into the room and hurriedly announces that Tang Yuchang has finally finished his secluded training and arrived. The effect on Namgung Senyong is immediate. Her mood lifts at once the moment she hears his name. She waves the first servant away without hesitation. But before letting him leave, she coldly orders him to report every strange thing Tang Wunhui does from now on, and to do it the moment it happens. A moment later, Tang Yuchang enters the room and greets his mother with composed respect. With the polished calm of a dutiful son, he politely asks after her health the instant he steps inside. Namgung Sanyong warmly praises him for all the hard work he put into his training and asks how far he has progressed. Tang Yuchang answers with measured modesty, saying he has made some headway in mastering hidden weapons, and hearing that, she lights up with open pride and showers him with approval. After that, Tang Yuchang brings up the rumors surrounding Tang Wunhui. He remarks that even after offending her, Tang Wunhui still does not seem to show the slightest sign of repentance. Namgung Sanyong clicks her tongue in irritation and complains that Tang Wunhui has been nothing but a source of headaches lately. More than that, she admits with visible frustration that she still cannot tell what he is actually trying to accomplish. Tang Yuchang agrees with her suspicions almost immediately. In his view, it is highly likely that someone really is helping Tang Wunhui from behind the scenes. Then he calmly lays out the reasoning behind that belief. With as little inner energy as Tang Wunhui possesses, and with no food or water for 2 full months, survival should have been impossible. Unless someone was secretly giving him elixirs or some comparable aid, there is no way he should still be alive. Namgung Sanyong nods at that because she has already come to much the same conclusion herself. The problem is not whether someone is helping Tang Wunhui. The problem is that she still has no idea who that hidden supporter could be. Tang Yuchang then offers a simple suggestion. He says they should recommend that Tang Wunhui be brought out in front of everyone during the patriarch's upcoming visit. He explains the logic behind it in a steady voice. If Tang Wunhui is truly aiming for something larger, then the person backing him cannot remain hidden forever. Sooner or later, that supporter will have to reveal themselves. Namgung Sanyong immediately accepts that reasoning. In her mind, if Tang Wunhui displays some unexpected ability during the visit, then the person behind him will almost certainly step forward to take credit for the strength he suddenly seems to possess. So the two of them settle on a plan to expose both Tang Wunhui and whoever is hiding behind him when the patriarch arrives. Even then, Senyong cannot completely suppress her concern that if the situation turns ugly, it may make them look incompetent. Tang Yuchang, however, reassures her coolly that a bastard son like Tang Wunhui is not capable of accomplishing very much. A faint smirk touches Tang Yuchang's lips as he adds one more thing. If Tang Wunhui really does try to cause trouble, then he will personally step in and stop him himself, even if he has to play the role of the caring older brother in front of everyone. Meanwhile, back elsewhere, a purple spirit slips out from Tang Wunhui's room, like a wraith moving through the dark. It continues spying as it goes, and all the while, violet energy curls and churns around its mouth as if it is still training even while flying. Inside his room, Tang Wunhui reflects on what that means. No matter what tricks someone might use from the outside, anyone relying only on the Tang clan's most basic energy arts is still confined by very obvious limits that cannot be easily overcome. When he compares that to his own venom dragon cultivation, the difference is immense. The poisonous dragon that his technique manifests exists on a completely different level from the low-grade arts ordinary servants would ever be permitted to learn. As he sits cross-legged in meditation, dragon-like energy coils around his body in winding layers, wrapping him from head to toe. Even with that frightening sight surrounding him, Tang Wunhui judges himself without mercy and concludes that his current level still cannot be called very high. Later, Hyung-sam brings him another important report. He tells Wunhui that the heavenly demon divine cult has been trapped in the middle of a civil war for the last 6 years. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui recalls what he had ordered 2 months earlier. Back then, he told Hyung-sam to gather recent Zhanghu history for him so he could verify exactly how much time had passed since his reincarnation. Because his rebirth was tied to the primordial divine wheel, he had even considered the possibility that centuries might have gone by. So when he learns that only 6 years have passed, the number still catches him off guard in spite of everything. Even after understanding the truth, he cannot fully conceal his surprise. 6 years is still far longer than he expected, and the sheer weight of all that lost time settles on him with uncomfortable heaviness. Hyung-sam continues the report, explaining that during those chaotic and desperate years, the heavenly demon vanished completely. That disappearance only drove the cult into even deeper confusion and disorder. Hearing that stirs a cautious spark of hope inside Tang Wunhui. For the first time, he begins to wonder whether his master, the heavenly demon, might still be alive somewhere after all. For a brief moment, the urge surges up in him to run straight to Tian Shan and confirm it with his own eyes. But before that impulse can take control, he forces it back down and restrains himself. He knows his situation too clearly to deceive himself. At this point, he lacks the strength, the resources, and even the trustworthy leads he would need to search for his master properly. More than anything else, what he needs now is information. If the traitors are still out there, then they are almost certainly already using every method available to track down the heavenly demon before anyone else can reach him first. So Tang Wunhui comes to a firm conclusion. He needs an information network capable of matching theirs, and that realization immediately turns his thoughts toward the Tang Patriarch's upcoming visit to the Nine Dragons branch. The man who is coming is none other than Tang Moonhyuk, the Sichuan Tang Patriarch himself, one of the 10 greatest masters in the world. And according to the rumors surrounding him, this Dark Supreme is currently in the process of creating a special security division under his direct control. The moment Tang Wunhui hears that, he sees the opening clearly. If he can get himself into that division, then he can use the Tang clan's information network and greatly improve his chances of finding his master. At that point, his spider-like spirit companion reminds him of something else. It points out that he is already close to mastering a foundational martial art called the 12 Beats of the Violent Tiger. This is a high-level basic technique often used among wandering fighters, a brutal style that turns every part of the body into a weapon. Fists, palms, fingers, even the feet themselves are all sharpened into lethal tools through it. Tang Wunhui judges that if he pushes his body to the limit with that kind of training, while also using venom dragon cultivation and spirit pills to temper his blood and veins, then he should be able to harden and strengthen his physique dramatically. So when the spider presents him with another large dose of that dreadful stuff, all he can do is react with tired resignation. For now, he has no choice but to accept it and keep surviving on it yet again. Even while forcing himself to endure it, he turns his threat on both the spider spirit and the cube spirits. In a cold voice, he warns them that if they fail to do their jobs properly, he will grind them down into spirit pills too. The two spirits immediately protest, insisting that they are already doing everything they possibly can. After choking down the disgusting pills, Tang Wunhui asks the spider for more intelligence, especially anything related to the movements of Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk. But the only information it can offer is that Tang Yuchang has come out of seclusion and returned. Tang Wunhui quietly notes the timing right away. Tang Yuchang's return matches far too neatly with the approach of Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk's visit. Then the spider adds one more detail. Not long ago, Tang Yuchang and his mother held a secret meeting together, and the person they were discussing in that private conversation was Tang Wunhui. That information grabs Tang Wunhui's full attention at once. Both wary and curious now, he turns toward the spider and orders it to repeat every single word it heard without leaving anything out. As Tang Wunhui quietly lines up every clue in his mind, the outline of the scheme finally locks into place with painful clarity. They are waiting for the Dark Supreme's visit, and at that exact moment, they intend to erase him as neatly as possible, using the chaos as the perfect cover to make him disappear. What almost makes him laugh is the absurd idea holding their whole plan together. These people have seriously convinced themselves that some unseen mastermind must be supporting him from the shadows, and to Tang Wunhui, that assumption feels more ridiculous than frightening. Even so, he quickly catches the one useful angle in their little trap. If things unfold the right way, this scheme might accidentally give him an opening into the security division, though that does nothing to ease the irritation of being turned into a tool for his own disgrace. Right then, the knock at the door cuts straight through his train of thought. A voice from outside announces Hyung-sam's arrival, and a moment later, the door begins to open. Hyung-sam walks in carrying a steaming bowl, with soft curls of heat still rising from the surface. Holding it carefully, he explains that the tonic was sent by the lady for Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui immediately fixes him with a calm but piercing look and points out the contradiction. Since she had previously forbidden anyone from giving him food, Hyung-sam awkwardly and nervously explains that the lady now says she wants him to recover his strength. Inside, Tang Wunhui sneers at how obvious her intentions are. On the outside, however, his expression does not change at all, and he simply tells Hyungzam to leave the bowl where it is. Hyungzam lingers for a second, visibly hesitant, before finally admitting the rest of it. Namgung Senyoung gave him a direct order to remain there and watch, making sure Tang Wunhui drinks every last drop. Tang Wunhui already suspects that the tonic has been laced with lunacy poison, but he lifts the bowl without the slightest flicker of fear. With his venom dragon cultivation backing him, he is completely certain that a poison like this will not be enough to affect him. The instant the liquid touches his tongue, his senses begin breaking the mixture apart, ingredient by ingredient. He identifies rare ginseng, refined floral essences, lunacy poison, and even purification pills blended deep into the tonic. That is when he realizes this is far from ordinary medicine. What he has just tasted is a near-miraculous elixir, something capable of restoring drained energy at an unnatural pace, while even forcing one's inner power to rise higher. But the hidden price becomes obvious to him the moment he understands what he is drinking. Under normal circumstances, if someone swallowed this much in one go, the sheer toxic burden would usually end up damaging the brain. Even after recognizing that danger, Tang Wunhui shows no hesitation and keeps drinking as if it means nothing. And while the tonic continues down, he also detects cinnabar poison buried inside the mixture as well. The moment he senses that, his cube spirit erupts in furious outrage inside him, practically foaming at the mouth. It rages that Namgung Senyoung must be insane to feed cinnabar poison to the young master, and spits out the word witchcraft like a curse. Tang Wunhui cuts through the uproar with cold, flat impatience and tells it to shut up. Then, without wasting another moment, he orders the spider spirit to watch Namgung Senyoung and find out who the sorcerer behind her really is. The spider spirit reacts instantly, almost delighted to receive the command. In the very next moment, it darts away at once, eager to carry out his order. Now that all the scattered pieces have connected, Tang Wunhui can see the entire design clearly. First, they intend to drive him mad with lunacy poison, and after that, they plan to use sorcery to turn him into a puppet they can control. Even with all of that running through his head, not a trace of tension appears on his face. He calmly finishes the tonic as if nothing is wrong at all, then looks over at Hyungzam and casually asks why he is still standing there. Hyungzam answers at once, clearly eager to explain himself. He says someone else has come to see him, a martial master sent by the lady who is now waiting just outside. That answer makes Tang Wunhui's brows lift ever so slightly. He repeats the words martial master with open surprise, like he is checking whether he really heard that correctly. When he steps outside, the man waiting there introduces himself in a firm, blunt voice without any wasted motion. He states that his name is Tang Gon, and that he has been assigned to instruct young master Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui recognizes him immediately. This is Tang Gon, the fierce wind warrior, a man with major accomplishments on the front lines and one of the top 5 masters in the entire Nine Dragons branch. Tang Gon explains that he was ordered to train Tang Wunhui for 4 days before the clan head's visit. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui instantly realizes this lazy master most likely accepted the assignment because it gave him the perfect excuse to avoid the festival preparations. Even so, Tang Wunhui cannot help but admire how shrewd the matriarch is being here. Sending someone on Tang Gon's level to act as his teacher is an extremely calculated move. The more he turns it over in his mind, the more obvious her real intention becomes. She wants everyone to see her as a caring stepmother, while behind the scenes, she prepares to control him through sorcery and humiliate him the moment the clan head arrives. After sorting all of that out internally, Tang Wunhui turns his gaze back toward Tang Gon and plainly asks what he intends to teach him. His voice stays calm and measured, but his eyes remain sharp, alert, and watchful. Tang Gon answers that a particular martial arts set has already been prepared for him in advance. This is not some improvised lesson, but a technique that was specifically chosen beforehand. He gives the warning in a stern, matter-of-fact tone. He says he will demonstrate it only once, so if Tang Wunhui wants to learn anything from it, he had better keep his eyes open and follow every movement carefully. With that, Tang Gon moves. His body blurs so abruptly that it almost looks as if he has split into several dark afterimages, each one sweeping around Tang Wunhui as they circle across the courtyard. Tang Wunhui's eyes lock onto the pattern of those steps with intense concentration. Almost immediately, he realizes exactly what kind of technique he is watching unfold in front of him. His attention narrows completely to Tang Gon's feet as they skim over the courtyard tiles. Every shift, every angle, every landing point is studied with meticulous care, and he does not miss even a single step. As he moves, Tang Gon identifies the footwork by name. He calls it the Shadow Shroud step, and even notes that it is the same movement art used by Tang Yuchang. He continues by explaining that this footwork is the foundational form behind Tang Yuchang's Shadow Shroud arts. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui bitterly realizes that the matriarch also means to show off her own son by drawing a comparison between Tang Yuchang and him. Tang Gan explains that the elusive nature of the Shadow Shroud step makes it a perfect fit for poison arts and hidden weapons. Its purpose is to let the user move like a threat the enemy barely notices until the danger is already upon them. As Tang Gan demonstrates, glowing footprints remain on the ground like clear markers tracing the route he took. Tang Wunhui is genuinely impressed, because even while leaving that visible guide behind, Tang Gan still moves with the light, weightless presence of a living shadow. Once the basic explanation is finished, Tang Gan turns as though the lesson is already over and tells Tang Wunhui to practice diligently on his own. But Tang Wunhui stops him in a calm voice and says, without any wavering, that he has already learned the entire technique. Tang Gan freezes where he stands. For a brief moment, the claim shocks him so badly that he cannot even find words to respond. Tang Wunhui repeats himself without the slightest hesitation or embarrassment. In the same steady manner, he says once again that he has already mastered the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Gan starts explaining it back to him almost like he is correcting a child who does not understand what he is saying. He tells Tang Wunhui that he is far too inexperienced in martial arts to grasp how difficult this technique truly is, and points out that even elite members of the old Tempest Squad usually need a full 10 days just to learn the form. Then, with obvious pride swelling in him, Tang Gan boasts about himself as the example. He says that even a genius like him needed 5 days to learn it and a full 3 months to truly comprehend its deeper meaning. And hearing that, Tang Wunhui inwardly ridicules the shameless self-congratulation. Tang Gan finishes his little lecture by summing up how long it normally takes to master the Shadow Shroud step. Then he tells Tang Wunhui that if he at least understood the explanation, he should go and keep practicing by himself. But Tang Wunhui does not yield even a little in the very same steady tone as before. He calmly insists again that he has already learned everything. When Tang Gan protests that nobody could possibly reproduce the technique after seeing it a single time, Tang Wunhui suddenly reaches out and grabs his face. Still wearing that same calm expression, he proposes a bet on the spot. He lays out the wager with absolute confidence and no trace of doubt. 30 silver coins, he says that he really has learned the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Wunhui even explains the numbers in a faintly mocking, matter-of-fact calm. Since Tang Gan earns only about 10 coins a month, he says that 3 months of wages is the bare minimum needed to make a bet like this worth anyone's notice. Tang Gan recoils from the suggestion and immediately objects. He argues that the Shadow Shroud step is a priceless martial art of the Tang clan, something far too valuable to be dragged down and treated like a gambling stake. Tang Wunhui addresses him again, this time in a smooth and deliberate tone that lands a little heavier than before. From the way he speaks, it is obvious he is about to push even harder and drive the challenge straight under Tang Gan's skin. Then a sinister smile slowly spreads across Tang Wunhui's face. Looking directly at Tang Gan, he quietly asks if he is afraid, openly goading him to accept the wager. Tang Gan's eye twitches wide the instant those words land. The provocation hits his pride head-on, and the shock shows plainly across his face. Stung by that challenge, Tang Gan sneers and hurls the accusation back at Tang Wunhui, mocking him as the one who is actually scared. He insists that even the fierce Wind Warrior needed 5 full days to learn the technique, then says he may as well just leave Tang Wunhui to go train by himself. That jab lands exactly where Tang Gan is weakest. His pride gets hooked, his temper spikes, and he snaps back that he accepts the bet, swearing that taking Tang Wunhui's money will be the proper lesson for someone arrogant enough to treat martial arts with disrespect. Tang Wunhui does not let that pass vaguely. In a calm, steady voice, he makes Tang Gan say it clearly, forcing him to confirm out loud that he has truly accepted the wager. Then, with the faint edge of a warning in his tone, he reminds him that once a bet is made, there is no turning back afterward. Just as Tang Gan begins to ask for a proper demonstration, Tang Wunhui suddenly moves first. Without giving even a heartbeat of extra warning, he bursts forward using the exact same movement art he had only just seen with his own eyes. The sight hits Tang Gan so hard that he can only stand there frozen. Sweat starts to gather almost immediately as disbelief spreads across his face, and all he can do is stare in stunned silence, wondering how something this impossible could actually be happening right in front of him. Tang Wunhui turns back toward him with a sly, knowing look and addresses him politely as martial master. But the way the words come out makes it painfully obvious that there is no real respect in them at all, and that he is about to press this victory even harder. With almost lazy casualness, Tang Wunhui remarks that Tang Gan seemed ready to head off for a drink. Then he lightly comments on the coin pouch now resting in his hand, noting how unexpectedly heavy it feels after lifting it from him. The second Tang Gan realizes his money is gone too, his expression completely collapses. Panic flashes across his face, and he blurts out in raw disbelief while hurriedly fumbling around for the missing pouch. Now fully rattled, Tang accuses Tang Wunhui of scamming him and demands to know when he could have possibly learned the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Wunhui, still perfectly calm and unshaken, insists that he really did copy it on the spot, and reminds him that he never even had the chance to properly learn martial arts before now. Tang grudgingly admits that this much is true. But even after conceding that point, he remains completely unable to understand how Tang Wunhui could reproduce the technique after seeing it a single time with his own eyes. Tang Wunhui immediately pokes at that reaction with a teasing little smile. He mocks Tang for being so petty that he refuses to acknowledge what just happened in plain sight. And from there, he smoothly starts baiting him toward another round. He pushes it even further, complaining that the martial arts shown so far are dull and uninteresting. Then, with shameless arrogance, Tang Wunhui adds that maybe he is simply too much of a genius, which only makes Tang Gon's irritation flare up even hotter. As Tang Gon storms off to gather more money for the next wager, Tang Wunhui watches him leave with open amusement. He casually remarks that the man's pockets are empty now, and so is his confidence, while inwardly thinking just how absurdly easy Tang Gon is to manipulate. Not long after, Tang Gon comes back with his chest puffed up again and starts boasting that he knows secret arts far more difficult than the Shadow Shroud step. Driven forward by wounded pride, he throws down a new challenge and dares Tang Wunhui to see how long he can keep this up. Tang Wunhui quietly notes to himself that Tang Gon must be far more shaken than he wants to admit. After all, someone who was supposed to be a complete non-martial artist copied his technique at first sight and even stole his purse right under his nose. As he watches the older man simmer, Tang Wunhui's thoughts drift back to his former life. He may not have personally trained in every martial art back then, but as the heir of the cult, the opponents he dealt with were all famous martial masters in their own right. That memory makes the present situation feel even simpler to him. Basic martial forms are not especially hard to memorize, and with the spirits loudly cheering him on from the sidelines, Tang Wunhui knows very well that talent alone would not have carried him this far without those extra advantages. He also understands clearly that what he just pulled off should be impossible under normal conditions. Stealing from someone far stronger than himself, like taking Tang Gon's purse, should never have worked, but with the spirits giving objects the tiniest nudge, the impossible suddenly becomes almost effortless. At that point, Tang Wunhui fully makes up his mind. Since fate has handed him a teacher like Tang Gon, he intends to squeeze him dry, taking both his money and every martial technique he can possibly get out of him. Full 4 hours pass. Tang Wunhui enthusiastically practices a technique called soul-chasing butterfly. Even with the playful energy in the moment, the pace of his training comes across as relentless and non-stop. He does not slow down for even a moment, rapidly moving from one tempest physical art to the next without rest. And while he keeps training, a thought suddenly crosses his mind, making him start to wonder whether Tang Gon really plans to make him perform those brutal tempest leaps and spinning movements too. Even imagining it carries the feeling of exhausting, demanding motion that would wear the body down fast. Meanwhile, Tang Gon lets out a scream of pure misery. Coins seem to shower around him in a ridiculous visual display, making it painfully clear just how much money he has already lost through this merciless chain of wagers. Even the spirits start to pity him a little. They mutter that Tang Gon may be a heretic, but it is still unfortunate that he ended up getting involved with the cult heir, and as they say that, they cannot help but be reminded of their own suffering from the past. With several coin pouches now hanging proudly from his waist, Tang Wunhui cheerfully asks whether Tang Gon has anything left to wager. The exhausted man groans that he cannot even borrow more money from the bank anymore, and Tang Wunhui answers with what sounds like genuine disappointment, calling that a real shame. Still not satisfied, Tang Wunhui suggests one final bet. His voice stays light and easy, but the look in his eyes makes it clear that, to him, this last round is the one that matters most. Tang Gon immediately protests, his face miserable and drained, insisting that he is completely broke. There is simply nothing left for him to put on the line. Tang Wunhui sets down his own winnings in front of them and calmly proposes something bigger instead. He says they should each wager everything they still have, one man against the other, and settle it properly. That proposal alarms Tang Gon enough that he blurts out a ridiculous question on reflex. He asks whether Tang Wunhui is planning to sell him off as a slave, but Tang Wunhui calmly replies that no, that is not what he means. Instead, Tang Wunhui explains that Tang Gon still possesses one important martial art left, one technique that cannot be copied as easily as all the others he has taken so far. That final art is what he wants to stake this on. Then he says the name at last. The technique he wants is Tempest Dance, and the instant those words leave his mouth, Tang is visibly shaken. Before that tension can fully settle between them, a voice suddenly calls out to young master Tang Wunhui. The interruption makes him pause on the spot and turn his head toward the sound. At the same time, Tang begins to perform Tempest Dance. As his body moves, he declares that other martial arts may be thrown around in wagers if people want. But this technique is different because it carries the very soul of the Tempest Squad. His voice grows solemn and weighted with feeling as he warns Tang Wunhui not to speak of it so lightly. To Tang, using Tempest Dance as a gambling stake is an insult not just to the technique, but to the Tempest Squad itself, the very foundation of the Nine Dragon Division. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui's expression changes. He acknowledges that no matter how lazy Tang may usually seem, he truly is still the fierce wind warrior of the Tempest Squad. And then he asks him directly whether he is simply not worthy to learn Tempest Dance. Tang answers immediately that Tang Wunhui absolutely does have the right to learn it as the son of the branch head. He even adds that he has taught the technique to other children before, so teaching Tang Wunhui itself would not be an issue. But Tang Wunhui shakes his head and calmly corrects the meaning of his question. He says he is not asking whether his bloodline gives him the right to learn it, but whether Tang truly believes he has the ability to master it. That question catches Tang off guard badly enough that he stumbles over the start of his reply. He tries to answer, but surprise has clearly robbed him of an easy response. Tang Wunhui raises his voice and calls him by title again, this time with far more force behind it. He asks Tang whether in his eyes, Tang Wunhui has what it takes to become one of the Tempest. Then he presses even deeper, speaking his own name aloud as though making a vow where everyone can hear it. He asks whether he, Tang Wunhui, truly has the right to inherit the mission carried by the Tempest Squad. Once more, he shouts about bearing the Tempest Squad's mission, and this time the words ring out with a force no one expected from him. The sheer intensity of that cry is enough to jolt Tang where he stands. Tang is left stunned because those words do more than merely surprise him. They strike something buried deep in his chest, stirring old memories of that mission until the echoes begin flooding back through his mind. In an instant, the present courtyard falls away. What rises before him instead is the image of a battlefield strewn with corpses after a devastating defeat. He also remembers what followed that loss. Their unit was stripped down and reduced to zephyrs, treated as a provisional force instead of being acknowledged as true members of the Tempest. Then another memory surfaces close behind the last one. He sees himself standing with his comrades, all of them making the same vow together, that one day they would reclaim that name and rise again as true Tempests. Tang reflects that 20 long years have passed with that mission buried silently in his heart. Never once during all that time did he imagine he would hear those words spoken back to him by Tang Wunhui, the heir everyone dismissed as the weakest in the clan. In the end, he admits that hearing that phrase still awakens something powerful inside him. Even so, he says it is hard to trust Tang Wunhui's sincerity when the first thing he did was bring up Tempest Dance like it was just another prize to be gambled over. Tang Wunhui lets out an annoyed groan at that complaint. Then he bluntly asks whether Tang honestly thinks he would have agreed to teach him Tempest Dance if he had simply asked for it directly 4 hours earlier. Without any hesitation, he points out the obvious truth. Tang had originally intended to demonstrate the Shadow Shroud step once, say a few token words, and walk away. So Tang Wunhui had no choice but to provoke him with taunts and force him to recognize his value. After hearing it spelled out that plainly, Tang can only give an awkward, sheepish answer. He admits that yes, Tang Wunhui is right, and that was exactly what he had planned to do. At that point, Tang finally understands what Tang Wunhui had been doing from the very beginning. He realizes the boy had been needling him on purpose the entire time, pressing every sore spot in his pride just to force him into the wager and make him witness, with his own eyes, exactly what Tang Wunhui was capable of. The more Tang turns it over in his head, the more certain he becomes that Tang Wunhui's transformation is completely real. This is not some lucky burst of talent or a temporary fluke. To Tang the only explanation is that Tang Wunhui had been hiding both his mind and his strength all along. Because the arts he just displayed, especially the Shadow Shroud step, should never have been possible for someone who once possessed such feeble internal energy. Tang keeps following that logic to its end, and decides that 2 months is nowhere near enough time for someone to build that level of inner power from nothing. So, in his eyes, there is only one possible answer. Tang Wunhui must have been cultivating in secret for a long time, concealing his claws until now, and choosing this exact moment, just before the Dark Supreme's visit, to finally reveal them. And when that theory is laid out in front of him, Tang Wunhui casually confirms it as if it is nothing worth worrying about. Tang then calls the whole thing a wicked scheme, saying Tang Wunhui has the kind of mind that can deceive even his own family. But in the Tang clan, Words like that do not come out sounding purely like criticism. There is a strange note of admiration buried in them, enough that it lands more like praise than condemnation, leaving Tang Wunhui feeling awkward instead of victorious. Off to the side, the spirits immediately begin chattering among themselves with open delight. They say Tangon has finally recognized the cult heir's true worth, and they go on to add that when it comes to coaxing, persuading, and talking people into surrendering, Tang Wunhui's talent is on a level no one can match. Tang Wunhui instantly snaps at them in irritation, threatening to grind them down into spirit pills if they keep running their mouths. But he does not waste another second on their nonsense. Turning back to Tangon with blunt impatience, he asks the only thing that matters now, whether he is going to teach him or not. Tangon does not answer right away, and that hesitation is obvious. Of course, the spirits are not even close to finished. They laugh and say that resisting Tang Wunhui's honeyed words is pointless, and that this silver-tongued charm of his is exactly why so many people once pledged themselves to him. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui irritably decides that if they keep praising him like this, maybe turning them into spirit pills would not actually be such a bad reward after all. After that brief silence stretches just a little longer, Tangon finally relents. In the end, he gives in and agrees. And once he reaches that decision, he says it clearly instead of leaving any room for doubt. He will properly teach Tang Wunhui the Tempest Dance. A satisfied smile immediately spreads across Tang Wunhui's face. The answer he wanted is finally there in front of him, and with that obstacle gone, he is ready to take the next step. Straightening his posture, he formally introduces himself with proper respect. He presents himself as Tang Wunhui of the Tang clan, then lowers himself politely and asks his new master, Tangon, to instruct him. That sincere greeting hits Tangon much harder than he expected. Hearing Tang Wunhui address him with the earnestness of a real disciple stirs something deep inside him. A proud smile slowly begins to lift the corners of Tangon's mouth. It is the kind of expression that only appears when a man has been genuinely moved at heart. Then Tangon answers in the same spirit, not casually, but with the formal bearing of a member of the Tempest Squad. In that solemn tone, he accepts Tang Wunhui's request to become his student. From there, Tangon begins the true demonstration of Tempest Dance, and from the very first motions alone, he makes it unmistakably clear that this art stands on an entirely different level from everything he showed before. As his body moves, Tangon explains that Tempest Dance is not the kind of technique a person can snatch up quickly through talent alone. This is a martial art that does not yield itself easily, no matter how gifted the learner might be. Then, while continuing the lesson, Tangon unexpectedly brings up the idea of changing the terms of their wager. The spirit watching nearby is left visibly confused by that sudden twist. Tang Wunhui answers right away by proposing a new bet on the spot. This time the challenge is whether he can learn Tempest Dance within a single day, and whoever loses will have to treat the winner to food and drinks. Tangon lets out a long, weary sigh, but he still accepts those terms in the end. Deep down, he is convinced that this round, finally, will be the one he wins. With that settled, he tells Tang Wunhui to watch closely. Then his stance tightens, his presence sharpens, and he launches into a far more serious demonstration than any he has shown so far. As Tempest Dance begins stirring the air and whipping the wind around his body, an old rule tied to the Tempest Squad becomes clear. Former members of that squad had sworn long ago that they would never interfere in matters involving the succession of the family head. So even if Tang Wunhui were one day to inherit the Tempest, Tangon still could not openly support him as the next heir. Even so, if Tang Wunhui were to master this art, that alone would send a message powerful enough for others to understand. Tang Wunhui fixes his eyes on the performance and quietly steals away his own resolve. His expression hardens, his focus narrows, and every bit of his attention locks completely onto the technique in front of him. The winds of the tempest keep twisting and circling through the space, and another layer of their vow comes into view. What these men have truly been seeking all along is someone who can walk that same tempest path beside them. Beyond even that, what they long for is a comrade they can one day sit down with and share drinks together. In the present, an older Tangon now sits inside a lively, crowded restaurant. Watching Tang Wunhui shovel down one dish after another without slowing in the slightest, Tangon finds himself thinking that maybe, just maybe, he does not actually mind losing that bet after all. In fact, the longer he thinks about it, the more he feels that the stronger young master Tang Wunhui becomes, the better it will ultimately be for everyone around him. Still, as Tang Wunhui keeps eating by himself without even offering so much as a drink, Tangon cannot help grumbling inwardly. Not a drop of alcohol is being shared, and he finds himself wondering how this ridiculous spread is supposed to count as a single meal. The innkeeper cheerfully comes over and asks whether Tangon would like anything else. Wearing a tired, half-defeated face, Tang orders more alcohol and mutters that there is no way he can sit there and watch Tang Wenhui's eating frenzy while sober. Tang Wenhui glances over and casually remarks that Tang really can put away a lot of drink. Then, joking as if he sees nothing wrong with it, he says they probably should have gone somewhere even more expensive, which makes Tang immediately protest at how absurdly costly this place already is. The innkeeper proudly cuts in to explain that this tavern is already a high-end establishment and one of the most popular places around. Tang Wenhui looks around at the packed tables and the noisy atmosphere, then agrees that, judging by the crowd alone, that certainly seems to be true. Tang then laments to himself that he was willing to treat Tang Wenhui despite the price, but he never imagined the boy would eat enough to burn through what feels like an entire week's food budget. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui is quietly thinking that a place this expensive and this crowded fits his plans perfectly. In fact, Tang Wenhui reflects that he chose this bustling, lively restaurant very deliberately. This sort of packed place was exactly what he needed for what he intends to do next. He reminds himself that for the past 2 months, Namgung Sanyong's restrictions forced him to stay quiet and hold himself back. But that delay has lasted long enough, and now he can no longer afford to postpone making his move. As Tang Wenhui draws a purple mark, the spirits recognize it instantly and tense up at once. They identify it as a communication spell tied to the revered demon god mythos, and in that moment they realize this crowded inn was never chosen just for the food. He came here to leave that sign. Then Tang Wenhui openly states his real reason. He says he has to let those who are still drowning in despair know that the cult heir, Yeon Wenhui, is alive. Elsewhere, the spirit stationed on surveillance duty has already endured 10 dull, uneventful days, and it grumbles to itself, wondering how much longer it is supposed to keep watching like this. Then, all at once, the spider-like spirit senses something unusual. Its whole body jerks with alertness the instant it notices the change. It spots a woman in sect uniform entering the compound and immediately wonders what she could possibly be doing there at a time like this. A moment later, the spirit figures out exactly who she is. The woman is Tang Kyujin, the first daughter of the Tang clan, and the spirit instantly imagines how tense the atmosphere is going to become if she ends up crossing paths with the daughter of the Namgung clan. The moment the word daughter crosses its mind, the spirit's attention slips in another direction. For a brief instant, it worries about that child's safety. Realizing it is getting sidetracked, the spirit scolds itself for drifting off into useless thoughts. Then it snaps its focus back into place and leaps into action. It races toward the main building as fast as it can, already deciding that this is the perfect chance to impress the young leader and perhaps ask for a favor afterward. But the instant it gets inside, the spirit is startled by a stern voice slicing through the air. That voice demands to know whether Tang Wenhui intends to break his mother's heart. Inside, Tang Kyujin is openly confronting her mother. Anger rings through her voice as she accuses her of hurting Tang Wenhui by isolating him and starving him as punishment. Her mother brushes the accusation aside without the slightest remorse. She says that someone has been secretly feeding him anyway, and then coldly tells Tang Kyujin that instead of obsessing over this, she should be paying attention to the Dark Supreme's visit. Tang Kyujin does not even let her finish. She slams her hand down hard, cutting her mother off in the middle of her sentence. Then she fires back in fury, demanding to know whether that somehow makes the mistreatment acceptable. She says that if nobody had informed her, her mother would not even have known he was being cared for at all, and she bluntly accuses her of doing something no different from trying to kill him. Her mother snaps back just as sharply, unable to hide the contempt in her face or voice. She demands to know why Tang Kyujin is so worked up over an illegitimate child, and even coldly asks whether Tang Kyujin is truly her own daughter at all. Tang Kyujin answers in immediate fury. She rebukes her mother for constantly branding Tang Wenhui as illegitimate, and then vows that she herself will reveal the truth. Namgung Sanyong suddenly breaks her composure. Her face tightens in visible panic, and in a flustered rush, she cuts Tang Kyujin off and hurriedly tries to stop her before another word can leave her mouth. After Tang Kyujin storms out, Namgung Sanyong clicks her tongue in irritation and mutters bitterly to herself. She grumbles that her daughter has always been far too affectionate, and that ever since joining Qin Qing, that softness has only gotten worse. Thinking of that, she scowls and wonders how someone like her could possibly inherit her father's position. Hidden nearby and listening to everything from the shadows, the spying spirit is left completely dumbfounded. It can only stare at this mess and wonder how it is even supposed to make sense of it all when the Tang family seems like a full-blown disaster from top to bottom. Still seething with anger, Namgung Sanyong directs all of her resentment toward Tang Wenhui. The more she dwells on it, the more convinced she becomes that he is the source of their current troubles, and in that fury, she decides there is no longer any reason to wait for the Dark Supreme before making her move. Then, the instant she senses that someone is nearby, her decision changes sharply. She chooses to leave at once without lingering for even a moment, and watching that abrupt reaction, the spirit quickly realizes that this sudden departure must be connected to the young lord. Putting the clues together in a flash, the spirit reaches a conclusion. Namgung Senyung is most likely heading off to consult the sorcerer, and the moment that thought settles in, it immediately rushes after her without delay. Back in the courtyard, Tang Wunhui slows his movement for a moment and reflects on the past 10 full days. He has been sending spirits out again and again to observe what is happening around him. Yet after all that effort, not a single useful piece of news has come back. Even while continuing his staff training, his mind keeps turning over the situation. He reasons that even in a place like Nine Dragon County, there still should have been some kind of report by now from the followers of the demon god mythos. That silence itself becomes an answer. From the lack of movement alone, Wunhui concludes that the cult's local contacts must have either already fled the area or been placed under restrictions so tight that they cannot make a move at all. That conclusion only makes his expression grow colder. The more he connects the pieces, the more certain he becomes that the overall situation is worsening, and that realization presses one thought into him harder than ever. He has to become stronger, and he has to do it fast. After watching him go through another round of staff practice, Tang Gun gives Wunhui a look of genuine approval. He praises him for keeping up this well even while using a weapon, then studies him with mild disbelief and asks if he is somehow still not satisfied. Thinking like a true Tang clansman, Tang Gon simply cannot understand Wunhui's priorities. To him, hidden weapons, stealth, and poison should come first, so he asks why Wunhui is bothering with Tempest Dance before mastering those. Meanwhile, Wunhui inwardly complains that Tang people really are far too obsessed with walking only a single path. Wunhui explains his reasoning in a calm, matter-of-fact voice. He says that the scattering flowers staff technique he is learning is still, at its core, a Tang technique, and that is exactly why each movement in it is divided into distinct segments. Tang Gon's eyes widen at that answer. He is visibly surprised that Wunhui managed to notice that structural trait so quickly just from studying the form itself. Wunhui immediately answers with a smug little boast, declaring that he is simply an outstanding student. But Tang Gon fires back just as fast, saying that a truly exceptional student would also know enough to learn some humility. Many sects intentionally weave complicated motions into their martial arts. They do this so that their understanding of martial enlightenment is not kept as an abstract idea alone, but expressed directly through the movement of the body. In other words, that complexity is not there by accident. Those layered motions are a physical attempt to give visible form to the insights, realizations, and deeper understanding a martial artist reaches while walking the path of cultivation. But the Tang clan is known above all for hidden weapons and poison. And because both of those arts, along with their weapon techniques, revolve around the same basic principle, everything in their system is ultimately built around the use of tools. Because of that foundation, the Tang clan's entire martial system is arranged with practicality in mind. A tool, method, or movement learned in one technique can be reused elsewhere and applied again, even when the martial art in question belongs to a completely different style. That is why Tang weapon arts can look plain, stripped down, or even unremarkable at first glance. But once put into practice, they reveal just how brutally efficient and practical they truly are. Wunhui notes to himself that these techniques mostly exist as stepping stones for using poison and concealed weapons more effectively. But at the same time, another thought strikes him. The 9 heavenly demon sword he seeks is also built through divided segments. From there, his reasoning becomes clear. If he masters Tang weapon techniques now, that understanding will eventually help him perfect the 9 heavenly demon sword, the ideal he was never able to fully reach in his previous life. With a half-joking air, Wunhui admits that he almost feels sorry toward the Tang clan. Poisons and hidden weapons will have to wait, because for now he intends to exploit the logic of their system for his own purposes first. Then a dark, unsettling laugh slips out of him, making Tang Gon stiffen before nervously asking just what exactly he is scheming. A moment later, the mood lightens. In a much more casual tone, Tang Gon mentions that Tang Kyujin has arrived, and he assumes from the way he says it that Wunhui must be quite close with her. At those words, Wunhui's thoughts drift back. He remembers that within the 9 Dragons division, Tang Kyujin was the only person who ever treated the old Tang Wunhui like true family. He reflects on how deeply her existence is carved into Tang Wunhui's heart. Even after everything changed, he still kept receiving letter after letter from her, and every one of them was filled with worry, warmth, and affection. Those letters had always been gentle and sincere, overflowing with concern and honest love. Remembering them, Wunhui quietly hopes that whatever happens from here on, the bond between them can remain a good one. And yet that hope does not stay steady for long. The moment he thinks about how openly he has been moving against Namgung Sanyung, doubt creeps in. and he starts wondering whether simply becoming Tang Kyujin's enemy's enemy will really be enough to keep her on his side. Tang Gan tells him that Tang Kyujin is currently occupied greeting the clan elders. He says she will most likely come to see him tomorrow, and Woonwee answers with nothing more than a quiet, restrained nod. Inside, though, Woonwee still does not truly believe she will choose his side. Because of that, he urges Tang Gan to move quickly and carry out the plan before she arrives. Tang Gan asks if he is only now beginning to set this scheme into motion. Woonwee answers with a dark grin and says that no, he already started it long before this moment. Elsewhere in another residence, a subordinate delivers his report. He says that the servants have followed a certain medicinal prescription exactly as ordered for the past 10 days, carrying it out step by step without missing anything. The man above him listens without visible surprise. Then, in a calm and even tone, he confirms that the report is accurate. Once the payment is handed over, the servant bows again and again. Relief is written all over him, and with obvious gratitude, he repeatedly offers his thanks before finally backing away and leaving the room. The instant the servant is gone, the atmosphere changes. In that quiet room, the master calmly calls out Mu Young's name. Mu Young responds at once, immediately offering to get rid of the servant. The master accepts the suggestion with cold, effortless calm, as if deciding a person's fate requires no more thought than brushing dust aside. Left alone with his thoughts, the schemer tells himself that Tang Woonwee has already been ingesting poison for 10 straight days. By now, he should be thoroughly tainted, and even if Woonwee notices the truth at this point, there is no longer enough time for him to recover before the Dark Supreme arrives. He also acknowledges that Tang Gan is sincerely training Woonwee, but he dismisses that threat almost immediately, reasoning that even he himself needed 8 full days just to grasp the step of Shadow Shroud, so Woonwee will barely manage to learn the outer forms before the Dark Supreme appears. As far as he is concerned, the real obstacle in front of him right now is his sister, Tang Kyujin. The fact that she picked a fight with Namgung Senyong the very moment she arrived, all because of Woonwee, makes his expression darken with unease. That possibility genuinely unsettles him. Once Tang Kyujin reaches the age of 30, she is supposed to officially inherit the Nine Dragons division, and if she starts involving herself now, everything he has carefully prepared could come undone. In his eyes, she is far too soft-hearted for a position like that. He looks down on her even more because she chose Qin Qing instead of devoting herself fully to Tang clan arts, and to him, that choice only proves how unfit she is. Because of that, he makes up his mind without hesitation. Tang Kyujin absolutely cannot be allowed to become the next successor of the Nine Dragons division. A smug curl rises at the corner of his mouth. In his own mind, there is only one rightful heir to that seat, and he concludes with absolute self-satisfaction that it should be none other than himself. Just then, a servant arrives to announce that a letter has come from the White Pavilion. Hearing that, the young master immediately tells him to come in. The old servant enters nervously and explains that the letter was sent by young master Tang Woonwee. Already irritated, the young master snaps at him to stop wasting time and hand it over. The moment his eyes move across the contents, his expression changes. Tang Woonwee is directly challenging him to a duel, and the message makes no effort at all to soften the blow. His first reaction is a sneer. He mocks the idea and assumes Woonwee must have finally lost his mind from all the poison, but almost immediately that scorn fades into suspicion, and he starts to feel that something about this is wrong. After all, in the Tang clan, arranging a poison-laced letter is hardly difficult, so his thoughts naturally turn in that direction, and he begins to wonder whether this duel challenge is actually that kind of trap. He studies the envelope more carefully, narrowing his focus on the details. The more he looks, the more he feels that something about it does not match Woonwee's usual style at all, and that only deepens his doubt that this can really be nothing more than a simple challenge letter. In the letter, Tang Woonwee claims that he wants to mend the awkward relationship between them as brothers through a duel. But the other brother only narrows his eyes at those words, convinced that Woonwee is hiding some kind of scheme beneath them. Tang Yuchang quickly decides that openly accepting the duel would be a waste. Instead, he chooses to keep Tang Woonwee on a string like a puppet, deliberately rejects the challenge in public, and orders a servant to carry that refusal back to him. Not long afterward, a crude and openly insulting reply reaches Tang Woonwee. The letter flat-out brands him a coward, and the second he reads those rough words, he can already tell that his brother's patience is starting to crack. Woonwee remains perfectly calm as he hands down his next order. He tells his servant this will not end here, that more abuse is bound to follow, and then instructs him not to accept a single additional letter from the White Pavilion. By the next morning, the taunting has grown far more public, splashed across a wall in strokes so large that anyone passing by can see it at a glance. The word coward is painted boldly for all to witness, and the sheer brazenness of it leaves onlookers staring in shock. The red-haired young master, Tang Yuchang, catches sight of that public insult and flies into a rage on the spot. Furious, he immediately barks for someone to send word to the White Pavilion at once. Still burning with anger, he declares that the duel will take place tomorrow at noon in the second training hall. And with that same fury sharpening his voice, he swears he will humiliate Tang Wunhui in front of everyone. When the messenger finally arrives with Tang Yuchang's challenge, Wunhui listens in silence. But even as he hears it out, he cannot help wondering why his brother bothered dragging this out first before agreeing in the end. Walking beside his ally, Wunhui speaks in a faint, cool tone edged with contempt. He remarks that his hot-blooded brother really was absurdly easy to provoke, and in the same breath, he quietly doubts that someone so simple to manipulate could ever be worthy of becoming a successor. A satisfied grin slowly spreads across Wunhui's face when he confirms that the ally at his side has no intention of stopping him from going through with the duel. His ally answers almost cheerfully, sounding more entertained than concerned. To him, the fight ahead just looks like something amusing that will be worth watching. That reaction only stirs Wunhui up even more. With his resolve hardening, he decides he will face his brother head-on and beat him down thoroughly, stopping only just short of killing him. Before long, word of the duel rips through the clan like fire through dry grass. The news that Tang Yuchang is going to fight Tang Wunhui spreads so suddenly that the entire family is left stunned by how quickly everything has exploded. Not long after hearing the news, Tang Qujin storms in to confront Tang Yuchang about the duel. But the moment she does, he snaps back at her and demands to know just what it is she is trying to say. Tang Yuchang angrily raises his voice and shouts that it was Tang Wunhui, that illegitimate brat who provoked him first. Then, with open irritation, he tells Tang Qujin that if she has complaints, she should go take them up with Wunhui instead. Caught off guard by that answer, Tang Qujin can only repeat the claim under her breath in disbelief. She stands there trying to process the idea that Wunhui was supposedly the one who started this whole conflict. For the moment, believing that Wunhui may really have been the one to provoke the clash, she rushes toward the White Pavilion. But the closer she gets, the more she feels something ominous wrapping around the building, a death-like presence coiling over it like a living shadow. She steps inside and makes her way deeper toward Wunhui's quarters. That oppressive presence only grows heavier. With every step forward, the dark aura presses in harder around her, thickening so strongly that the air itself seems to grow heavy. Then her gaze lifts to the walls and ceiling, and what she sees makes her pause. Sinister markings are spread across the pavilion's interior, staining the place with the feeling that something deeply unnatural has taken root inside. The more carefully she looks around, the more certain she becomes of it. The entire White Pavilion feels steeped in traces of deathly energy and poison, as if both have thoroughly soaked into the place. The atmosphere reminds her of the dens used by martial artists who lose themselves in obsession. And from that comparison alone, she realizes that whatever arts are being cultivated here are far more extreme than she ever imagined. And the truth suddenly hits her. This ominous force is spectral energy, and the realization stops her cold, because she can hardly believe that something like that is coming from here. The instant that danger flashes through her mind, Tang Qujin reacts without hesitation. In one swift motion, she draws her sword and slashes toward the unseen presence lurking ahead. But before the blade can finish its arc, the strike is halted completely. Something intercepts it in the middle of the swing with a speed so great that she cannot even follow the movement with her eyes. Then Tang Wunhui is suddenly standing right in front of her. Calm and unshaken, he blocks her sword with only 2 fingers, displaying such precise and refined control that the effortless stop feels even more shocking. Tang Qujin gasps under her breath, her eyes widening in disbelief. Recognition begins to creep across her face as she starts to realize who the figure before her really is. Once she fully recognizes him as Tang Wunhui, she hesitantly speaks his name. Even then, she remains frozen in place, her sword still pointed straight toward him. Wunhui answers her with dry, almost lazy sarcasm. He remarks that this is a rather violent way for a sister to greet her own brother. Embarrassment flashes across Tang Qujin's face at once. She hurriedly apologizes and explains that she had meant to stop the sword herself, but he blocked it before she could do so. Behind his calm expression, Wunhui clicks his tongue inwardly. She has interrupted his venom dragon cultivation, and now he worries that she may expose both his poison arts and his true martial level to Tang Yuchang, which could ruin the plan he has already set in motion. For a brief instant, a darker suspicion crosses his mind. He even wonders whether Namgung Sanyong deliberately sent Tang Qujin here to gauge his strength before the duel. Tang Qujin's voice soon softens. She says she came because she heard their mother had mistreated him again, and when she sees that he is unharmed, visible relief spreads across her face, the kind of sincere concern that instantly reminds Woonwee what genuine care looks like. From that alone, Woonwee realizes she was not sent here by Namgung Sanyong after all. That understanding finally lets some of his tension ease, even though a dull headache is still throbbing stubbornly in the back of his mind. Even so, Tang Kyujin cannot ignore the disturbing aura coming off him. Anxiety starts creeping into her voice as she asks whether he has fallen into some kind of dark art. In answer, Woonwee slowly opens his palm. A swirl of purple energy twists there in plain sight, and he tells her directly that what she is looking at is poisonous arts he has learned. Standing that close to him, surrounded by both poison and spectral energy, Tang Kyujin feels the full weight of the atmosphere pressing against her. The sensation unsettles her so deeply that she begins to wonder whether what she is sensing is truly what she fears it might be. Woonwee calls it cursed poison out loud, but in his own mind, he knows the truth is different. What she is actually feeling is mystic energy fused together with poison until it resembles cursed poison. He quickly decides that disguising his dead man's eye energy as cursed poison is the cleanest way to hide the truth. So he tells her that, without support from the family, this is the only kind of poison he can make use of now. But the look on Tang Kyujin's face tells him everything. The doubt in her eyes makes it obvious that she is not fully convinced by his explanation. At that, Woonwee's expression turns noticeably colder. In a flat voice, he tells her that for a member of the Tang clan, throwing away morality in exchange for greater power is hardly something unusual. Then he pushes even further. He tells her that if she still cannot accept the methods he is using, then she is free to try to stop him herself, using her own strength. That sharp, merciless answer hits Tang Kyujin so hard that she can do nothing but stand there in stunned silence. At last, she lowers herself slightly and quietly admits the truth. She concedes that he really has changed, accepting that the person standing before her is no longer the same Tang Woonwee she once knew. Woonwee, meanwhile, makes a silent decision of his own. No matter what it costs, he cannot keep letting Tang Kyujin protect him the way she once protected the old Tang Woonwee, even if drawing that line ends up damaging the relationship between them. Covering her mouth as she speaks, Tang Kyujin quietly agrees that things truly are no longer what they used to be. Then she admits that she finally understands why Namgung Sanyong and Tang Yuchang had been so wary of him. There is now something in the way he carries himself that naturally stirs a fighting spirit in the people around him. Suddenly, her eyes widen. She feels a powerful surge of energy rise from him all at once, so sudden and forceful that it catches her completely off guard. In that instant, terrifying killing intent and dense energy seem to flood through the entire pavilion. The space around Woonwee is swallowed up by that pressure, as if the air itself has been seized by his presence. And instead of shrinking away in fear, Tang Kyujin reacts in the opposite way entirely. She becomes visibly excited, almost delighted, because the man standing before her has already gone far beyond anything she ever imagined he could become. Watching her reaction and sensing the aura surrounding her in return, Woonwee quietly confirms something to himself. The strange energy he thought he had sensed from Tang Kyujin before was real after all. Using Dead Man's Eye, Tang Woonwee peers directly into her soul, and there within it, he sees a rare and special current flowing through her, the azure spectral streak, a seed that belongs to the limit breakers. Tang Woonwee thinks back on a suspicion that has been lingering in the back of his mind for a long time now. And the more pieces he turns over in his head, the more firmly he feels that he was right all along. What he truly cannot wrap his mind around is this. Why would someone as gifted as Tang Kyujin, a Tang heir admired all across Sichuan and the leading successor of the Nine Dragons branch, willingly place herself under Qingqing and become her disciple? Soul streaks are no ordinary blessing or convenient talent. They are a rare and absolute gift carved directly into a person's soul itself, and one of the crucial qualifications needed for anyone who hopes to become a limit breaker. Since soul streaks grow in step with the cultivation of the soul, they resonate especially well with Qingqing's methods of heart training. And in the case of the azure spectral streak, it cannot fully ripen through theory alone, because what it truly demands is relentless, real-life combat. And when that brutal nature is paired with the Tang clan's merciless belief that victory matters more than anything else, Tang Kyujin's azure spectral streak could one day shape her into something terrifying, a killer with no room left for hesitation. Tang Woonwee dryly remarks that, considering the icy, dangerous aura she herself is currently radiating, she is hardly in any position to complain about the atmosphere coming off him. At those words, Tang Kyujin immediately lowers the sword she had been holding and apologizes to him once again for striking at him so suddenly. Then she quickly composes herself, straightens her posture, and gives him a proper formal bow, apologizing more sincerely this time as she admits that she had completely forgotten the reason she came and rudely barged in on his training instead. As he watches her, Tang Wunhui notices just how neatly and naturally she reigns in the murderous intent of the azure spectral streak. From that alone, he can tell that both Qingqing's training and Tang Kyujin's personal will must be extraordinarily strong. Tang Wunhui offers her a cup of tea, and the moment Tang Kyujin takes a sip, her whole face brightens. With obvious delight, she praises it for being delicious and says it tastes completely different from the tea she usually drinks with Qingqing. As the two of them sit together over tea, Tang Wunhui casually mentions that the leaves came from Heavenly Eye Mountain. Hearing that, Tang Kyujin looks at him with genuine admiration, clearly impressed by how much he knows about tea. Then, as though a thought suddenly flashes across her mind, her eyes light up and she excitedly blurts out that she actually brought him a gift. With eager energy, she reveals skewers of candied fruit from Meishan, holding them out like a treasured treat she had carefully kept aside just for him. The moment she notices his reaction, Tang Kyujin grows even brighter and, with a teasing little spark in her voice, points out that he must really like them. Even though Tang Wunhui himself is not especially fond of sweets like that, he still takes a bite and says they taste good, deciding in that moment to accept them and offer thanks on behalf of the old Tang Wunhui. The instant she hears him approve of them, Tang Kyujin breaks into open, childlike delight, smiling so brightly that it is obvious how happy she is that he accepted her gift. Watching that sunny, cheerful side of her, Tang Wunhui cannot help thinking that he may never truly get used to it. She feels so completely different from the blood-soaked, murderous presence she had shown him only moments before. After giving that moment a little time to settle, Tang Wunhui finally asks why she really came. Then he bluntly tells her that if her purpose is to stop tomorrow's duel with Tang Yuchang, she is wasting her effort. Tang Kyujin admits that, yes, stopping the duel was indeed one of the reasons she came to see him, but she quietly adds that it was never the only reason. She explains that above all else, she came because she wanted to apologize. She knows very well what Namgung Sanyong and Tang Yuchang have done to him, and she could not ignore that. Tang Wunhui's expression turns cold at once, and he asks her whether she truly expects him to forgive them simply because she came here to apologize in their place. Tang Kyujin answers without dodging the question. She readily admits that she never expected forgiveness from him, but says she still felt she had to come and express her regret properly. She bows her head and apologizes once more. Tang Wunhui lets out a quiet sigh, then states again without the slightest hesitation that he is going to fight Tang Yuchang no matter what. Tang Kyujin says that until now, she had been worried that he was being forced into this duel against his will, but after seeing the way he speaks and carries himself now, she realizes the truth may be the opposite, that Tang Yuchang is the one who has already been pulled into Tang Wunhui's trap. Even so, she still asks him if he is truly confident. She warns him that Tang Yuchang is dangerous enough by his own ability, and there is every chance he has also prepared additional tricks in the shadows. Tang Wunhui can tell from her words that she understands they intend to harm him, even if she does not know the exact details. Calmly, he reassures her that he already has countermeasures of his own prepared, all thanks to the poisons they forced into his body. Inwardly, Tang Wunhui judges that the sorcery they prepared is probably meant to trigger the collapse they have been waiting for. At the same time, Tang Kyujin warns him that even if he manages to defeat Tang Yuchang, Namgung Sanyong's influence inside the household will still remain a serious danger. She continues, saying that if Tang Yuchang loses, Namgung Sanyong will not stay quiet for even a moment. She will move immediately and do absolutely anything she can to bury the truth and cover the whole matter up. Tang Wunhui only answers with a small smile. He tells her she worries too much, then reveals that this entire situation was something he arranged from the very beginning, and invites her to come watch everything play out at the second training ground. Tang Kyujin is left visibly confused by what exactly he means, but despite that, she still agrees to come. The duel is set for the next day at the second training grounds. By the time people begin gathering there, the atmosphere already feels less like a formal duel and more like a public spectacle. Vendors are shouting over one another, calling out for people to line up for snacks, sweets, and steaming dumplings. Not far away, the bookies are even louder, raising their voices with excitement as betting heats up. They eagerly take wagers on how fast the second young master will finish the fight. The arena fills in rapidly from every direction, spectators pressing close as the noise swells. Many of them confidently place their money on Tang Yuchang, convinced that Tang Wunhui will be put down within only a handful of exchanges. Seeing just how enormous the crowd has become, Tang Kyujin starts to understand something important. Tang Wunhui's plan may have relied on exactly this, having a massive number of witnesses present to watch everything with their own eyes. Tang Wenhui confirms that suspicion, telling her that with so many people gathered here, it will be far harder for Namgung Senyung to hide whatever happens today. He then points her attention toward Tang Yuchang, the son Namgung Senyung favors the most, and notes that he looks far too tense for someone who is supposedly about to claim an easy victory. Tang Yuchang tries to calm himself down, but he clearly cannot keep himself under control. His anger keeps rising, and the internal energy inside him flares wildly along with it. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui casually eats the candied fruit as though none of this pressure means anything to him, and remarks that he has prepared the perfect stage, one where Tang Yuchang can reveal to everyone exactly what is really inside his heart. The view pulls back and reveals the full scale of the scene, a packed arena buzzing with noise on every side, and at the center a raised platform standing ready for the duel to begin. From a balcony overlooking the grounds, one of Tang Wenhui's allies stares down at the scene below and comments on just how enormous the crowd has become. Members of the Righteous Wind Squad speak among themselves, observing that Tang Wenhui somehow managed to turn this duel into a major public event. They admit that they came not just because duty called, but also because their own curiosity brought them here as well. They explain that, officially, they are present as security, because such a huge crowd has gathered to watch a clash between two men who may both influence the future succession of the branch. The ally then turns to the squad members and asks them who they believe will actually come out on top once the duel begins. One of the guards answers without much hesitation, saying that no matter how much Tang Wenhui may have trained recently, Tang Yuchang is still the clear favorite if they are talking about pure odds. The ally agrees that most people are probably thinking the exact same thing, but he also points out that Tang Wenhui was the one who initiated this duel in the first place, which means he must be hiding some confidence of his own. With a faint smirk tugging at his face, he says that instead of asking only who will win, they should really be asking why Tang Wenhui dared to provoke a challenge like this to begin with. Elsewhere, Tang Yuchang is informed that it was Tang Wenhui himself who spread word of the duel, and even arranged for the gates to be opened, so the entire crowd could come inside and witness it. Tang Yuchang scoffs the moment he hears that, and dismissively says that all he needs to do now is teach Tang Wenhui a lesson in front of a crowd of bored spectators. Then, without warning, an inner voice slips straight into Tang Yuchang's ears through Tang Wenhui's whispering technique, taunting him and asking why he already looks so furious. And the mocking voice does not stop there. It keeps jeering at him, calling him a mama's boy and sneering that he might as well step out while holding his mother's hand too. Up on the stage, fully exposed to the entire arena, Tang Wenhui stands there with a smug little curve on his lips, while those invisible taunts keep boring into Tang Yuchang's ears, daring him that if he wants this fight so badly, then he should come up there and face him himself. Tang Yuchang seethes where he stands, his face twisting with fury as he spits out an insult about Tang Wenhui's mother, making it painfully obvious that there is no chance he is going to let those taunts pass. But the whispering voice does not let up for even a second. It keeps mocking him, sneering at the mama's boy to calm himself down, and as Tang Yuchang starts trembling harder and harder with rage, he finally snaps and screams for the voice to shut up. Instead of backing off, the voice mockingly repeats his words back to him in an exaggerated, childish lisp, and that petty little imitation is the final push that sends Tang Yuchang completely over the edge. In the very next instant, Tang Yuchang explodes in fury, shouting straight at Tang Wenhui as he leaps up from his seat like he cannot endure even one more heartbeat of that humiliation. He rockets toward the arena in a blazing rush, his body slicing through the air in a sharp arc, driven forward by pure boiling anger. Still roaring as he charges in, Tang Yuchang bellows that he is going to tear Tang Wenhui's mouth apart for everything he just said. The spectators are quick to notice that Tang Yuchang has stormed onto the stage before the proper start, even though he is supposed to be the one who was challenged. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui calmly makes his way up the steps without the slightest bit of urgency, thinking to himself how absurdly easy his little brother is to provoke, and quietly noting that everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. At last, the two brothers stand face to face in the middle of the courtyard, directly opposite one another under the watchful eyes of the entire clan. With deliberate courtesy, Tang Wenhui introduces himself as Tang Wenhui of the White Pavilion and says that, while he may hold no formal title, he has come seeking nothing but a fair duel. Tang Yuchang curls his lip at that and mocks him for suddenly trying to sound respectful, accusing Tang Wenhui of putting on manners now only because fear has finally hit him after stepping onto the stage. Watching from the side, Tang Qujin realizes that Tang Wenhui must have used the whispering technique to rile Tang Yuchang up, and she cannot help thinking that maybe he should have stopped before driving things this far. Around the arena, some of the spectators start murmuring to one another that Tang Wunhui is the one behaving politely, while Tang Yuchang looks coarse and hot-tempered, to the point that it almost seems like Tang Wunhui is the one answering a challenge instead of the one who issued it. Tang Kyujin keeps her gaze fixed on the stage and thinks that, calm or not, confident or not, Tang Yuchang is still one of the household's true prodigies. Underestimating him would be dangerous, and in the end, the only thing that matters is how this duel actually ends. On the stage, Tang Yuchang sneers at the earlier insults and calls them pathetic. But Tang Wunhui answers in a cool, even tone by asking if he came here to keep trading words or to actually fight. Tang Yuchang grinds his teeth so hard, the strain shows across his face, then finally spits back that fine, enough talking, they will start for real. The moment the words leave his mouth, he lunges forward and declares that the duel has begun, warning Tang Wunhui that none of his cheap little tricks are going to save him now. Tang Yuchang opens with a heavy strike, and the impact immediately erupts into a violent blast of smoke and force that swallows Tang Wunhui from sight in an instant. A huge cloud rolls over the stage, and the audience stares in confusion, wondering if some kind of smoke bomb was used because they suddenly cannot see the fight at all. Inside that thick curtain of smoke, Tang Wunhui admits to himself that this tactic was unexpected, but he understands the reasoning right away. With so many eyes on the arena, using hidden weapons openly would have been too suspicious. So Tang Yuchang chose smoke as the cleaner option. Tang Wunhui also quickly recognizes that, arrogant as Tang Yuchang may be, he is not charging in blindly without any thought behind his actions. Then he senses Tang Yuchang circling around behind him under cover of the smoke, slipping into position for a sneak attack. And that alone tells him plainly that his brother has no hesitation whatsoever about fighting dirty. Tang Wunhui recognizes the footwork immediately as Shadow Shroud Step, and he even thinks to himself that, in a way, it is a technique perfectly suited to someone from the Tang clan. At the same time, the onlookers gasp the instant they catch that familiar movement pattern. Then Tang Wunhui suddenly appears close enough to make Tang Yuchang flinch, and calmly reminds him that he himself learned Shadow Shroud Step from Tang Gon, back when Tang Yuchang was the one who had asked for that lesson. That reminder visibly rattles Tang Yuchang, and Tang Wunhui, almost amused by the reaction, points out that his dear little brother really had forgotten all about that. Tang Yuchang snarls back that Tang Wunhui may have already mastered the move, then bitterly throws out a filthy insult about Tang Wunhui's mother, even as he begrudgingly acknowledges that Tang Wunhui is still their father's son. Right after that, Tang Yuchang activates the advanced form. Shadow Shroud Chi, and a sinister red energy begins to gather and coil around his body. With his eyes burning fiercely and his voice dripping with malice, Tang Yuchang vows that he is about to show Tang Wunhui what the technique is really supposed to look like in its true form. His entire body blurs into streaking traces, vanishing and reappearing so quickly within the smoke that it becomes genuinely difficult to tell where he actually is. Shadow Shroud Chi spreads through the arena like a living veil, letting Tang Yuchang melt into the surrounding darkness until ordinary sight and hearing can barely track him at all. Even Tang Wunhui has to admit that this level of execution makes it obvious why Tang Yuchang earned the reputation of a genius. He admits to himself that relying on normal eyesight alone would make it hard to pin Tang Yuchang down inside all this smoke. But he also hints that he has another way of finding him. Closing in through the haze, Tang Yuchang gathers dark energy around one arm, every motion tightening and sharpening toward what is clearly meant to be a finishing blow. From Tang Yuchang's perspective, Tang Wunhui looks completely still inside the smoke, almost as though he has failed to notice the attack racing straight toward him. Wrapped in that crimson haze, Tang Yuchang lunges in from behind, ready to drive what looks like a killing strike directly into Tang Wunhui's back. But at the very last possible instant, Tang Wunhui slips away in a blur, evading cleanly just before the blow can land. Tang Yuchang does not let up. He keeps pressing forward with wild slashes as multiple afterimages peel away from his movements, while streaks of purple darkness whip behind every furious attack. Tang Wunhui reveals that, impressive as Shadow Shroud Chi may be, it is still visible to his dead man's eye, which means Tang Yuchang was never truly hidden from him in the first place. He adds that even without depending on that eye, Tang Yuchang's bloodlust is overflowing so intensely that his position gives itself away all on its own. Up in the stands, some of the observers remark that Tang Yuchang's Shadow Shroud Step and Shadow Shroud Chi both look far sharper and stronger than before, and they guess he must have refined them during his recent time in isolation training. At the same time, they point out that the duel no longer looks like a straightforward clash at all. Instead, it resembles a game of tag, which leaves them wondering whether Tang Wunhui plans to do nothing but evade until the smoke finally dissipates. One guard frowns and comments that simple dodging will not amount to much once the smoke clears if Tang Wunhui still has not landed even one meaningful strike of his own. Hearing that, the ally nearby lets out a small chuckle and hints that he taught Tang Wunhui a special move precisely for a situation like this, which immediately catches the others by surprise. And when he jokes that his comrades are thinking far too little of him, they shoot back that it is not disrespect at all. They just happen to know his personality better than anyone else. All the while, the smoke keeps churning and twisting over the arena, turning the entire stage into a chaotic gray curtain that hides the fighters from most of the crowd. Growing more frustrated by the second, Tang Yuchang hurls out a vortex of dark energy and curses at Tang Wunhui for skittering around like a rat instead of standing still and facing him. But underneath all that rage, panic begins to creep in, because Tang Yuchang realizes the smoke is starting to thin and that he cannot keep relying on this tactic for much longer. Tang Wunhui plants his foot and steadies himself, thinking that at first he had only intended to cripple Tang Yuchang a little. But after seeing the way he has behaved, he has decided Tang Yuchang now deserves something harsher. Then, from within the smoke-covered training ground, Tang Yuchang unleashes a rapid flurry of needle attacks at Tang Wunhui, sending them flying one after another in quick succession. As his body flickers through those shadow-soaked movements, Tang Yuchang boasts that even if Tang Wunhui can dodge a few attacks by copying Shadow Shroud Step, that trick is not going to keep him alive for very long. A heartbeat later, countless needles suddenly pour down from above like a deadly rainstorm, every single one of them angled toward Tang Wunhui at once, meant to bury him under so much pressure that escape becomes impossible. Tang Yuchang roars that inside this training ground, Tang Wunhui has nowhere left to run from this killing move. And then, with all the rage swelling inside his chest, he screams for Tang Wunhui's death. But Tang Wunhui does not panic in the slightest. He simply lifts his eyes toward the sky full of falling needles and, with perfect calm, brings out heavenly nymph's flower scattering to answer the attack. One of the spectators suddenly recognizes what Tang Yuchang has unleashed and blurts out in alarm that it is the torrential downpour of pear blossom needles, a deadly technique so lethal that it is clearly meant to kill Tang Wunhui on the spot. The storm of force tightens around Tang Wunhui from every side, crashing inward as he stands at the exact center of it on the tiled floor, with death closing in from all directions at once. And with that killing attack bearing down on him, Tang Wunhui merely smiles to himself, deciding that he has indulged this long enough and that it is finally time to bring the fight to an end. Then, in the next instant, a massive burst of blue energy erupts from where he stands, exploding outward in one violent surge and blasting the pear blossom needles away in every direction. The flying needles ricochet harmlessly as a spiraling wall of wind rises around Tang Wunhui, wrapping itself around him like a fierce barrier and turning the entire attack aside. The gale that suddenly tears through the arena is so violent that even nearby spectators are shoved backward. And all around the grounds, confused shouts burst out as people struggle to understand what they just witnessed. Among those stunned cries, one observer recognizes that terrifying wind immediately and shouts out that it is the feigned Tempest technique. Another person recalls that Tempest was the martial art Tang Wunhui only learned yesterday, though until now its true nature had been hidden beneath all the spectral and poison energy swirling around him before. Now that he can finally see it clearly with his own eyes, that observer at last understands what Tang Wunhui's martial technique really is and identifies it as Tempest Dance. The spectators can only stare in disbelief before voices start breaking out one after another, exclaiming that Tang Wunhui really has mastered Tempest Dance. Caught in the raging wind and battered by its force, Tang Yuchang cries out in disbelief, unable to accept what is happening right in front of him. He rages that Tang Wunhui somehow managed to master Tempest Dance, the very art that neither he nor even Tang Kyujin had been able to learn. Tang Wunhui answers in a cool, steady tone that the only reason he succeeded was because he happened to meet an excellent teacher. Then, with a sharp edge of sarcasm in his voice, he thanks Tang Yuchang for arranging that opportunity for him, all while gathering another strike charged with Tempest. Tang Wunhui stomps down hard on the ground and launches himself forward in one explosive burst, his body shooting ahead with terrifying speed. Tang Yuchang can do nothing but widen his eyes as the rushing wind, and that incoming attack come barreling straight at him before he has any chance to recover himself. Wrapped in the force of Tempest, Tang Wunhui drives his strike directly into Tang Yuchang's body without the slightest hesitation. The impact hurls Tang Yuchang violently backward, his body twisting helplessly through the air from the overwhelming force of the blow. A scream rips out of Tang Yuchang the moment the strike lands cleanly, and in that instant, everyone watching can see that he has been completely overpowered. The Tempest Blast carries Tang Yuchang all the way across the arena before smashing him straight into the far wall with a thunderous crash. And when the dust finally settles, Tang Yuchang is left embedded in the shattered wall outside, his body slumped there and utterly unable to continue fighting. All around the arena, the spectators erupt into stunned voices, amazed that young master Tang Yuchang was brought down by Tang Wunhui in a single decisive strike. Even the announcer can only shout that something utterly unbelievable has just taken place, because no one expected the duel to end like this. Up in the stands, the elders begin discussing how Tang Wunhui could possibly be using Tempest Dance at all, while Tangon firmly insists that the boy truly possesses the talent for it. One of the elders warns that what Tang Wunhui just demonstrated is no trivial matter, and Tangon immediately agrees with that grim judgment. Tangon then asks the others whether they can feel it too, whether the wind swirling around Tang Wunhui feels somehow different from the wind their former master used to command. They begin speculating that even if Tang Wunhui is not yet equal to the branch head, the fact that he formed a tempest in only 10 days is something that deserves very close attention. Tangon admits that Tang Wunhui has raised his hopes, especially after declaring that he wants to carry on the legacy of the old Tempest squad. Then Tangon notices that even after winning, Tang Wunhui is still drawing wind around himself, and he narrows his eyes, wondering if the boy intends to do something more. Sure enough, Tang Wunhui turns and starts walking toward his sister, calling out to Tang Kyujin in front of everyone gathered there. Then, in a formal voice that carries cleanly across the arena, he asks his far stronger elder sister to accept a duel with him as well. Tang Kyujin is plainly caught off guard, her expression tightening at once in confusion as that sudden challenge lands on her. Only then do some people in the crowd finally realize who she is, and murmurs spread as they recognize the woman as Tang Wunhui's sister, Tang Kyujin, the successor of the Nine Dragons branch. Others quickly remember that she had returned from Qingqing to greet Tang Moonhyuk and had been away for years, which explains why so many failed to recognize her at first glance. At once, the crowd's excitement surges even higher at the thought that Tang Wunhui, the newly revealed wielder of Tempest Dance, is now about to spar with Tang Kyujin, the strongest young talent in Sichuan. Excited cheers ripple through the audience, because everyone can already sense that this next duel may surpass Tang Wunhui's earlier fight and put Tang Kyujin's strength on full display. Sweat beads across Tang Kyujin's face. But she still stands firm and resolute as she faces Tang Wunhui, the two siblings silently preparing for this unexpected match. Among the elders, concern begins to spread as they turn to Tangon and ask whether Tang Wunhui can truly stand against Tang Kyujin if things keep escalating like this. Tangon admits that he does not believe Tang Wunhui is genuinely strong enough yet to face her head-on, and that only makes him wonder what kind of scheme the boy is putting together now. In Tangon's eyes, revealing Tempest after defeating Tang Yuchang should already have been enough for Tang Wunhui to secure a place of his own. But now everything changes. If he defeats Tang Kyujin, he could rise into the ranks of true heir candidates, and if he loses, then the spotlight swings right back onto her instead. Tangon believes Tang Kyujin must understand how politically dangerous this duel is too, which only leaves him even more puzzled over what Tang Wunhui is really trying to do. Inside, Tang Kyujin agonizes over the fact that she cannot simply refuse and walk away, because if she backs out now, that disgrace will fall on their family in front of everyone watching. At the same time, the darker side of her nature urges her to stop hesitating and fight with everything she has, but she forcibly suppresses that impulse before it can take over. Instead, she decides that Tang Wunhui's standing must come first, and tells herself that protecting his status is the very least she can do in return for the way he was mistreated in the past. Seeing the conflict written all over her face, Tang Wunhui gently asks his sister what exactly is troubling her so much. Then he softly tells her that she is overthinking it, because this is not a duel to the death, and encourages her to relax and simply enjoy the fight. Eugene keeps hearing his words about how much he enjoys fighting, and the thought lands with surprising force. In that instant, she realizes she has been barely restraining that same battle-hungry side of herself this entire time. That understanding drives her to act immediately. In the very next moment, she bursts forward, springs up onto the arena floor, and comes to stand directly opposite him without the slightest hesitation. The second Tang Kyujin steps onto the stage across from Tang Wunhui, the crowd erupts. Just like that, the duel everyone has been waiting for, brother against sister, is no longer just anticipation but a reality unfolding in front of them. Wunhui calmly steps forward, and the wind around his feet begins to coil and twist. Even the ground beneath him seems to respond as he settles into his stance, the air itself turning restless around his body. With formal composure, she announces herself as Tang Kyujin, heir to the Tang Nine Dragons branch and a swordswoman of the Upper Blue Palace. Then, with steady confidence, She goes on to present the qualities and specialties of the sword she is holding. She adds that throughout the Jianghu, she is known by the name Thousand Petal Beauty. Wearing a controlled, elegant smile, she says she hopes this duel will be every bit as worthy and satisfying as it should be. Wunhui returns the courtesy with the same formality, introducing himself as the second child of the Tang Nine Dragons branch, a disciple of fierce wind knight Tang Gon, and a practitioner of the Tempest Dance. With respectful politeness, he asks for her guidance in the duel. The arena explodes again, even louder this time. Now that both of them have formally acknowledged and accepted the duel, the excitement in the crowd surges into a full-blown frenzy. At a glance, Wunhui can tell his sister is truly enjoying herself. Kyujin admits it immediately and without embarrassment, saying she can't even remember the last time she felt this thrilled. Her face sharpens into something wild and eager. The smile spreading across Tang Kyujin's lips looks almost feral, as if she is already savoring the fight before it has even properly begun. Seeing that expression, Wunhui dryly comments that she may be getting a little too excited. Kyujin just laughs it away and answers that there's really nothing she can do about it. Her fingers curl tighter around the hilt of her sword as she says, openly and without the slightest reserve, just how much she likes facing Wunhui as an opponent. There is no doubt in her tone, only honest delight. She lifts her sword and points it with unmistakable excitement, clearly thrilled that he genuinely wants to cross blades with his own sister. For Kyujin, that alone makes this duel feel even more exhilarating. Wunhui draws the power of the tempest around himself, the wind tightening and spiraling as his aura grows sharper. Then, with that force gathering around him, he declares that the real fight starts now. Without taking his eyes off her, he asks his sister one final question before they clash. He wants to know whether she is ready. Kyujin answers at once, full of spirit, and with no hesitation whatsoever. She says she is ready, and the way she holds herself makes it obvious she means to fight with everything she has, not wasting even a breath after that. Kyujin shoots forward from a distance. As she closes in on him in a flash, she shouts that they should begin the duel properly. Right in the middle of that tension, Wunhui tosses out a light joke about the custom of giving the weaker fighter a 3-strike handicap. The way he says it almost sounds like he is casually admitting that she is the stronger one between them. A heartbeat later, they crash into each other in midair. Tempest force and sword wind collide so violently that it feels as though the very space between them is being ripped apart by the impact. In the middle of that clash, something from their earlier encounter suddenly clicks for Kyujin. She realizes that the force which stopped her sword back then had been Wunhui's windblade seal. Instead of frustrating her, that realization only makes her grin wider. With almost childish delight, she decides that this means she can swing as freely and as recklessly as she likes, without needing to hold anything back. Wunhui plants his foot firmly and recenters himself in the heart of the turbulence. Even while the violent force whips around them, he adjusts his stance with deliberate, measured precision. Kyujin rushes him again and reminds him that he was the one who told her to enjoy herself. With that same heated excitement burning in her voice, she flatly refuses the idea of giving him any sort of advantage. As she comes in, Wunhui instantly realizes just how fast she truly is. From that speed alone, he begins judging the level of technique and control that must be supporting every one of her movements. Then she starts circling him at a terrifying pace, darting from one angle to another so quickly that it becomes hard to track her cleanly. Every movement flows straight into the next as she continues pressing her attack without a single pause. Wunhui is honestly stunned by what he is seeing. She is even using techniques he recognizes, and the more of her swordsmanship he witnesses, the more he realizes she is going far beyond what he had expected. Kyujin laughs as she attacks, but her words are sharp and direct. She tells him that yes, he has clearly grown stronger, but he still hasn't fully mastered the new skills he is trying to wield. She keeps criticizing him right in the middle of the exchange, her blade never slowing for even an instant. Then she drives in a heavy strike hard enough to force a pained cry out of Wunhui. The force of that assault sends him skidding backward across the arena. Shockwaves burst outward and rattle the stage, while her relentless offense keeps battering the very space he is struggling to hold. Even while being forced back, Wunhui can't help half joking to himself about it. To him, Kyujin's swordsmanship feels brutally violent, far more savage than what he ever expected from the Upper Blue Palace. Kyujin immediately corrects him. She tells him that what she is using right now is not merely the sword art of the Upper Blue Palace by itself. With a sharp, teasing smile on her face, Kyujin points out that Wunhui is still concealing the true strength he showed her before. At the same time, she openly admits that she, too, is still holding back. The moment he hears that, Wunhui's focus tightens. Beneath the restraint she is showing on the surface, he can clearly feel a far more dangerous threat, waiting to be released. Once he understands that, he makes up his mind. If she intends to answer him while restraining herself, then he will respond by drawing out more of his own power as well. He steadies his breathing and speaks with complete seriousness. This time he tells her he is going to show her the full extent of his technique. The instant he lets it loose, Woonhui releases the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. Behind him, a spectral dragon manifests in full, menacing and unrestrained, like a beast that has finally been allowed to bare its fangs. Kyujin's eyes light up the moment that power appears before her. The joy spreading across her face makes it clear that this is exactly what she has been waiting to see. Gasps ripple through the entire arena. The poisonous aura and eerie spectral force now surrounding Woonhui are so overwhelming that even the spectators can feel the danger pouring off him. Kyujin answers that terrifying display with a wicked grin. Rather than shrinking back, she looks like she's enjoying the sight of that dangerous power more than ever. She lowers herself behind her large sword and braces it, excitement and intent written all through her posture. At last, the opponent she truly wanted to face is standing right in front of her. From Woonhui's point of view, her entire presence changes. Tang Kyujin now feels like a frightening fusion of azure spectral streaks killing intent and the pure, unwavering will contained in her sword. Looking at her like this, only one thought comes to his mind. She seems like a demon concealed inside the body of a beautiful angel. Woonhui suddenly bursts forward, refusing to let her keep control of the flow any longer. He is determined to take the momentum back with one clean, decisive opening blow. As he charges, he begins gathering a stronger version of the Tempest attack he once used to defeat Tang Yuchang. The technique forms with obvious intent, aimed at ending this exchange in a single overwhelming burst. But before he can fully carry that plan through, Kyujin's counter slices in immediately. Her blade passes so close to his head that he is forced to react on the spot. Woonhui twists aside just in time, narrowly evading the strike, and snaps back with a counterattack of his own. Even while doing so, he remarks that her move was one he had been able to see coming. Kyujin doesn't let that remark pass. She instantly points out that the motions of the Tempest dance are too large and too open, leaving him exposed at moments exactly like this. Still smiling as if she is teaching and fighting at the same time, she tells him that carelessness is the last thing he can afford against an opponent who is stronger. He needs to move with far more caution than he is now. Even in the middle of the battle, Woonhui actually thanks her for the advice. At the same time, his thoughts race as he considers whether Tempest's explosive speed could be fused with the Tang clan's short-range secret arts to create a lethal attack meant to finish things in a single strike. But even as that idea takes shape in his mind, he also sees the flaw immediately. A combination like that would only truly work against opponents around his own level, and against someone stronger like Kyujin, that weakness becomes impossible to overlook. The moment Woonhui realizes a single decisive blow is not going to finish this, he changes his approach without hesitation. Instead of forcing a one-shot victory, he pivots on the spot to a martial art meant for relentless follow-up, drawing out the 12 beats of the violent tiger, and he is not planning to use that technique on its own either. He intends to wrap the 12 beats inside the driving force of the Tempest itself, and the second Kyujin senses that shift, a flicker of surprise appears on her face at the realization that he has learned the 12 beats too. As Woonhui throws himself back into the exchange, the core of the Tempest dance becomes unmistakably clear. Its true strength lies in that explosive burst of acceleration, the kind of sudden speed that lets a fighter seize the flow of battle in a single instant. Woonhui takes that surging force and feeds it directly into the revolving pattern of the 12 beats of the violent tiger. What comes out of it is a chain of spinning attacks, each blow driven even harder by the rushing wind wrapped around his body. Kyujin only smiles as all of this unfolds in front of her. There is not even the slightest trace of hesitation in her as she keeps slashing at him again and again, her swift sword flashing without pause, as though slowing down never even crossed her mind. Then Woonhui cuts in from above, coming down through the air with a rapid follow-up attack. In his own head, he is practically yelling at himself, pushing for more speed, more force, more from his body than he has been drawing out so far. His kick slams into the arena floor with crushing force. The impact sends a ring-shaped shockwave exploding outward from the point of contact, racing straight across the stage toward Kyujin. But even that is not enough for him. Woonhui drives himself forward again, forcing out even more acceleration as he sinks deeper into the offensive, trying to smother her under constant pressure before she can reclaim control of the duel's rhythm. Even under that kind of pressure, Kyujin stays calm. Reading his movement as it unfolds, she tells him that if he wants to keep up a continuous offense, then he also needs to be ready for counters the moment she manages to carve out even the slightest bit of distance. And almost as soon as she says it, she proves her point herself. Another rapid flurry of slashes bursts out from her blade, every strike aimed to punish the exact opening he has just left for her. Several of those attacks hammer into Woonwhee's guard one after another in quick succession. The impact rattles his arm so hard that his body jolts and a strained grunt slips out of him before he can hold it back. Right in the middle of the exchange, Woonwhee begins questioning his own decision-making. For the briefest moment, doubt creeps in, and he wonders whether he has been pressing the attack too recklessly. But he does not let that thought sit for long. He immediately turns it over in his mind and sees another possibility instead, thinking that if she is countering him like this, then that very instant might be the chance he needs to slip in closer and steal an opening of his own. Acting on that thought immediately, he cuts inside the path of her attack at close range. The move catches Kyujin off guard, and from there he drives in a powerful strike strong enough to genuinely surprise her. The instant that hit lands and the intensity climbs again, Kyujin bursts into laughter. To her, this is exactly what makes battle worthwhile. That pressure, that danger, that razor-thin excitement between attack and counterattack. Her eyes shine with excitement as she demands that Woonwhee entertain her even more. Even while she says it, their weapons keep crashing together over and over, neither of them allowing the other even a second to breathe. By this point, the spectators can hardly contain themselves. The fiercer and louder the duel grows, the more the entire arena answers with deafening cheers and wild roars. Amid that overwhelming noise, Tang Yuchang finally stirs awake. Still dazed and disoriented, he looks around in confusion and asks what on earth is going on. But the moment he learns that Woonwhee is actually standing toe-to-toe with Tang Kyujin, Yuchang begins trembling in frustration. The same person he once treated like a helpless victim is now fighting on equal footing with his own sister. His anxiety spikes almost immediately after that. In a hurried voice, he asks whether their mother has returned yet, all while stubbornly insisting to himself that there is no possible way his sister could lose. And the longer Yuchang watches, the worse it gets for him. Every extra second this duel continues only raises Woonwhee's standing higher, especially with people all around openly cheering at the sight of him holding his own against Kyujin. Yuchang forces himself to steady his thoughts. Even if the idea of his sister losing feels completely unimaginable to him, he convinces himself that he cannot allow even the smallest chance of that outcome to exist. Then, somewhere else entirely, a fist smashes through a barrier or some other obstruction. The violent breakthrough makes one thing immediately clear. Outside interference has begun moving into place. Back in the arena, the flow of the fight turns sharply the moment Woonwhee's attack lands cleanly. A sudden impact crashes into Kyujin's chest and jolts her whole body with the force of it. The instant he feels that strike connect, Woonwhee knows he has finally opened a real gap in her defense. He decides on the spot that he has to keep pressing and never let that momentum slip away. But Kyujin responds in a way he never expected. She snaps out a sudden punch straight into his face and scolds him for putting too much of his attention on the sword alone. At once, Woonwhee understands what that means. She is not fighting with sword techniques only, but is also mixing in Tang-style unarmed strikes, and the rhythm of those attacks is completely different from the flow of the swordplay she had been using earlier. While continuing her assault, Kyujin explains it plainly. Long before she learned the sword arts she now uses, she had already trained in Tang clan martial arts, which is why the style she fights with now is a fusion of both. Watching more carefully, Woonwhee finally pieces the structure of it together. She is blending the direct, straightforward sword techniques she learned elsewhere with the Tang clan's 100-strike method, a combat style built to find openings and punish them without mercy. At that point, the truth becomes obvious to him. What he is facing right now is the real power of the Azure Spectral Streak. Then Kyujin takes it a step further by using Shadow Shroud Step. Her figure blurs out of sight for a brief instant, only to reappear at his blind spot and launch an attack from an angle he cannot easily track. That sudden strike lands with brutal force. Woonwhee cries out in pain as the blow crashes into him and sends his body flying backward. He hits the ground hard and skids across it before struggling to recover. Even then, he forces himself to plant his feet again and regain his balance before she can fully capitalize on the opening. Breathing heavily, his whole body aching and half numb from the poison and the impact, Woonwhee reflects on what he is feeling in that moment. This, he realizes, is what it truly means to fight all out in a martial body that actually belongs to him. Kyujin watches him with open curiosity in her eyes and tells him he is a strange one. Then, without dancing around it at all, she directly asks what exactly is going on with him. She points out what she has been noticing throughout the fight. His attacks still look rough, almost like the movements of a beginner, and yet the way he reads danger and slips past enemy blows exists on a completely different level. In her eyes, that kind of instinct does not belong to a novice whatsoever. She tells him that when it comes to battle sense, he feels like a veteran who has already lived through countless wars. Hearing that, Woonwhee lets out a laugh. Her observation is so sharp, so accurate, that he cannot help appreciating the fact that she has seen straight through the hidden logic behind the way he moves. His mind flashes back to his former life, to the days when he had to endure everything inside Yeon Woonhui's weak body. Back then, survival depended on reading his opponents perfectly and barely slipping past lethal attacks from masters far stronger than he was. And now, standing here with genuine martial strength of his own, he finally understands something he had overlooked. The moment he gained real power, he had also started forgetting the survival-based style of fighting that once kept him alive. With that realization settling in, he makes a decision. From this point onward, he will treat martial arts the same way he treated mystic arts, not as rigid forms he has to obey exactly, but as tools that can be adjusted, adapted, and reshaped freely in the middle of combat. Kyujin notices the shift in him immediately. Catching the change in his expression as it happens, she compliments him by saying that his smile now looks much more confident than before. Even while continuing to pressure him, she remarks that he seems to have come up with some sort of plan. There is clear interest in her voice as she tries to read what is happening inside his head. Still attacking with broad, sweeping strikes, she wonders out loud how their dear Woonhui is going to answer her now. If anything, that curiosity only seems to make her even more excited as she keeps pressing him. A grin quickly spreads across her face after that. She decides there is no need to keep speculating, because whatever answer he has prepared, they are about to see it soon enough. As Woonhui studies her barrage more carefully, he notices a subtle pattern hidden inside it. Kyujin is deliberately guiding her attacks away from his vital points, a habit born from both the azure spectral streak's tendency to draw battles out and her genuine concern for his safety. The second he notices that concern, he also recognizes it as a vulnerability. He understands that it comes from sincere goodwill, and part of him even appreciates that feeling, but he still resolves to use that weakness against her. Once he makes that decision, Woonhui unleashes Tiger Claw Breaker from the 12 beats of the Violent Tiger. At the same time, he fuses the technique with the power of the Tempest, layering far more pressure into the attack than before. Kyujin judges the new move almost instantly. She admits that it is decent, but from where she stands, it still seems fundamentally too similar to the earlier attacks he had already been using. Then the real effect begins to show itself. Kyujin realizes that the wind deflected by her opponent's strike did not simply scatter away into nothing, but is now circling around her body and quietly starting to restrict her movements. The very first thing she notices is the wind around Tang Woonhui. Stream after stream coils around him, stacking in layers until it forms something like a living barrier, a defensive wall of air so dense and violent that simply getting close to him suddenly feels almost impossible. When she narrows her eyes and studies it more carefully, she realizes that swirling air gathered in front of Tang Woonhui is not there just for appearance. It is actively interfering with her, restricting her steps, tangling up her advance, and binding her approach before she can properly close the gap. The moment that truth clicks, real shock flashes across her face. In such a ridiculously short amount of time, Tang Woonhui has already grasped how to control the Tempest technique well enough to use it like this. As she gauges the pressure packed into this Tempest-infused offense, the look in her eyes changes completely. Her expression hardens on the spot, because this is no longer a manageable exchange. The fight has now stepped into genuinely dangerous territory. Then Tang Woonhui drives forward without hesitation and slams a tightly condensed Tempest punch straight into her body. He does not release the force early either. He lets it explode at point-blank range in one brutal, concentrated burst. The instant that blow connects, the entire arena detonates with it. Power rips outward in all directions, the blast tearing across the space at once, and the shockwaves that follow are so overwhelming that even the spectators are left stunned where they stand. Up on the balcony, the people watching jerk backward in disbelief. The explosion that just erupted below them is so massive and so sudden that it physically shakes them, leaving their bodies recoiling before their minds can catch up. All across the stands, the reaction is the same. People do nothing but stare. Mouths fall open, hands fly to lips, and the sheer violence of what they have just witnessed robs them of words on the spot. At last, one shaken onlooker is the first to break that frozen silence, letting out a scream because the savagery of that collision is simply too much to contain. After completing the attack, Tang Woonhui drops back down and lands solidly on the arena floor. Even then, his body is still wrapped in streaks of rushing wind energy, as if the force of the technique has not fully left him yet. He lowers his head just a little and draws in a breath, steadying himself, while the violent currents spiraling around him begin to settle, little by little. Then he straightens again and stands in silence at the center of the fading storm. Even as the wind dies down around him, his eyes never waver for a second from where his opponent stands. A moment later, Tang Woonhui shifts his gaze toward the viewing platform where the higher-ups are gathered. With the last trailing strands of wind drifting behind him, that simple movement naturally pulls every eye on the platform toward him. From behind him, his comrades suddenly cry out in alarm. Their voices are sharp with panic as they react to the devastating aftermath left behind by that terrifying exchange. One of them blurts out a demand, practically shouting as they ask what in the world just happened down there. Another one, visibly rattled, anxiously asks whether Lady Tang Kyujin is going to be all right, insisting that everyone else saw that strange phenomenon in the arena too. Their leader takes a moment to think it through, and then he realizes their shock was not caused only by Tang Wunhui showing unexpected skill. What unsettled them just as much, he says, was that mysterious light that appeared in the arena a moment ago. That was the other thing none of them could ignore. Tang Wunhui raises his voice and calls out to his sister, telling her that what she just pulled was, at the very least, a little unfair. Out through the thinning smoke, Tang Kyujin steps back into view. Wearing a faint smile, she asks him whether he managed to catch the technique she had been keeping hidden from him. He admits it openly after that. Her original plan was to keep that power concealed until the exact moment she forced Tang Wunhui to expose his own trump card first. But since he noticed it anyway, her smile widens into a grin, and she decides there is no reason to keep holding back now. If he has already seen through it, then she may as well show him the rest. In the very next instant, Tang Kyujin unleashes a blinding surge of sword chi. Crackling waves of power race across the arena floor, spreading out with such force that the whole battleground seems to shudder beneath it. The crowd erupts all at once. Voices rise from every direction, shouting that she has manifested sword chi and entered the early peak realm, and praising her as the true heir of the Nine Dragons branch. Her brother bursts into loud, proud laughter, boasting for everyone to hear that he always knew his sister would one day become someone this extraordinary. Watching from the sidelines, the others begin reaching the same conclusion. With power on this level, Tang Kyujin must have already pushed Tang Wunhui into a position where victory is no longer possible for him. Holding her sword, now sheathed in sword chi, Tang Kyujin warns him that the moment she activated sword chi, this fight stopped being something she could drag out. From here on, she says she has no choice but to end it quickly. Tang Wunhui answers in a calm, even voice that he understands. To drag out a duel against someone above him in realm would be disrespectful, though he admits that part of him really had hoped to see more of the power she had been hiding until now. Then he agrees with her assessment and says it plainly. This fight, he declares, will be decided in the very next exchange. Inside his head, he immediately runs through the situation. The early Tempest sword seal he has used up to now to stop her blade will never be enough against a sword that is fully coated in sword chi. The moment he realizes he cannot reveal his mystic arts in a place like this, his hand curls tight into a fist. Once that thought settles, he understands there is only one path left for him to take. Tang Kyujin catches that subtle change in his expression right away and remarks that he seems to have thought of something. Tang Wunhui, without making a fuss over it, casually admits that she is right. With a smug little look on her face, she tells him she can practically hear how fast his heart is pounding from pure excitement. Tang Wunhui answers her with only a faint half-smile, but inwardly he pauses and wonders whether his heart really is beating that hard, just like she said. Then he admits the truth to himself. He really has gotten a little excited. In a moment like this, the only kind of person who could feel thrilled instead of afraid would be someone hopelessly obsessed with martial arts. Standing opposite him on the cracked and battered arena floor, Tang Kyujin tilts her head with a puzzled look and asks him what exactly he is talking about. Then she says it outright. The people who push themselves to the edge of madness in pursuit of martial arts, she declares, are exactly the ones the world calls true martial artists. Those words strike Tang Wunhui with as much force as any attack. For one brief moment, he goes completely still, as if realization has washed over him so suddenly that even his body forgets to move. In that instant, he finally understands it and accepts it without any resistance. He too is a martial artist. As he reflects on the life he has been living as Tang Wunhui, he realizes that ever since reincarnating, he had been so busy rushing to learn technique after technique that he never truly lived as the kind of martial artist Yeon Wunhui once admired. He remembers the emotions that surged through him while exchanging blows with Tang Kyujin, and he begins to wonder how he should best express all of the martial arts he has gathered, studied, and made his own. Another question follows right behind it. In a real fight against many different kinds of opponents, how well would all the techniques he has learned actually perform when it truly matters? Then the answer becomes perfectly clear to him. The reason he became a martial artist in the first place was to feel exactly this: the rush in his blood, the excitement in his chest, and the fighting spirit now rising inside him. Tang Kyujin notices that the strain has disappeared from his face and that his composure has fully returned, so she asks him if she may resume her attack now. With complete confidence and no trace of hesitation, Tang Wunhui tells her to go ahead and use her final move. Tang Kyujin moves first, swinging her blade and unleashing a roaring wave of red sword chi that rips straight across the arena floor toward him. Tang Wunhui responds instantly, sending out a streak of blue energy of his own that cuts forward and crashes directly into it head-on. Tightens his grip around the hilt of his sword, plants his feet firmly, and braces his entire body for the decisive clash that he knows is coming next. Across from him, Tang Kyujin lifts her sword high above her head. The sword chi wrapped around it surges upward toward the sky, climbing higher and higher as she prepares to bring down what is clearly meant to be a finishing strike. Tang Wunhui watches her closely and thinks to himself that, just as he expected, she intends to settle everything with one overwhelming blow. So he makes his choice as well. He prepares to answer with the strongest technique he can use, the Tempest Dance, compressing wind and spectral force together into a single attack so devastating that it will decide the fight in one strike. Power churns wildly in Tang Wunhui's hands as he keeps forcing the glowing sphere smaller and smaller, compressing all of that gathered energy until it is pushed right up against its absolute limit. Then he finally unleashes Tempest Dance, thundering wind cannon, and a huge cannon-like torrent of roaring wind explodes forward, charging straight into Tang Kyujin's descending slash without the slightest attempt to evade it. As the two attacks slam into each other, Tang Wunhui grits his teeth against the crushing pressure and, for one brief instant, wonders whether even power of this level can truly hold back a martial master who has already stepped into the early peak realm. But almost immediately, he tears himself out of that thought. He crushes the doubt before it can settle in his mind and forcefully throws those useless thoughts away in the middle of the struggle. In that split second, his resolve becomes absolute. Whatever he has decided will either succeed right here or fail right here, and with that determination locked in place, he surges forward. The collision shatters the stone floor in violent, jagged bursts, yet Tang Wunhui charges straight through the exploding storm of energy, sprinting ahead without losing speed. The shockwave from the clash hammers both fighters at once, but even under that overwhelming pressure, Tang Wunhui keeps driving himself onward, forcing his body to move through it. Watching from a distance, Tang Gan can only think about how much wider the gap between Tang Wunhui and his sister has become, and even he assumes there is no way Tang Wunhui could still remain standing after taking an attack like that. Then, as the dust begins to settle little by little, his eyes catch a lingering light inside the wreckage, and in that moment, he realizes something completely unexpected has happened. Within the chaotic aftermath of the explosion, Tang Wunhui reveals that he had been waiting for exactly this moment, holding himself back until the perfect opening appeared. He had timed everything around one precise instant, the very moment Tang Kyujin's sword chi left her blade and split away from it as a launched attack. And the instant that strike stopped being part of her sword and became a projectile, he cut in and intercepted it. At that crucial split second, Tang Wunhui deliberately switched over to an ordinary sword, choosing to intercept it with a plain, unenhanced blade instead. Even though he successfully disrupts the attack, the impact that comes with it is so brutal that his arm goes numb immediately, leaving it almost useless on the spot. He knows better than anyone that in most cases, once a swordsman's weapon is broken, the fight is effectively over. Even so, he can tell with certainty that this duel is not finished yet. That is because the one standing before him is Tang Kyujin, the woman who bears the azure spectral soul streak, and someone like her would never stop fighting just because her sword has been broken. He remembers it clearly. Someone marked by that kind of soul streak is far too stubborn and far too fierce to back away from battle so easily. And by that same logic, he realizes that neither of them would ever surrender over something as minor as a shattered sword. So Tang Wunhui digs in hard, plants his foot against the ground, and sets his body for one last desperate counterattack. He decides then and there that every bit of strength he has left will go into a single blow, an all-or-nothing strike with no room left for doubt or hesitation. Once again, he unleashes Tempest Dance, thundering wind cannon, pouring everything he still has into one final attempt to turn the battle around. Seeing him answer her in kind, Tang Kyujin shouts out in excitement, her voice rising as she praises him and declares that Tang Wunhui really is the best. Tang Wunhui stomps down hard, and at once, violent spirals of wind begin gathering around his legs in tightening currents. Wrapped in those swirling layers of tempest energy, he bursts forward in a blinding dash, closing the distance so fast that he looks almost like a comet tearing across the arena. At the same time, he fuses his kicking art, the rising dragon kick method, with Tempest itself, and fires off waterfall scaling kick of the ascending sun straight at her. Up on the balcony, their comrades panic and begin shouting that the two of them have gone too far, and that if this keeps going, they are going to seriously injure each other. But right in the middle of those frantic cries, every voice suddenly dies out at once when something completely unforeseen cuts into the fight. A towering pillar of black and white energy slams down between them and splits the arena apart, stopping both of their ultimate attacks in a single overwhelming instant. Tang Wunhui jerks his head up at once, his face showing clear surprise at the abrupt interference. Then a powerful man wrapped in crackling blue energy appears between the two fighters and with perfect calm declares that their little playtime is over. Tang Kyujin stares at the newcomer in open surprise, completely caught off guard by how suddenly he stepped in. Tang Wunhui turns as well, instantly recognizing the crushing presence and overwhelming pressure radiating from the man now standing there. In a cool, almost cutting tone, the man asks whether they were planning to greet the branch clan head, only after ending up laid out and injured in a sickbed. At those words, both Tang Wunhui and Tang Kyujin immediately bow with proper respect and formally greet him as the head of the Nine Dragons branch. At that moment, Tang Wunhui is reminded all over again that this man is not merely the leader of the Nine Dragons branch. He is also Tang Wunhui's own father, Tang Hosen. Tang Hosen says nothing for a moment and simply studies the two of them, while the cold pressure of his aura grows so sharp that even the surrounding air seems to turn hard and biting. Then he repeats the rebuke, once again asking whether they intended to pay their respects to the branch head from a hospital bed, making their recklessness sound even more severe the second time. Tang Wunhui and Tang Kyujin bow once more and offer formal respect again, while one fact stands unmistakably clear before them. This is Tang Hosen, their superior, and Tang Wunhui's father. Inside his mind, Tang Wunhui hears his spectral companions warn him that Tang Hosen has continued growing stronger this whole time, even after the old Tempest squad was dissolved. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui finally understands something clearly. No matter how formidable the old Tempest squad may once have been, it was still only a single special unit within the much greater Tang clan. That realization makes him admit to himself that he had badly underestimated the level of the squad's former leader, because Tang Hosen might even have stood on par with the high elders from his previous life. As if he catches that shift in mood instantly, Tang Hosen remarks that Tang Wunhui seems dissatisfied about something. He asks whether Tang Wunhui has something he wants to say, and Tang Wunhui is briefly thrown off, realizing that he had been staring at his father a little too intensely. Still, he regains his composure almost immediately, thinking to himself that there is something important here that he truly needs to acknowledge. So without trying to soften it, he simply asks why his father came here at all, and that blunt question visibly shocks Tang Kyujin. Tang Hosen answers in the same cool, unshaken tone, asking whether there is any place within the Nine Dragons branch that he is not permitted to visit. Tang Wunhui smoothly sidesteps the point, saying that he had only been worried his own crude martial arts might offend his father's eyes. The comrades nearby, along with the onlookers around the arena, are left stunned by how boldly Tang Wunhui is speaking to the branch head. A restless murmur spreads through the crowd almost immediately, and the more the exchange continues, the more the shock in those voices grows. Tang Gan in particular is utterly taken aback, unable to believe the way Tang Wunhui is addressing his own father. Tang Kyujin trembles ever so slightly as she feels the shock spreading through everyone around them. In that oppressive silence, with every eye fixed on the scene, she cannot help worrying that her younger brother may have pushed things too far this time. Tang Wunhui, on the other hand, thinks this reaction is only natural. To everyone standing here, he is still nothing more than the branch head's illegitimate, neglected child openly talking back to the man above them all. After sorting through all of Tang Wunhui's memories, he quietly comes to a conclusion. Only now does he feel like he finally understands the full shape of this situation. Standing face to face with him like this, Tang Wunhui realizes that the man before him, Tang Hosen, perfectly embodies the cold, merciless nature of the Tang clan itself. Then Tang Hosen adds in an icy voice that he felt absolutely nothing while watching their duel. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui cannot help thinking that, for a father to say something like that to his own children, it is cruel in a way that cuts especially deep. Even so, Tang Hosen goes on almost casually, remarking that Tang Wunhui's changed personality is still better than he had expected. Then, as he turns and begins to walk away, he leaves Tang Wunhui with a slightly more favorable acknowledgement than anyone there would have imagined, plainly recognizing that he has improved. As Tang Hosen moves toward Tang Gan, he begins with an although, and that one word alone makes it obvious that his criticism is about to fall on someone else now. He states it bluntly. The one who has disappointed him is not Tang Wunhui, but someone entirely different. Under that cold gaze, Tang Gan visibly stiffens. His posture tightens and he wilts ever so slightly, realizing at once that he is the one being singled out. Tang Hosen then calls Tang Gon, Tang Jin, and Tang Tae by name and orders all three of them to kneel. He rebukes them for reacting too slowly during the duel and tells them that flaw must be corrected. The three men accept the criticism without a single word of protest. After that, he orders them to disperse the crowd and handle the remaining cleanup. They answer immediately and move at once to carry out his instructions. Once the commotion settles, Tang Woonhui turns toward Tang Kyujin and asks why she suddenly looks so downcast. With a subdued look on her face, she admits that it feels like neither of them is still strong enough to earn their father's full recognition. A moment later, she asks whether Tang Woonhui himself is all right. He answers calmly, telling her that this kind of behavior is simply their father's nature. Tang Woonhui explains that Tang Hosen only shows interest in whichever child happens to be excelling at that moment, and the instant that child disappoints him, he throws them aside just as easily. A brief image of Tang Woonhui's former self appears, kneeling there in despair, making that crushing sense of rejection feel painfully real. Tang Kyujin quickly apologizes for bringing up their father at all. Then, almost as if trying to rescue the mood, she hurriedly changes the subject and asks whether he is hungry. Tang Woonhui suggests that they go change clothes first, and after that, head out somewhere to share a drink together. 4 long nights settles softly over the clan compound, and the moon rises in silence above the dark rooftops. At the tavern, Tang Kyujin happily throws back a bowl of liquor in one go and blurts out, with bright delight, how unbelievably good it tastes. Watching her tear into the food in front of her, Tang Woonhui teases that she is eating like someone who has not had a proper meal in days. Then he asks whether the people at Qingcheng have even been feeding her at all. She immediately protests that, of course, her sect feeds her plenty. The problem, she complains, is that because of Taoist discipline, all they ever seem to give her are vegetables. Still grumbling, she insists that since she is still growing, she should obviously be allowed to eat meat and drink whatever she wants. Without slowing down her complaints, she declares that this is exactly what she hates about Taoists. Across from her, Tang Woonhui stays perfectly calm and simply tells her to keep drinking. At that, she eagerly thrusts her bowl toward him and tells him to pour her another drink. As Tang Woonhui refills her bowl, he casually asks what kind of person her senior martial brother is. The moment he says that, Tang Kyujin's whole face flushes bright red, and she becomes visibly flustered on the spot. Tang Woonhui points out that she has praised that senior martial brother again and again in the letters she sent, so of course he would get curious. That only makes Tang Kyujin shriek at him to stop talking immediately. He reminds her that she herself said the man would come when the branch head arrived, so he only wants to know more in order to receive him properly. She fires back right away that he has been completely corrupted by the Tang clan's habit of scheming. Even while joking around with her, Tang Woonhui thinks to himself that Li Chulson, her Qingcheng senior, is probably not coming here as some harmless friendly guest. More likely, he is arriving as a cautious observer because of the rumors surrounding the Dark Supreme's plans. He recalls hearing whispers that the Dark Supreme intends to create a new elite unit, something modeled after the old Tempest Squad. If that rumor is true, then every major sect in Sichuan would be forced to respond, including Qingcheng, which has long maintained a close alliance with the Tang clan. Because of that, Tang Woonhui reasons that Li Chulson was likely sent here to assess the situation with his own eyes, since Qingcheng cannot afford to rely on second-hand reports alone. At the same time, he cannot stop himself from wondering whether there may be an even more serious motive hidden behind Li Chulson's visit. Just then, Tang Kyujin suddenly lights up, waves excitedly, and calls someone over. Seeing that, Tang Woonhui asks if this is the guest she invited. But the person who arrives is Tang Gon instead. In a mild, almost familiar tone, he scolds Tang Kyujin for causing so much damage in the training hall earlier that day. Then he looks toward her and remarks with clear surprise that she has already managed to manifest sword aura. Tang Kyujin receives that praise with visible gratitude. Tang Kyujin immediately leans toward Tang Woonhui and whispers a complaint that he never told her Tang Gon would be joining them. Tang Woonhui shoots back just as quickly that she never bothered to ask who he had invited. Caught off guard by that answer, she hurriedly offers Tang Gon a seat at their table. He accepts with easy politeness and sits down. Once he is seated, Tang Gon glances at the mountain of food piled in front of them and jokingly asks whether they ordered all of it because they expected him to be the one paying the bill. As he clinks bowls with Tang Woonhui, Tang Gon laughs and jokingly asks whether Tang Woonhui hit his head somewhere. Meanwhile, Tang Kyujin watches the two of them in utter bewilderment, unable to understand how they are getting along so casually. In the end, she cannot hold it in any longer and bursts out demanding to know why Tang Wunhui is acting so informally towards someone of Tang Gan's standing. Tang Gan erupts into loud laughter and asks whether Tang Wunhui truly understands exactly who he is. Tang Qujin quickly explains that Tang Gan is practically their father's martial brother, that he once saved Tang Hosan during the Qingcheng bloodbath, and that because of that deed, the branch head personally granted him special standing. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui immediately straightens his posture and respectfully addresses him as Uncle Tang Gan, which instantly catches Tang Gan's attention. Then he bows properly and offers a formal apology for his earlier rudeness, explaining that he had no idea Tang Gan shared such a close bond with his father. Tang Wunhui lowers himself once again and sincerely asks Tang Gan for forgiveness, while Tang Qujin eagerly urges him on from the side. Tang Qujin even praises Tang Wunhui for apologizing so earnestly, fully convinced that a sincere apology like that is exactly the kind of thing Tang Gan would accept. The apology hits Tang Hosan so unexpectedly that he goes completely still for a second. He just stares at Tang Wunhui, caught between shock and discomfort, looking like he genuinely has no idea what to do with an apology coming from him of all people. A moment later, Tang Hosan's expression hardens with annoyance, and he sharply complains that Tang Wunhui has ruined his appetite. Then he swings an accusing glare toward Tang Qujin, snapping that she must be the one who coached him into saying something like that. Before that irritation can settle, Tang Wunhui abruptly changes direction and asks Tang Hosan what he thought of the former Tempest Squad, the Righteous Wind Squad. The question is so sudden and deliberate that the entire mood at the table shifts in an instant. Clearly entertained by the turn in conversation, Tang Hosan lets out a small laugh and asks Tang Wunhui to guess what score he gave that squad. There is amusement in his voice now, along with a curious little challenge, as though he wants to see what kind of answer he will get. Tang Wunhui replies immediately, without even pausing to think, that Tang Hosan must have given them a perfect 10. He says it so smoothly and with such confidence that it hardly feels like a guess at all, but more like a statement he already knows to be true. Tang Hosan looks openly displeased by how obvious the flattery is, his face twisting as though he wants to reject it on principle. Even so, he still presses Tang Wunhui and demands to know whether he actually means that, making it obvious he wants to hear the praise repeated seriously. Tang Qujin quickly jumps in before the moment can cool, eagerly agreeing that Tang Wunhui is absolutely correct. The instant she says it, Tang Hosan's face shifts into smug satisfaction, and he proudly declares that he knew it from the start. As the drinks keep being poured and the meal goes on, Tang Wunhui quietly reflects on how far the effects of his duel have spread. That single fight has now caught the attention of the old Tempest Squad, Tang Qujin, and even Tang Hosan, and he can feel the ripples widening little by little. Even while absent-mindedly picking at his food, Tang Wunhui's mind drifts somewhere much darker. He cannot stop thinking about what Namgung Sanyong might attempt before the Dark Supreme finally makes his arrival. Far away from that table, deep in the mountains at night, a carriage rattles along a rough path through the darkness. From inside it, a weary voice complains that the trip has gone on far too long, sounding thoroughly exhausted by the endless journey. Clinging to the outside of that moving carriage, a tiny wraith mutters under its breath that the destination is much farther away than it expected. Even the little spirit sounds drained, as if the sheer distance is wearing it down. The wraith grows increasingly uneasy as the trip drags on. It starts worrying that if they keep traveling this far, it could look as though they are trying to flee, and if that is what this ends up seeming like, it fears they might be killed for it. Then at last the carriage comes to a halt. The wraith perks up immediately and wonders if they have finally arrived at the place they were meant to reach. A veiled woman steps down from the carriage, with her servant following closely beside her. As they look ahead at the compound before them, the servant quietly wonders whether the temple master is even there at all, since they came without sending any notice in advance. Watching from concealment, the wraith immediately recognizes the servant and is startled to realize he is the same man who poisoned the young master. The shock throws it off so badly that, for a brief instant, it even mistakes him for the temple master himself. The moment the visitors pass into the compound, a flood of thick, dark yin energy spills outward from within. It rolls through the area in such a dense and sinister wave that the entire place feels wrong the instant one lays eyes on it. That sight sends the wraith into immediate panic. Faced with such an ominous aura, it can only stare and wonder what in the world Namgung Sanyong is doing at a place like this. Then the doors slowly open, and from the darkness inside steps a hooded figure whose eyes glow unnaturally. In a strangely courteous tone, the figure greets the guests and politely remarks that their journey here must have been a difficult one. The hooded figure goes on to explain that the temple master personally sent them out to receive the visitors. Hearing that, The servant reacts with visible admiration, marveling aloud at how astonishingly far the master's foresight seems to extend. With an eerie little flourish, the hooded attendant reveals a grinning female Jiangshi standing at their side and calmly invites the guests to enter. The words sound proper and welcoming, but the sight itself is unsettling enough to make the whole welcome feel grotesque. The wraith is completely stunned when it realizes that this attendant is controlling a live Jiangshi. That kind of technique is difficult even for most alchemists to manage, so the idea that this person is supposedly nothing more than an attendant leaves it utterly shocked. In that moment, the wraith understands that this is no ordinary sorcerer's residence. With every new thing it sees, its alarm only deepens. The little wraith quickly realizes that merely reporting what it has witnessed so far may not be enough anymore. This place is clearly much more dangerous than it first appeared. So it steels itself and decides it has to gather even more information before leaving. Only with something more solid, it thinks, will the young master truly listen when it makes its request. Inside a shrine, a grotesque, monstrous-looking priest kneels before his god in prayer. In a voice full of desperation and hunger, he begs for brighter signs and more frequent oracles, pleading for clearer divine answers. A Jiangshi messenger suddenly arrives and announces that Madame Namgung has come. Temple Master Zhang does not hesitate for even a moment, and immediately orders that she be brought in. As soon as she enters, Namgung Senyung offers her greeting to Temple Master Zhang. He takes one look at her and instantly concludes that she has only returned because something has gone wrong on her end. Temple Master Zhang scolds her with open greed and contempt, saying their god favors those who offer devotion constantly, not the kind of people who only come crawling back when they need something. His words drip with disdain, as though he has no respect at all for opportunists. Namgung Senyong, however, does not retreat in the slightest. In a cold, steady voice, she counters that a client who pays an unimaginably high price should still receive that god's favor. Then she opens the chests she brought, revealing that they are packed full of glittering orbs. With that dazzling wealth laid bare in front of him, she asks what their god would think of such a generous offering. The reaction is instant. Temple Master Zhang is so clearly tempted that he rises from his seat almost without thinking, his attention dragged toward the treasure before he can even pretend otherwise. Greed overtakes him almost immediately, and he blurts out that of course their god would favor someone this wealthy. All the pious lecturing he gave just moments earlier disappears. The instant real riches are placed in front of him. Hidden away and watching everything, the wraith studies Temple Master Zhang and thinks that this grim figure seems like someone who might belong to the Maoshan sect. Even then, there is something about him that feels even drearier and more sinister than the wraith expected. Namgung Sanyang sweetens the bargain by promising one more chest if Temple Master Zhang succeeds. At that, he bursts into delighted laughter and says she really does know how to win their god's favor. Only after hearing that extra promise does Temple Master Zhang finally bother to ask what sort of help she wants from him. His tone makes it obvious that now, at last, he is fully prepared to listen. Leaning forward with a hungry, almost feral smile, he urges her to speak. He wants to hear exactly what service she expects from him. Namgung Senyong then asks whether he remembers the favor she requested from him before. Her voice remains calm, but there is a sharp and dangerous edge underneath it. Temple Master Zhang replies that the brainwashing of the concubine's child is already in progress. He says it as though everything has been proceeding smoothly, with no reason at all for concern. But Namgung Senyong explains that matters have changed. What she wants now, she says, is something faster and far more certain. She admits that she once saw Tang Wunhui as nothing more than a disposable pawn she could use and discard. But now she fears that the mastermind behind him, combined with Tang Qujin's growing determination, may become a serious threat to her plans. With chilling composure, Namgung Sanyong asks Temple Master Zhang whether he can turn that boy into a live Jiangshi. The request is delivered so coldly that it feels like a blade sliding into place. Hearing that from its hiding place, the wraith finally understands just how furious the madam truly is. Horrified by what it is witnessing, it can only think that these people are completely insane. The little wraith is so shaken by the conversation that it immediately decides it has to warn the young master at once. There is no longer any room left for hesitation. As it prepares to flee, the wraith realizes that if Temple Master Zhang can produce live Jiangshi whenever he wishes, then the young master has absolutely no chance of dealing with him yet. This is danger on a level Tang Wunhui should not be facing right now. The wraith speeds through the darkness as fast as it can, its thoughts racing just as wildly as its movement. It knows now that an enemy like this would be far too much for the young master in his current condition. Then, without warning, it comes to a dead stop. In the darkness ahead, countless glowing eyes suddenly appear, and the wraith freezes where it is. A heartbeat later, the truth hits it. Those lights belong to Beast Jiangshi, and they are already charging straight at it. The moment it sees that Temple Master Zhang can even create Beast Jiangshi, the wraith instantly puts together a crucial piece of the puzzle. In that instant, the truth behind this place becomes far clearer. It identifies the organization as Blackbone Ghost Valley, and realizes that a Mao Shan faction has aligned itself with the heavenly demon divine cult. That conclusion makes the entire situation feel even more dangerous and dire than it already did. Back inside the shrine, Temple Master Zhang calmly remarks that Madame Namgung seems to have been followed. The way he says it makes one thing clear right away. He already knows that someone has been watching everything. Temple Master Zhang narrows his eyes and points out that sending wraiths for something like this is far from normal. From that fact alone, he judges that the person backing the concubine's child is not some minor schemer but a much more dangerous mastermind than they originally thought. The instant Namgung Sanyong hears that assessment, the calm look on her face cracks. Alarm flickers across her expression, and she hurriedly offers yet another box of payment, clearly desperate to keep Temple Master Zhang firmly on her side. Temple Master Zhang brightens at the mention of a higher reward and accepts it on the spot without the slightest pause. Then, with greed laid bare in his voice, he demands two things at once: the name of the hidden mastermind, and that the concubine's child be transformed into a genuine live Jiangshi. With the bargain now locked in, Temple Master Zhang agrees to move forward and says they will hunt down the brazen mastermind who dared poke around their territory. The way he says it makes it sound less like a job and more like he is eagerly setting loose a predator. As Namgung Senyong watches without a word, Temple Master Zhang calls for one of his fastest subordinates. The command is issued with immediate urgency, and the atmosphere in the room tightens at once. Before long, a massive warrior steps forward, wrapped in heavy armor from head to toe, with strange runes carved all across his body. He lowers himself respectfully and asks in a steady voice why he has been summoned. Temple Master Zhang wastes no time and gives the order immediately. He commands the Death Swordsman to capture the escaped wraith and use it to track down the sorcerer controlling it. Every word delivered with cold, exact precision. The swordsman accepts the mission without even a flicker of hesitation. Behind him, Temple Master Zhang and Namgung Sanyong simply watch in silence, both clearly expecting him to bring back results. Then, in the very next moment, the Death Swordsman launches himself up into the night sky. He moves like a black bolt fired through the darkness, cutting through the air as he races after his target. Perched atop a rooftop, he pauses just long enough to study the chase unfolding below. Even the beast Jiangshi still have not managed to catch the wraith, and with a low acknowledgement, he admits the creature is more nimble than he first expected. Then he prepares himself in earnest. Bringing his hand up, he bites into his own fingers and uses the fresh blood to activate the runes inscribed along his arm. As that power surges through his body, his focus sharpens completely. Empowered now, he fixes himself wholly on the hunt, as if every other distraction has dropped away. Meanwhile, the fleeing wraith suddenly senses something deeply wrong closing in behind it. The energy is so unnatural and so disturbing that a chill runs straight through its tiny body. It whips around at once and sees the source, monstrous beast Jiangshi, crashing after it in full pursuit. The sight alone makes its panic flare even harder. Terrified out of its mind, the wraith screams at the top of its lungs for the young master to run. By then, fear has stripped everything else away, leaving nothing in its mind except escape. Back at the White Pavilion training room, Tang Kyujin lounges nearby while Tang Wunhui continues practicing. Looking completely at ease, she says she will leave later, since the weather is simply too nice to go anywhere just yet. As he keeps moving through his training, Tang Wunhui reflects that the humiliated Tang Yuchang and the frustrated Namgung Sanyong will not bother hiding their motives anymore. From this point on, he knows they will try to harm him openly and without restraint. He can tell Tang Kyujin understands that truth just as clearly as he does, and that is why he asks her not to interrupt his training. She answers with an easy smile and agrees right away, allowing him to continue undisturbed. Nearby, the floating wraiths whisper among themselves, surprised that Tang Kyujin has such a proper and upright temperament despite being connected to the Qin Qing sect. Half in jest, they wonder how someone like her could possibly have come from Tang Hosen and a Namgung woman. Their careless little conversation earns an immediate warning. A voice threatens that if they keep running their mouths like that, they will be ground up into wraith pills. Right in the middle of his practice, Tang Wunhui suddenly comes to a stop. Something about his body feels different, and the shift is strange enough that he cannot just brush it aside. The wraiths immediately ask what is wrong, and Tang Wunhui tells them that his body does not feel the same as it did before today's duels. The change is subtle, but to him, it is unmistakably real. He explains that there used to be a clear lag between the thoughts in his mind and the way his martial movements came out. It was as if the gears inside him never aligned perfectly. always just a little out of sync. Until now, he had assumed that awkward delay was simply the product of inexperience. But after what happened today, he can feel that disconnect shrinking. One of the wraiths, still carrying the pride of a former teacher, asks whether it may inspect Tang Wunhui's body more closely. Tang Wunhui calmly nods and gives permission without resistance. At once, several wraiths drift in and begin circling around him from all directions. They examine him so closely and so thoroughly that it almost feels as though they are peeling through his body layer by layer. After a brief inspection, one of them asks whether Tang Wunhui understands the idea of accumulated merit. Then, before any confusion can set in, it quickly adds that this is not the same thing as internal energy. The wraith continues, explaining that internal energy can grow through similar forms of training, but accumulated merit follows a different principle altogether. It changes according to the practitioner's enlightenment, bloodline, and natural disposition. Tang Wunhui thinks over that explanation and then puts it into his own words, saying that accumulated merit is shaped by the practitioner's image, the identity that person embodies. More than anything else, that seems to be what defines it. The wraith nods and says that is exactly right. Even arts that steal the internal energy of others, it explains, will still eventually reflect the nature of the one using them. Then the wraith points out that Tang Wunhui's situation is unusual. The accumulated merits connected to Tang Wunhui's body and the newer ones born from the young master's own existence are different in nature. And that mismatch is what created the delay he had been feeling. Now that the lag is beginning to disappear, the wraith believes Tang Wunhui's original merits and the young master's own are finally starting to move into harmony. The rough friction between them is slowly settling down. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui immediately understands what it truly means. He is finally beginning to accept Tang Wunhui's identity as his own, and because of that, those accumulated merits are starting to align. He admits that, on a conscious level, he had always told himself this body belongs to him now. But deep down in the part of the mind that does not lie, he had still been treating Tang Wunhui's body as though it were someone else's. After the duels, however, something inside that mindset began to change. Instead of feeling as though he was merely borrowing Tang Wunhui's body, he had started using martial arts simply as himself. His encounters with Tang Kyujin and Tang Hosan, two people who had always treated Tang Wunhui like an afterthought, are gradually tearing down that buried inner wall. Little by little, that subconscious distance is fading away. Wanting to know just how far this change has gone, Tang Wunhui asks how much the assimilation has progressed. The wraith estimates it at around 40%, hinting that the advantages will only grow as that number rises. The wraith assures him that the more complete the assimilation becomes, the more easily his martial development will accelerate. Tang Wunhui accepts that answer immediately, because for him, that alone is enough. At that moment, Tang Wunhui quietly reaches a conclusion of his own. If he wants to grow in mystic arts, then harmony between body and soul is not just helpful, it is absolutely essential. He becomes certain that as Tang Wunhui's body and Yon Wunhui's soul continue to fuse more completely, his mystic power will someday recover all the way back to the peak he possessed in his previous life. From off to the side, Tang Kyujin watches him train with relentless concentration and cannot help thinking about how drastically he has changed. He carries himself with far more confidence now, and his dedication to martial arts no longer looks forced at all. It feels completely genuine. That realization leaves a sting in her chest. Even while admiring how far he has come, she aches at the thought of the hardships that must have pushed him into changing this much, and she cannot stop herself from worrying. To Tang Kyujin's eyes, Tang Wunhui looks like someone finally building a castle of his own. Not a literal fortress of stone and walls, but a personal stronghold made of strength, resolve, and a foundation that belongs to no one but him. And she can already tell that castle is only going to become stronger from here. What he is building still has not even reached its final shape. But Tang Kyujin also knows one cruel truth all too well. Her ruthless mother will never sit quietly and politely wait for Tang Wunhui to finish building that strength. Then, just as she expected, a sudden omen makes her jolt. In an instant, she senses something dark and ominous drawing near. Thick fog begins to roll across the training grounds, swallowing the space little by little. In the middle of that encroaching haze, Tang Wunhui stands ready, already facing whatever is about to emerge. The wraiths recognize it immediately and cry out that it is ghost fog. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms their suspicion, saying that yes, this is indeed that sorceress's mist. A faint smile touches his face as he says he had been expecting wraith sorcery to show up sooner or later. From the nature of the cinnabar poison and the way it had been prepared, he had already seen the signs. So in the end, Tang Wunhui concludes that the enemy has finally taken the bait he left behind. Steadying himself where he stands, he prepares to find out just how large and dangerous this opponent really is. On a separate rooftop, The death swordsman lowers his gaze and narrows his eyes, looking almost pleased with himself. There is a sharp, hungry excitement in him, the kind of thrill that only shows when a hunter realizes he has finally been handed another chance to kill. As he starts moving, Zhang's earlier warning rises back into his mind. The one controlling the concubine's child had used a strange brand of wraith sorcery, and if that hidden schemer was really nearby, they should be carrying some unusual magical implement that would set them apart. Relying on the traces that had clung to the earlier target, he follows the faint residue left behind and reads the signs with practiced ease. Before long, he reaches a conclusion that makes his pulse quicken. The sorcerer must be somewhere inside this ghost-filled section of the area, and he heads straight in, more excited with every step. The moment he sees the fog has thickened enough to swallow the surroundings completely. Whatever hesitation he had disappears. Right there in the cover of that murky veil, he begins to activate his spell technique in earnest. In a calm, measured tone, he reminds himself how ghost fog works. It blunts human senses, and once it is stacked together with the thorny ghost fog formation, the whole place stops being mere cover and becomes a lethal trap waiting to snap shut. As the formation approaches completion, the air around him turns eerie and unstable. Sinister magical currents begin to coil and spiral, twisting into dark, rotating vortices that open all throughout the fog-choked space around him. When the spell is finally complete, he quietly notes his success with a satisfied look. No matter what happens to anyone, once they are swallowed by this fog, the people outside of it will sense absolutely nothing. Now, strengthened by dark energy, he steps farther into the mist without slowing down. With his senses fixed on the prey he came here to catch, he starts searching properly, every movement carrying a colder, more focused intent. Then something inside the fog catches his eye and makes him pause. A glowing line of connection is stretched out in the mist, and to his surprise it runs straight toward Tang Wunhui. His brow tightens at once. The lingering trail from the wraith is not guiding him toward some hidden mastermind at all. It is leading directly to his secondary target instead, the concubine's child. That is enough for him to piece the trick together immediately. The real mastermind must have deliberately severed the wraith's original connection, leaving only the boy behind as the one who would trigger the technique. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhui puts on an utterly convincing performance, acting as though the sudden flood of fog has thrown him into panic. Watching that, the swordsman silently admits that whoever set this up is far more cunning than he first gave them credit for. Even so, he reaches a quick conclusion. If he seizes the concubine's child, that alone should be enough to drag the hidden mastermind out into the open, so he starts closing the distance without delay. Certain that ghost fog has already robbed Tang Wunhui of sight and awareness, he advances with grim confidence. In his mind, he is already planning the next step, turning the boy into a living Jiangshi. But right before he can act, the situation explodes apart. Tang Qujin suddenly bursts into the mist and charges straight at him before he can properly react. The appearance of a second combatant inside the fog catches him completely by surprise. For the briefest instant, the composure he had been maintaining cracks right across his face. Tang Qujin wastes none of that opening. Already moving at full speed, she drives straight into him and slams him with a savage strike that lands with all the force of her momentum behind it. Her blow hits so fast and so hard that it sends him flying back through the fog. From nearby, Tang Wunhui blurts out in disbelief and satisfaction that they have just managed to hook a very big fish. With a single glance, Tang Wunhui reads the situation clearly. One of the enemies is a death swordsman, and the other is a Gudiao from Blackbone Ghost Valley. The wraiths around him immediately confirm that his judgment is correct, but their voices carry unease. They warn him that this opponent is at least third rank, then ask whether Tang Wunhui's plan can truly still work against someone like that. Tang Wunhui answers without flinching. In a normal fight, a Qingqing Taoist like Tang Qujin should have the upper hand against a Jiangshi of the same level. But this enemy is different, because he is not just any undead fighter, but an assassin dispatched by Namgung Sanyung herself. As he watches the battle unfold, Tang Wunhui's thoughts sink into something quieter and heavier. At this point, the real issue is no longer simply who is stronger, but whether Tang Qujin will follow her blood ties or uphold her Taoist duty to destroy evil. Their clash is fierce enough to make even the ground tremble underfoot, and Tang Wunhui knows there is nothing more he can do for the moment. All he can do now is place his trust in the choice Tang Qujin is making right here and now. After suffering several punishing blows, the battered swordsman finally recognizes the sword energy cutting into his body. The moment he feels it clearly, he realizes that this troublesome power belongs to the Qingqing style. A beat later, he identifies the one attacking him. It is Tang Qujin, the Qingqing Taoist currently stationed with the Nine Dragons Division, and the discovery leaves him genuinely unable to understand why she would be here in a place like this. Even while he throws out another attack, he tries to speak to her and open the door to negotiation. The way he does it makes his intent obvious. He is hoping he can talk his way out of this fight before it gets worse. Tang Kyujin crushes that idea instantly. She shouts that she has no interest in listening to a demon, and without giving him even a heartbeat of relief, she drives forward again. Her voice turns fierce with fury as she screams for the Jiangshi to die once more. At the same time, her blade tears into him, and a sharp cry of pain bursts uncontrollably from his throat. She follows up without mercy, and the sheer weight behind those strikes hurls him backward through the mist again. His body is sent skidding and reeling as he struggles to recover his footing. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he curses under his breath. Their attributes are horribly mismatched for him, and because of that, he is trapped in a fight where the disadvantage is clearly on his side. There is something bothering him even more than the bad matchup. If he truly fights back with everything he has and badly injures Tang Kyujin, then the arrangement they made with Madame Namgung could be ruined on the spot. That thought alone is enough to make his stomach twist. In his mind, he can already picture his enraged master punishing him for that failure, and the image is so vivid it feels like torment before it has even happened. Backed into a corner at last, he gives up on holding back. With caution cast aside, he lunges straight at Tang Kyujin head-on, choosing to force the clash rather than keep retreating. Tang Kyujin answers him immediately by releasing her sword art, the lightning-severing quickblade. Her movements turn razor-sharp and explosive, and she meets his frontal charge without yielding an inch. She bellows at him to stop thinking and just die already, and the instant those words leave her mouth, crimson blade light comes crashing down over him in a relentless storm of slashes. By the time he staggers back from that barrage, his body is streaked with blood and covered in fresh cuts. Alarm begins to rise in him for real, because if this continues, he may actually die in this place. That realization drives him to a final conclusion. If death is waiting for him no matter what, then there is no reason left to restrain himself anymore, not even for the sake of the fact that Tang Kyujin is Namgung Sanyong's daughter. The moment those words reach her ears, Tang Kyujin's body stiffens ever so slightly. Even so, her gaze does not falter, and the focus in her eyes never leaves him. The swordsman misreads that tiny reaction as hesitation. Convinced that she is wavering because she refused to hear him out, he blames her for it and prepares to bring out the trump card he had kept in reserve. A frightening surge of power suddenly erupts from within him as he drives it through his body. The aura surrounding him begins to twist and distort, changing into something far more monstrous than before. Then that power bursts outward all at once. Talisman papers whip violently through the air, and the unmistakable signs of a major technique explode into view around him. Under the influence of that technique, he launches himself forward again. This time, his body moves with a terrifying new burst of speed that makes his charge far deadlier than before. Fully empowered by his ghost enhancement technique, he looms over Tang Kyujin with an enormous, grotesque presence. At that point, he looks less like a man and more like some savage beast wearing a human shape. Tang Kyujin lifts her eyes toward his enlarged, towering form, and the sight of it shocks her badly enough that a curse slips out under her breath before she can stop it. He does not give her even a moment to recover from that shock. With ruthless timing, he drives that enhanced attack straight down at her. Even in the middle of the swing, he speaks to her. He tells her to stand down if she does not want to be hurt, insisting that all he is doing is carrying out Namgung Sanyong's will. Tang Kyujin braces herself and steadies her breathing, forcing her heart to remain firm. She warns herself not to waver now, because she already knew from the very beginning that this was her mother's will. Instead of faltering, she hardens that resolve even further. She swears that she will defeat him here and drag the mastermind hiding behind him out into the light. As anti-demonic power smashes into the beast-like Jiangshi, Tang Kyujin plants herself firmly and makes her vow aloud. She will stop her mother before she can stray any farther down this path. Infuriated that she is still resisting him, the Jiangshi charges again with open rage. As he comes at her, he sneers at how unbelievably stubborn this woman still is. Their clash erupts with explosive force, the impact blasting shattered stone and clouds of dust out in all directions. Right in the middle of that violent spray, Tang Kyujin and the Jiangshi keep exchanging one crushing blow after another without letting up. The Jiangshi clicks his tongue in open irritation, clearly fed up that this woman still refuses to go down. At the same time, a darker worry starts creeping in, because the longer this fight drags on, the worse things are going to get for him. Even with the thorny ghost fog formation still wrapped around the battlefield, he cannot relax. Before long, either the Righteous Wind Squad might notice the disturbance, or even worse, the hidden sorcerer manipulating everything from the shadows might catch on first. The moment he realizes this battle will swing against him as soon as the fog starts to thin, he makes up his mind. He decides to call in the Gudiao, still absolutely determined to kill the concubine's child before anything else has the chance to interfere. At his command, the Gudiao is summoned at once. The monstrous creature appears with its long, dragon-like body twisting into view, filling the scene with a grotesque, unnatural presence. With a harsh, grating screech, it shoots upward into the night sky. As it circles overhead, it begins pulling in the surrounding ghost fog, drawing the murky energy toward itself. One of the spirit companions quickly reports to the young master that he has already prevented the Gudiao from releasing any additional ghost fog into the area. Thanks to that, the creature is no longer worsening the battlefield the way it could have. Tang Wunhui notes dryly that the enemy has finally chosen to bring out the Gudiao. Then, with that same calm tone, he remarks that maybe it would have been simpler to let that stubborn girl handle the beast while they just waited for the death swordsman to reveal himself. Without even a moment of warning, the Gudiao suddenly folds its wings tight. Then it plunges straight down in a savage dive, driving in with a threatening attack meant to crush whatever stands below. Tang Wunhui stands there without the slightest sign of panic. He simply lifts his eyes toward the descending beast and casually complains that its screeching is way too loud for the middle of the night. Then he activates his power. In a voice that stays calm but carries unmistakable authority, he gives the Gudiao a single order and tells it to lower its head. In the very next instant, he releases Purple Eye's first stage. The invisible pressure of that technique crashes directly into the Gudiao's spirit like a blow it cannot resist. The Gudiao lets out a terrified shriek on the spot. Its whole body goes rigid, its control collapses, and it drops helplessly out of the sky. Even Tang Wunhui looks a little surprised by the sheer violence of the landing. The beast slams into the ground so hard that the crash feels excessive even by his standards. Seeing the creature stuck there head first, he cannot help making a joke out of it. He says he told it to bow its head, not to take the order quite that seriously. His spirit companions immediately start praising the Gudiao's neck for somehow surviving that ridiculous impact. They marvel out loud at just how absurdly sturdy a monster like that has to be. Still chattering in amazement, they wonder how many resources must have been thrown away to create something like this just to attack the young master. Tang Wunhui quickly cuts them off, scolding them for getting so excited over power that does not even belong to them. Then he turns his eyes back to the dazed Gudiao on the ground. Looking at it with open mockery, he orders it to get back up and addresses it with a sneering little nickname, Bird Head. Shifting his gaze toward the Jiangshi, Tang Wunhui calmly gives him two choices. He asks whether the Jiangshi would rather fight the Gudiao or fight him instead. And the instant that second option is spoken aloud, the Gudiao itself shrieks again in fresh terror, as if that possibility alone is far more horrifying than battle. A grin slowly spreads across Tang Wunhui's face. Then he drives his staff down into the ground, and even that sharp sound seems to make the Gudiao's fear deepen even further. All at once, the Gudiao spins around on its own master and lunges straight at the Jiangshi. The betrayal happens so suddenly that the Jiangshi is left staring in shock, as the beast turns on him without warning. As the Gudiao tears into him with claws and fangs, the Jiangshi is thrown into total confusion. He cannot tell whether he has somehow lost control of the creature himself, or whether the hidden sorcerer has stolen the beast away from him. That possibility strikes him like a blow. If someone else has really taken the Gudiao from his control, then the mastermind sorcerer must be somewhere nearby, and that thought leaves him deeply shaken. And in the brief moment that fear pulls his attention away, Tang Qujin rushes in from behind. She comes at him like a storm made of pure blade intent, closing the distance in an instant. She attacks with a nearly cheerful kind of bloodlust that makes the scene even more unsettling. As she moves, she says that his behavior alone is enough to make her want to slice him to pieces. Her slash flashes past, clean and merciless, and severs the Jiangshi's left arm outright. The shock of losing it hits him so hard and so suddenly that his mind immediately starts turning toward retreat. When they face each other again, he cannot keep the confusion off his face. He cannot understand why she chose to cut off only his left arm instead of taking the chance to finish him where he stood. He confronts her directly and demands to know why she spared his life when that earlier blow could have killed him. In his mind, the answer seems obvious. She must still be holding herself back because of Madame Namgung. Tang Qujin rejects that assumption without hesitation. She flatly denies that she is showing any restraint at all and declares that she intends to tear him apart so he can repent for every crime he has committed. Then a crazed smile spreads across her face, making her words sound even more chilling. She promises that she will save him slowly, and the bloodthirst behind that line stuns him enough to wonder how someone calling herself a Taoist can sound so terrifying. Above them, the Gudiao keeps mauling him without the slightest mercy. Another pained scream bursts out of the Jiangshi's mouth as the beast continues tearing into him. Now completely enraged, he curses the bird-brained Gudiao out loud. He cannot understand why the very creature that had been spreading ghost fog just moments ago is suddenly behaving so strangely in front of Tang Wunhui. Realizing that his first priority now has to be wiping out the ghost fog that still remains, he forces himself to steady his footing. Then he sets his body into the stance of the alone in-world style. Tang Kyujin answers that immediately by unleashing evil extermination/barrage. Spiritual blade light cuts across him from every direction, crossing and overlapping until he is boxed in on all sides by intersecting slashes. That technique rips away the ghost fog enhancement clinging to his body. In an instant, the extra advantage he had been relying on is stripped from him completely. The second he realizes those buffs are gone, the Jiangshi understands the truth of the situation. If he stays here any longer, it will be suicide, so he immediately starts searching for any opening he can use to escape. Even though scraps of ghost fog are still drifting through the air, he secretly gathers his energy in the middle of the chaos. Quietly, he prepares one final powerful move. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, he explodes forward. His body shoots straight at Tang Kyujin so fast that it looks like he is making one last desperate attack. But that charge is only a feint. Instead of staying there to fight, he slips past her in one clean motion and tries to flee the battlefield altogether. From above, both the Gudiao and Tang Wunhui react immediately and give chase. They shout after him and demand to know where he thinks he is going while he runs ahead screaming. As he races away, the Jiangshi's eyes suddenly widen. He senses something dangerous closing in behind him, and the feeling hits so sharply that panic flashes across his face. A heartbeat later, the threat reveals itself. Tang Kyujin comes diving down from above in relentless pursuit, still locked onto him and not giving him the slightest chance to breathe. He crashes down into the courtyard in a rough, painful tumble. The landing knocks a groan out of him as the impact jars his battered body. Tang Kyujin is on him again the instant he hits the ground. She charges without delay, her blade already raised and ready to cut him down before he can recover. Breathing hard now and looking clearly worn out, the Jiangshi hides one last trick in his hand. Without drawing attention to it, he curls his fingers around a return talisman bead. Her attack slams into the ground at the exact moment he activates the talisman. The timing is so tight that he escapes the strike by a hair. She rushes him again immediately, refusing to let up for even a second. Meanwhile, he throws everything he has left into preparing a full escape. Wrapped in swirling energy, the Jiangshi forces the talisman's power into motion. The energy coils around him as he draws on the bead with desperate urgency. Tang Kyujin's slash cuts through nothing but empty air. In the very place where he had been standing a moment earlier, a vortex opens and spins in his place. In that instant, Tang Kyujin realizes the Jiangshi has already slipped through her grasp. The sharp change in her eyes makes it obvious that she understands exactly what just happened. As the truth settles in, she sees the whole sequence clearly. Everything has unfolded exactly the way Tang Wunhui said it would, from the very beginning, down to this very escape. She immediately turns toward Tang Wunhui and calls out to him without wasting another second. In a firm but urgent voice, she tells him that demonic arts are clearly involved in all of this and asks for his help outright. Tang Wunhui begins explaining his plan in the same calm, deliberate tone he always uses when he is certain of something. Tang Kyujin listens, but the doubt on her face is plain to see, her expression showing she is still not completely convinced. Then she repeats his request back to him in open disbelief. She can hardly believe he is seriously telling them not to kill the very Jiangshi that had just come at them with lethal intent. Tang Wunhui confirms it without the slightest hesitation. Before anything else, he says, they first need to gather the power tied to the enchantment. He goes on to explain that even if their enemy is only from a branch clan, that no longer matters much. The fact that the man managed to infiltrate the Tang estate itself and spread ghost fog here proves he is strong enough to wield enchantments properly. Tang Wunhui continues in that same measured tone, saying that once the enemy truly feels cornered, he will escape by using a return talisman. And inside that man's own enchantment, Tang Wunhui admits that he still does not have the strength to defeat him head-on. But he also makes one thing clear. If they can drive that Jiangshi outside the protection of his enchantment, then dealing with him there should become possible. Only then does Tang Wunhui reveal what he is really after. He says plainly that his goal is to expose the one controlling the Jiangshi who attacked the Nine Dragons division. The moment she hears that, a chill runs through Tang Kyujin. If Tang Wunhui's deduction is correct, then the Jiangshi standing against them was sent by none other than her own mother. That possibility clearly unsettles her. In a low, uneasy voice, she asks him what he intends to do if she ends up choosing her mother's will instead. Tang Wunhui answers her immediately, without pausing to soften it. If that is the choice she makes, then he says he will simply accept that he lost their contest of wits. Those words strike Tang Kyujin much harder than she expects. In the way he says it, she suddenly sees the kind of duty, pride, and bearing that should belong to someone of the Tang clan. That realization leaves her visibly shaken. In that quiet moment, she starts questioning herself and reevaluating exactly where she stands. By now, one thing is plain. After everything Tang Wenhui has endured, he has come to view the Tang clan as a place built on deceit, appearances, and lies. And yet Tang Kyujin quietly makes up her mind. She resolves to show him that the Tang clan is not made of nothing but falsehood, and with that resolve in her heart, she decides to keep going just a little farther. At that exact moment, the beast-like Jiangshi she fought earlier appears before her once again. Its arrival fills the air with a shrill, ugly screech that cuts straight through the night. Tang Kyujin looks honestly startled to find that the Gudiao is still here, and the creature itself reacts just as strangely, letting out nervous cries the instant it senses her presence. Elsewhere, a streak of light slices through the forest darkness and rushes toward a distant structure. It follows the exact path taken by the fleeing Jiangshi. The wounded Jiangshi finally reappears outside the estate. He drops down hard, landing with the heavy, unsteady weight of someone who has already been pushed close to his limit. He curses under his breath, furious over the failure, and even more enraged that he has been driven into retreat after missing his target. He knows full well that even if he reattaches his severed arm, it will not undo the disaster he has created. What weighs on him even more is the loss of the Gudiao. Once security around the Nine Dragons division tightens after tonight, he knows there is no chance his master will overlook a failure on this scale. His anger boils over completely. Rather than blame himself, he throws all of it onto that cursed woman who stepped in and ruined everything. Then, without warning, Tang Wenhui appears right in front of him. With cool mockery, he asks why the Jiangshi stopped just outside the estate, instead of running much farther away. The Jiangshi panics on the spot. He is clearly shaken that they managed to track him down this quickly. The moment he recognizes Tang Wenhui as the bastard son, his confusion deepens, of all people. He cannot understand how this man managed to follow him all the way here. His thoughts immediately jump back to the hidden sorcerer. If someone was capable of stealing control of the Gudiao from him, then that same person could just as easily have discovered the life gate of the thorny ghost fog formation. Then his thinking shifts. Instead of seeing only danger, he starts convincing himself that this may actually be his chance to recover the situation by capturing the bastard son. He tells himself that if he can take Tang Wenhui alive, then he can force the sorcerer's identity into the open, and maybe even reclaim the Gudiao he lost. Then his eyes catch the spectral energy gathering behind Tang Wenhui, along with the ghostly shape looming there. At first glance, he assumes some wandering spirit must have attached itself to the young man, and yet the feel of that eerie energy is disturbingly familiar. It hits the Jiangshi with the kind of recognition that makes his skin crawl before his mind can even process why. Wrapped in purple eyes and cloaked in ghostly force, Tang Wenhui speaks with chilling calm. He remarks that Namgung Sanyung must have become truly desperate if she was willing to join hands with Blackbone Ghost Valley. The Jiangshi is visibly stunned by that statement. The alliance Tang Wenhui just named was supposed to be secret, yet somehow he knows about it. Tang Wenhui merely pretends not to understand why the man is so shocked. As he speaks, the dark, swirling energy around him thickens and coils more heavily around his body. The Jiangshi starts stammering despite himself, fear creeping into his voice. There is something about Tang Wenhui's presence now that feels terrifying on a deep, instinctive level. Then it finally clicks for him. The instant he understands what kind of power he is really looking at, panic takes full hold of him. Tang Wenhui no longer bothers to conceal it. He lets the ominous ghostly shroud around him manifest fully, revealing exactly what he has been carrying. The figure behind him becomes unmistakably clear. Draped over his body like a sinister shadow with a will of its own is the evil ghost war robe. Tang Wenhui notes that the Jiangshi clearly recognizes the robe, and even calls him an old-timer over it. The artifact is the evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi remembers all too well that 10 years ago, everyone in Blackbone Ghost Valley knew this very weapon by reputation. It was feared as the chaos-bringing armament of the little heavenly demon, Yaon Wenhui. Horror spreads across his face as he blurts out whether that spectral energy is truly an evil ghost. Then, in the same breath, he demands to know why Tang Wenhui of all people possesses such a thing. Tang Wenhui answers him in a cold, flat voice that leaves no room for hope. He says he has no intention of explaining anything to him. Instead, Tang Wenhui says that he is the one who has many questions to ask. The Jiangshi, still trying to sound defiant through his fear, snaps back that he is not going to answer any of them. Tang Wenhui replies as if that much was completely obvious from the start. Of course, he says. Those answers are not going to come out right now. Then a dark, unsettling smile slowly creeps across his face. With that expression, he says, they can have that conversation after the Jiangshi is dead. At those words, Fear grips the Jiangshi even tighter. If Tang Wenhui really is the cult heir bound to that terrifying power, then a single strike might be enough to kill him where he stands. Tang Wenhui slowly tightens his fist and lowers his body, preparing to launch himself forward. Dark waves of ghostly energy roll off him as he gathers power to charge. The Jiangshi braces on instinct, his heart hammering in his chest. In that desperate moment, he cannot tell whether Tang Wenhui is about to attack with mystic arts or strike using the power of the Phantom King instead. And before he can even decide which nightmare is coming for him, Tang Wenhui rockets forward in a devastating charge. Jiangxi's eyes snap open in pure shock. Tang Wenhui's blow comes in so much faster than he anticipated that he can barely follow the motion before the strike is already right in front of him. And in that tiny frozen instant, disbelief washes over him. What Tang Wenhui is using is not sorcery, not mystic arts, but unmistakably the movement and force of martial arts. Then the hit lands. Tang Wenhui's strike tears straight into the Jiangxi's body with crushing power, blood exploding into the air, as the impact flings him backward like he has just been smashed by a battering ram. A heartbeat later, his body crashes into a tree far in the distance. The collision is so violent that it gouges out a massive crater, splintering the trunk and wrecking the ground around it. For a brief second, he remains suspended there in the shattered wreckage. Then, slowly and stiffly, he begins to rise from the place where he slammed down. As he steadies his breathing and forces himself upright, recognition suddenly dawns on him. That attack, it was Tempest Dance, one of the hidden techniques of the Nine Dragons division. He replays the exchange in his mind and realizes it again with growing certainty. Tang Wenhui truly used martial arts, not mystic arts, and that realization makes a strange, almost hopeful smile creep across his face. Then he starts to laugh. In his mind, that settles it. Tang Wenhui cannot be the real cult heir, because the one he remembers was said to be completely unable to use martial arts and terrifying enough to crush him with a single finger. That conclusion, strengthening his nerve, he gathers a dense, dangerous mass of sorcery into both hands. As the power swells, he declares that Tang Wenhui is nothing more than a counterfeit, a fake imitating the cult heir's power. In the very next instant, he drives that gathered force downward. A massive wave of purple energy erupts from above and crashes toward Tang Wenhui. Even as he unleashes it, the Jiangshi names the technique himself. He calls it the solitary chains of binding, a weapon art said to have been created personally by the cult heir. Tang Wenhui only clicks his tongue at that. Almost casually, he remarks that the last attack barely missed, then smugly adds that this only proves he is a genius, not some kind of monster. That easy confidence makes the Jiangshi hesitate all over again. Doubt creeps back into his mind as he starts wondering whether Tang Wenhui really could be the cult heir after all, and if that is true, how he could still be alive while also using martial arts. Tang Wenhui sees that confusion written plainly across his face. With a cool, unreadable expression, he points out that things must be very hard for him to understand right now. Then, in a tone that sounds almost openly mocking, he adds that whether he is or is not the person the Jiangshi remembers should not even be the man's biggest concern at the moment. Tang Wenhui presses the point even further. He asks him flatly whether he really thinks he has the luxury to be worrying about that right now. Those words, the Jiangshi's mind sharpens. If this battle drags on much longer, the Righteous Wind Squad, or worse, Nemgung Senyang, could arrive, and that means he has to finish this decisively before anyone else gets involved. He quickly understands that running is no longer an option. No matter what fear still lingers in his heart, that Tang Wenhui may truly be the cult heir, he has no choice but to silence him here and now. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui stands there looking completely at ease. In an almost lazy voice, he asks why the Jiangshi still has not made his move. Then the mockery turns sharp. With open contempt, Tang Wenhui says the standards for dead swordsmen must have fallen terribly low if someone dragging around a gudiao could still get promoted, and he dismisses him outright as incompetent. That insult lands like a spark in dry grass. In an instant, the Jiangshi is swallowed by rage. But Tang Wenhui still is not done. He casually wonders aloud if he should just head back now, since a useless opponent like this probably does not know anything worth hearing, and that only drags another furious curse out of the Jiangshi. Grinding his teeth so hard it looks like they might crack, the Jiangshi makes his decision. Even if it burns away what little lifespan he has left, he will make Tang Wenhui pay for those words. With a savage roar, he hurls himself forward. This time, he charges in with everything he has. Watching him come, Tang Wenhui sounds almost amused. Calmly, he notes that his opponent is finally ready to commit to an all-out attack. The Jiangshi's energy beam rips violently through the forest ahead of him. Trees, earth, and air are all torn apart as he carves a path forward, clearly trying to force even more distance between the two of them. Tang Wenhui sees through the move immediately. The Jiangshi is not only attacking, he is trying to drag the fight farther away from the estate to buy himself time, and Wunhui decides on the spot that he cannot be allowed to escape. So Tang Wunhui finally resolves to use the test techniques he had deliberately held back when fighting Tang Kyujin. The next second, he shoots after the Jiangshi like a blazing streak of force. When the two powers collide, the impact is violent enough to tear the battlefield apart. Rock, soil, and the surrounding terrain explode outward in every direction under the force of the clash. As the dust slowly settles, the Jiangshi catches his breath and starts to think he may have overdone it this time. If Tang Wunhui is really dead, then now he has no choice but to go retrieve what he assumes is the corpse. He trudges toward the crater, thick smoke still pouring out of it. While walking, he grumbles to himself that at the very least, Tang Wunhui's endless talking really did resemble the real cult heir. But the moment his hand reaches toward the robed figure in the smoke, Tang Wunhui suddenly speaks. From inside that haze, he calmly says that now, at last, he finally feels relieved. Completely unharmed, Tang Wunhui grabs the Jiangshi by the arm without the slightest urgency. Then he remarks that if the man truly wanted to rest, he should have used his returned talisman to get much farther away before stopping. And the Jiangshi can only stare in stunned disbelief at the realization that all of his attacks accomplished absolutely nothing. Tang Wunhui mocks him again, asking how blows that weak were ever supposed to recover his corpse. Those words send panic shooting through the Jiangshi's mind, as he starts wondering whether the robe in front of him really is the cult heir's evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi can only scream in denial. He flatly refuses to believe what he is seeing. Even so, Tang Wunhui remains where he is and takes another full-power burst head-on. The impact makes the ghost robe flare outward and shatter violently around him, yet beneath it, his actual body remains completely untouched. A deeper dread starts crawling over the Jiangshi. He realizes that he has already overloaded his demonic essence to strengthen those attacks. And even after pushing himself that far, he still cannot inflict a single meaningful wound on Tang Wunhui. All he can do now is watch in horror. His relentless barrage keeps slamming into Tang Wunhui again and again, but none of it produces the slightest real result. Through all of it, Tang Wunhui stays perfectly calm. In a casual voice, he remarks that attacks at this level would take an eternity to turn him into even a corpse. Driven into raw frustration, the Jiangshi spits out a curse, calling Tang Wunhui a damned brat. Then he throws a punch carrying every last scrap of power he can still force out. At that moment, Tang Wunhui calmly declares that the defensive performance of the evil ghost war robe has now been fully tested. And with that, he says it is time to test the robe's offensive power as well. The next instant, he launches a strike, wrapped in thick, concentrated purple force. That blow slams directly into the Jiangshi's torso. The impact is so heavy that it sends him flying backward through the air. A concentrated beam of purple energy surges after him through the forest, racing in the wake of the hit and carving a glowing path straight through the trees. Then, all at once, everything goes still. The battlefield falls silent, and far off in the distance, only a collapsed silhouette can be seen lying there. Battered and sprawled across the ground, the Jiangshi forces himself to think back on Tang Wunhui's last strike. As he does, he realizes it has revealed something important. He concludes that Tang Wunhui's attacks are not powerful enough to kill him easily, and to the Jiangshi, that means Tang Wunhui himself is weaker than expected. In his mind, that leaves him one remaining chance. If the evil ghost war robe disappears once Wunhui's mystic energy runs dry, then this fight may still be winnable. As though he can see straight through that thought, the robed Tang Wunhui immediately taunts him. He suggests that the Jiangshi must be planning to do nothing but wait for the evil ghost war robe's duration to run out. Tang Wunhui then tells him that he came prepared for exactly this kind of battle. After all, he already knew from the beginning that the Jiangshi was from Black Bone Ghost Valley. Even hearing that, the Jiangshi only sneers back at him. He mocks Tang Wunhui for acting so arrogantly just because he happens to be wearing the evil ghost war robe. Jiangshi fixes the man in robes with a vicious glare, eyes burning with suspicion, and demands to know what kind of preparations he could have possibly made to stand his ground against a Jiangshi in the first place. Then, without the slightest bit of hesitation, he throws himself forward and snarls that he will crush the robed man before that mystic power burns away and the war robe disappears for good. In the very next heartbeat, the Jiangshi lashes out and tears loose a savage wave of energy, sending a brutal roaring straight toward his robed opponent. But the instant the attack is unleashed, he realizes far too late that he has fallen for an illusion technique, and that the real enemy has already slipped behind him and is charging in from his rear. The robed man immediately takes advantage of that opening, slamming a heavy blow into the Jiangshi so hard that a sharp cry of pain bursts out as the strike lands cleanly. Clicking his tongue in open annoyance, The Jiangshi complains that this opponent is far too slippery, darting around with an agile body that is unbelievably irritating to deal with. At the same time, the robed man is thinking to himself that even a hit that strong still was not enough to pierce the defenses of this dead swordsman. As he stares at the Jiangshi and sees that he still has not truly been shaken, the robed man quietly reflects that he still has far too many flaws left to correct in himself. Deciding that the fight has dragged on long enough, he resolves to finish it here, gathers his strength, and calls forth a gigantic ghostly tiger to strike. A violent purple blast swallows the Jiangshi whole, and as the explosion rages around him and his scream echoes from inside it, the robed man coldly asks whether he still has not understood yet. Even while writhing in pain, the Jiangshi yells back defiantly that attacks like this are not enough to truly hurt him. The explosion continues to rage around his body, with that purple force churning and surging without any sign of fading away. And instead of letting up, the robed man keeps pressing the assault, hammering him again and again while pouring out even more of that violent purple power. The Jiangshi suddenly bursts into laughter and mocks the attack as little more than a tickle, then boasts that unlike the evil ghost war robe, his undead body will never tire, and promises that he will pay all of this back later. Right at that moment, the robed man abruptly plants his foot and comes to a stop, revealing that he had intentionally been letting those strikes land all along. He calmly remarks that he had actually been worried the Jiangshi might avoid everything and drag this battle out much longer than it needed to be. Then he points out, in a voice full of mockery, that the Jiangshi chose to take every single blow head-on, adding that undeath must have rotted his brain. The Jiangshi sneers right back at him, ridiculing the robed man for finally losing his mind after being pushed into a corner, and starts to spit out another threat. Halfway through that arrogant taunt, his whole face suddenly twists, and without warning, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. He staggers in disbelief, realizing that his body is clearly showing signs of poisoning, and cannot comprehend how a Jiangshi could even be poisoned at all, while the robed man coolly notes that ordinary poison never would have worked. A look of pure horror flashes across the Jiangshi's face as he pieces it together and realizes that the toxin can only be the dreaded lost soul poison. The robed man explains that because the Jiangshi chose to receive every strike directly with his body, the poison was able to spread through him completely, and then he tells him to enjoy what is about to happen next. As corrosive souls begin tearing into his body, the Jiangshi curses the lost souls in terror, and screams at them to get off him. All around him, swarms of ghostly skulls come surging in from every side, circling around him and closing tighter with every passing second. Those souls only grow darker and more vicious as their presence intensifies, until the pressure of it all starts to overwhelm him completely. Before long, the Jiangshi is fully engulfed, buried under countless shadowy spirits that rip into him from every direction at once. A desperate howl tears out of him as his body is consumed inside a blinding flood of light. Then his body crashes hard onto the ground, and at last his knees finally give way beneath him. Broken and completely defeated, the Jiangshi collapses the rest of the way down, while the robed victor approaches with slow, steady, deliberate steps, wrapped in eerie purple shrouds. The man in robes stands over the fallen Jiangshi, looking unmistakably like the one who has won this fight beyond any doubt. Barely hanging on to consciousness, the Jiangshi struggles for breath and forces out one final question, asking whether the man standing before him is the cult heir. The robed man says nothing at first, but his expression sharpens in silent surprise, his lips parting just enough to show his teeth. Then, in a cold and merciless tone, he tells the defeated Jiangshi that he will not be allowed to die here. Now suddenly subdued, the Jiangshi slowly lifts his head and stares ahead as a glowing chain hangs down in front of him. The moment he recognizes it as the solitary chains of binding, his whole body starts to tremble, and in fear he begins asking who the robed man really is. Later, the man removes the disguise of the war robe and politely addresses the unseen elders, telling them that he will now be taking his leave. Before he departs, he asks those elders to train the new recruits properly, so that when the time comes, they will obey his commands without fail. From within the darkness, the shadowy elders immediately agree, answering that they will carry out his orders. Outside under the night sky, the man walks away alone while leaves drift and swirl through the air around him. As he moves through the darkness, he quietly reflects to himself that none of this has come easily. He starts analyzing his own weaknesses one by one, admitting that he still struggles to cast sorcery and mystic fields quickly whenever they require long preparation, which means he must become better at adapting to martial combat and find some way to speed up his casting much more. His hand slowly tightens into a fist as he murmurs to himself that he now has even more things he needs to work on. Standing there alone in the forest, he firms up his resolve and silently steels himself for whatever is waiting ahead. Then, all at once, his senses sharpen, and he realizes that someone has been watching him. A trace of unease crosses his mind as he wonders whether that hidden observer saw the entire battle, and he turns his gaze toward a distant building that is glowing faintly with energy. He looks more carefully in an attempt to track the watcher down, and soon spots a lone silhouette standing high up in one of the windows. The moment he makes out who that figure is, he realizes the observer was Tang Hosen. He mutters under his breath, that creepy Tang clan member or not. Tang Hosen watched the entire thing unfold without stepping in even once. He reasons that the distance probably hid some of the smaller details, but Tang Hosen still must have understood that he was fighting an intruder, and he grumbles to himself about how unbearably stuck up that man is. When he finally returns to the residence, his sister comes running straight toward him at once, calling out his name as he turns to face her. Her sudden appearance catches Tang Wunhui completely by surprise, and for a brief second, his whole body goes rigid as he freezes on the spot, the reaction turning awkward almost the moment it shows on his face. Tang Kyujin comes hurrying over with the captured beast, Jiangxi dragging behind her, her brows knit tightly with worry as she rushes to ask whether he is hurt and what in the world happened in this place. With a lighter tone, Tang Wunhui quickly assures her that he is perfectly fine, and Tang Kyujin immediately brightens as she explains that she thought they might be able to squeeze useful information out of the beast, so she tried to cut through its wings first to stop it from escaping, only to discover they were far tougher than she expected. Then, with disarmingly casual honesty, she admits that she ended up beating the creature senseless instead, while Tang Wunhui quietly reaches one firm conclusion in his heart: he should never ever make an enemy of his sister. Tang Kyujin then apologizes for letting the intruder slip away, even after the opening he made for her, but Tang Wunhui stops her at once and tells her without hesitation that her safety matters far more to him than that. She immediately suggests that they should interrogate the beast Jiangxi by beating it until it coughs up the hiding place of its master. And while she is saying that, Tang Wunhui notices something distinctly unsettling. The creature appears to understand every word of human speech. Then, all of a sudden, the beast gives out a sharp, shrill cry and its body twitches, making Tang Kyujin recoil in visible shock that it can still move after taking that kind of beating. Before the thing can try anything else, Tang Wunhui reaches down without delay and grabs the cowering beast, which lets out a pitiful squeal as it shrinks back in fear. Later, seated with it in the forest, Tang Wunhui studies the oversized beast Jiangxi carefully and realizes that sneaking something this huge back into the house without anyone noticing is going to be extremely difficult. At that very moment, the creature begins gathering its power and starts to transform, its bulky body shrinking down right in front of him until it turns into a tiny little spiky thing that looks strangely cute. Watching that unexpected transformation happen, Tang Wunhui cannot help being impressed, realizing that this beast is capable of using mystic arts too. As he looks more closely at the tiny body it transformed into, he starts to notice that there is something clearly unusual about it. After thinking it over for a brief moment, he decides to keep the beast temporarily in the white pavilion, and then tells Tang Kyujin that she should head back inside and get some rest. But instead of answering him right away, Tang Kyujin lowers her eyes and falls silent, hesitating there for a moment. A little later, she finally agrees and says that since the intruder is already gone, she will go in first, though she adds that he should come inside soon as well. With that, she turns around and walks away, leaving Tang Wunhui where he is, as he quietly watches her from behind. But before she goes too far, she glances back over her shoulder and there is a suspicious edge in her expression, along with a quiet, stubborn determination in her eyes. The next day, indoors, someone grimly states that the mastermind behind all of this is none other than the infamous Whitebone. Kneeling with proper respect, Spirit number 15 confirms it and adds that his master has now arrived as well, someone the listener has not seen in a very long time. Spirit number 15 first assumes the listener already knows his master, then hurriedly corrects himself and refers to him as the accursed Whitebone, while the man calmly replies that he does know that old necromancer, at least to some extent. He then explains that he once learned death arts from that very old man, and that he finished what should have been 100 years of training in only a single month, leaving the instructor utterly dumbfounded. Spirit number 15 continues his report, saying that Whitebone did not come alone because the Bluebone Merchant, Redbone Terror, and Greenbone Irreversible are also nearby, which means that 4 of Blackbone Ghost Valley's 12 Black Specters have gathered around 9 Dragons County to carry out some kind of scheme. Hearing that, the man immediately begins sorting through the implications in his mind and concludes that if 4 such elders are moving around 9 Dragons County at the same time, it can only mean one thing: so he starts piecing together why they would choose to move now. He links their activity to the upcoming festival connected to Tang Moonhyuk's visit, explaining that Tang Moonhyuk, the Dark Supreme, and one of the 10 greatest masters, has formed a new special squad and is personally leading it, and there is no way the heavenly demon divine cult would sit back quietly and let Sichuan strengthen itself unchecked. He notes that under ordinary circumstances, the cult would probably be content to infiltrate that squad or weaken it from the inside, but the fact that they sent 4 Blackbone elders suggests a plan far more ambitious than simple sabotage. Then, after taking into account that Namgung Senyong of the 9 Dragons branch also comes from the Namgung clan, he concludes that the enemy's scheme must be operating on an even larger scale than it first seemed. He goes on to reveal that behind the heavenly demon divine cult, there exists another force entirely, a group of limit-breaking masters known only as the Society. And once he factors in the possibility that the Society is secretly backing the cult and strengthening it from the shadows, he realizes that moves which once sounded impossible could now suddenly become real options. As his gaze settles on a particular octagonal object, he notes to himself that the plan once dismissed as ridiculous has now become a genuinely workable technique. At last, he voices the conclusion clearly. The enemy's true objective is to assassinate the Dark Supreme. At those words, the spirits of number 15 react furiously and curse the Blackbone elders as complete idiots, insisting that not even the progenitors of the 9 demons could handle the Dark Supreme, one of the 10 greatest masters. The man agrees that those elders are probably no more than scouts, and then hears from spirit number 15 that additional reinforcements are already on the way from Tian Shan. The revelation catches him off guard at once, and he immediately wonders why support would be coming from Tian Shan rather than directly from the Society, calling number 15 by designation as he presses him for more. Spirit number 15 promptly identifies himself, and the man directly asks whether he truly knows nothing at all about the Society. Clearly nervous, spirit number 15 admits that he is too ignorant even to understand what that mysterious society really is. Accepting that answer, the man decides there is no point forcing the issue any further, and concludes that if he wants real information about the society, he will have to capture Whitebone himself. Even so, he knows the harsh truth all too well. At his current level, he cannot even break through that old monster's fortress of terrifying spells, much less defeat him outright. With that realization weighing on him, he ends the questioning and says that for now, this is all he can learn from spirit number 15. Just then, his martial arts teacher bursts in looking genuinely alarmed for his safety, and the moment Tang Woonhui lays eyes on him, he immediately knows who it is. Tang Gon quickly tells him that the branch clan head has summoned him, then anxiously asks what on earth happened in the front yard of his residence. Off to the side, spirit number 15 quietly observes that the instructor must be talking about the wreckage left behind from the earlier fight involving Tang Kyujin. Tang Woonhui tells his visibly flustered master to calm down and says he will explain everything on the way, while inwardly deciding that things may start becoming easier if he works more directly with the Righteous Wind Squad and Tang Gon. By the time that thought finishes forming, he has already made up his mind that if he wants to move forward from here, he now needs to coordinate properly with those allies. As he walks beneath the moonlight, Tang Woonhui turns the whole situation over in his head and realizes that everything now depends on how much Tang Hosen knows and what that man intends to do next. When he finally stands before him, Tang Woonhui offers a formal greeting and addresses Tang Hosen as the branch clan head. Tang Hosen responds by asking why his own son still insists on keeping such formal distance between them even in private. Tang Woonhui apologizes and explains that it is simply because they have not spoken alone like this in a very long time. Afterward, Tang Gon is beside himself with frustration, scolding Tang Woonhui for nearly throwing away the hard-earned favor they had finally managed to build with Tang Hosen. Tang Woonhui only brushes it off with a playful air, teasing that his martial arts master must think very highly of him, and telling him to relax and just watch how all of this plays out. He then points out that if this meeting is meant to acknowledge his achievement in defeating the intruder, then it should be treated as official business, not some emotional reunion between father and son, while inwardly noting that Tang Hosen summoned him here for political reasons. Tang Woonhui reaches the answer almost immediately. This entire exchange is a test, a quiet probe with both sides trying to measure exactly how much the other already knows. And Tang Hosen coolly remarks that his son seems to have understood from the start why he was summoned here. Without wasting time circling around the subject, Tang Woonhui speaks plainly and says that Tang Hosen has already figured out the true identity of the intruder. Then he pushes even further, adding that Tang Hosen also understands how his own wife is connected to that intruder as well. Tang Hosen confirms that the matter is indeed linked to the clan head's upcoming visit, and the moment he says that, Tang Wunhui realizes inwardly that his father clearly knows about the assassination plot too. Tang Hosen studies his son's face for a moment and remarks that the complete lack of surprise there proves Tang Wunhui must have already reached the same conclusion on his own. He admits that he had already heard rumors saying Tang Wunhui had changed, but even with that in mind, he is still genuinely stunned by just how different the boy now appears. Tang Hosen continues in a measured voice, saying that his son's internal energy, his sharp judgment, and his grasp of the entire situation all go far beyond what should reasonably be possible in only a few short years. Then he compares Tang Wunhui to a snake hidden in the dark, lying perfectly still, patiently coiled, and waiting for the exact right moment to strike. With a dark smile that carries a faint trace of amusement, Tang Hosen says he is impressed that Tang Wunhui managed to deceive even him for this long, and adds that such cunning suits someone born into the Tang clan. Tang Wunhui lowers his head in a respectful bow, and even though he feels those words as a veiled insult, he still thanks Tang Hosen for the compliment, knowing full well that in the Tang family, praise like that carries real meaning. Tang Hosen then gives him a firm warning, telling him not to overreach and above all, not to cross the line. The air tightens at once, and Tang Wunhui carefully asks what exactly that line is supposed to mean. Tang Hosen makes his position unmistakably clear, saying that he will not interfere in any conflict between Tang Wunhui and Namgung Senyung inside the household, but he absolutely forbids his son from touching the forces backing her from the shadows. Even though he has no way of knowing what kind of hidden scheme might be buried inside those words, Tang Wunhui keeps his expression perfectly composed and answers on the surface that he understands. From that alone, Tang Wunhui realizes he still cannot move directly against Whitebone yet, and Tang Hosen, having finished everything he meant to say, dismisses him as though the matter is now closed. But just before Tang Hosen can leave, Tang Wunhui stops him and firmly says that the one who defeated the intruder ought to receive a proper reward. Tang Hosen instantly reads the meaning behind that request and realizes it must involve something Tang Wunhui cannot obtain on his own, so he asks what kind of reward his son wants. With calm authority and not a trace of hesitation, Tang Hosen tells him to go ahead and state his wish. Tang Wunhui asks for permission to train inside the monstrous forest, while inwardly planning to use its poisonous insects and mystic beasts to restore his mystic power as quickly as possible toward the level he once possessed in his former life. The moment he hears that name, Tang Hosen repeats monstrous forest in visible surprise, clearly wary of just how dangerous that place truly is. He explains that only the clan head has the authority to approve entry into the monstrous forest, and while he can pass the request along, he cannot promise anything, leaving Tang Wunhui to realize that this road is blocked for now. Then Tang Hosen offers something else instead, slipping a hand into his robes as though retrieving an alternative reward on the spot. What he draws out is an ornate butterfly-shaped artifact, and the instant Tang Wunhui lays eyes on it, his attention locks onto the object completely. Holding the butterfly-shaped item out in front of him, Tang Hosen asks whether his son would prefer taking this instead. The second he sees it, Tang Gun blurts out a shocked protest, clearly recognizing just how valuable that artifact really is. Tang Hosen immediately cuts him off and orders Tang Gon to stay quiet. Seeing his usually seasoned instructor react like that, Tang Wunhui cannot help wondering what kind of treasure could leave Tang Gon this shaken and speechless. But when he looks at it more carefully with his own eyes, it seems to be nothing more than an elegant decorative ornament. Tang Hosen notices the brief hesitation in his gaze and asks whether he dislikes it, and Tang Wunhui quickly denies that before the misunderstanding can deepen. Then Tang Wunhui notices that the pressure and aura surrounding Tang Hosen make it impossible for him to simply reach out and take the artifact directly. So he assumes he is meant to claim it through some indirect method instead. Making his choice in an instant, he calls for Spirit number 15 and orders the little wraith to go retrieve the item for him. Spirit number 15 obeys at once, though nervously, and hurries forward toward the butterfly-shaped artifact. The butterfly lifts smoothly from Tang Hosen's fingertips and rises into the air as if it has willingly accepted that movement on its own. Tang Hosen watches that small motion with a faint trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. The artifact flutters lightly through the air and settles safely into Tang Wunhui's hand, while in the background Tang Gon looks like he is on the verge of losing his mind. Now holding the butterfly calmly in the center of his palm, Tang Wunhui has effectively made it his own. Tang Hosen looks at him for a brief moment, wearing a subtle expression that gives absolutely nothing away. Then he turns away and declares in a flat voice that the artifact now belongs to his son. After that, Tang Hosan tells Tang Gon that they are leaving, and the still flustered instructor hurriedly agrees before following after him. Tang Wunhui stays where he is and watches the two figures gradually disappear into the night. Once he is finally alone, he narrows his eyes at the butterfly resting in his hand, and demands to know what exactly this thing is that the Tang clan scum have handed over to him. His wraith companions begin throwing out guesses, saying it looks like some kind of expensive ornament, but then adding that with the Tang clan, it could just as easily be a concealed weapon instead. Irritated by the useless chatter, Tang Wunhui crushes one of the spirits in his fist and snaps at the rest to stop wasting time with opinions and get moving. Terrified by that sudden outburst, the spirits scatter in every direction and hurriedly agree before rushing off to obey him. Elsewhere, Tang Gon asks Tang Hosen whether he is truly comfortable giving away something that precious. Tang Hosen answers that the artifact mattered greatly back when the old Tempest squad still existed, but that was 20 years ago. And now that the Nine Dragons branch has been established and his son wishes to inherit that old legacy, giving him the artifact makes sense. From that, it becomes clear that the blood butterfly was passed to Tang Wunhui because its former owner still carries lingering regret over failing to fulfill his ambitions for the old Tempest squad. Tang Hosen explains that he showed the artifact to his other two children as well, but Tang Wunhui was the only one who showed any genuine interest in it. He recalls that Tang Wunhui alone was able to claim the blood butterfly, almost as if the old Tempest squad itself had chosen him. Tang Hosen believes Tang Wunhui might actually be capable of unlocking the secrets hidden inside the blood butterfly, all while unseen spirits quietly listen to every word from the shadows. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui is visibly thrown off, because the thought of connecting the blood butterfly to the old Tempest squad had never once occurred to him before now. He immediately turns toward the spirits and demands to know whether Tang Hosen ever actually explained what this thing was, but all they can say is that it is incredibly precious, and in their nervous fumbling, they end up addressing him as the cult heir. Spirits hurriedly add that whenever the artifact moves, it consumes an absurd amount of spiritual energy. And then, lowering their voices even more, they nervously suggest that it might actually be some kind of demonic tool. That possibility catches Tang Wunhui completely off guard, and he stares down at the blood butterfly in open surprise, genuinely taken aback by the idea that it could be something demonic. Without wasting even a second after that, he orders the spirit hiding inside the blood butterfly to come out, clearly intending to inspect the artifact directly with his own eyes. Even while giving that order, Tang Wunhui continues turning the matter over in his mind, and reasons that an item from the Tang clan should not be built around spiritual energy in the first place, so he doubts it truly burns through that much power. Then, without the slightest warning, the blood butterfly suddenly erupts with a tremendous surge of force, energy bursting out of it all at once in a violent flare. Tang Wunhui and the spirits all jolt in exaggerated shock when, immediately after that outburst, the butterfly suddenly goes dead and falls completely still. His expression hardens on the spot, veins beginning to stand out as Tang Wunhui focuses himself and prepares to force the artifact into submission. Anger rises into his voice as he pours even more power into the blood butterfly and shouts at it to stop resisting him. But instead of yielding, the blood butterfly answers him with an even more violent eruption, purple energy flaring wildly around it as though pushing back harder. And then, just as abruptly as before, it shuts down again and lies there in total stillness, as if nothing had happened at all. For a brief moment, everything falls quiet, and all anyone can do is stare at the motionless artifact in tense, uneasy silence. Later, outside, Tang Wunhui keeps turning over different ways to handle the blood butterfly, feeling more and more that there is some key point here he still has not managed to grasp. By the next morning, he complains in open irritation that the blood butterfly frustrated him so badly the night before that he was not able to sleep at all. In the end, he decides to put the matter aside for the time being, worried that if Whitebone hears about the failed attack from last night, that old monster will make the first move. As Tang Hosen's warning about not crossing the line echoes back through his mind, Tang Wunhui realizes those words now place a real limit on how openly he can move against Whitebone. So he starts wondering whether there might be some other way to disrupt Whitebone's plans without pushing Tang Hosen into stepping in against him. Knowing full well that an opportunity like that will not simply appear overnight, Tang Wunhui accepts that he will have to wait and search patiently, and he settles down with his tea while thinking through it in silence. Then, right in the middle of that quiet moment, a Gudiao suddenly comes flying in out of nowhere and startles him. Recognizing the Gudiao at once, Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue in annoyance and notes that the creature's sudden arrival has completely broken his train of thought. He narrows his eyes and studies the creature carefully, clearly weighing something in his mind as he looks it over. After examining it, Tang Wunhui judges that while the Gudiao is definitely strong, it still is not powerful enough to defeat many dead swordsmen at the same time. That thought leads him to an immediate conclusion. If he intends to make use of the gudiao, then he has to strengthen it first, and without hesitation, he cuts his own hand for blood. Using that blood as a medium, he sets about refining the dead man's eye into an object capable of containing the Phantom King's knowledge. He succeeds in forging the refined item, and once the work is complete, he gives it a name, Phantom King's Blood. The spirits react at once with barely contained excitement, recognizing Phantom King's blood immediately and envying Tang Wunhui's birthright, even as they snap at one another to keep their dignity. Because the elixir contains the Phantom King's knowledge and is an unparalleled treasure for anyone who uses demonic arts, Tang Wunhui dangles it in front of the gudiao and tempts it by asking whether it wants it. The gudiao responds eagerly almost instantly, and seeing that raw hunger in its reaction, Tang Wunhui coolly asks what exactly makes it worthy of receiving something that valuable. Then he offers the creature a deal, promising it the elixir if it reveals the locations of the beast Jiangxi ranches hidden inside Blackbone Ghost Valley. The gudiao frantically agrees on the spot, trembling with excitement as though it can barely believe such an offer is real. Satisfied with that answer, Tang Wunhui permits the creature to swallow Phantom King's blood. The instant the elixir takes effect, the gudiao's eyes blaze fiercely, lit from within by the power now flooding through its body. Wrapped in radiant light, the gudiao begins to transform, its body swelling and reshaping until it turns into a much larger dragon-like bird infused with the elixir's power. Its feathers bristle sharply all over as the transformation pushes closer and closer to completion. Then its new avian face fully emerges, fierce and razor-sharp, carrying the unmistakable presence of a true predator. Watching the change unfold right in front of them, the spirits marvel aloud that the gudiao has been completely reborn. Now fully reborn, the gudiao appears before Tang Wunhui as a massive flaming bird descending in front of him with overwhelming presence. Tang Wunhui recognizes it immediately as the legendary messenger bird of the demonic army, the ominous creature said to herald their advance. Smiling at the outcome, Tang Wunhui asks how it feels to be reborn, while noting to himself that this new body is far more useful than the spider-like form it had before. Then he raises one hand and summons yet another presence into the scene. At his call, Elder Huan's spirit materializes beside the transformed bird, looking utterly stunned by the fact that he has been brought back at all. The other spirits cry out in disbelief, because Elder Huan's soul should have already been completely destroyed. Shaken but still maintaining respect, Elder Huan asks the cult heir why he chose to resurrect him. Tang Wunhui calmly answers that there were 3 separate reasons for bringing Elder Huan back. First, he says, this is a reward for Elder Huan's loyalty, because unlike the others, he did not curse Tang Wunhui even when death was staring him directly in the face. Second, Tang Wunhui points out that Elder Huan is still clinging to one remaining hope, that Tang Wunhui will protect his daughter. Elder Huan is left completely speechless by that, visibly stunned that Tang Wunhui saw straight through the wish he had still been holding on to. Tang Wunhui then explains in an even tone that he does not know the girl's name, and he certainly does not know her face, so there is no realistic way for him to find her by himself. So he declares that Elder Huan will have to search for his daughter personally with his own hands. The moment Elder Huan realizes he has been handed a chance to begin again, his face lights up with raw emotion, as though everything he had forced down for so long suddenly comes crashing back to the surface all at once. Then Tang Wunhui coldly adds a third reason for keeping him alive, saying that wraiths are much easier to control than living idiots, and the sheer bluntness of that remark makes Elder Huan flinch inwardly. With a bitter, resigned expression settling over him, Elder Huan admits that he once believed death would finally free him, only to understand now that there is still no escaping Tang Wunhui's grasp. His thoughts drift back to the day he lost his wife, and after that, his daughter became the only reason he kept enduring life at all. But ever since Jian Hejin took her away, he has felt like nothing more than a dead man still walking. He remembers how, for her sake, he even turned against the leader of the divine cult and its heir, only to fail in the end, and lose the very person he had been trying to protect. Now that fate has somehow placed another chance in front of him, a fierce determination begins burning inside his chest, and all he can think about is correcting the mistakes that ruined his life. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Elder Huan raises his voice and openly swears his loyalty to Tang Wunhui. He goes even further than that, vowing to offer up his very soul to Tang Wunhui's cause and place his fate completely in the cult heir's hands. Tang Wunhui says nothing and simply listens as Elder Huan promises to obey every command without the slightest hesitation. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms that Elder Huan still retains the gudiao's memories, and then immediately asks whether he knows where the beast ranches in Jiangxia are hidden. Now trapped inside the bird's body, Elder Huan eagerly answers that he can fly there at once and tear the ranchers apart himself with the talons and beak he has been given. Clearly satisfied by that response, Tang Wunhui orders him to destroy the ranches and make those traitors understand that the divine cult is already moving against them. Elder Huan accepts the command without even a trace of doubt, his answer burning with savage resolve. In the very next instant, the great bird explodes out of the room in a violent burst of force, while Tang Wunhui remains behind, watching it all with unnerving calm. As feathers drift lazily through the air, Tang Wunhui quietly thinks several moves ahead. Once those ranches are attacked, Whitebone will be forced to deal with that crisis first, and that delay will buy him the precious time he needs. Elsewhere, a carriage rolls into the clan estate, and the moment it appears, it is obvious that someone important has just returned. Inside, a woman steps down after traveling through the night and immediately complains about how exhausted she is from the long ride. Then her gaze drops to the floor where she spots a folded report left behind by Mu Young. The second she notices the corner bent in that deliberate way, she instantly understands that whatever is inside must be something urgent. The moment she reads it, shock flashes across her face when she learns that Tang Yucheng actually fought a duel against Tang Wunhui. But what truly sends her over the edge is the next line. Because Tang Wunhui did not merely survive that duel, he actually won it. And as if that were not enough, the report goes on to say that Tang Wunhui also crossed blades with Tang Qujin and fought her to a complete standstill. She is horrified that all of this happened right in front of the Nine Dragons branch, with everyone there to witness it unfold. Fury rises so fast that curses start slipping from under her breath. But before she can continue, Tang Qujin steps in and addresses Namgung Senyong as her mother. Tang Qujin's voice is cold enough to cut when she asks her mother exactly where she has been. Namgung Senyong quickly forces a smile onto her face, though the strain is obvious, and nervously asks why Tang Qujin has come to see her so early in the morning. Tang Qujin answers that she has urgent business to discuss, and from the tone alone, Namgung Sanyong can tell that this is something serious her daughter has no intention of softening. Tang Qujin then reports that a Jiangshi broke into the Nine Dragons branch during the night and came specifically for Tang Wunhui, all while putting on a measured show of alarm. At once, Namgung Sanyong realizes that the Jiangshi she encountered must have been sent there to kill Tang Wunhui. She is displeased that the intrusion was exposed, but inwardly decides that the attempt itself was acceptable. Before she can settle into that thought, Tang Qujin cuts in and reveals that she was the one who drove the Jiangshi back, leaving her mother visibly stunned. Namgung Sanyong panics on the spot and anxiously asks why Tang Qujin would put herself in that kind of danger, and whether she was injured, only for Tang Qujin to answer with calm certainty that she is fine. Tang Qujin explains that the Jiangshi mentioned her mother by name, and that hearing that is exactly why she hesitated before striking it. Behind her composed face, Namgung Sanyong is seething, cursing her useless allies and wondering what kind of incompetence could have led to this mess. She insists that everything she has done was for Tang Qujin and Tang Yucheng, dismissing Tang Wunhui as nothing more than an illegitimate obstacle. But Tang Qujin stares straight back at her and asks if she truly hates Tang Wunhui that much. Tang Qujin condemns her outright, saying she went so far as to unleash a Jiangshi on him, even though her own daughter belongs to the Qingqing sect. That accusation lands hard enough to leave Namgung Sanyong completely speechless for a moment. Tang Qujin then warns her that if she refuses to abandon this path, there may come a time when she will have to stand against her own mother. She makes that resolve unmistakably clear, saying that if it comes to that, she will personally stop her by force. Desperation suddenly cracks through Namgung Sanyong's composure as she calls out to Tang Qujin, one trembling hand already beginning to gather dark energy. Somewhere else entirely, Jian Hajin sits in a blood-red chamber with his head clutched in both hands, lamenting that Tang Qujin still refuses to understand how he feels. He suddenly erupts into a scream, demanding to know how Tang Qujin can possibly fail to see things from his side. His fury only swells higher as he keeps shouting that she should understand him, his face twisting further and further into something almost completely mad. Then he drops to the floor among shattered lanterns, roaring out all of his frustration inside that crimson-lit chamber. In the middle of that breakdown, he throws all the blame onto Tang Wunhui, bursts into hysterical laughter, and bitterly regrets not killing him sooner. Jian Hajin abruptly decides that he has to rush to the temple at once, utterly convinced that killing Tang Wunhui is what he must do for Tang Qujin. Back in the city, Tang Gon walks beside Tang Wunhui and remarks that it takes some real nerve to come strolling outside after the chaos of last night. Tang Wunhui shoots back at once that if Tang Gon intends to do nothing but complain, then he can simply turn around and go home. Tang Gon grumbles that he is only following orders, and Tang Wunhui answers in a teasing tone telling him to stop whining already. Before long, they arrive at Liu Ban's foundry, and Tang Wunhui glances up at the sign with amusement, noting how bold it is to borrow the name of a legendary god of craftsmen. Once inside the forge, Tang Gan asks to see the owner, and one of the smiths respectfully points them toward the master while greeting Tang Gan as the fierce wind warrior. From deeper inside the workshop, a heavily built old man reacts with open irritation, grumbling that the so-called loser has shown up again, while Tang Gan quietly motions toward Tang Wunhui. Tang Gan then finally introduces the owner of the forge, revealing him to be Tang Chugyung, the master of Liu Ban's foundry. The instant Tang Wunhui states his name, Tang Chugyung cuts straight across him without even a trace of courtesy, narrowing his eyes and asking if he is really the second son of that cold bastard, Tang Hosen. Tang Wunhui answers in a calm, steady voice that he is, and from the way Tang Chugyung throws his father's name around so bluntly, he immediately realizes the old smith must know Tang Hosen well enough to speak to him like that. Tang Chugyong gives a dismissive snort and says there is no way they came all this distance just to trade names, so Tang Gan quickly steps in and explains that Tang Wunhui came because he wants something forged. Even then, the smith only grumbles that he is already drowning in work as it is. With little interest in his face, Tang Chugyong assumes Tang Wunhui must be dissatisfied with the equipment from the Nine Dragons branch, then curtly tells him to leave the blueprint behind and go, saying he will forge it later. As Tang Wunhui lets his eyes move around the forge and the piles of commissions stacked everywhere, he quickly understands why the place is so packed. Everyone is scrambling to have their weapons checked before Dark Supreme Tang Munhyuk arrives, and the only reason he managed to walk in this easily at all is because Tang Gon came with him, keeping his tone even. Tang Wunhui says the blueprint he brought is too complicated to simply hand over without explanation, and that it needs to be discussed properly in person if the weapon is going to be made correctly. It makes Tang Chugyung bristle immediately. He snaps that he is not some green apprentice who needs every little thing explained to him, insisting that he can forge just fine even from a badly drawn blueprint. Tang Wunhui calmly clears up the misunderstanding by saying the weapon he wants is not a hidden weapon at all, but a sword, and the moment that one word leaves his mouth, the smith visibly pauses. The second Tang Gan hears the word sword, he practically jolts in place. His whole body jerks as he stares at Tang Wunhui in disbelief, horrified at the thought that the boy might be trying to become some Ching-Cheng-style Taoist like Tang Kyujin. He completely loses his composure, blurting out that they came all the way here for a sword instead of a hidden weapon, and demanding to know why Tang Wunhui would do something like that. Tang Wunhui answers him with almost dry calm, reminding Tang Gon that all he asked for was a skilled blacksmith, not specifically someone who makes hidden weapons, and that simple reply leaves Tang Gon awkwardly flustered on the spot. So in the end, Tang Gon winds up sulking outside, looking clearly wounded by the whole thing, while Tang Wunhui feels a small but definite sting of guilt for disappointing him like that. Watching that reaction, Tang Chugyung remarks that Tang Gon must have been carrying some pretty high expectations for Tang Wunhui all along. After that, the smith motions him farther inside and tells Tang Wunhui to come in properly and show him this supposedly complicated blueprint in detail. Tang Wunhui opens up the design and shows him the form he wants, then adds that his intention is to modify his demon dragon sword so it matches this shape. Tang Chugyong lowers his gaze and studies the plans closely, his thick brows slowly knitting together, before finally looking up in confusion and asking if this strange-looking design is really what Tang Wunhui wants. At first glance, the blueprint looks much more like a metal folding fan than any ordinary blade, and even Tang Gon cannot help questioning what exactly it is that he is looking at. But after staring at it a little longer, Tang Chugyung says with firm certainty that despite how it looks, this is absolutely a sword, and he even voices his admiration for the hidden intent buried inside such an unusual design. That answer clearly pleases Tang Wunhui, and he thanks him at once, satisfied that Tang Chugyung saw right through the surface and immediately recognized how sly and calculated this weapon truly is. Tang Chugyung waves the praise away like it means nothing, telling Tang Wunhui to stop flattering him and explain the structure of this bizarre sword more thoroughly. From there, the two of them bend over the plans together, going back and forth over one detail after another as they adjust parts of the design, so the finished weapon will better match Tang Wunhui's exact intentions. As the discussion grows deeper and begins touching on additions like gunpowder, they carefully weigh destructive force against durability, and the nearby spirits quietly marvel at how knowledgeable Tang Wunhui sounds while speaking with the master smith. Those spirits can hardly believe what they are hearing. They wonder how something that looks like a fan can still be called a sword, and why gunpowder would even be involved in it at all, until they finally decide it must be some secret technique of the Tang family. Another spirit points out that even Tang Gon looks completely lost in the middle of this discussion. while Tang, too, unwilling to admit that, puts on an act as if he understands every single word. Tang Wunhui lets out a light laugh and admits that yes, his idea is a pretty ambitious one, and Tang Chu-gyung responds with a sigh, saying that Tang Wunhui really is greedy in what he is asking for. Then, after considering it all, Tang Chu-gyung finally makes his decision and declares that he will forge this weapon himself, and the sudden seriousness of that statement leaves Tang staring in shock. He explains that the blueprint is far too advanced to hand over to his disciples, and that a piece like this is something only he can personally take responsibility for from start to finish. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui instantly realizes this is his opening to receive not an ordinary forged weapon, but a true masterpiece. Without a moment of hesitation, he drops into a deep prostration and says it would be an immense honor to present a sword made by Tang Chu-gyung when the clan head comes to visit. Tang Chu-gyung protests right away, grumbling that there are only 20 days left before that visit, and the weight in his voice alone makes it clear just how brutally tight that deadline really is. Tang Wunhui calmly asks whether that means it simply cannot be done, and Tang Chu-gyung mutters under his breath that he also has his own schedule to keep. Sensing exactly where to press, Tang Wunhui lightly suggests that maybe finishing it in 20 days is simply too difficult for him, and the moment those words land, the smith's pride flares up. Stung by that provocation, Tang Chu-gyung blurts out an apology toward the legendary Liu Ban himself, as though he had just committed a disgrace by ever doubting his own ability. Now, fully fired up, he bellows that as the master of Liu Ban's foundry, Tang Chu-gyung does not need 20 days at all, and that 15 will be enough to finish the weapon. Tang Wunhui's face brightens immediately, and he praises him with cheerful admiration, fully aware that he has just succeeded in pulling the smith along by provoking that fierce competitive pride. Watching the whole exchange play out, the spirits around Tang can only think that yet another person has ended up falling straight into Tang Wunhui's manipulative charm. Once he leaves the forge, Tang Wunhui feels quietly satisfied, convinced that Tang Chu-gyung is even more skilled than he expected, and since he assumes the beast Jiangxi farm should already be in the middle of getting destroyed by now, his thoughts smoothly turn toward the next thing he has to do. But as he walks, someone suddenly calls his name, and Tang Wunhui lifts his head at once, clearly caught off guard by the voice. A moment later, Tang Kyujin approaches him with her head lowered and quietly asks if she can speak with him for a moment. An ominous azure aura coils around her as she says there is something she needs to ask, and the instant Tang Wunhui feels that murderous energy leaking out from her, he knows this is no ordinary conversation. From that alone, he deduces that her emotions are in such turmoil that she cannot even maintain the calm, composed mask she usually wears, and he finds himself wondering what could possibly have shaken her this badly. Tang Kyujin carefully opens her mouth and asks what he thinks about the past the two of them share. She goes on to say that she wants to know whether he carries resentment toward her, or any feelings like that, making it clear that she genuinely wants to understand what is truly in his heart. Instead of answering her directly, Tang Wunhui asks a strange question in return, wondering whether she thinks the wind can be caught in one's hand, and the unexpected question leaves Tang Kyujin visibly confused. He then explains that the wind can be seized for a fleeting instant, but it can never be held for long, using that image to show that clinging to the past is just like trying to grasp something that was never meant to stay. Tang Wunhui brushes aside the idea of dwelling on what has already passed, and says that what matters most is pursuing what he wants to do now, and what he intends to do from this point forward. Tang Kyujin stands there frozen, stunned in the middle of that surging burst of energy, as if his words have struck much deeper than she expected. Moved by Tang Wunhui's words about the future, she finally settles her resolve, then sincerely thanks him for helping her make up her mind. She tells Tang Wunhui that there is something she absolutely has to do, and that because of it, he probably will not be seeing her again for a while. And then, after Tang Kyujin turns and leaves, a powerful eruption of energy bursts up from the ground beneath Tang Wunhui, exploding outward with overwhelming force. Tang Wunhui pauses for a brief moment to think, struck by the contrast in his mind. It is hard to believe that a girl as gentle as Tang Kyujin could be driven into such fury that murderous intent spilled out of her, as if she were standing there all alone against the entire world. He quietly tells his spirit companions to stop their chatter immediately, and instead of babbling, keep watch on her from the shadows. The spirits obey at once without a single complaint, falling into line the moment the order leaves his mouth. Judging by how shaken Tang Kyujin looked, Tang Wunhui concludes that she must have just had a serious clash with Namgung Senyong. With that thought settled in his mind, he turns his attention back toward the people living here. He tells himself that after colliding with her own daughter like that, Namgung Sanyong is not the kind of woman who would ever let the matter end quietly. So from that point on, he begins preparing as if she is already on her way, the next threat he will have to face. A sharp gleam flashes in his eyes, and instead of feeling pressured, Tang Wunhui feels a strange excitement rising in his chest. Rather than shrinking back, he steels himself and resolves to have everything ready to properly welcome this dangerous guest. At the main tower of the Tang branch, a servant bows respectfully before the branch head and reports that young master Tang Wunhui has arrived and is requesting an audience. Inside the room, the branch head keeps his eyes on the stack of documents in front of him, still reviewing them, while his aide reacts with open surprise the instant he hears that the one asking to come in is Tang Wunhui. The branch head pauses for only a short moment, as though weighing the matter in silence, then calmly gives the order to let Tang Wunhui inside and have him wait. When he meets the escort outside, Tang Wunhui lightly jokes that he came only because a good son should at least greet his father properly. The answer he gets back, however, is nothing but a flat warning telling him to leave immediately if he came just to spout nonsense. In a more playful back and forth, Tang Wunhui reminds the aide that no matter what anyone says, he is still the branch head's son, then teases him about showing the proper respect due to rank. The aide shoots back without hesitation that if Tang Wunhui wants to be treated that way, he should first become impressive enough to deserve it. Once they are finally face to face, the branch head fixes a direct, unwavering gaze on Tang Wunhui and asks in a blunt, no-nonsense tone exactly what business brought him here. Tang Wunhui answers plainly that he came because he wants to negotiate regarding the matter the branch head brought up the previous night. Hearing that, the branch head does not respond right away. He simply looks at Tang Wunhui in silence for a while, letting out a low, thoughtful hum as he carefully weighs what those words really mean. Then he calls for Gan and orders him to step outside. The aide withdraws immediately, leaving the room to the two of them, and shutting the father and son conversation away from everyone else. Tang Wunhui is inwardly impressed the moment Gan leaves. The man's presence vanishes almost instantly, making it obvious that his skill is far from ordinary. The branch head's voice grows heavier after that, as he warns Tang Wunhui that if he interferes carelessly, he could end up disrupting plans the Tang clan has already been setting in motion on a much larger scale. A dense, oppressive aura rolls off him as he demands a reason strong enough to justify such interference. And in that moment, Tang Wunhui realizes that this is not the presence of someone who is merely a simple branch head. On the outside, Tang Wunhui accepts the point without showing resistance, but inwardly he becomes certain that this man is clearly preparing something much bigger for the Tang clan behind the scenes. The branch head says that a negotiation only has meaning when both sides bring something to the table, then asks what Tang Wunhui can offer in return. Tang Wunhui answers that he has nothing he can place in his hands right now, but there is one promise he can make. That promise is simple, direct, and unwavering. Tang Wunhui says that he will protect his sister, Tang Kyujin, and those words visibly shake the branch head. Tang Wunhui presses the point further, saying that the branch head already knows perfectly well what kind of people Madame Namgung has entangled herself with. At that, the branch head falls silent, his expression darkens, and the weight of the implication settles heavily across his face. He immediately switches to a secret sound transmission and tells Tang Wunhui to explain himself, and Tang Wunhui notices at once that the others still nearby can no longer hear a single word being exchanged between them. Within that private exchange, Tang Wunhui explains that if Madame Namgung's connection to the demonic cult is ever exposed, then Tang Kyujin will inevitably be dragged straight into that scandal as well. He goes even further and spells out the cruel name she would be forced to bear, saying that she would be branded as the daughter of a demonic cult spy. Tang Wunhui reminds him that across the Jianghu, the children of demonic spies are treated with ruthless contempt, regardless of what they themselves have done or how innocent they may be. He finishes by saying that once the truth spreads, neither Tang Kyujin nor Tang Yuchang would ever be able to hold their heads high in the martial world again. The branch head identifies himself as Tang Hosen, the man who once led the old Tempest squad in battle against the leader of the demonic cult. He declares that no one would dare stand before him and accuse his children of colluding with the demonic cult. But Tang Wunhui calmly answers that the world is nowhere near that kind. Tang Wunhui then makes a firm vow, saying that no matter what happens, he will make sure Tang Kyujin suffers absolutely none of the consequences from this affair. Leaving aside, for the moment, the question of how Tang Wunhui intends to accomplish that, Tang Hosen asks what he wants in return. Tang Wunhui answers without hesitation that since he is already involved in this matter, he wants to be included in Tang Hosen's plans as well. Tang Hosen immediately questions whether he is truly strong enough for that kind of role, and Tang Wunhui responds with calm confidence that he will prove his worth. That prompts Tang Hosen to ask exactly how he plans to do it. Tang Wunhui names his target without any pause at all, the feared white bone, and the instant those words leave his mouth, Tang Hosen is visibly shocked. Without the slightest wavering, Tang Wunhui promises that he will personally bring Tang Hosen the head of white bone. Meanwhile, in a sinister temple, steeped in an eerie atmosphere, incense smoke curls slowly upward through the dim air as someone solemnly invokes the Buddha of infinite light. At that same temple, Namgung Sanyung erupts in fury and starts berating Whitebone, raging at him for failing her after everything she has done to support him. Her anger only burns hotter as she shouts that even her own daughter ended up insulting her, all because he was unable to get rid of a single enemy. Whitebone suddenly cuts straight through her tirade by barking out her name in a sharp, commanding voice. The abrupt shout catches Namgung Sanyong completely off guard, and she instinctively flinches at being snapped at like that. Whitebone then admits, in a cold and carefully measured tone, that his judgment in this matter was wrong. He adds that he has also lost one of his own disciples, and because of that, he has no intention of remaining still any longer. His meaning is clear. From here on, he intends to retaliate personally. Just as he declares that he will handle the matter himself, a subordinate suddenly rushes in and urgently calls out to the temple master. Whitebone turns immediately and demands to know what the disturbance is. Blue-skinned girl quickly answers that the news she has brought is urgent. She then asks Namgung Sanyong to sit off to the side while they discuss it, and although displeased by being pushed aside, Namgung Sanyong reluctantly agrees. As she takes her seat, Namgung Sanyong begrudgingly admits to herself that although she hates being shouted at, the temple master's ability is the real thing and impossible to deny. Then, with bitter expectation twisting in her thoughts, she tells herself that now that he has personally taken control of the matter, he will finally get rid of that troublesome Tang Wunhui for her. A moment later, Whitebone's expression changes sharply, clear shock appearing on his face as he reacts to the report he has just received. He is informed that the beast-lived Jiangxi farms, the ones he secretly spent more than a decade building up, are currently under attack. Hearing that, Whitebone immediately recalls how painstakingly he spent long years raising and shaping those monsters by hand. Then comes the most alarming part of the report. A shoe radiating spirit energy similar to that of his prized Gudiao is tearing through the farms in a violent rampage. In that instant, a horrifying truth slams into Whitebone. That single shoe did not just break through part of the place. It rampaged through the entire area alone and wiped out every last one of his beast-lived Jiangxi, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Off to the side, Namgung Senyong immediately feels the whole atmosphere turn icy. Her nerves tighten, and with visible caution in her voice, she carefully asks what happened. Very next second, Whitebone explodes. His expression twists violently with rage, and he spits out a furious curse straight at Namgung Senyuang. Before she can even process what is happening, he surges forward and grabs her by the throat, his fingers clamping down hard enough to choke the breath right out of her in a burst of pure fury. And he does not stop there. Still burning with anger, Whitebone hurls her down with crushing force and slams her straight into the ground. Collapsed there in pain, tears gathering in her eyes, Namgung Sanyung struggles for breath and gasps out an accusation, saying that he deceived her. Looming over her like a monster, Whitebone snarls that any sorcerer strong enough to seize control of his Gudiao and force it to evolve into a Jew would never waste power like that just to help her raise some illegitimate heir inside the Tang clan. By now he is fully convinced that she must be connected to that sorcerer somehow. He angrily spits out that the whole thing is absurd, then directly accuses her of plotting to betray them. Shaken all the way to her core, Namgung Senyong hurriedly insists that she has no idea what he is even talking about. A terrifying ghostly power spills out around him, thick and suffocating, as Whitebone demands to know whether she truly knows nothing or is only pretending. Then he coldly asks if she really thinks she can look down on Blackbone Ghost Valley. At that moment, horror crashes over Namgung Sanyong. She finally realizes that Blackbone Ghost Valley, the group she has been dealing with this entire time, is actually a force operating under the demonic cult. After staring at her for a moment longer, Whitebone concludes that she really is ignorant. With cold contempt, he remarks that the Namgung clan is probably doing nothing more than using her as a disposable pawn until the day she stops being useful. Deciding that there must have been some misunderstanding somewhere along the line, he finally acknowledges that she genuinely seems unaware of the truth. That realization hits Namgung Sanyong all at once. She understands with a sickening jolt that without ever knowing it, she has been working hand in hand with the demonic cult. Then another memory surfaces. It was her own family who first introduced her to the temple master. And that thought leads her to an even colder conclusion. The entire Namgung clan may be tied to the demonic cult. Whitebone then asks to confirm the name of her second son, Tang Wunhui, and remarks that it is the exact same name as the enemy responsible for destroying his farms. He tells her that even if she had never come crawling to him for help, he now has more than enough reason to tear Tang Wunhui apart, along with the sorcerer standing behind him. Then he demands her cooperation in bringing them down. Later, back at the Tang residence, Namgung Sanyong lowers herself before Tang Wunhui and, in a tone far humbler than usual, admits that she was wrong. She even goes a step further and offers him anything he wants as an apology, as long as he is willing to accept it. Tang Wunhui looks at her with open amusement, clearly entertained by the abrupt change in attitude, and asks if she is seriously apologizing to him right now. Inside, though, Namgung Sanyong is burning with resentment. She hates having to bow her head like this, but she also knows she has no choice except to obey the order she was given. Whitebone had coldly ordered her to lower that Tang bastard's guard by acting meek, obedient, and completely submissive in front of him. And the moment she showed even the slightest hesitation, he threatened to turn her into a jiangshi if she refused to obey. Terrified by that fate, she panicked on the spot and immediately agreed that she would do exactly as he said. Now back in the present, Namgung Sanyong steels herself and decides that if humiliation is the price, then she will endure it. If that is what it takes to manipulate Tang Wunhui and get a lead on the sorcerer, then she will swallow it. Tang Wunhui calmly points out that for all her usual fearless behavior, there is one thing she is obviously terrified of above all else: Tang Hosun learning the truth. Then, without softening the blow in the slightest, he says it right to her face. He already knows that she is working with the demonic cult. The words leave her stunned, wondering how he could possibly know that. The certainty in his voice is too solid to dismiss, and Namgung Sanyong instantly realizes that this is not some reckless bluff he is throwing at her. Her thoughts race backward in panic. She herself only found out yesterday that the temple was tied to the demonic cult, so she cannot understand how Tang Wunhui already knows something that took even her this long to discover. With a dark, almost sinister air surrounding him, Tang Wunhui looks at her and mocks her for being that shocked. Up until now, Namgung Sanyong had convinced herself that Tang Wunhui was probably nothing more than a puppet being controlled by some hidden sorcerer. But the moment she stares into his eyes, she senses something completely different. What she sees there is not the hollow look of someone being controlled. It is the gaze of a man moving by his own will, even if a sorcerer may still be helping him from the shadows. And from that, she finally arrives at a chilling conclusion. Tang Wunhui himself has been the one orchestrating everything from the very beginning. Even so, Namgung Sanyong desperately clings to the hope that he knows nothing beyond her own personal involvement. So she puts on a mask of confusion and pretends out loud that she has no idea what he means. Tang Wunhui only smiles at that and says that if she is truly innocent, then she should have no objection to him passing everything he knows along to Tang Hosun. He goes on to explain that if the Righteous Wind Squad starts investigating, they will eventually uncover her repeated visits to that strange temple, along with any Namgung belongings being kept there, and at that point the whole situation would become very interesting. Leaning in closer like he is savoring the fear rising off her, Tang Wunhui casually wonders how the Namgung clan will react once those ties to the demonic cult are dragged into the open for all of Jianghu to see. That thought sends panic crashing through Namgung Sanyong, because she realizes instantly what would most likely happen. Her clan would throw her away and pile all the blame onto her alone to protect themselves. In a weak, unsteady voice, she insists that they would never abandon the branch head's wife, but Tang Wunhui immediately points out that even she does not really believe those words. With that, she is driven completely into a corner, with nowhere left to retreat and no excuse left to hide behind. Namgung Sanyong finally swallows her pride and asks him directly what it is that he wants. Tang Wunhui answers with a wide grin, the kind of grin that makes it obvious he is about to ask for something enormous. Then he says it plainly, without even pretending otherwise. He is a very greedy man. Over the course of the following week, a desperate Namgung Sanyong keeps bringing Tang Wunhui one rare treasure after another, piling valuables in front of him, in the hope that eventually it will be enough to satisfy his demand. Because she is so busy running around and gathering all of those items, Namgung Sanyong ends up with no time at all to plot anything else behind the scenes. Now sitting there, surrounded by what is practically a small mountain of loot, Tang Wunhui looks over everything in front of him in amazement, while his spirits chatter excitedly that he is practically wearing treasure at this point and that Namgung Sanyong is probably completely broke by now. The spirits gleefully add that she deserves every bit of this for what she tried to do to him, but Tang Wunhui cuts them off and tells them to speak only for themselves. Even so, he cannot quite hide the smile on his face as he admits that these treasures really are useful to him. Out of everything she has brought him, though, his attention settles on a single item. It is a dark green pill, and in his eyes, that one object is the most important treasure of them all. He explains to the spirits that this pill was refined from fire poison herb, cornelian cherry, and a special bacterium, and that what is radiating from it is an enormous concentration of toxic energy. At first, the spirits think it just looks like an ordinary poison pill, But then they suddenly freeze as the realization strikes them, and they blurt out that Tang Wunhui must be planning to challenge the 6th level of the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. Without the slightest pause, Tang Wunhui makes up his mind. What he plans to do now is force open his middle dantian and drive himself all the way up to the true ultimate peak. He explains that the rare bacterium contained in this medicine can become an extraordinary miracle cure if it is handled by the right person. But if even the smallest part of the process goes wrong, it turns savage and starts eating away at the body from the inside. Then he continues, laying out the rest of the formula. He says, the other ingredients exist specifically to amplify that bacterium's poisonous nature, which is exactly why this pill is so perfectly matched to someone like him, a cultivator of the Venom Dragon technique. Once the spirits hear that explanation, they understand what he is trying to achieve. Even so, they cannot hide their worry and nervously ask whether poison that intense is really something his body can endure. Tang Wunhui answers them in an even, steady voice, saying he has already prepared one more layer of protection just in case. With that, he opens a box and reveals a divine Qi clarification orb resting quietly inside. This orb was created by the famed life and death divine physician. It is a rare miracle medicine, one renowned for dramatically boosting a person's internal energy. Tang Wunhui decides that before he ever touches the poison pill, he will first swallow the orb and use its power to raise his internal energy as high as he possibly can. As he sinks into meditation, a stream of pure energy from the orb begins spreading through his entire body. The effect is so immediate and so unmistakable that it confirms at once the medicine is working exactly as intended. Only after finishing that step does he prepare himself to take the poison pill. As he does, old warnings from the elders resurface in his mind, reminding him that this kind of poison is notoriously difficult for the human body to digest. Even with those warnings in mind, he calmly judges his present condition. In the end, he decides that with his current mastery of the Venom Dragon technique, he should at least barely be able to endure it. The instant the poison pill starts dissolving, a powerful green venomous energy comes pouring out of it. Tang Wunhui steels himself and quietly acknowledges what is coming next. He knows the pain ahead is going to be beyond anything ordinary words can describe. Almost right away, that venomous force begins raging through his body. The poison fully activates, swirling violently inside him like something alive and out of control. The agony becomes far too overwhelming to keep buried. Tang Wunhui finally lets out a raw, helpless scream as the poison's power surges through every inch of him. A huge storm of poisonous qi erupts outward from his body. It is so fierce, so unstable, and so violent that even the spirits are left visibly shaken. Caught in the middle of that toxic maelstrom, the spirits cry out in panic. Alarmed, they call to him and anxiously ask whether Tang Wunhui is all right. Inside that chaos, Tang Wunhui feels the poison exploding through his entire body. Still, he forcibly keeps his mind locked in place and uses the Venom Dragon technique to turn that rampaging poison into internal energy. Within him, purple cultivation energy and green poison begin spiraling together around a radiant core. The two forces circle one another in a dangerously delicate balance, neither fully overcoming the other. That spinning mass then compresses at his middle dantian. It tightens further and further, condensing until it takes the shape of a glowing orb of light. Tang Wunhui narrows his awareness down to a single razor-thin point. Then he fiercely commands himself to gather every last fragment of that power without leaving even a trace behind. After that, he forcibly draws the condensed energy upward toward his upper dantian. He pushes it higher and forces it to merge with both his heart and his mind at the same time. As the process reaches completion, all of that energy finally fuses together into a blazing sphere of power. A towering purple aura explodes from his entire body and surges upward. At the same time, Tang Wunhui stabilizes the breakthrough and forces this newly reached realm to settle firmly into place. At last, Tang Wunhui lets out one long breath of relief. In that moment, he realizes he has succeeded and has truly reached the 6th mastery level of the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. His spirits immediately burst into excited congratulations. They are stunned that he reached the ultimate peak after only 2 months of training, and they openly marvel at how absurdly fast his progress has been. When Tang Wunhui senses the tiny yet perfectly pure core of essence resting inside his middle dantian, he knows without a doubt that he has attained 5 Dragons Peak mastery, the true ultimate peak. The shockwave from his breakthrough is loud enough to bring Gan rushing over at once. He charges in thinking an intruder has appeared, only to stop short the moment he recognizes that familiar energy. Staring at Tang Wunhui with open disbelief, Gan can only ask what in the world he has just done. Tang Wunhui replies in an almost casual tone, as if it is nothing special at all, saying he simply took a miraculous medicine gifted to him by Madame Namgung. Gan admits he has no idea what kind of medicine it could have been. But judging from the results standing right in front of him, he guesses it must have cost Namgung Sanyung an absolute fortune. Then, with a knowing look in his eyes, he remarks that whatever that medicine was, Tang Wunhui must be itching to test the strength he just gained. Tang Wunhui stands there with his spear wrapped in purple energy and agrees immediately. He even praises Gan on the spot, calling him a truly excellent teacher. Gan gives the signal, making it plain that the spar can begin now, with clear excitement written all over him. Tang Wunhui declares that he is coming with everything he has. The next second, he lunges forward with his spear blazing with energy. The moment Gan sees internal energy flowing cleanly along Tang Wunhui's spear, his expression shifts in visible shock. He is genuinely stunned that his student can already channel power directly into the weapon itself. Their weapons crash together in a blur. Tang Wunhui's empowered strike hits with enough force that the impact slams straight into Gan. Gan immediately praises the attack, noting that Tang Wunhui's blows now carry real weight and solid power behind them. Then he raises the level of the spar. He fires off a fierce thrust of his own and tells Tang Wunhui to try deflecting it. As that attack comes at him, Tang Wunhui feels deep satisfaction rise inside him. For the first time, he can clearly see Gan's movements and properly read what is coming before it lands. He also realizes that his body is moving with a freedom and speed it never had before. Because of that, he can now slip around Gan's rapid strikes far more naturally. Thrilled by this new martial realm, Tang Wunhui feels excitement rushing through him. He thinks to himself that he can finally perceive the flow of combat the way Gan has always been able to. Then another realization hits him. If he can fully infuse his weapons with internal energy from here on out, his combat power will climb even higher. Wrapped in a blazing purple aura, Tang Wunhui pours a deadly amount of qi into his spear. The weapon hums with danger as he prepares to unleash a decisive strike. Gan's eyes widen sharply when he recognizes what Tang Wunhui is about to do. He immediately realizes that Tang Wunhui intends to use the 12 beats of the violent tiger technique through a spear. In the very next instant, Tang Wunhui crashes into his sparring partner once again. Their weapons meet head-on in an explosive burst of purple energy. But Gan answers at once with a wide, sweeping staff strike loaded with aura. The force behind that counter is so overwhelming that it drives Tang Wunhui backward. Even while reacting to the exchange, the older man cannot hide his surprise. He openly remarks on how fast Tang Wunhui is as the young fighter comes charging in again. Realizing the duel can no longer be taken lightly, the instructor admits that he now has to approach this match seriously. With that, he prepares to fight in earnest. Still shrouded in that fierce energy that makes him look almost demonic, Tang Wunhui flashes a grin and reminds Gan that he was the one who promised to train him ruthlessly. Sometime later, Tang Wunhui sits down with Gan, and once the mood between them settles into something quieter, Gan suddenly asks whether he has heard the newest rumors spreading everywhere lately. Gan goes on to explain what people have been saying. According to the rumor, Tang Wunhui has reconciled with Madame Namgung and out of gratitude for her generosity, willingly stepped away from the succession struggle. With an unreadable calm expression, Tang Wunhui replies that if doing so could truly preserve peace within the family, then maybe he could make that kind of choice. But Gan immediately looks unconvinced and dryly remarks that Tang Wunhui probably does not even know what real peace is supposed to look like. Gan figures the rumor likely started because Madame Namgung has recently been showering Tang Wunhui with one gift after another. Even so, he makes it plain that the version of the story people are telling cannot possibly be the truth. While the conversation sounds casual on the surface, Tang Wunhui is quietly thinking to himself that he needs Madame Namgung to continue acting exactly like this if he wants to gain the upper hand against that accursed white bone. And the moment Gan hears that name, he is left wondering who Tang Wunhui is talking about. The instant Gan realizes that this white bone is none other than the head of Black Bone Ghost Valley, his whole expression changes. Shock flashes across his face on the spot. Tang Wunhui looks mildly surprised that Gan was never properly informed about an enemy this important. Then, to himself, he figures Gan must not have been paying close enough attention during the meeting. Gan quickly connects the pieces and realizes that Tang Wunhui must have uncovered Madame Namgung's link to Whitebone. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhui watches him and notices once again that Gan always becomes completely serious whenever the demonic cult is involved. Gan warns him that the sorcerers of Blackbone Ghost Valley defend their base with a demonic sorcery array so heavily fortified that even approaching it is dangerous. Tang Wunhui calmly answers that he is already well aware of that. Gan continues, adding that the live Jiangshi inside that array become even more dangerous while it is active. He admits honestly that even if he fought at full strength, he is not certain he could kill their leader. Tang Wunhui agrees without hesitation, saying that if they tried to fight them head-on in a direct frontal clash, their side would end up taking severe losses. He then brings up the report from Spirit number 15, and explains that the temple is currently guarded by 4 death swordsmen. On top of that, there is also a live Jiangshi there with strength equal to that of a spirit swordsman. Tang Wunhui also reflects that Whitebone has already reached a higher martial realm than the one he possessed in Tang Wunhui's previous life, and the most likely reason is the support and backing he received from the cult. Now clearly uneasy, Gan asks what Tang Wunhui intends to do next and whether he has already prepared some kind of plan. Tang Wunhui answers with low, quiet confidence that his preparations for dealing with Whitebone are almost finished. That very night, Namgung Sanyong secretly comes to Tang Wunhui in desperation and drops to her knees before him, begging him to save her. Surrounded by an ominous, unsettling air, Tang Wunhui looks down at her and coolly remarks that sneaking into his room in the middle of the night to ask for help could easily make it look as though he is the one trying to kill her. He calmly points out that she is now being pressed from both sides, by the Namgung clan on one side and the temple on the other. With no room left to deny it, Namgung Sanyong admits that he is right, her whole body trembling. She reminds him that he already understands the kind of desperate and dangerous corner she has been backed into. She explains that the temple master has threatened to turn her into a Jiangshi because she failed to return with information about the sorcerer who is supposedly standing behind Tang Wunhui, terrified to the point of nearly falling apart. She says in despair that if things continue like this, then she is finished. Tang Wunhui offers her no comfort whatsoever. Instead, he bluntly tells her that yes, she really is heading toward a terrible end. Panicking, Namgung Sanyong hurriedly promises that she will do absolutely anything Tang Wunhui asks, as long as he saves her life. Tang Wunhui presses her harder, asking whether she can truly cast aside the successor position she has clung to so obsessively for so long. She grits her teeth, swallows down the bitterness, and says yes. She even swears that she will make the other contenders abandon that position as well. She goes even further, saying that if Tang Wunhui wants, she will disappear from his sight forever. Still kneeling there, she keeps begging him again and again to help her. At last, Tang Wunhui agrees, but only under one strict condition. She must follow every single one of his instructions without the slightest deviation. In response, she swears she will do anything at all if he can remove the demon hanging over her life. He tells her there is one specific item she must prepare for him, and without even daring to question it, she immediately agrees. To himself, Tang Wunhui notes that this final piece of preparation is absolutely necessary if he wants to bring down that accursed Whitebone. Elsewhere, the blacksmith Tang Chugyung realizes he is in serious trouble. He failed to inspect Tang Wunhui's damaged sword as carefully as he should have, and now the consequences are catching up to him. The grim look on his face, the old craftsman admits that restoring the weapon will take at least 2 full weeks of non-stop labor, much longer than he first estimated. As he studies the material more closely, he comes to a startling realization. The blade is actually a demonic weapon forged from black steel and thoroughly soaked in demonic chi. And on top of that, Tang Wunhui does not just want it repaired, he wants an entirely new sword forged from it. The moment he fully understands the nature of the task Tang Wunhui handed him, the craftsman can only curse under his breath, realizing he has been cleverly cornered into accepting a truly monstrous job. He grumbles that for the next 2 weeks he will have to work alone without rest, because none of his disciples are skilled enough to assist with something this difficult. Still complaining that he does not have 2 bodies, and that he may have to tell Tang Wunhui the work will take even longer than expected, he suddenly goes still when a familiar voice casually comments on what he just said. Startled by the interruption, the old craftsman quickly turns his head to see who it was. The instant he recognizes the unexpected visitor, he shouts in alarm and demands to know why that person is here. The newcomer, however, remains completely at ease and casually asks why the craftsman is so angry when it has been such a long time since they last saw each other. The visitor is Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk, and with a faintly playful tone, he says he is honestly saddened by such a hostile welcome. The craftsman immediately protests that Tang Moonhyuk should be serving with the 9 Dragons Division right now, then sharply demands to know why he has come all the way here by himself. Tang Moonhyuk cheerfully replies that he simply snuck out. He is instantly scolded for causing trouble for everyone else with that kind of reckless behavior. Then, after casting a glance over the weapon project laid out in front of him, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that it looks like quite an interesting piece and asks who could have commissioned something like that. The craftsman answers that the request came from Tang Hosen's child. At first, Tang Moonhyuk recalls hearing about Tang Hosen's gifted daughter, but then he learns that this request did not come from her at all. It came from Tang Hosen's second child. The craftsman clarifies it plainly, saying he means Tang Woonhui, Tang Hosen's second son. Tang Moonhyuk comments that he had heard Tang Woonhui was weak, both in temperament and in talent. The craftsman, however, admits that Tang Woonhui's request caught even him off guard and says the boy thinks like a snake. After examining the design more carefully, Tang Moonhyuk realizes what Tang Woonhui is trying to do. He is attempting to create a single weapon that can shift between two entirely different techniques. He then notes another layer to the design, realizing that Tang Woonhui also plans to rely on hidden weapons whenever an enemy chooses to keep their distance. Now clearly impressed, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that this kind of design is weaponry in the purest Tang style. The craftsman says he could probably still meet the deadline if that were the only problem, but the way his voice trails off makes it obvious that there is another complication on top of that. Without making a show of it, Tang Woonhui quietly places the black demonic tool in front of Tang Moonhyuk and makes one thing unmistakably clear. This is the core material, the very heart of what must be reforged into the weapon he wants. The moment Tang Moonhyuk hears that Tang Woonhui even studied sorcery just so he could channel cursed poison through a sword like this, his eyes narrow with sudden interest. And almost immediately, he asks what other conditions Tang Woonhui demanded. Craftsman mutters in irritation that Tang Woonhui is the disciple of a completely worthless man, and that one bitter complaint is enough for Tang Moonhyuk to piece it together. He instantly realizes the man being mocked is Tang Gon, which means Tang Gon truly did take Tang Woonhui in as his disciple. And that is not all. Tang Moonhyuk then learns that Tang Woonhui somehow even convinced Tang Gon to pass the Tempest dance technique down to him as well. At that, Tang Moonhyuk gives a low, quiet acknowledgement. But the look settling across his face says far more than his voice does, because his curiosity about Tang Woonhui is only growing stronger. The craftsman clicks his tongue in disbelief and finally sums it up for what it really is. Tang Woonhui is not asking for some ordinary weapon, but for a blade that can carry both the Tempest Dance and Cursed Sorceries, which to him is proof of just how greedily ambitious that boy really is. Tang Moonhyuk simply repeats that he understands. Even so, the expression on his face makes it obvious that Tang Woonhui's outrageous ambition has only made him even more interested. Then, in a calm voice, he points out the real problem. There are nowhere near enough hands on this reforging work for it to be done properly. Craftsman freezes for a beat before it finally hits him that Tang Moonhyuk is offering to step in and help with the work himself. He can do nothing but stare at him in open disbelief. Tang Moonhyuk suddenly breaks into bright, excited laughter, clearly unable to hide how eager he is. More than anything, he wants to see what Tang Woonhui will do once this newly forged weapon, this dangerous new toy, finally ends up in his hands. Later that same night, Tang Woonhui arrives to meet his allies beside a carriage already waiting in the dark. Under the night sky, he is told that every single preparation he requested has now been completed. The madam glances around at the small group and asks if only the three of them are leaving. Tang Woonhui answers evenly that his master will join them once he finishes dealing with a bit of remaining business. Almost as though he had been called the moment his name was spoken, Tang Gon comes hurrying over. Seeing him arrive right then, Tang Woonhui casually remarks that his timing could not have been better. Tang Gon grumbles the entire time, complaining about having to leave at such an awkward hour in the middle of the night. But Tang Woonhui shuts that down at once and tells him firmly that this exact timing is the most suitable one. Then Tang Gon reports that he already carried out Tang Woonhui's order exactly as instructed. The spy, Mu Yung, has been eliminated. Tang Woonhui praises him without the slightest hesitation. Beside them, the madam goes completely rigid from shock and immediately demands to know why Mu Yung had to be killed. In an even, unshaken tone, Tang Woonhui explains that Mu Yung had been working as a spy for both the Namgung clan and the temple. That single answer leaves the madam utterly speechless. And in that instant, the truth crashes down on her. Tang Woonhui had already known that she was hiding Mu Yung, and that realization makes it painfully obvious that he has been shifting everyone around exactly as he pleased, like pieces on a board. A little unsettled by all of this, Tang Gon lowers his voice and asks whether the infiltration into the valley is really going to be carried out by only the three of them. Tang Woonhui answers while holding a lifelike mask shaped like a human face in his hand. At least for now, he says, it really will be just the three of them. With clear reluctance, Tang Gon pulls a mask over himself as well and asks if this is truly necessary. Tang Woonhui does not budge, insisting that they have no other choice and that they must wear them. Another ally immediately sides with Tang Wunhui and points out the obvious danger. If they walk in with their real faces exposed, their identities will be discovered on the spot. Tang Wunhui cuts off any more hesitation and gives the order to move out. Even with that uneasiness still hanging over them, the others fall in and follow. As the carriage rolls forward and disappears into a thick bank of ghostly fog, one of them quietly observes that the mist has become dense enough to mean they have already entered enemy territory. Riding beside the carriage in disguise, Tang Wunhui and the ally beside him both feel it clearly. The deeper they go into the fog, the heavier and more ominous the atmosphere becomes. Using his dead man's eye, Tang Wunhui sees straight through the concealment and catches sight of beast-type Jiangshi lurking within the mist. They are clearly trying to remain hidden, but his eyes still find them. From that alone, Tang Wunhui quickly works out what must have happened. After the earlier raids on their beast Jiangshi farms, the enemy must have tightened security all throughout the area. That also confirms something else for him. Whitebone truly has broken through into a higher realm, because the sorcery barrier spread across this place is far more advanced than anything Whitebone used in the past. Then, without warning, Tang Wunhui feels a strange current of sorcery brushing against his senses, something completely unfamiliar to him. The instant he notices it, his focus sharpens to a point. He wastes no time at all. Tang Wunhui immediately summons Spirit number 15 to investigate, and the spirit answers his call at once. Spirit number 15 quickly returns with alarming news. Whitebone Instructor has taken possession of Tang Wunhui's sorcery book. The spirit continues, explaining that when the 12 black specters searched Tang Wunhui's former pavilion, they found many valuable texts stored there. At that, the other spirits erupt in angry outrage, cursing the Jiangshi for stealing Tang Wunhui's belongings. At the same time, they loudly insist that none of this was their fault. Tang Wunhui recalls using the soul-combusting hellflame art and believing that every last record had been reduced to ashes. But then he realizes that some of those writings must have survived from the period when he had been organizing the Phantom King's texts. He immediately reaches a dangerous conclusion. Trying to use the Phantom King's sorcery in its original, unaltered form against someone who already understands it would be like trying to lock a door while the key is still jammed inside. Until he can revise those techniques, he will have to choose his spells with extreme caution. The carriage keeps rattling and creaking as the wheels turn without stopping, carrying them deeper and deeper into the valley. At last, the driver finally breaks the silence and announces that they have arrived at the gate of Blackbone Ghost Valley. Now disguised as escorts from the Namgung side, Tang Wunhui and Tangon move into place and help the madam step down from the carriage. The iron gate slowly begins to open, and the moment it parts, ghostly mist comes spilling out from the darkness waiting beyond. A childlike Jiangshi girl appears to receive them. Looking at the madam, she addresses her as a daughter of the Namgung house and asks why she has come all the way here. The madam answers with perfect smoothness, saying that she has brought the requested belongings, the very possessions of the man Temple Master Zhang has been searching for. The Jiangshi girl remarks that security has been tightened lately, then says she will carry the boxes inside herself while the madam's companions stay outside and wait. While standing outside the gate, Tangon leans closer and whispers that they could simply attack right now. But Tang Wunhui quietly tells him to hold himself back and wait. At that point, the madam speaks up and warns that some of the unknown objects may be infused with sorcery, and that such things can react differently when touched by the dead. Then she asks whether the Jiangshi girl is truly certain it is safe for her to handle them. The little Jiangshi girl visibly falters. Her expression tightens with irritation, and she pauses there in clear hesitation. In the end, she gives up resisting and allows all three of them to enter together, bringing the boxes inside with them. As she leads them across the courtyard, she raises her voice and calls inward to announce that the Namgung woman has arrived with the requested items for Temple Master Zhang. A voice soon echoes back from deeper within, giving the order that the woman is to be allowed inside. Jiangshi pushes the hall doors open, and the group advances forward, moving deeper toward the inner chamber. The madam offers a respectful greeting to Temple Master Zhang, who sits there waiting among ritual objects in the form of a skeletal Jiangshi. In return, he calmly tells her that he has been expecting her. As the Whitebone Instructor's body twists and contorts into that hideous, monstrous shape of his, he almost starts trembling with excitement and eagerly asks whether she brought Tang Wunhui's belongings. The madam explains that there was no way for her to tell which of Tang Wunhui's possessions were actually infused with mystic power, so she simply cleared out most of what had been in his room. Hearing that, the Whitebone Instructor praises her in delight, saying she has done even more than he originally ordered. At a faint signal from Tang Wunhui, Tangon subtly shifts his stance and quietly prepares himself to move the instant the boxes are finally set down. Then, one after another, the heavy chests are brought in and stacked directly in front of the altar. Even before a single lid is opened, the white bone instructor can already feel intense mystic energy leaking out from inside the chests, and his face spreads into a satisfied grin, thrilled that the delivery seems to have gone so perfectly. Overflowing with confidence, he boldly declares that he will use these belongings right away to track down Tang Wunhui and the others. But the very moment he opens one of the chests, that confidence falters. His expression changes on the spot, and he freezes in confusion at what is actually inside. A split second later, the truth hits him far too late. The boxes are not filled with precious belongings at all, but packed solid with explosives. He starts to protest, his mouth just beginning to open, but no words come out. All he can do is stare straight into the trapped chest as horror spreads across his face. At that exact moment, the madam suddenly lunges forward, grabs both of her companions, and throws herself away from the stacked boxes with desperate force. Then a blinding explosion tears through the hall and swallows the entire interior in one savage, violent blast. In that final stunned instant, the white bone instructor can only stare at the burning fuse in baffled confusion before everything erupts. His eyes fly wide with shock, just as the explosion surges over him and completely engulfs his body. Flame and crushing force rip through the chamber, tearing across the room and consuming him where he stands. The blast is so overwhelming that the entire temple structure is instantly transformed into a towering fireball. A moment later, the surrounding buildings of Blackbone Ghost Valley begin exploding as well, as that first detonation sets off a chain reaction across the compound. The destruction keeps racing outward, blowing apart even more of the valley's structures in rapid succession. The inferno swells all the way into the forest beyond, blooming outward under deafening shockwaves that make the very air itself tremble. Already some distance away, Tang Wunhui's group throws up their arms and braces themselves against the roaring blast wind and the storm of debris rushing after them. Tangon grimly remarks that an explosion on that scale should have severely disrupted the demonic sorcery array that had been shielding the valley. Tang Wunhui answers in a calm voice that even so, the blast still was not enough to erase the mystic arts completely. When the question comes up of whether the white bone instructor might have survived, Tang Wunhui points out that, as a jiangshi, he is far too durable to die that easily. Tang Wunhui adds that just before the explosion, he saw the enemy gathering mystic energy around himself. So even if the white bone instructor has been horribly mangled, he says the man is almost certainly still alive. Tang Wunhui then notes that the same unnatural resilience should apply to the other jiangshi guarding the area as well, which means they likely survived too. The instant he says that, he bursts forward in a sprint, heading straight for the remaining enemies. Jiangshi girl steps out to confront them, leading a squad of white-clad jiangshi into position to intercept Tang Wunhui's party. Her face burning with rage, she condemns them for daring to desecrate what she calls their sacred land. Standing up on a hill, Tang Wunhui lightly jokes that all he really did was blow up a single house, even though the people beside him know full well that almost anyone would be furious over something like that. One of the Jiangshi subordinates quickly identifies Tangon as the fierce Wind Knight, the second strongest fighter in the Nine Dragons branch, and points out Tang Wunhui as Tang Hosen's second son. From that alone, the Jiangshi conclude that the Tang clan must have discovered their scheme. At the same time, Tang Wunhui tells Tangon not to worry about him and to focus on keeping himself alive. The Jiangshi leader immediately orders her forces to capture the intruders alive no matter what it takes, because only then can they learn how badly their plan has been exposed. But as the Jiangshi surge forward in a rush, sudden projectiles rip straight through their formation and violently tear open their ranks. One of the death swordsmen is struck in the head by the surprise attack and drops dead on the spot without even getting a chance to react. Stepping forward to face the remaining Jiangshi, Tang Gon condemns them in an angry voice for hiding behind human appearances and pretending to be people. The Jiangshi girl is visibly shaken, stunned that even a death swordsman caught off guard could be killed in a single blow. And that is when it becomes unmistakably clear what Tang Gon truly is. A martial master who has already reached the supreme peak level. Tang Wunhui tells Tangon that he is truly glad to have him here, then immediately leaps away to handle his own side of the battle, leaving Tangon alone in front of the charging Jiangshi. Few of the Jiangshi spit curses at Tang Wunhui as he leaves, but their leader sharply orders them to ignore him and pour all their attention into bringing down Tangon instead. With enemies closing in from every side, Tangon plants his feet and settles into position to fight, while the Jiangshi commander orders her troops to use every bit of strength they have to take him down. Wearing only a faint smirk, Tangon tells them to go ahead and try their best, if they truly believe they can capture him. Back amid the shattered remains of the destroyed hall, a mangled hand slowly claws its way up through the rubble, proving that the white bone instructor is still alive. Seething with fury, he immediately realizes that someone from within his own side must have betrayed him. He quickly assesses the damage and realizes the explosion has disrupted his demonic array, slowing even his monstrous regeneration. That leaves him with a brutal choice: restore the array first, or destroy the evidence here and flee immediately. Before he can make that decision, Tang Wunhui appears among the ruins and mocks him, asking whether he is really thinking of running after Tang Wunhui came all this way just to meet him. With a cold smile on his face, Tang Wunhui asks whether abandoning the fight now is truly how the Whitebone instructor intends to treat a guest. Skeletal Sorcerer recognizes him at once as that despised bastard from the Branch family, and immediately assumes this whole encounter must be part of some scheme orchestrated by the Tang family head. Tang Wunhui calmly greets the old sorcerer and reminds him that the last time they met was when he had learned mystic arts directly from him. The old man, completely bewildered, flatly denies ever knowing him. So Tang Wunhui reminds him that, even though their specialties were different, the man still acted as his master for an entire month. The sorcerer can only repeat that claim back in stunned disbelief, shocked that this youth is insisting he studied under him for a full month. But as he listens more carefully to Tang Wunhui's tone and watches his mannerisms, panic suddenly begins creeping across the old man's face, as though he is starting to recognize someone who should be impossible. Tang Wunhui then coldly accuses him of stealing his mystic arts, and sneers that the fool cannot even recognize the true owner standing right in front of him, wrapped in a massive demonic aura that swells around him like the shadow of some savage beast. The young man speaks through clenched teeth and says, with a calmness that feels even more chilling because of the anger underneath it, that he is very, very angry. The old sorcerer stares first at the evil spirits circling around him, then at the young man standing in front of him, and at last the truth snaps into place inside his head. In that instant, he recognizes him for who he believes he really is, the cult heir, Yeon Wunhui. Terror grabs hold of him on the spot, and in blind panic, the sorcerer releases a violent burst of power straight up into the sky. Yeon Wunhui does not flinch at all. He simply watches as the old man's attack explodes out of the wreckage and tears upward in a raging pillar. Seeing that eruption, Yeon Wunhui notes that the old man has clearly grown stronger than before, and calmly remarks that destroying the demonic sorcery array had been necessary. Otherwise, this situation would have become far more dangerous. But the sorcerer does not stop there. Still looking half out of his mind, he keeps lashing out wildly, hammering the area with one frenzied blast of energy after another. Every strike tears violently into the surroundings, ripping up the land so badly that both the ground and the nearby village seem to tremble beneath the force. As he rushes forward through all that devastation, Yeon Wunhui senses something strange in the power behind the attack. It does not feel like any ordinary mystic art, and that immediately makes him wonder what exactly the old man is trying to do. Realizing he has to understand this technique right away, he prepares to examine that unfamiliar move with the power of his dead man's eye. But the instant he activates that special sight, something completely unexpected comes into view, and even Yeon Wunhui is visibly caught off guard by it. When the dust and the violent force finally settle, Yeon Wunhui sees nothing left but a massive crater gouged into the ground, and he realizes at once that the old geezer has vanished. He quickly runs through the obvious possibilities in his mind, and dismisses them one by one. The sorcerer is not the subtle, stealthy type, and this does not feel like an illusion either, which means there has to be some other explanation for his disappearance. And one of the evil spirits suddenly reports that the white-boned sorcerer has already fled to another location, and that revelation surprises even Yeon Wunhui. A moment later, he sees it for himself, a skeletal bird carrying the old sorcerer away through the air. The spirits conclude that the man is plainly trying to run, and Yeon Wunhui pauses as he takes in that sight. For a brief moment, Yeon Wunhui almost looks amused, as though he is weighing whether the old man deserves to be mocked for such cowardice or praised for making such a quick decision to retreat. A faint smirk curls at the corner of his mouth as he remarks that, out of all the directions that old fool could have chosen, he picked the most unlucky one possible. High overhead, riding that giant skeletal bird as he flees, the sorcerer curses the fact that the cult heir somehow survived. Panic drips off him now, sweat running down his face as he convinces himself that Yeon Wunhui must possess some method of truly killing him. Because of that, he decides the only option left is to retreat for now and regroup later with his allies. But in the middle of that desperate escape, the sorcerer's whole expression suddenly changes when he senses something below him that sends alarm shooting through his body. Down on the ground beneath him, someone radiating a force completely opposed to demonic power is already waiting, poised to strike back. Black-haired swordswoman steps in and swings her blade, releasing a slash blazing with fierce holy power. That burning strike surges upward like a streak of light, racing straight toward the skeletal bird and the sorcerer riding on its back. The old sorcerer lets out a scream as that holy attack crashes directly into both him and his mount. The bird's bony body shatters apart in midair, and with his escape route destroyed beneath him, the sorcerer is sent plunging helplessly back down toward the ground. Watching the crash from a distance, Yeon Wunhui mockingly calls him out, sounding almost like he is scolding the old man for daring to ignore him like that. The swordswoman who launched the attack rushes over at once, and Yeon Wunhui greets her as she arrives. It is none other than his sister, Tang Kyujin. The moment Tang Kyujin gets a clear look at him, shock flashes across her face, and she immediately demands to know why he is here. Yeon Wunhui answers in a calm, matter-of-fact voice that he has been working together with her mother in order to wipe out the demon cult. Tang Kyujin can barely process any of that. First, she finds it hard to believe that her mother is involved at all, and second, she is still trying to understand that the falling Jiangxi is actually a demon cult member Yeon Wunhui plans to capture alive. She hurriedly explains that she came here in the first place because she overheard her mother plotting with a sorcerer hidden somewhere in this mountain. The mention of the demon cult only leaves her even more confused, and while she struggles to make sense of everything, Yeon Wunhui inwardly acknowledges just how bewildered she really is. Knowing there is no time to waste, he decides he has to send her away before the old sorcerer recovers enough to use another trick and escape again. So he firmly tells her that he can handle the enemy by himself. Yeon Wunhui then tells Tang Kyujin to go help Tang Gon instead, explaining that Tang Gon is currently holding the line alone and protecting their mother against a large number of enemies. Her eyes widen in horror the moment that sinks in, and she blurts out her protest at the idea that only Yeon Wunhui, their mother, and Tang Gon took on something this dangerous by themselves. Yeon Wunhui explains that the whole thing had to remain a secret operation, then points out that she also came here without any backup, reasoning that she must have rushed over because she was worried. Understanding that there is no time to stand here and argue, Tang Kyujin forces herself to push her questions aside for later. She tells him to run immediately if things become too dangerous, and he agrees without resistance. After that short exchange, she gives him a quick farewell and instantly turns, sprinting off to support the others. Yeon Wunhui stays still for a brief moment, silently watching Tang Kyujin race away toward the battlefield. Then he turns his gaze back toward the ruins and dryly remarks that the old man has had more than enough time to rest during that conversation. Raising his voice toward the wreckage, Yeon Wunhui calls the sorcerer out and says that a demon-wielding Jiangxi should have no trouble recovering from an attack like the one he just took. A hand suddenly claws up through the dust and broken rubble, and the moment Yeon Wunhui sees it, he warns the old man not to make the mistake of thinking he has lowered his guard. Beaten badly and half buried beneath the debris, the sorcerer slowly drags himself upright, groaning as he rises. With his teeth clenched and his whole body trembling, he forces himself into position and prepares one more desperate move. Then, with a burst of renewed ferocity, he suddenly lunges forward and throws himself at Yeon Wunhui in an attempt to strike him down, panting heavily as he attacks. The sorcerer spits out curses at Yeon Wunhui for continuing to mock him and provoke him without mercy. He shouts in utter disbelief that Yeon Wunhui should already be dead, and demands to know how he could possibly have returned from death yet again. Wrapped in swirling purple energy, Yeon Wunhui admits that resurrection does sound unbelievable, but says calmly that immortality and reincarnation are dreams every sorcerer has chased at one point or another. Cloaked in that living, sinister aura of an evil ghost warrior, Yeon Wunhui asks whether this sight is enough to prove that what he is saying is true. The sorcerer's eyes lock onto the robe around him, and that recognition leaves him stunned that Yeon Wunhui is commanding power on that level. His whole body trembling now, the sorcerer can only ask in shaken disbelief whether Yeon Wunhui has truly overcome death itself. Draped in full cult regalia, Yeon Wunhui walks forward through the shattered wreckage with an eerie, measured calm, closing the gap one slow step at a time, while the terrified old man can do nothing but watch him approach. Without even needing to raise his voice, Yeon Wunhui tells Whitebone that there are still plenty of things he wants answers to. He keeps advancing straight toward the sorcerer, who seems to shrink back with every step, and coldly tells him to stop trying to flee and finish this confrontation properly. Driven past the limit by Yeon Wunhui's relentless taunts, the sorcerer finally snaps in pure rage and erupts with yet another massive attack. Roaring that he is going to tear Yeon Wunhui's mouth to pieces, the sorcerer lunges in with one clawed hand stretched out in fury. Their powers slam into each other head-on, and the collision sends violent streaks of energy lashing across the air around them. Half-mad with desperation, the sorcerer summons a horde of monstrous spirits and beast-like horrors, then throws the entire swarm at Yeon Wunhui, trying to bury him under sheer numbers. But Yeon Wunhui does not lose his composure for even a moment. He calmly gathers purple power into his hand and readies his counterattack. Then he unleashes the Tempest Dance, sweeping through the surging monsters in wide, cutting arcs that shred straight through the mass, rushing in on him. In the very next instant, Yan Wunhui drops from above in a direct plunge toward the sorcerer, and the old man jerks his head upward in alarm the second he sees him descending. The sorcerer hurriedly tries to bring out another martial technique, but he is interrupted before he can even finish invoking it. Yan Wunhui slams him brutally into the ground, smashing both the sorcerer's body and his scattered beads hard into the dirt. Still reeling in a daze, the sorcerer feels shock creeping higher and higher as he realizes Yan Wunhui is far faster and far stronger than any report ever suggested. Before the old man can recover his footing, Yan Wunhui hits him again and sends him flying with another crushing blow. The sorcerer staggers in utter disbelief, unable to accept that Yan Wunhui could have become this powerful in such a short amount of time. Real panic begins swallowing him as he realizes the cult heir can now even wield high-level martial arts, something the sorcerer can barely comprehend as possible. Yan Wunhui shows no mercy at all, continuing to hammer him down over and over, driving him back into the earth again and again, while the sorcerer's screams tear across the battlefield. Sliding through the rolling dust with terrifying momentum still pouring off his body, Yan Wunhui no longer looks like an ordinary man at all, but more like an unstoppable force given form. As he keeps advancing, he mocks the old man and asks whether that was really all the tricks he had left, adding that this level of resistance is honestly just disappointing. Shrieking at him to shut up, the sorcerer lashes out once more and hurls another explosive strike. Yan Wunhui immediately sneers at him, openly mocking the fact that he is repeating the exact same technique again. Even so, he does not let his guard slip, because he reasons that even a fool like this would not keep using the same move unless there were some purpose hidden behind it. And the sorcerer suddenly screams for his spell to explode, revealing that this time he has triggered a far more dangerous variation of it. All around Yan Wunhui, grotesque beast corpses begin to ignite and swell toward detonation. But even as he sees what is happening, he dismisses corpse explosions as such an obvious trick that it is almost embarrassing. A huge red blast erupts all at once, flooding the entire area in violent, destructive energy. White Bone bitterly laments the fact that he had to sacrifice his precious beast, Jiangshi, just to launch that attack. He instantly uses the chaos and the blinding aftermath as cover to run, convinced the explosion has finally bought him at least a little breathing room. But just as he tries to slip away, Yan Wunhui's voice suddenly rings out behind him. Yan Wunhui catches up in an instant and drives a kick into him right in the middle of his attempted escape. The sorcerer howls in pain as Yan Wunhui follows up immediately with another strike, this one condensed into a focused blast of energy. The moment that hit lands, it detonates on impact and bursts into a bright explosion across the ground. When the force finally dies down, the sorcerer is left stumbling badly, his whole body grievously battered from the blow. In that ruined condition, he finally understands just how trapped he really is. His mystic formation has already been destroyed, he no longer has time to cast any large-scale arts, and even restoring his own body is starting to become a struggle. From directly behind him, Yan Wunhui mocks him by saying that, for someone who stole his mystic manual, this performance is downright pathetic. Furious and humiliated, the sorcerer snaps back that Yan Wunhui ruined everything the moment he destroyed the demonic sorcery array. Yan Wunhui openly admits that part is true, then ridicules the old man for being reduced to running for his life the instant that array was broken. He goes on to say that he expected far more from someone who was supposedly stronger than before. Calling him pathetic with open contempt, Yan Wunhui pushes the sorcerer right to the brink through that scorn alone. In sheer desperation, White Bone fuses more completely with his Jiangshi body, and a red aura bursts around him, swelling his power as it burns hotter and hotter. Consumed by fury, he charges straight at the cult heir and screams out Yan Wunhui's title as he attacks. Yan Wunhui watches that desperate rush without the slightest sign of concern and coolly remarks that, after all the taunting it took to drive him this far, this is still the best the old man can do. Deciding there is nothing left worth learning from him now, Yan Wunhui steps forward and meets that charge head-on. White Bone curses him like a madman as their energies smash together once again in another violent clash. Yan Wunhui's overwhelming strike tears straight into the sorcerer with crushing, merciless force. That blow sends White Bone crashing away and gouging out yet another crater where he finally lands. Groaning from inside the hole, the demon-wielding Jiangshi slowly drags itself upward and forces its broken body back out of the crater. Watching him rise while catching his breath, Yan Wunhui admits that the creature's toughness really is remarkable. At last, real fear completely overtakes the sorcerer, and he starts begging for his life, hurriedly offering to reveal everything he knows if only Yeon Woonwi will spare him. Yeon Woonwi cuts him off with a savage kick, then sarcastically asks whether the old man has already gone senile. Standing over him without even the faintest trace of mercy, Yeon Woonwi says that since he already possesses the solitary chains of binding, there is no reason whatsoever to leave the old man alive. Then he raises one hand wrapped in purple flame and coldly suggests that the two of them die here together and meet again in the afterlife. The instant Whitebone truly realizes that death is no longer some distant threat, but something standing right in front of him. Every bit of composure he had left breaks apart. The calm vanishes from his face, raw panic surges in, and the sorcerer completely loses control of himself. He throws out a desperate scream, shouting that he cannot possibly die like this. But by then, it is already too late. Tang Woonwi's killing intent is crashing down over him, like a final sentence being carried out. Then, right in the middle of that blinding flood of light, Tang Woonwi suddenly senses something change. In that split second, he realizes Whitebone has activated an even deeper layer of mystic art than before. The very next moment, Tang Woonwi finds himself standing on a shoreline buried in dense, rolling fog. With a single glance around him, he understands he has been dragged into a powerful soul-restraining spell. Even Tang Woonwi looks briefly taken aback. He clearly did not expect a technique like this to fully manifest while he was still protected by the evil ghost war robe. His spirit allies immediately warn him that this is nothing like the ordinary techniques used in Blackbone Ghost Valley. They tell him this mystic art is on a far higher level than anything usually seen there, and Tang Woonwi instantly agrees that it exceeds Whitebone's normal ability by a wide margin. Just from how intricate and polished the spell feels, Tang Woonwi reaches a sharp conclusion. Whitebone could never have prepared something like this on his own, which means someone from a larger and more powerful organization must be backing him. A bodiless voice drifts out through the fog and announces that Tang Woonwi has been sealed inside the sorcerer's soul. It coldly adds that no matter how powerful he may be, escape from this place is impossible. Whitebone explodes in rage, snarling that Tang Woonwi cornered him so badly he was forced to use this reckless, self-destructive technique. Tang Woonwi answers without the slightest softness, telling him flatly that failing to prepare a backup plan is the old fool's own fault. He keeps pressing that mockery without hesitation, coolly pointing out that if Whitebone had truly made proper preparations, he would have considered from the very beginning that his array might be destroyed. That cutting remark drives the sorcerer completely over the edge. Whitebone screams at Tang Woonwi to shut up, and above them his massive spectral form swells larger and larger, looming through the fog in a terrifying display. Tang Woonwi watches the entire tantrum with easy calm, almost as if he were looking at a child throwing a fit. Even so, one of the spirits at his side urgently warns him not to let that calm turn into carelessness. Whitebone roars that he will drag Tang Woonwi's soul down into himself, devour it whole, and strip everything from him piece by piece. He finishes the threat by declaring that before this ends, every power Tang Woonwi possesses, and everything he owns will become his. Then, inside that illusory sea, Tang Woonwi and the spirits suddenly realize the ground under their feet has vanished. Before they can even properly react, they understand they have already been swallowed whole and are now completely submerged in the mystic ocean created by the spell. Tang Woonwi notes at once that this art is refined enough to construct an entire false space that feels almost real to the senses. At the same time, he realizes that locating the hidden gate of life inside something this elaborate will not be easy. Knowing he has to understand the structure of the spell before he drowns, he forces himself to steady his mind. Then he decides to read the currents of mystic energy moving through the water around him. As he studies those flows, he begins separating the different currents and assigning them to their respective gates. After sorting them out, he chooses to follow the current connected to the gate of warding, convinced that it should draw him closer to the spell's core. He reasons his way through the formation and concludes that if he continues along that path, it should eventually take him to the gate of resting. From there, he believes he ought to be able to view the structure of the entire formation at once. But even after reaching what should have been that ideal vantage point, Tang Woonwi still cannot see either the gate of death or the gate of life anywhere before him. That is the exact moment the truth clicks into place for him. Whitebone really did gamble with his own life to cast this technique. Thinking back on Whitebone's temperament and the words the sorcerer used earlier, Tang Woonwi pieces the whole thing together. This spell was never simply meant to kill him outright. Its true purpose is to take over his body, which means drowning inside this place must represent the gate of death. From there, the next answer comes to him almost immediately. If drowning is the path marked as death, then the gate of life must lie in dying by some other method instead. Once he settles on that conclusion, Tang Woonwi does not hesitate for even a moment. He draws his power inward, compressing it tightly into his chest as he prepares to test the answer for himself. Then, all at once, Tang Wunhui shoots upward through the ocean like illusion. He hurls his own body forward with such force that it looks as though he is launching himself straight into a fatal collision. His spirit allies are horrified by what they are seeing. In a panic, they yell that it looks like he is killing himself and demand to know what in the world he thinks he is doing. Blood spilling from his body, Tang Wunhui sharply tells them not to panic. Even in that brutal moment, he calmly explains that within this spell, any death other than drowning serves as the gate of life. As he grabs onto the sorcerer's enormous spiritual face, Tang Wunhui asks Whitebone if his deduction was correct. Then, while Whitebone curses him in shock and fury, Tang Wunhui drives down even harder without relenting. Tang Wunhui takes the violent backlash head-on, enduring all of it with a grim, unshaken expression. There is not even the slightest sign that he intends to let go. His fingers clamp tighter around the enemy's soul body, and with brutal, merciless force, he crushes the single glaring eye that is staring back at him. Outside the illusion, a massive pillar of energy suddenly erupts upward into the sky. It blasts high above the battlefield as the inner world collapses and tears itself apart from within. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another powerful fighter swings a whip spear in a wide arc and unleashes a spiraling strike. The attack tears through the air with a frightening, twisting force. Every blow lands with savage weight. The two Jiangshi are battered again and again under that barrage, so violently that they can barely endure the assault any longer. In the middle of the chaos, Tang Gon arrives alongside another undead ally. Then, over the noise of the battle, someone suddenly shouts out Baek Dong's name. Baek Dong and the other swordsmen are breathing hard now, their bodies clearly worn down from the relentless pressure. They complain that under this non-stop rain of blade attacks, they cannot hold on much longer. The girl Jiangshi stares at the scene in open disbelief. She simply cannot understand how a mere human could possibly be this overwhelmingly strong. Their opponent answers that disbelief with a cold, mocking voice, sneering at the arrogance she showed earlier. He does not ease up for even a second and keeps driving the attack forward without mercy. As his whipping strikes continue to carve through the battlefield, he sneers and asks how much longer she intends to drag this fight out. She cries out the instant another strike lands cleanly. The blow hits her squarely and without a shred of mercy. Even so, she refuses to let herself be treated as just another one of the others. Gritting herself down, she lunges forward once more, determined to prove that she is different. The whip-wielding man responds to that defiance by pushing his technique to an even higher level. In an instant, the pressure intensifies and the battle grows even more overwhelming. He unleashes the named technique, 100 Victory Whip, Flowing Flower, and the whole area is swallowed in a heartbeat. Twisting lines of whipping force storm out in every direction until the battlefield looks buried beneath a moving net of strikes. Violent bursts of force explode all through the forest one after another. Trees and surroundings are ripped apart as that attack tears through the entire area with devastating power. Even the Soul Swordswoman is forced to admit the truth. This barrage is so overwhelming that she herself can barely keep pace with it. When she turns her eyes toward her exhausted comrades, the reality becomes painfully clear. The other dead swordsmen are already close to their limit, and fear begins creeping into her as she realizes that if this continues, every one of them will be cut down. The masked woman speaks in a voice colder than ice, declaring without hesitation that she is willing to sacrifice 3 of her own subordinates if that is what it takes to kill her target. Those chilling words, she calls upon all of the dead swordsmen and orders them to offer up their lives. The moment that command is given, the undead soldiers suddenly convulse in agony, and right in the middle of that torment, one of them cries out to Baek Dong. Watching the Jiangshi closely, Tang Gon immediately notices that something in their behavior has changed. The shift is sudden enough that it catches his attention at once. Then a chain of explosive bursts erupts around him as the undead react violently to the spell. In an instant, the battlefield is thrown into even greater chaos than before. The empowered Jiangshi suddenly lurch forward as one, then burst into a perfectly timed assault, launching themselves at Tang Gon from every direction in a crushing, coordinated rush. Instead of showing even a hint of fear, Tang Gon answers with a fierce grin and declares that even if every last enemy came at him together, he still would not let a single one slip past. One crazed Jiangshi comes hurtling straight at him in a wild frenzy, but Tang Gon moves first, his blade flashing out so fast that it cuts the creature apart right in the middle of its charge, and the instant that one falls, more of the feral Jiangshi rush him head-on, their eerie red eyes burning as they hurl themselves at him without the slightest hesitation. Then Tang Gon's expression tightens in sudden shock when he sees something impossible. Even a Jiangshi he had already hacked to pieces is somehow attacking him again. The moment he grasps how dangerous that truly is, Tang clicks his tongue and spits out a low curse under his breath. At that same moment, he feels a fresh threat descending from above, and his head jerks upward in alarm the instant he senses it. The masked necromancer appears out of nowhere and dives straight at him. And for one brief, genuine instant, Tang is stunned by how close she managed to get. He understands it immediately. She used the Jiangshi swarming in front of him to block his vision and timed her approach perfectly behind that cover. In that blink of an instant, Tang measures the angle and the distance at once, and he knows with chilling certainty that if he tries to dodge now, he will lose an arm for it. But just before her attack can connect, a glowing sword suddenly drops between them and violently intercepts the strike before it lands. The blade drives itself into the ground with a heavy thud, standing upright between them as waves of power radiate outward from it. Tang stares at that sword in visible surprise, recognizing it the very moment his eyes land on it. The masked necromancer reacts even faster, panicking the instant she feels the blade's anti-demonic aura pouring into the air around her. The second Tang feels that familiar energy, he understands an ally has arrived. And in the very next breath, Tang rushes in and urgently asks if he is hurt. While the necromancer falters, Tang quickly regains control over the Jiangshi crowding around him and throws Tang a brief but sincere thanks for stepping in at exactly the right moment. His eyes flare red, and without wasting even another heartbeat, Tang unleashes a finishing attack. The blow crashes into her hard, and the masked necromancer's face freezes in pure shock the very instant she is struck. As she falls, the only thing she can manage is a weak, desperate cry calling out for her master. Tang attack drives her straight down into the ground with crushing force, slamming her hard into the earth. Once the immediate clash finally settles, Tang confirms to Tang that every enemy nearby has already been taken care of. He then turns to ask why she came here in the first place. But Tang visibly grows uneasy and avoids the question, insisting instead that they should go help Tang Wunhui. Trying to move things along, Tang explains that Tang Wunhui ordered her to withdraw as soon as the Jiangshi were dealt with, because he intended to handle their leader by himself. Tang thinks back to how calm and confident Tang Wunhui looked earlier, and after a brief pause, he decides the boy will probably manage just fine on his own. Elsewhere, inside the illusion, Tang Wunhui glares at Whitebone in anger and scolds him for tearing out his own heart, warning that what he just opened is the gate of life. Whitebone answers with eerie calm, saying that only by drowning that deeply and losing his sense of self could Tang Wunhui ever have taken over his body in the first place. Tang Wunhui, now clutching that still pulsing heart in his hands, snaps back that treating your own life so casually is complete madness. Emotion surges through him, and he starts cursing Whitebone outright. But before he can finish, Whitebone channels power through the heart in his grasp and forces a scream out of him. A huge burst of energy erupts from the heart itself, exploding outward in an instant and swallowing Tang Wunhui whole. When Tang Wunhui regains his form, he immediately understands what happened. At the very last second, his enemy shifted the surrounding space once again. The world around him has completely changed, turning into a dense, suffocating jungle crawling with poisonous creatures on every side. A bodiless voice echoes through the trees, boasting that this place is filled with countless venomous beasts and promising that Tang Wunhui will soon suffer from poison. Tang Wunhui only scoffs, mocking the fact that such a grand mystic art is being wasted on something as petty as water and poison. He smashes a nearby tree apart and deliberately acts as though the poison is already getting to him, putting on a convincing show of pain. Behind that act, he is already gripping a toxic creature by the neck, and with cold contempt he tells the old sorcerer to stop embarrassing himself with such awful acting. That only enrages Whitebone again, and another glowing gate of life is triggered while Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue and curses in annoyance. In the very next instant, Tang Wunhui suddenly finds himself suspended high up in the sky. He glances around at the new aerial environment and immediately concludes that the illusion has shifted once more. Realizing that Whitebone must also be positioned somewhere that corresponds to this new space, Tang Wunhui rapidly breaks down the situation in his head. Then, the moment he identifies where the hidden gate of life is, he attacks that exact point without a second of hesitation. Whitebone is visibly stunned that Tang Wunhui found him so quickly, and he blurts out a disbelieving demand to know how. But before Tang Wunhui can press any further, the landscape violently flips into a desert, and Whitebone taunts him by asking whether he can still find him now. The mocking line is not even finished before the illusion changes again, this time into a frozen wasteland buried in bitter cold. An instant later, it shifts yet again into a volcanic field, with Whitebone practically screaming now as he desperately forces out another environment. And then, Only moments later, Tang Wunhui finds himself standing once more in the original fog-covered field. In a mocking tone, he points out that they are back where he was first trapped and suggests his enemy must be running out of ideas. Whitebone, now completely rattled, demands to know what kind of trick Tang Wunhui is using and how he keeps locating the gate of life. Tang Wunhui answers with a smug look that maybe he is simply a genius. Tang Wunhui then calmly recites the description of the soul-capturing technique itself. The spell that drags its target down into a world made of layered fantasies. And after exposing that much, he reveals the technique's full name, Soul-Restraining Fantasy Net, making it clear that he is ready to turn it back on the caster. Whitebone can only stare at him in utter disbelief, completely aghast that Tang Wunhui has figured out the technique's true name. Tang Wunhui tells him bluntly that the old man relied on that spell too many times, and that repeated use gave him all the chances he needed to analyze it and understand how it was built. One thing is unmistakably clear: in the world of mystic arts, a spell's name is never some decorative label. Martial artists might shout their techniques out loud without a second thought, but sorcerers do the exact opposite, because the moment someone learns a spell's true name, they gain the first real foothold into understanding how that art actually functions. And that is exactly why mystic arts are at their most terrifying when nobody can make sense of them. A spell's name is like a tightly compressed explanation, just a few words on the surface, but underneath it quietly reveals the logic, structure, and purpose that hold the entire art together. So once that hidden framework is picked apart, the spell loses the mystery that gave it so much power in the first place. From that moment on, the mystic art can no longer maintain itself properly as a prison, because the mechanism behind it has already been laid bare. And the very instant Yan Wunhui finishes seeing through it, the false world around him begins to splinter apart. The illusionary space caves inward on itself, cracking and collapsing, and he tears his way free from the confinement as though breaking through a thin, brittle shell. Watching that happen, the sorcerer is overcome by pure despair. The mystic art he paid for with so much of his own life does not merely weaken before his eyes. It completely unravels and falls apart right in front of him. All across that fantasy space, the many eye-like cores begin to fracture one after another. Cracks race over their surfaces, and then the broken pieces finally give way, shattering loose and raining down everywhere. A moment later, Yan Wunhui steps back into the real world. He reappears with his fist already hovering over Whitebone Instructor's wide-open mouth, almost casually announcing, as if nothing could be more natural, that he has returned. Looking straight at the terrified wraith Whitebone has become, Yan Wunhui speaks with unsettling calm. He even remarks that thanks to this entire ordeal, he ended up learning a rather interesting spell. At that point, the truth finally crashes down on Whitebone. The realization hits him like a blade, and horror spreads across his face as he understands that he truly did die. Standing there before the bound spirit, Yan Wunhui regards him with dry, almost mocking composure. In that cool tone, he asks the old man whether he is not pleased to meet him again, even here, after death. Whitebone completely loses what little composure he had left, and blurts out the question in panic. He desperately demands to know how Yan Wunhui could possibly have reincarnated. And in the same breath he hurriedly offers to trade information if Yan Wunhui will only listen. But before he can finish shouting that he will reveal everything he knows, Yan Wunhui suddenly reaches out. In one swift motion, he grabs Whitebone by the head and cuts him off cold. Then Yan Wunhui tells him in a flat, icy voice that he has already been more than kind. There is no point trying to bargain now, because Whitebone no longer holds the position or the power to negotiate anything. Looming over the trembling spirit, he lays down the rules so firmly that there is not even the slightest room left for resistance. From this point on, he says, he will be the one asking the questions, and Whitebone will do nothing except answer them. Then he begins with the matter that means the most to him. Calmly, but with unmistakable weight behind every word, he brings up what happened 6 years earlier, starting from the day of his own death on Sealing Heaven Peak. As he manifests his living body before Whitebone's eyes, he asks the question plainly and directly. He wants to know what truly happened on Tian Shan, with no lies, no distortion, and no evasions. The command falls like a blade. Whitebone is ordered to explain everything from beginning to end in full detail, without omitting even a single piece. Whitebone's account drags the story back 6 years to Sealing Heaven Peak. There, in the middle of that chaos, he says that he died together with many of the elders. After that catastrophe, the heavenly demon divine cult did not stay united for long. The great factions inside the 9-demon mythos turned against one another, and 5 of them, including Killing Demon and Wind Demon, joined forces and openly rebelled. Those rebels moved first against the celestial mythos, the faction charged with guarding the cult leader's gallery, and they looted it without restraint. After that, they pushed straight into the main palace of the revered demon god Mythos, intent on seizing the one who ruled there. But Whitebone explains that their real objective in that assault was somewhere else entirely. More than anything, what they truly wanted was to capture his own master. He goes on to say that once he himself was removed from the board, the next move became obvious. If they could also suppress his master, then the only remaining force capable of standing against them would have been the demon, god Mythos alone. And with the rest of the Mythos forced into submission, the rebels should have been able to secure their rule and keep the cult firmly in their grasp. Instead, events spiraled the other way, and the entire heavenly demon divine cult was dragged into internal war. According to the rumors that spread afterward, the rebels never succeeded in capturing Whitebone's master in the end. That failure became one of the most persistent stories left behind from that upheaval. The moment he hears that, Yeon Woonwi's voice turns even colder. He immediately presses Whitebone on the point that matters most, demanding to know what truly became of his master. Whitebone hesitates, visibly shaken. The eyes staring back at him no longer look human, and the strange power Yeon Woonwi is displaying only deepens the dread creeping through him. Then the truth becomes clear. Yeon Woonwi has become the Ghost King, a living being who possesses the power to command the dead. And because Whitebone is a wraith himself, he feels that terror even more sharply than anyone else ever could. The pressure of that absolute authority over the dead crashes down on him with overwhelming force. Realizing there is no possible way to resist, Whitebone changes course at once. If obedience is the only chance he has left to keep existing, then he has no choice but to cling to it, and so he begins speaking about the cult leader. But the very moment he tries to continue, his body suddenly twists in a violent, unnatural way. It looks as if some outside force has seized hold of him from somewhere beyond the scene. Yeon Woonwi notices the change immediately. His expression shifts at once, and he looks upward in sudden shock as he senses that something has gone terribly wrong. Without wasting so much as a heartbeat, he warns everyone there that something is coming. Whatever is approaching, he can already feel its presence closing in. Dark energy begins spiraling around Whitebone in thick, violent coils. Then, in the next instant, that power swallows him whole and drags his wraith form into a churning vortex. Whitebone feels it too, and terror floods across his face. He realizes at once that this is not Yeon Woonwi's doing, some other presence is arriving. One of the spirits bound nearby instantly cries out that something is terribly wrong. Alarmed, it calls out to Yeon Woonwi, trying to warn him before it is too late. Yeon Woonwi reacts on instinct and springs backward at once. He retreats just as the disturbance tears upward from the ground beneath them. Whitebone begins screaming in desperation, begging Yeon Woonwi to save him. He even tries to bargain again, shouting frantically that he will reveal everything if only he is spared. But he never gets to finish that plea. Right in the middle of his frantic shouting, both his voice and his form are abruptly cut off without warning. Then the thing finally reveals itself. A gigantic red, fleshy mass bursts up from below like some enormous tongue thrusting violently toward the sky. Its surface writhes with grotesque motion. The whole thing churns and grinds in spiraling patterns, twisting as though some terrible mechanism deep inside it has suddenly come to life. Yeon Woonwi can only stare for a brief moment, stunned by what he is seeing. In that instant, he realizes that Whitebone's soul has already been swallowed whole. He keeps his gaze fixed on the bizarre crimson mass, trying to understand it. Even for him, the thing standing in front of him is so strange and unnatural that he cannot immediately tell what it is. His ghostly companions urgently warn him not to move any closer. There is real fear in their voices as they insist that whatever this thing is, it is extremely dangerous. As he watches it, Yeon Woonwi starts piecing together a possibility in his mind. He speculates that this creature may exist for one purpose alone, to erase any secrets tied to that mysterious society before those secrets can ever be exposed. Then he notices a subtle but chilling change. The grotesque mass has started moving, and its attention seems to be shifting toward him. Yet just as suddenly as it appeared, the entity withdraws. It sinks back underground in an instant, leaving behind nothing except a small hole with smoke quietly rising from it. Yeon Woonwi does not speak right away. He simply watches that thin trail of smoke in guarded silence, keeping himself ready for any sign that the thing might return. After a brief moment, he reaches a grim conclusion. That creature came here for Whitebone alone, and once it had devoured his soul, it no longer had any reason to remain. Then one of the spirits remembers something it once heard from Whitebone. With hesitant certainty, it says that a being like this has a name, and that name is Desire. And the spirit quickly adds one more deeply unsettling detail. Desire is not merely some monster that can be neatly classified and fought, but a mysterious phenomenon wrapped in myths and rumors that nobody fully understands. The spirit explains why Desire's name is spoken with such dread. It can grant terrifying, overwhelming power to anyone who enters into a contract with it. But the instant that pact is mishandled or turns unstable, it does not hesitate for even a moment before devouring the contractor's soul instead. The moment he hears that, Yeon Woonwi rapidly connects the meaning. If Desire was able to snatch Whitebone away like that, then the authority tied to its contract must be strong enough to override even the binding force of his Ghost King power. That realization irritates him immediately. Offense creeps plainly into his voice as he calls it absurd that some outside force would dare steal away a soul he had already claimed as his own. And that annoyance only sharpens when he thinks about what was lost with it. Whitebone had been one of the very few people who could answer the questions Yeon Woonwi needed answered, and now he grimly regrets losing such a valuable source of information before the interrogation was complete. But right in the middle of that frustration, his thoughts abruptly halt. He realizes this still is not completely finished yet. As he studies the aftermath more closely, he senses something faint still lingering in the air. There is a tiny residue left behind, and from that trace he realizes that a fragment of Whitebone's ego has not been entirely erased. That alone is enough for him. His expression hardens on the spot, and he decides that no matter how little remains, he will drag some kind of answer out of whatever scraps are left behind. So he narrows his focus and reaches toward the very last memories Whitebone was clinging to at the exact instant Desire consumed him. Instead of trying to chase everything at once, he digs straight into the final images that rose to the surface before the soul was swallowed whole. From there, he begins to identify what those memories actually contain. They are connected to that hidden society, and more specifically, they lead back to the moment Whitebone first entered into a contract tied to them. Inside that recovered vision, Yeon Woonwi finds himself staring at the gallery of the heavenly demon divine cult leader. It is in that ominous place, within that memory, that Whitebone appears to have been chosen. Even though he knows he is only witnessing a memory, the atmosphere inside it is enough to unsettle him. The presence lurking somewhere within that scene is so oppressive that Yeon Woonwi is visibly taken aback. What shocks him even more is the fact that the pressure remains this overwhelming despite being nothing more than a lingering impression. The memory alone carries enough weight to make the air around him feel heavy and crushing. From that, Yeon Woonwi draws a sharp conclusion. The mysterious man inside the vision must belong to that secret society, and more than that, he appears to be a divergent, and yet the memory refuses to show the figure clearly. All it gives him is the image of a heavily built silhouette seated upon a throne, broad and imposing, radiating power, but with no face visible at all. Yeon Woonwi quietly notes the reason for that limitation. He cannot see the man's face because he is trapped inside Whitebone's perspective, and Whitebone himself never got a full look at it. So instead he studies everything else in the vision there. Whitebone is on his knees, visibly terrified, bowing low before a figure wearing a horned skull mask. Yeon Woonwi admits that he cannot witness details Whitebone never actually saw. Still, he says there is one thing burned so deeply into the wraith's memory that even now, on the brink of complete annihilation, it remains unmistakably clear. That one surviving detail is the man's eye. Etched within it is a reversed yin-yang symbol, a mark so strange and striking that it stayed fixed in Whitebone's mind all the way to the edge of destruction. At that point, Yeon Woonwi decides there is nothing more he can squeeze from Whitebone's shattered remains. Even so, he values this fragment greatly, because at the very least it gives him one concrete clue about the enemy standing behind all of this. To him, a clue like that is far from a small consolation. When he is dealing with an enemy whose influence can interfere with even his Ghost King binding, information itself becomes a weapon too important to ignore. He rises to his feet and calmly announces that there is no more profit to be gained here. Since the questioning is over, he says, they may as well move on and deal with whatever this entire mess has left behind. But just as he is about to leave, something on the ground catches his eye. The sight stops him short, and for a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. He crouches down and reaches out, pressing a hand against the fissure left behind. The instant his palm touches that lingering crack, he feels a strange and immediate response rise up to meet him. Then, without any warning at all, a bloody imprint begins creeping up along his arm. The mark crawls over his skin like something alive, and even Yeon Woonwi is startled by the sight of it. In that instant, he understands exactly what he is dealing with. The mark is directly connected to the very rift that Desire emerged from. The realization comes fast and ugly. By making contact with what remained of Whitebone, he has ended up drawing the notice of the being standing behind Desire. That thought immediately puts him on edge. If the other side can sense him through this link, then his existence may soon be exposed. And worse, they may try to use that connection for something far more dangerous. so he knows he has to sever it before it settles in completely. He reacts at once, clawing at the energy climbing up his arm, as if trying to rip it away through sheer force alone. There is no hesitation in the motion, only raw urgency. The fissure answers with violent fury. As Yon Woonhui struggles to cut the connection, the crack erupts in a savage surge, thrashing like a living wound being forced open. A violent blast explodes outward from the rift. He barely manages to endure it, bracing himself and throwing up a shield at the last possible second as the shockwave slams into him. His spectral companions immediately rush toward him in alarm, asking if he is all right after seeing cold sweat suddenly break across his face. Yan Woonhui brushes off their concern and tells them not to make such a fuss. Even while steadying himself, he admits just how close that was. They had nearly gotten hold of him through the link, but in exchange, he says, he managed to secure something far too important to overlook. The spirits can hardly hide their admiration after hearing that. They openly praise him for dragging so much valuable knowledge out of nothing more than a few fading remnants. With his resolve hardening again, Yan Woonhui makes a silent vow to himself. No matter how carefully that secret society tries to erase every trace it leaves behind, he will uncover all of its hidden truths, and in his mind he coldly tells them to wait for him. Elsewhere, Tang sits alone with a stack of documents spread out in front of him, quietly reading through them while lost in thought. The room is still and silent, and the look on his face suggests that his mind is occupied by something far beyond the papers in his hands. Then a robed figure suddenly speaks, cutting through that silence without warning. The visitor casually remarks that Tang must be worrying about Tang Woonhui, and the comment catches him slightly off guard. The visitor turns out to be Gui Jigal, watching Tang closely. He points out that Tang has seemed distracted ever since hearing that Tang Woonhui went outside together with Tang and his wife. Tang slowly lifts his eyes and studies the man for a moment before answering. In a dry tone, he notes that Gui Jigal seems to be in an unusually good mood today. Gui Jigal responds with open amusement. He says that nothing could possibly be more entertaining than watching Tang Woonhui return carrying Whitebone's head with him. Tang does not accept that confidence so easily. Looking at him with plain skepticism, he asks whether Gui Jigal truly believes something like that can really happen. Gui Jigal does not pause for even a second. With complete confidence and no trace of doubt, he replies that yes, he absolutely believes Tang Woonhui can pull it off. And when Tang presses him for a reason, Gui Jigal begins laying out Tang Woonhui's recent accomplishments one after another. In his view, Woonhui's actions so far are more than enough to justify that level of faith. He begins with the change everyone has been whispering about for the past 2 months. After all those rumors about how different Tang Woonhui had become, he went and defeated Tang Yuchang outright, and that was only the beginning. Gui Jigal reminds him that Tang Woonhui even managed to exchange blows with Tang Kyujin for a short time on nearly equal footing. After that, he went even further and helped Tang Kyujin drive the intruders away. In Gui Jigal's eyes, a chain of feats like that cannot simply be dismissed as coincidence. Behind that smiling face, the scheming strategist recalls how he had originally used Tang Woonhui as a piece to humble Whitebone and also throw Namgung Sanyong off balance. Thinking back on it now, he notes with amusement just how thoroughly Woonhui has disrupted the plans other people were trying to set in motion. Gui Jigal explains that by tracking Whitebone's movements and watching Namgung Sanyong's actions, he had managed to trace links leading toward the demonic cult and the Namgung family. Even so, he admits that his own calculations never extended any further than that. What truly shattered those expectations was Tang Woonhui's sudden decision to move directly against Whitebone. That choice came so abruptly that it caught both Gui Jigal and Tang completely by surprise. Even so, Gui Jigal openly admits that he never once tried to stop him. In fact, he says the entire situation became far too entertaining to interrupt once the chaos began unfolding. Then, as if casually placing one more piece of gossip on the table, he asks Tang whether he happens to know where the Tang family head is at this very moment. Tang listens in silence at first, but the moment he hears where the Tang family head actually is, genuine surprise flashes across his face. Out of all the places he could have been, the clan leader is apparently at Lu Ban's foundry right now. Gui Jigal calmly continues, explaining that the Tang family head and Lu Ban are there together, personally working side by side to forge a special weapon for some unknown requester. From the way he says it, this is clearly not some routine order or ordinary piece of business. He goes on to add that Tang Woonhui showed them something, and whatever it was, it stirred both Lu Ban and the Tang family head enough to truly excite them. Gui Jigal admits he still does not know what Woonhui revealed, but one thing is obvious. It was important enough to move both of them. After laying out each piece one by one, Gui Jigal finally brings his whole argument together with quiet confidence. In his eyes, There is now more than enough proof to believe Tang Wunhui really can come back carrying Whitebone's head. Then the strategist's expression shifts, the amusement fading into something much sharper and more calculating. He asks Tangon whether the time has finally come to show Tang Wunhui the full plan, or whether they should keep using him while telling him nothing at all, and if they do decide to draw him in, what mission should come next. Tangon answers after a brief pause, offering a quiet thought of his own. He says it may actually be better to leave Tang Wunhui in the dark for now, because every single time they think they have measured his limits, he ends up doing something that pushes far past all of their expectations. As he turns the matter over in his mind, Tangon remembers a piece of advice he once heard. Sometimes the smartest thing a person can do is stop forcing everything, step back for a while, and let events settle into place on their own. So he repeats that same warning out loud, saying that if they meddle too much, it will only circle back and wound them in the end. Gui Jagal keeps smiling as he listens, then lets out a joking complaint, grumbling that the advice sounds almost arrogantly impudent. After a short silence, the strategist finally comes to a decision. From this point onward, he says he will move forward on the assumption that Tang Wunhui has already succeeded in dealing with Whitebone. And once that premise is locked in, the rest of his thinking follows from it. Gui Jagal states that he will now revise and rebuild their larger scheme around that new assumption. Standing under the pale moonlight, Tangon quietly accepts the choice that has been made. He gives his agreement without resistance and allows the strategist to proceed. Elsewhere, the ruined outpost of the heavenly demon divine cult lies shattered, its buildings broken down into wreckage, dust, and splintered remains. Through that devastated place, Tang Wunhui's group makes its way back in. Then from up ahead, a single figure suddenly comes rushing back toward the others. The movement is so quick and abrupt that the group reacts on instinct before they can even make out clearly who it is. As soon as they realize who it is, the others immediately start teasing him for having taken so long. They joke that, for a moment there, they honestly thought he might have gone and gotten himself caught. A moment later, Tang Wunhui appears with a bright, almost playful look on his face, answering his master without the slightest hint of strain. He tells Tangon that a master should show a little more trust in his own disciple than that. Tang Kyujin quickly runs up to him, her worry written plainly across her face as she looks him over. Tang Wunhui immediately reassures her in a steady voice, telling her that he is completely fine and has not been injured. Once the tension eases a little, one of their companions notices that Tang Wunhui is carrying something odd in his hands. The bundle does not look normal at all, and the strange shape of it immediately pulls everyone's attention. With the same blunt casualness, Tang Wunhui reveals what is wrapped inside. It is Whitebone's severed head, and the sight of it horrifies his companion on the spot. That companion instantly flares up, demanding to know why he would bring something like that back with him, and accusing him of copying the cruelty of the heavenly demon divine cult. Tang Wunhui shows no shame at all as he answers, saying plainly that he wants proper credit for the kill. Tangon shuts that idea down at once, flatly saying that their orthodox sect cannot go around displaying a severed head like that. At the same time, Tang Kyujin is left inwardly shaken, because no matter how calm Tang Wunhui looks standing there, he truly did kill an elder of the heavenly demon divine cult. As she studies him more carefully, Tang Kyujin cannot shake the feeling that something about this is deeply unnatural. Just a few days ago, he was nowhere near this level, and yet now the presence around him feels heavier, sharper, and far more powerful, as if his martial arts have advanced at a frightening speed. What unsettles her even more is everything surrounding that sudden growth. Somehow, Tang Wunhui even managed to pull her mother into his own schemes, and she cannot stop wondering what kind of hidden plotting could have led things to this point. At that very moment, Tang Kyujin's spectral companion reacts with a strange burst of excitement. In an almost gleeful tone, it declares that Tang Wunhui is the same kind of being as itself. Tang Kyujin immediately frowns and asks if that means Tang Wunhui has some kind of soul streak. The specter quickly denies that his inborn talent is anything that extraordinary, but insists that there is still something deeply similar about him. Still not satisfied, Tang Kyujin presses for a clearer answer. She demands to know what exactly the spirit means by calling them the same breed, and how someone this terrifying could possibly be described as untalented. The specter answers in a low voice that sounds almost thrilled by what it is saying. It explains that Tang Wunhui's lack of natural gift is exactly what makes him even more terrifying, because he keeps growing without stopping and without depending on talent. So he is not merely monstrous, but more like a demon, perhaps even a demon king. Then it takes the thought even further, warning her that Tang Wunhui is the kind of being who will greedily swallow everything that stands in his way. That image alone is enough to make Tang Kyujin visibly recoil in shock. The specter keeps muttering to itself after that, sounding almost unsettled by the resemblance it feels, repeating how bizarre it is for a human to seem so much like it. Already irritated by the non-stop noise in her ear, Tang Kyujin sharply snaps at the spirit to be quiet. Instead of stopping, the specter ignores her irritation and gives her a much colder warning. It tells her never to stand in Tang Wunhui's way, because when the time finally comes, it has no intention of being the prey in that meeting. It fully intends to be the predator. Then it states that hunger with chilling certainty. When that moment arrives, it says, it will be the one to devour Tang Wunhui, not the one that gets devoured by him. That reaction leaves Tang Kyujin deeply unsettled. More than the words themselves, what truly shakes her is just how fiercely the spectral streak responded the instant it sensed Tang Wunhui. As her thoughts move back to the wider situation, Tang Kyujin reflects on what all of this means. The heavenly demon divine cult is active again, and once word spreads that Tang Wunhui destroyed this outpost, his name will ring throughout Sichuan, with achievements grand enough to overshadow even her own. From there, her mind slips into even darker territory. If things continue at this pace, then Tang Wunhui may truly become the Tang family's successor, and if that day comes, she has no idea what choice her ambitious mother might make. Her hand slowly tightens around the hilt of her sword as that possibility settles heavily over her. With a dark and uneasy expression, she quietly imagines the kind of future that may be waiting for them if it really happens. Back in the middle of the ruins, one of the companions notices Tang Wunhui moving through the debris with a clear sense of purpose and asks if he is looking for something specific. Tang Wunhui answers that white bone left clues behind, and those clues are what he is following now. Instead of relying only on instinct, he calls out to spirit number 15. He orders the wraith to think carefully and tell him where Whitebone would be most likely to hide letters, records, or anything else worth keeping. The wraith answers almost immediately, pointing out the section that used to serve as Whitebone's private quarters. It says that if there is anything Tang Wunhui wants to uncover, it should be hidden there. As he searches through the broken rubble, Tang Wunhui soon uncovers a concealed mechanism buried beneath the remains. The instant he sees it, he knows there must be a hidden chamber underneath. Once they force the mechanism open, that suspicion turns out to be correct. What opens up beneath them is none other than Whitebone's secret treasure chamber. Tang Wunhui and Tangon immediately drop down into the space below. Unlike the ruined outpost above ground, the chamber beneath is still intact, and shelves line the walls from one side to the other. Tangon scans the room and quickly notices how meticulously everything has been arranged. Whitebone kept his correspondence and his valuables sorted with an almost obsessive sense of order. But the moment Tangon opens one of the books, he realizes there is a problem. The writing inside is encoded using the secret code of the heavenly demon divine cult, which means there is no easy way to decipher it on the spot. Seeing that, Tangon turns and calls out toward Tang Wunhui. But his disciple is already focused on something else entirely, his attention fixed on another document. What Tang Wunhui has found is far more important than some ordinary record. It is a report concerning 3 people tied to the demon god mythos, and it states that they must be pursued and captured before their leader arrives. The instant his eyes move across those lines, Tang Wunhui understands exactly how valuable the document is. Without needing to say a word, he realizes that this is precisely the kind of lead he came here hoping to uncover. Once the truly important documents are identified, they continue searching the chamber thoroughly. They sift through Whitebone's records, inspect traces of his activities and communications, and gather up the wealth he had quietly accumulated in secret. Among everything they seize, they also uncover a hidden box of files marked with the name of the Namgung family. The moment that name appears, Tang Kyujin's mother is instantly alarmed. Tang Wunhui immediately says they cannot afford to linger here any longer. These records and these funds have to be moved at once, before either the heavenly demon divine cult or the Namgung clan gets the chance to interfere. He starts issuing orders without hesitation, moving quickly now that the urgency is clear. Tangon is told to stay behind and guard the site, while Tang Kyujin and her mother are sent out to bring back reinforcements strong enough to transport everything safely. Tang Kyujin then asks what he plans to do himself. Tang Wunhui answers without a moment of hesitation that he is going to pursue the lead Whitebone mentioned. Tang Wunhui explains that during his fight with Whitebone, he managed to pick up one crucial piece of information. Now that he has it, he says he has to verify it immediately, before the enemy has time to erase every trace, clean up the trail, and make the clue vanish for good. Tang Kyujin reacts right away, clearly alarmed by the thought of him heading off alone. She worries that the whole thing could be a trap just waiting to close around him. But Tang Wunhui answers in a calm, steady tone, insisting that this clue is too important to leave alone, because it could change the Tang clan's entire strategy. Hearing that, Tangon steps forward without hesitation and offers to accompany him. The unease on his face makes it obvious that he is not just being cautious, He is seriously worried that more black specters could appear before this is all over. Privately, Tang Wunhui knows that Tang Gan's concern is completely justified. The next time he crosses paths with the remaining black specters, the battle will be far more dangerous than the one before, and while he hunts down the revered demon god Mythos, he has no intention of dragging weaker allies into a fight they may never survive. So instead, he tells Tang Gan that his duty is to remain here and guard the trove. If the treasure hidden in this place is lost now, Tang Wunhui says, the Tang clan will suffer a devastating blow. Tang Gan clearly dislikes the answer, but after a long, reluctant pause, he finally accepts it. Tang Wunhui then turns his gaze toward Tang Kyujin and tells her that she is the only one who can report everything accurately to Tang Hosen. He does not say it directly, but the meaning is unmistakable. She needs to go back home. At that moment, Tang Kyujin understands exactly what he is trying to do for her. He is protecting her from being cornered and twisted around by her mother, and he knows that only she can stand before their father and deliver a fair, uncolored account of what truly happened here. She reaches the same conclusion almost instantly on her own. If her mother goes back alone, or if Tang Gan returns without her, then the truth could be bent and reshaped before it ever reaches Tang Hosen, which means she has to be the one to carry the facts back in her own voice. Tang Wunhui tells her that as he moves, he will leave signs along his route so they can follow after him. Then he asks Tang Kyujin to send reinforcements once they have secured the area, locked the site down, and made sure everything here is under control. Even with tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes, Tang Kyujin forces herself to stay composed. She swallows down the emotion, accepts his plan, and gives a quiet nod anyway. Before he leaves, Tang Wunhui gives them both one final warning. If the situation turns bad, he says, they are to run without hesitation. Tang Gan answers immediately with a firm vow that he will protect the trove no matter what happens, and Tang Wunhui, trying to ease the heavy air between them, jokes that the two of them worry far too much. With that said, he turns his back on them and sets off alone to chase down the lead. The others can do nothing but watch as he explodes forward in a single burst of motion. In the blink of an eye, he tears off into the distance and disappears with overwhelming speed. As Tang Wunhui cuts through the night, his wraiths murmur around him in low voices. They tell him that the Tang clan places its trust in him in a way no one else ever truly has. The spirits go on, speaking of the genuine concern Tang Gan and Tang Kyujin showed for him. With a strange, almost wistful amusement, they remark that if those two had once stood on their side instead, sharing a drink with them would have been a real pleasure. Tang Wunhui quietly agrees with that thought. Inwardly, he admits to himself that Tang Gan and Tang Kyujin really are good people. He reflects that without Tang Gan and Tang Kyujin beside him, whatever influence or standing he held in the Tang Nine Dragons branch would have meant very little in the end. Now, because of them, he finally has people he truly wants to keep by his side. But the rescue he is racing toward now is not something he is doing as Tang Wunhui of the Tang clan. Deep inside, he declares that this mission belongs to Yan Wunhui, heir of the divine cult. The instant he accepts that name and that role, purple demonic aura erupts from him in a violent surge. It flares around his entire body, wild and fierce in the darkness. Sometime later, he arrives in the busy streets of Daoqing County in Sichuan, only to stop short when he sees how crowded the place is. The city is so packed with people that even he is caught off guard by it. His wraiths explain the reason almost at once. Ever since Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, arrived in Nine Dragon County, visitors have been pouring into the region, and so many of them have spilled over into Daoqing that searching the area has become much slower than expected. Tang Wunhui immediately gives out sharp orders, telling the wraiths to spread in every direction and search for anything linked to the Northern Sea mythos survivors, the Blackbone Ghost Valley pursuers hunting them, or even the faintest scrap of a trail. The spirits answer with eager enthusiasm and scatter at once. Looking out at streets clogged with people, Tang Wunhui quickly decides that wandering below would be a waste of time. Instead of searching blindly in the crowd, he judges that the smarter move is to observe the city from somewhere high enough to overlook the whole area. Before long, his gaze settles on a tall tea house rising above the nearby buildings. The moment he sees it, he decides it will make the perfect vantage point. When he steps inside, he does not waste time looking around. He walks straight up to the uneasy-looking owner and asks for a room on the top floor. The man nervously explains that only one room remains. Tang Wunhui accepts it without the slightest hesitation, and the owner's expression brightens immediately with relief. Clearly delighted by the easy booking, the owner personally leads him upstairs while cheerfully praising how excellent the room's view is and how well it overlooks the city below. As he follows the man up, Tang Wunhui thinks to himself that in a place this crowded, Any demonic expert would have no real trouble concealing their aura inside the chaos, noise, and confusion of so many people. Once he sits by the window, he quietly extends his senses outward and feels traces of lingering demonic energy still hanging in the area. From that alone, he reaches one immediate conclusion. The targets have not yet left douching. A moment later, one of the wraiths suddenly reports that it has found a hidden watcher nearby. Tang Wunhui reacts at once, ordering it to trace the direction that watcher is monitoring so they can uncover the path being used by the mythos followers. Then a second wraith speaks up and says it overheard part of a conversation. Tang Wunhui immediately asks what it learned. The wraith reports that the fugitives already know they are being hunted, and that the pursuers are having difficulty because the followers keep erasing every trace they leave behind. Tang Wunhui then asks how many fugitives there are, and when the answer comes back as 3, he notes that the number matches the report he found earlier exactly. Without pausing, he follows that question with another and asks how many pursuers are after them. The reply comes back that the wraith can currently sense 9. Then the spirit adds one more detail, and that final piece hits Tang Wunhui hard enough to visibly jolt him. One of those pursuers, it says, appears to be a demonic human connected to one of the 9 demon mythoses. Tang Wunhui quickly pieces the situation together in his head. If someone from a mythos is moving together with Blackbone Ghost Valley, then the only answer that makes sense is the Blade Demon of the Northern Sea mythos. His mind immediately turns to what he knows of that group. Their power was born in the frozen northern wastelands. They were once tied to the North Sea Ice Palace, and the remnants who survived were later absorbed into the divine cult. Their frigid power is so overwhelming that even the ground can freeze wherever they pass. And after they entered the cult, that terrifying strength let them rise with startling speed until they stood among the ranks of the 9 demon mythoses. And on top of that, their treasured ice essence, dense with concentrated power, is one of the crucial materials Blackbone Ghost Valley uses when creating superior Jiangshi. Because of that connection, Tang Wunhui understands the relationship clearly. Blackbone Ghost Valley now trails after the Northern Sea mythos, like a loyal hunting hound. From there, the conclusion forms naturally in his mind. The force behind the attempted assassination of the Dark Supreme must be the Northern Sea mythos. He asks the wraith how strong this Northern Sea mythos pursuer feels, but the answer that comes back is frustratingly vague. The pursuer's presence is being hidden so perfectly that even that much cannot be measured clearly. Tang Wunhui immediately judges that anyone capable of concealing their aura that completely must be a peak-level master. That only makes the situation more troublesome, so without wasting another second, he orders the wraiths to narrow down the follower's location with greater precision. As evening gradually settles over the city, Tang Wunhui notes with mild frustration that the search is taking longer than he expected. From downstairs, he begins hearing the voices of newly arrived guests complaining because they are being told there are no rooms left. He overhears the innkeeper offering hurried apologies to a loud and overbearing young noble, and when Tang Wunhui looks down, he sees 3 finely dressed youths below whose bearing immediately suggests they come from powerful and prestigious families. When he studies their auras more carefully, he realizes that the 2 young women among them are especially formidable. Judging from their presence alone, they seem talented enough to build reputations worthy of standing alongside those of his own sisters. The noisy young man then proudly introduces himself as Hyuk Woogi of the Golden Sword sect and begins threatening to throw other guests out so he can have a room made for himself. Watching the scene unfold, Tang Wunhui recalls that the Golden Sword sect is a wealthy sect established around 30 years ago through trade with the western regions. Tang Wunhui continues watching in silence as Hyuk Woogi keeps pressing and browbeating the innkeeper. Before long, the young noble starts moving in Tang Wunhui's direction. The young women traveling with Hyuk Woogi quickly try to calm him down, urging him to accept that there truly are no rooms left. But the uneasy look on their faces makes it plain that even they are nervous about how far he might push things if no one stops him. With just a single glance, Tang Wunhui sees straight through Hyuk Woogi's whole act. The man is clearly trying to puff himself up and look impressive in front of the 2 young women, but the harder he tries, the more foolish and embarrassing he makes himself look by the second. Then, in the middle of that showy behavior, Hyuk Woogi's gaze suddenly snaps toward Tang Wunhui, and the look on his face changes in an instant. The second he realizes he is looking at Tang Wunhui from the Tang 9 Dragons branch. Hyuk Woogi calls out to him in an overly loud, overly familiar voice. Just from that alone, Tang Wunhui can already tell this is about to turn into an irritating hassle. Without waiting to be invited, Hyuk Woogi casually drags himself and the others over to Tang Wunhui's table, claiming there is nowhere else for them to sit. Watching that shameless display, Tang Wunhui quietly recalls that the original Tang Wunhui never had any real friends to begin with, and this pushy, overbearing man definitely would not have been one of them. Under normal circumstances, Tang Wunhui thinks someone this annoying would have already been beaten senseless and tossed aside without a second thought. But he has more important matters to deal with right now, and since he is still waiting on the wraiths' report, he decides this fool is not even worth the trouble. Hyuk Woogi eagerly gestures for the two girls to come over as well, while they at least show enough manners to thank Tang Wunhui politely for letting them sit. Tang Wunhui gives a brief response of his own, just enough to be civil, and then quietly pulls himself out of the conversation. Once everyone has settled down, the Golden Sword Sect youth starts shouting out his order as if the entire tea house exists for his convenience. He even loudly praises the fragrance in the shop, with the swagger of someone acting like he owns the place. Right at that moment, one of the wraiths finally slips in and delivers its report. It confirms that the 3 Northern Sea Mythos followers have indeed been found exactly where the earlier information said they would be. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui feels a small but unmistakable wave of relief pass through him. After such a long search, the trail is finally beginning to lead somewhere. At once, the sharpness in his eyes returns. His focus narrows completely, and every part of him readies to move the very second he gets the last piece of information he needs. At the same time, down on the lower floor, the elderly tea house owner rushes forward in a panic and begs a newly arrived burly man not to start any trouble inside the shop. The man shows not even a shred of respect. He shoves the old owner aside without hesitation and tells him to get out of the way. After that, he turns toward everyone inside the tea house and bluntly announces that he has business to handle here. Until that business is done, he says, nobody is allowed to move from where they are. More men dressed in the same style immediately come filing in behind him, one after another. With that alone, it becomes obvious that he did not come by himself, but arrived with an entire group at his back. The sudden commotion makes Hyuk Woogi visibly panic, while Tang Wunhui only clicks his tongue in annoyance. Of all times for another interruption to appear, it had to be now, right when he was waiting to move. One of the wraiths quickly identifies the armed men from the feel of their aura and the matching swords at their sides. They are men from the Lion Sect. That name immediately brings their reputation to Tang Wunhui's mind. The Lion Sect is notorious for its brutal sharpness and violent aggression, and even as he thinks that, more of its members continue striding into the tea house. The burly leader lifts his eyes and demands to know whether the guest traveling with Tang Kyujin's group is Sunyi of ManhwaCapped. The moment he hears that name, Tang Wunhui quietly pieces something together. ManhwaCapped is tied to the famed Sword Emperor, the same master who was rumored to have had a daughter late in life. His gaze shifts toward the quiet young woman, and he begins to suspect that she must be that daughter. If that guess is correct, then her father is one of the 10 greatest martial masters alive, a figure standing on the same terrifying level as Tang Wunhui's own master and the Dark Supreme. Another memory surfaces right after that. About a year ago, the Lion Blade King challenged the Sword Emperor, only to be utterly crushed in fewer than 10 moves. Once those facts click into place, Tang Wunhui quickly concludes that the Lion Sect has come here to seek revenge through the Sword Emperor's daughter. And almost as if confirming that tension, Sunyi calmly asks what they plan to do if she really is the person they are looking for. At that, the Lion Swordsman steps forward and introduces himself in a formal voice as Baek Do-yang of the Lion Sect. Then, with everyone in the tea house watching, Baek Do-yang openly issues a duel challenge to Sunyi in the name of his sect. The moment his name is spoken, whispers spread through the surrounding crowd. People recognize him as the infamous Crimson Lion Blade, the ruthless second disciple of the Lion Leader, a man with a reputation for always leaving blood behind wherever he goes. Tang Wunhui immediately cuts in and rebukes him. He points out how ridiculous and rude it is to challenge someone out of nowhere without any proper cause. Baek Do-yang first acknowledges that Tang Wunhui is seated with Sunyi, then shifts his gaze and identifies Tang Kyujin's other companion as well. He recognizes her as a prodigy from the Ime sect. He goes even further and names her outright, as Suman the Clear Moon Lady, and the youngest disciple of the Ime sect leader. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui quietly confirms something he had already suspected. The other strong presence he sensed earlier must indeed have belonged to a martial artist from Ime. Baek Do-yang coldly states that this dispute is strictly between the Lion sect and ManhwaCapped. According to him, the Ime sect has no reason at all to interfere in this matter. Then he adds with a clear sneer in his voice that if Sunyi is not capable of facing him alone, he would not mind crossing blades with Ime's young prodigy too. That mocking provocation is enough to set Sunyi off. Offended by his words, she accepts the challenge right there on the spot, without showing any intention of backing down. Suman immediately tries to stop her, reaching out at once, but Sunyi tells her not to worry and remains firm in her decision. Inside, Sunyi steadies herself and hardens her resolve. If she were to retreat from a challenge like this, then she would have no right to call herself the Sword Emperor's daughter. Baek Doyoung lets out a laugh, sounding almost pleased by her response. To him, that kind of boldness seems fitting for someone carrying the Sword Emperor's blood. After that, he suggests that they move the duel out to the tea house's wide backyard, where there will be enough open space for a proper fight. Tang Wunhui, realizing that his own business here is finally reaching its conclusion, can only feel irritated by how much time has already been wasted on this mess. At the same time, the wraiths report that the followers have now scattered into the surrounding alleys. He reacts immediately and orders the spirits to guide him to whichever one of those followers is in the greatest danger right now. Even as he gives the command, he is already preparing to leave without delay. But before he can take even a proper step out, one of the lion sect men moves directly in front of him and blocks his path. The man says no one is allowed to leave until Baek Doyoung's duel with Sunyi is finished, and that alone is enough to make Tang Wunhui's irritation show plainly on his face. Baek Doyoung then raises his voice and announces that every guest still inside must remain where they are and watch the duel. He makes a point of saying that this especially applies to Sunyi's companion. Just to make sure there is no misunderstanding, he lifts a hand and points straight at Tang Wunhui himself, calling him out directly. Tang Wunhui does not even acknowledge the command. He simply drives forward, shoulders past one of the men in his way, and curtly tells him to move aside. As he keeps walking, he coldly throws a single order toward someone behind him to sit down. Even without turning back, he makes it obvious that he intends to handle this himself. One of the swordsmen instantly shoves his blade toward the protagonist, and angrily demands to know whether he did not hear the warning. Tang Wunhui does not let him finish. In one lightning-fast motion, he reaches out and clamps a hand straight over the man's face before another word can come out. Then, with absolutely no mercy, he drives a vicious kick into him. The force sends both the man and the sword with him flying away at the same time. A wild-haired warrior nearby catches that sudden burst of violence and goes completely still. He can only stare in open shock at what just happened. The two young women see it too, and the color in their faces shifts at once. Their expressions turn stunned and uneasy as fear quietly flickers across them. Dark purple energy begins to coil up around Tang Wunhui like a living shroud wrapping itself around his body. With that demonic aura rising off him, he repeats his order in a voice that makes it clear everyone in his path needs to move. Blood streaks his face, and a crazed smile slowly spreads across it as he glares at them in fury. Then he roars at them, demanding to know why they could not simply obey what they were told. At last, one of the bystanders connects all the pieces and the color drains right out of his face. These fools really chose this exact moment to pick a fight with the cult heir, right when Tang Wunhui was already the most unstable. The Lion Sword sect disciples erupt almost instantly. The second they see one of their own get struck, rage explodes across their faces, and they begin shouting curses at Tang Wunhui as they all rush him together. Two of the Lion Sword sect fighters move first. They spring forward in a flash with their swords lifted high overhead, clearly trying to overwhelm Tang Wunhui in one straight charge and cut him down before he can react. Tang Wunhui's eyes go ice cold and he repeats a single word. Dare. It comes out low and razor sharp, but the fury behind that one quiet word is impossible to miss. Then, in the very next instant, his power bursts loose. That violent energy rolls off him in a wave, and Tang Wunhui steps forward like a man who had been waiting for the slightest excuse to tear straight through them. His fingers curl in slowly as he tightens his fist, pulling power into it bit by bit. The pressure gathering around that clenched hand is so heavy that anyone looking can tell he is preparing a strike that will land like pure disaster. Even so, one bald swordsman manages to slip in ahead of him. He swings hard and actually lands a solid hit on Tang Wunhui cleanly, making it look for a split second as if he got there first. The bald man immediately thinks he has gained the advantage. Right there on the spot, he starts gloating with a smug look on his face, declaring this is the punishment waiting for anyone dumb enough to stand against the Lion Sword sect. But he never even gets to finish boasting. In the middle of his sentence, his face suddenly twists in disbelief as the sword in his own hands begins to crack, then breaks apart and shatters on the spot. Tang Wunhui answers with crushing force. His counterattack lands so brutally that the man is sent flying away in an instant, screaming helplessly as pain tears out of him. Even when more attackers come flooding in with angry yells, Tang Wunhui never loses his rhythm. He slips through their attacks, threads between them, and knocks them aside one after another as if none of them are important enough to slow him down. Another swordsman lets out a roar and charges straight in. With no hesitation at all, he comes right for Tang Wunhui and brings his blade down in a hard, committed swing. The blow never gets to finish. Right in the middle of that charge, the man's face is suddenly smashed, and the shock that hits him is so sudden and overwhelming that he cannot even understand what just happened. That swordsman is blown away immediately. His whole body goes flying as a raw, ragged scream rips out of him from the pain. The remaining Lion Sword sect members visibly falter when they see yet another comrade get dropped. Their charge loses its edge for a moment, and hesitation starts creeping onto their faces. Then someone in the crowd suddenly remembers exactly who these men are. The fighters getting crushed in front of everyone belong to the Blade Lion Squad, the elite force that usually dominates Guizhou wherever it goes. Now one of those very squad members is lying on the ground in a spreading pool of blood. He is fully unconscious, motionless, and completely out of the fight. The onlookers can do nothing but stare. Tang Wunhui is standing there wrapped in a swirling aura, and he has just taken down 2 members of that elite squad as if it required no effort from him at all. Seeing that, their leader, the Crimson Lion, realizes he can no longer afford to stay back and watch. Even with the duel that was supposed to happen still waiting ahead, he decides he has no choice now but to step in with his own hands. He draws his blade in one hard, deliberate motion. Keeping his eyes locked on Tang Wunhui, he swears he is about to show everyone exactly why people call him the Crimson Lion. Then he comes in for real. His massive sword tears through the air in a savage sweeping assault, and every swing carries enough weight to overwhelm an ordinary opponent outright. Watching him, Tang Wunhui thinks to himself that under normal circumstances, this would already be over. He could have ended it simply by knocking the man's weapon aside, and that alone would have been more than enough. But these people went and provoked the worst possible person. Remembering that, Tang Wunhui decides he has no intention of treating this lightly anymore, and he starts preparing to answer in earnest. The Crimson Lion curls his lip into a mocking sneer. With open scorn in his voice, he taunts Tang Wunhui and says that at least he seems capable of dodging a little. Then he arrogantly adds that the outcome will be decided the moment his blade touches Tang Wunhui even once. In his eyes, a single hit should be more than enough to finish everything. But the more Tang Wunhui keeps slipping away from him, the more the Crimson Lion starts to lose control of his temper. Frustration boils over fast, and he shouts furiously for Tang Wunhui to stop running and face him properly like a real fighter. Still yelling at Tang Wunhui to stand and fight, the Crimson Lion raises his sword high above his head and chops downward with every ounce of strength he has. It is a full-powered strike, clearly meant to end the fight in one blow. Tang Wunhui looks completely unimpressed. He only mutters under his breath that he is already getting bored of this. That response sends the Crimson Lion into even deeper rage. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he charges again and pours everything he has into another attack. The people watching can only stare as the clash grows more and more frightening. The young woman from earlier stands there with her whole body tensed tight, plainly worried by what she is seeing, yet at the same time unable to hide how impressed she is. When that exchange finally ends, Tang Wunhui is still standing there completely untouched, looking straight at the Crimson Lion. He calmly asks what exactly he intends to do now that even his best strike accomplished absolutely nothing. The Crimson Lion can only stare back at him blankly. The moment he realizes his attack did not work at all, the confidence drains visibly from his face. Tang Wunhui gives him no chance to recover from that shock. In one sudden burst of movement, he closes the distance and drives forward with a powerful punch. His fist slams straight into the Crimson Lion's face. Blood sprays. Broken teeth burst free, and the sheer violence of the impact makes it obvious just how brutally clean that hit was. The force of that punch lifts the Crimson Lion clean off the ground. With a single blow, Tang Wunhui overwhelms him completely and sends his body flying away. A woman in the crowd lets out a sharp gasp, unable to believe her own eyes. Right there in front of everyone, Tang Wunhui has just beaten one of Guizhou's most famous rookie fighters. She can barely process how one-sided the entire fight turned out to be. The Crimson Lion's body is launched upward with such force that it crashes right into the ceiling above. The remaining sect members panic instantly and start shouting for their young master. At the same time, all of that fear and fury turns right back toward Tang Wunhui, and they begin hurling curses at him again. Then they charge him together in one desperate wave. There is no discipline left in it now, only a messy, panicked rush thrown together out of fear. Even then, Tang Wunhui stays perfectly calm. Almost sounding amused, he remarks that these people really do love throwing around the word dare. Elsewhere, a completely different powerful figure suddenly senses that something has happened. He turns sharply at once, reacting to the disturbance or presence he has just felt. Back inside the inn, Tang Wunhui faces the last enemy still left conscious. Looking at the trembling man, he tells him that he is the only one remaining now, and that simple statement alone fills the survivor with fear. The man cannot even speak properly anymore. Trembling and stammering through his terror, he barely manages to call Tang Wunhui a monster. Wrapped in a demonic aura that makes his presence look even more terrifying, Tang Wunhui coldly reminds him that they were the ones who attacked first. Meanwhile, the man is already desperately begging for mercy. Tang Wunhui tells him that he will spare him, but that mercy comes with a price, and he makes it plain that the man will have to do him a favor in return. He grabs the man by the head and forces him to pay attention. Then he orders the terrified survivor to carry a message to the ones Tang Wunhui has already beaten unconscious. With a dark, unsettling smile spreading across his face, Tang Wunhui says he will let this matter end here for now. But the way he says it makes it sound far less like kindness and far more like a threat. He warns them that if they ever get in his way again, he will not stop at this. The next time, he says, he will show them what hell truly looks like. The terrified man nods so frantically he is practically foaming at the mouth. In pure panic, he promises over and over that he will deliver every word of the message. But before he can even finish speaking properly, he collapses where he stands. Tang Wunhui leaves him there, barely conscious on the floor, then turns and walks away. The two women can only stare at the wrecked scene. Tang Wunhui left behind and speak in utter disbelief. He really did storm through the place, flip everything upside down, crush anyone in his way, and then walk out like none of it had mattered at all. After witnessing something like that with their own eyes, they immediately realize there is no longer any mood left for quietly sitting around and sipping tea. Whatever peace the tea house had a moment ago is completely gone now. The younger woman is still visibly shaken, her body not fully recovered from the shock of what she just saw. But beneath that lingering fear, there is also a bright spark in her eyes, because she has just realized that someone their own age can actually stand at the level of a true martial master. Then, as that realization sinks in, she remembers the name he gave earlier. He had introduced himself simply as Wunhui. Elsewhere, in another part of the city under the cover of night, a hooded child runs desperately through the darkness. Behind them, a masked pursuer closes in fast, eating away the distance step by step. The masked killer suddenly makes his move. With a ruthless sweep, he unleashes a deadly strike, clearly meant to cut the fleeing target down in a single motion. The blow lands hard. Blood sprays out into the dark night air the moment the attack crashes into the fleeing figure. Without showing the slightest hint of emotion, the killer watches coldly as the wounded child loses their footing and collapses onto the stone floor of the alley. Standing over the injured child, he speaks in a flat, merciless tone and declares that he has finally caught them at last. As his skull-like face comes into clearer view, he vows that he will not stop with just this one capture and that the rest of their group will be wiped out as well. Even while injured, the white-haired child glares back with fierce defiance, calls him an infidel, and spits out a curse. The killer does not hesitate to mock the child, saying he is already looking forward to hearing them scream. Then, using a telepathic communication tool, he reaches out to his allies and orders them to come take the captured target. But when nothing comes back through the link, his confidence wavers for the first time. He pauses, clearly confused that not even one of them is answering. That confusion quickly sharpens into panic. He keeps trying the mental connection over and over, shouting through it for his comrades to respond, but still hears nothing. Down in the alley below, a towering swordsman quietly hears everything and instantly realizes something is off. He does not interfere yet, but it is obvious from his silence alone that he has already noticed the shift. The masked killer grows more and more unsettled. Even if his team were slacking off, he thinks, it still makes no sense at all for there to be absolutely no response from any of them. Then a colder thought begins to creep into his mind. Little by little, he starts to fear that something may already have happened to the comrades he is trying so desperately to reach. And then, all at once, a cold voice slips directly into the link itself. It mocks him, asking if he is really this frightened just because no one is answering. The killer jerks in alarm and immediately demands to know who dared to intrude on their method of contact. The unseen speaker responds almost casually, remarking that their spirit contact bond is embarrassingly outdated. That one comment shocks the killer because it means this stranger understands exactly what kind of technique they are using. As he listens, the killer starts to feel an uneasy familiarity in the stranger's tone. Then the voice coldly criticizes how slow he is to catch on and adds that the others understood what was happening much faster than he did. At that, he whirls around in alarm and blurts out a panicked question, demanding to know when this stranger even got there. The answer is waiting above on the rooftop stands Tang Wunhui, masked, purple-eyed, and dressed in a dark war robe, his mere presence making the entire night feel heavier. Killer recognizes the evil ghost war robe and those unmistakable purple eyes at once, and disbelief floods over his face. For a moment, he can hardly accept what he is seeing. Tang Wunhui comments in an almost casual tone that the man looked awfully excited while chasing down a member of the heavenly demon divine cult. Then, before the eye can even properly follow the movement, Tang Wunhui blurs out of sight and appears right behind him. Before the killer can get more than the start of a cry out, he is already seized from behind and cut off mid-sound. As murderous energy pours into the grip, locking him in place, Tang Wunhui declares that his people are not the ones meant to be hunted. With killing intent thick in his voice, he brands the man a traitor. Far above another part of the city, a different white-haired man stands alone on a rooftop. From that distance, he seems to sense the sudden surge of power. His head turns immediately, plainly alerted by the disturbance. Looking toward the newcomer, he acknowledges in a measured tone that the person has arrived. A black-haired young master stands there, and the first thing he does is ask his subordinate whether the operation has been completed yet. The subordinate explains that it will take longer because there are too many witnesses to clean up. Hearing that, the young master clicks his tongue in annoyance and mocks the incompetence of their jiangshi. The subordinate immediately apologizes for the delay, but the young master says he does not mind waiting. As long as he gets to hear the screams of Tang Wunhui's followers in the end, he can afford to be patient. He even admits it himself, with a bitter kind of honesty, that what he is doing is cowardly. But no matter how much time has passed, he still cannot forget that man's face. His thoughts are dragged straight back into the past, to the years when he stood among the 10 pillars of the demonic path and lost the battle for succession. That ugly memory comes back in one violent flash, centered around a single devastating explosion that had completely crushed him. In that memory, he lies broken inside a crater, battered, defeated, and humiliated so deeply that words are not enough to describe it. The one who defeated him, a man wrapped in chains, looks down at him with icy contempt and wonders aloud why someone this weak had even been allowed to stand there in the first place. Even now, the fallen man remembers the disbelief he felt in that moment. His opponent could not even use martial arts, and yet with chains alone he had caused destruction on this scale. Chain-wielding Victor then tells him in a frigid voice not to speak, as if even hearing the sound of such weakness would be shameful. That merciless remark leaves the defeated candidate completely stunned. He is driven into total silence on the spot. Then the victor simply turns his back on him and dismisses him without another thought. Calling him too weak to even bother fighting, he orders him to leave. Only then does the full weight of that defeat become clear. Even though he had been the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path and a successor candidate of the heavenly demon divine cult, that one loss took everything from him. Later on, he managed to claw his way back up to the early Supreme Peak realm. But before he could finally take revenge with his own hands, the rival he hated died, leaving behind only that rival's heir, someone who still has plenty left to lose. So he decides that if he cannot repay the dead man directly, then slaughtering all of that rival's followers will have to do. At the very least, he wants that bloodline to taste even a small fraction of the humiliation he has carried for all these years. His longtime subordinate lowers his head and swears that he will devote the rest of his life to helping the young master achieve that revenge. In response, the young master quietly thanks him. But in the very next moment, both of them feel it. Their expressions shift at once as they turn toward the source of a powerful presence. The young master narrows his eyes and immediately identifies the energy as heavenly demon divine cult sorcery. From that alone, he concludes that a sorcerer must be among their enemies. Judging the force behind it, he remarks that this sorcerer seems a little weaker than his old rival was. Even so, he knows ordinary swordsmen would never be enough to bring down someone like that. The subordinate asks for permission to go and deal with the sorcerer personally, and the young master grants it without a moment of hesitation. The subordinate moves at once and releases a massive wave of ice energy. The attack tears across the rooftops with terrifying force, ripping through the night like a frozen storm. The young master catches that ominous shift in the air at once, and his face twists with open irritation as he clicks his tongue in clear annoyance. A look of disgust settles over him, and under his breath he mutters that the energy he's sensing feels far too much like Yan Wunhui's for his liking. Back in the alley, the protagonist moves without a second of hesitation, grabbing the skull-masked killer on the spot and brutally smashing his face in for daring to lay a hand on his follower. As death closes in, right in front of him, the killer panics completely and blurts out in desperation that he was only following orders. The protagonist answers in a voice so cold it feels merciless, telling him that a worm like him was never the kind of man who had the power to decide anything for himself anyway. The moment he hears that, the man's face loosens with relief, and he hurriedly starts thanking him, fully convinced he's just been spared. Before those grateful words can even finish leaving his mouth, a crimson slash rips straight through him, and blood explodes outward in a savage spray. He collapses to the ground, body twisting in agony, a massive wound torn open through him, and through ragged breaths, he forces out a broken question, asking why he's being killed. Without showing even the slightest trace of pity, the protagonist tells him that this is divine punishment for traitors who betray the cult, and punishment is something no one should ever be allowed to forget. Then, in an even colder voice, he tells the dying man not to worry, because the rest of his comrades will be joining him soon enough. He raises his fist, murderous intent spilling out of him in waves, and gives a single chilling order for every last one of them to die. In the next instant, the killer's body erupts from the inside, his torso blown apart so completely that it leaves behind a horrifying empty cavity. When it's all over, the protagonist is still standing in the middle of the blood-soaked wreckage, his power continuing to surge through the alley like a storm that hasn't fully passed. Beneath the deep shadow of his hood, his glowing eyes burn with a fierce light, and only little by little does that suffocating killing intent begin to settle down. From around the corner, the child who was saved peeks out carefully, and the moment he sees the evil ghost war robe and those unmistakable purple eyes, he knows exactly who it is. His whole body trembling, the child slowly steps out from hiding and tries to speak to him through the fear and shock. Overwhelmed by everything in front of him, the child stammers badly as he asks if this man really is the cult's successor. A faint smile appears beneath the hood, and in a quiet, steady voice, he confirms that yes, he is exactly who the child believes him to be. The moment he hears that answer, the child's face brightens instantly, filling all at once with tearful relief and pure joy. Crying out for his young leader, the child runs straight toward him and throws himself into his arms without the slightest hesitation. The protagonist catches him smoothly, and the child immediately breaks down into sobs, completely overwhelmed by the relief of finding him safe. Holding the child close in return, the protagonist gently pats him and softly tells him that he did well. Then he adds in an even gentler tone that the child doesn't need to force himself to say anything, because he already understands exactly how he feels. Still clinging tightly to him, the child keeps crying and calls him young leader again and again between sobs. Even while holding the child, the protagonist's eyes sharpen once more, his attention shifting right back toward the danger still lurking around them. He says he would have liked to speak with him longer, but there is still something left that he needs to finish first. The instant he senses another hostile presence drawing near, he tells the child to stay back, saying that an interesting opponent has just arrived. A white-haired figure comes tearing down the alley right after that. Baek-san, rushing in wrapped in a violent swirl of freezing wind. The second Baek-san lays eyes on the corpse that's been ripped to pieces. Surprise shows clearly on his face as he admits he never expected someone this powerful to be here. The protagonist answers in a calm, cool voice, saying that if anything, it looks like they've managed to hook a far bigger fish than they were expecting. Facing Baek-san directly, he greets him as if they were old acquaintances meeting again after many years, then remarks that the Northern Sea's infamous living corpse is apparently still active. Baek-san's expression jolts with shock when the protagonist casually brings up their mutual acquaintance, Gu Min-che, and even asks how that weakling has been doing. Baek-san says it was the outfit that first caught his eye, because someone once used that exact nickname when referring to the young master. A grin slowly spreads beneath the hood, and the protagonist confirms that yes, he is exactly the man Baek-san suspects him to be. That answer instantly drives Baek-san into a rage, and he explodes with a roaring wave of freezing energy as he shouts the title, Young Heavenly Demon. The protagonist feels that crushing cold at once, and even his spirit allies warn him to be careful when they realize Baek-san is the second strongest among the blade demons. Even with that, he calmly comments on how strange it is that this ancient ice ghost is still walking around, since he had assumed Baek-san died 6 years ago. Baek-san snarls back that all this time he has been slaughtering the protagonist's followers, convinced that the two of them would meet again in hell. At those words, the protagonist realizes his allies must have died without ever even seeing Baek-san's face, and his killing intent begins rising all over again. Before he makes a move, he flicks a glance behind him, checking first to make sure the child is safely hidden behind the wall. From behind the wall, the crying child hurriedly explains that while the protagonist was away, the second son from the Northern Sea's demonic path became obsessed with the demon god mythos, and that obsession is what led to all of this. Under the hood, the protagonist quietly says the name Gu Min-che, marking him in his mind as the next person he intends to deal with. Baek-san immediately mocks Gu Min-che's feeble chi, insisting that his own power exists on a completely different level. Not wanting to let this opening slip away, Baek-san lunges in at once and swings forward with an enormous blade of ice. The hooded man does not flinch even a little, and with perfect calm, he tells Baek-san that he has made a serious mistake. Inwardly, the protagonist reflects on how his entire life has always been forged through hardship and relentless struggle. Then, with the confidence of someone who has never once tasted defeat, He taunts Baek-san to come at him and make his move within 3 seconds. Baek-san charges without delay, and the protagonist readies himself, intending to find out exactly how long this opponent can actually endure. A moment later, Baek-san's ice attack comes crashing down with terrifying force, smashing into the alley like a blow meant to erase everything in its path. Seeing the strike connect, Baek-san curls his lip into a sneer and taunts him, saying that in the end, the protagonist was nothing more than a man who could only talk big. From under that shadowed hood, Tang Wunhui lets out a cold, tired rebuke, sounding almost disgusted as he calls them out. To him, it is always the same thing with his enemies. They panic, then reach for the exact same cheap tricks every single time. A sharp, unnatural force suddenly begins pooling inside Tang Wunhui's eyes, and the air around him feels wrong for an instant. Without slowing even a little, he fixes that eerie gaze directly on Baek-san and keeps charging straight at him. Baek-san's expression crumples into open shock the moment a streak of purple power slices across his path. The surge hits at just the right moment, knocking his rushing attack offline and throwing his balance into chaos mid-charge. Then, before Baek-san can recover, Tang Wunhui engulfs him in a massive eruption of violet energy. From inside that overwhelming blast, Wunhui coolly asks if he has finally learned his lesson yet. Trapped in the dense, spinning fog, Baek-san immediately realizes this was never some careless strike thrown on impulse. He has been pulled straight into a formation that was already prepared in advance, waiting for him to step into it. Grinding his teeth so hard it shows, Baek-san angrily demands to know if Tang Wunhui intentionally waited for him to attack first. Wunhui answers with pure mockery, treating him like an open book and sneering that he was painfully easy to predict. Baek-san tries to power his way through the array by force, but the pressure slams in from every direction at once. It crushes down on him from all sides, and he can't stop a cry from escaping as pain tears through his body. Even in the middle of that struggle, Baek-san recognizes the fog around him and realizes it resembles a warped variation of Blackbone Terror's thorny ghost fog. And yet, stubborn to the end, he still refuses to accept that something like this could really be enough to hold him prisoner. Tang Wunhui calmly tells him that this is not the original version at all, but a modified one. The instant those words reach him, Baek-san can already feel it. There is something deeply wrong with this trap. Before he can properly respond, another savage purple explosion detonates inside the fog itself. The blast hammers into Baek-san with enough force to send him reeling backward on the spot. Now fully aware that the fog is far stronger than it has any right to be, Baek-san demands to know if another sorcery was layered into it. Tang Wunhui doesn't even bother hiding it, openly admitting that he built this entire setup specifically for people like Baek-san. Tang Wunhui goes on to explain that the core of this trap is a high-level society technique called the soul-restraining fantasy net. Under normal conditions, though, he says he simply doesn't possess enough raw power to drive that technique at full strength on its own. With a faint, almost amused calm in his voice, Tang Wunhui wonders why he would ever waste effort using that net in its original form. In his eyes, there was always a much more efficient way to make the technique work. Then he reveals the real key behind everything. His purple eyes, he says, are uniquely suited for triggering sorceries with incredible speed and efficiency. By connecting those eyes to the thorny ghost fog, Tang Wunhui explains that he can slash the energy cost dramatically. At the same time, the fog and the soul-restraining fantasy net neatly cover each other's weaknesses, turning two imperfect methods into one stable system. Having fused those two techniques into one complete formation, Tang Wunhui declares that this new creation deserves a name of its own. He calls it the Purple Fantasy Net. Baek-san grudgingly admits that the technique itself is undeniably sophisticated. Even so, he still insists that Tang Wunhui should not have enough energy to withstand the burden that kind of eye power would normally demand. Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest pause. There is no reason to worry about enduring that burden, he says, because he never intended to let Baek-san take advantage of that weakness in the first place. The moment those words settle in, Baek-san suddenly coughs up blood. His body jerks violently, as if the true hidden effect of the trap has only now chosen to reveal itself. His expression changes instantly. In that awful moment, Baek-san realizes that the ghost fog has poisoned him, and even worse, the more chi he tries to use, the faster and more violently that poison will spread through his body. Coughing hard into the hand clamped over his mouth, Baek-san hears the cruel explanation. Under normal circumstances, the only way to force poison out would be to circulate chi, but in this trap, doing exactly that will only make the net tighten around him even further. Tang Wunhui calmly continues, almost like he's explaining a diagnosis. Ordinary circulation would not save Baek-san anyway, because this special wraith poison spreads far too quickly for such a simple method to ever keep up. Then he adds one more merciless detail. Baek-san's body, already heavy with yin energy, happens to be the perfect breeding ground for this kind of wraith poison. Shaking with rage while his strength slips away second by second, Baek-san roars into the fog. He demands that the hidden coward stop lurking and show himself. Tang Woonhui answers with blatant ridicule. If being called a coward by Baek-san is supposed to be an insult, he says, then he may as well take it as a compliment instead. Baek-san hacks and wheezes, each breath rougher and uglier than the one before it. The poison is chewing through him from the inside, and every ragged inhale makes that suffering more obvious. At that point, something in Baek-san seems to settle. If death is already reaching for him, then there is no longer any reason to keep restraining himself. Rather than let Tang Woonhui slowly destroy him through schemes and poison, Baek-san hardens his resolve. If he is going down, then he will drag his enemy down with him, even if that costs him his own life. In an instant, all of his focus narrows to a single point. His eyes sharpen with terrifying intensity as he begins preparing one last desperate technique. Then Baek-san releases his ultimate eye-soul blade technique, and the power surges upward into a gigantic heavenly eye slash. It rips through the air with monstrous force and completely blows the purple fantasy net apart. Tang Woonhui watches the shattered formation collapse around them and calmly accepts what happened. Considering how hastily the net had been activated, he says he expected it would break under that level of force sooner or later anyway. As the mist thins out, Tang Woonhui steps forward with only the faintest trace of disappointment on his face. But there is no panic in him at all. Despite the net being destroyed, he remains completely calm and at ease. A grin slowly spreads across his face as he looks at Baek-san. Net or no net, he says, the poison still did exactly what it was meant to do. Bleeding heavily and trembling with rage, Baek-san tries to answer him, but he has been battered so badly that even forcing a few words past his lips has become a struggle. He can barely process what he is seeing. Even after the sorcery binding him has already been broken, Tang Woonhui is actually walking in closer now, and that sheer audacity leaves Baek-san stunned. The hooded Tang Woonhui coolly remarks that the distance between them is now too short for sorcery to be cast again. His tone alone makes it obvious. He intends to continue this fight in an entirely different way. Baek-san immediately recognizes the aura of the evil ghost war robe surrounding him. But at the same time, he notices something strange. Tang Woonhui's energy feels lower than it did before. Tang Woonhui fires back that he already accounted for that long ago. Then he pushes himself even further, reinforcing his body with mystic energy as he invokes evil demon descent. He adds that he is no longer the same man he used to be. And as he says it, he drives that power directly into his own body without hesitation. Baek-san's eyes widen in raw disbelief as black-purple energy erupts outward from Tang Woonhui. It bursts around him in a violent, surging wave that instantly changes the entire feeling of the battlefield. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Tang Woonhui moves. As he attacks, he calls out the martial technique by name. Tempest Dance, Northern Wind, Blizzard. Baek-san's horror spikes even higher the moment he understands what he is seeing. The hooded man is using high-level martial arts even though his dantian was supposed to have been destroyed. For a brief instant, Baek-san can do nothing but stare. He is frozen in pure disbelief as that impossible reality unfolds right in front of his eyes. The aura rolling off Tang Woonhui makes one thing painfully clear. What he is showing now is nowhere near the level of some crude defensive trick. This goes far beyond mere self-protection. Only then does Baek-san finally understand the truth. The opponent standing before him has already stepped into the realm of a true peak-level master. In that moment, Tang Woonhui runs through the shape of his strategy in his own mind. He recalls how he used the evil ghost war robe, ghost fog, the purple fantasy net, and wraith poison together to make up for his internal energy and wear Baek-san down little by little. Driven completely into a corner, Baek-san lets out a furious roar. With nothing left to lose, he throws out another eye strike in one final desperate attempt to turn the battle around. That attack slams head-on into Tang Woonhui's forward advance, and the instant they collide, the impact explodes. A blinding burst of light floods across the battlefield and swallows everything in its glare. The clash is so violent that even Tang Woonhui is forced down to one knee for a brief moment. For that instant, the sheer force of Baek-san's last attack actually manages to press him down. Watching the scene in alarm, his ghost companions can hardly believe Baek-san is still fighting this viciously, even after being poisoned. To them, it is obvious why. His hatred for their young leader runs far too deep to let him stop. And his ghost companions voice that fear. Tang Woonhui doesn't flinch from the danger even a little. If anything, the sheer ferocity of this life-and-death clash only makes his blood burn hotter, and somewhere inside that deadly pressure, he finds the whole struggle strangely thrilling. He admits it to himself without hesitation. This is exactly what makes real combat so satisfying. In a battle like this, he can drive his techniques right up to their limits, test them under crushing pressure, and immediately see which parts still need to be refined. To Tang Wunhui, the world of martial arts still feels like a vast stretch of unknown land. Every exchange is new territory, and every clash becomes a chance to experiment, to learn, and to sharpen himself even further. Now that he is fighting seriously, with nothing held back anymore, the flaws buried inside the violent tiger's 12 beats begin standing out to him more clearly than ever. Things he could not fully see before are suddenly impossible to ignore. Keeping his eyes locked on Baek San's every movement, Tang Wunhui starts dissecting the style in real time. Just from the way the technique flows, he begins spotting the weak points hidden inside it one after another. Right there in the middle of battle, with blades flying and killing intent thick in the air, Tang Wunhui reaches a sudden flash of enlightenment. As he mentally breaks the technique apart piece by piece, understanding starts to click into place. Each incoming strike is split apart in his mind into smaller fragments, like pieces laid out for inspection. By doing that, he can study every weakness in the structure and seize every tiny opening Baek San unknowingly leaves behind. And then Tang Wunhui arrives at a clear conclusion. Martial arts themselves are not the true foundation. They are only tools, methods used to express and expand the self, while the real core is always the body that wields them. Because of that realization, he decides there is no value in merely copying another person's technique as it is. If he wants it to matter, then he has to digest it, adapt it, and reshape it until it becomes completely his own. At the same time, he acknowledges one hard truth with complete honesty. He still lacks knowledge, and because he knows that, he resolves to keep altering martial arts until they fit his own needs and body perfectly. With Baek San right in front of him serving as a living example, Tang Wunhui begins studying the eye-soul blade technique in meticulous detail, all while the battle is still actively raging around them. The longer he watches, the more he notices that Baek San is not using the technique in a purely textbook form. There are subtle deviations in the way he performs it, small but meaningful differences in how the art is expressed. To Tang Wunhui, Baek San's version does not feel like a single clean sword strike at all. It feels more like a raging snowstorm made of countless rapid, razor-sharp blades, a furious blizzard that swallows anyone too weak to break through. From that image alone, Tang Wunhui immediately understands the danger of being trapped inside it. If someone cannot pierce through the technique head-on, then they will simply be buried by the storm and frozen to death within it. That leads him to a quick conclusion. Baek San's personal sword art must be built on top of the eye-soul blade technique itself, and with that in mind, Tang Wunhui decides to first reproduce its underlying fundamentals as precisely as possible. Then, still hidden beneath the hood and standing right in the middle of the clash, Tang Wunhui begins mirroring Baek San's blade movements with his own body. The imitation starts taking shape almost immediately. A heartbeat later, the two eye techniques slam into each other head-on. The sight of two nearly identical arts colliding so directly startles Baek San on the spot. Horror flashes across Baek San's face as the truth hits him. Tang Wunhui saw the eye-soul blade technique only once, and yet he has already reproduced it. What makes it even worse is that Tang Wunhui does not look strained in the slightest. He keeps using the copied art with eerie ease, as though that style had belonged to him from the very beginning. Even while imitating it, though, he is not following Baek San blindly. Tang Wunhui deliberately chooses a sword trajectory better suited to his own frame, adjusting the path so it fits his body naturally. Then he pushes the idea one step further. Over that newly chosen trajectory, he lays the structure of the violent tiger's 12 beats on top of it. That fusion gives birth to a completely new technique in Tang Wunhui's hands. He names it Snow Tiger's 12 blades, and the moment the name is set, he unleashes it straight at Baek San without delay. Combined strike tears into Baek San without mercy. It rips through him in a savage burst, opening him up badly enough that blood sprays out into the air. In that instant, Baek San understands exactly what has happened. Tang Wunhui did not just copy the eye-soul blade, he fused it with the tiger technique from earlier and has already started reshaping it into something entirely his own. That realization terrifies Baek San so deeply that panic bursts out of him as a scream. He looks at Tang Wunhui and calls him a monster. Tang Wunhui, absurdly calm even in the middle of this brutal exchange, casually wonders why people always insist on calling him things like that, and even as he says it, he is already preparing to strike again. Then he slams into Baek San once more with ruthless force, almost lightly like he is making a joke in passing. Tang Wunhui says that if they are going to call him anything, prodigy would be a far better choice. A final blow rips through Baek San's body, and the impact is so vicious that blood bursts from him while his weapon is blasted out of his hand and sent flying away. As his body starts to give way, Baek San bitterly laments his fate. To die in such a miserable, humiliating way would mean facing disgrace before his young master. That single thought drags one last surge of will out of him. Burning with humiliation, Baek-san forces his broken body back upright and prepares one final desperate move. With suicide already in mind, Baek-san lunges forward and unleashes a technique called I-Soul Divine Palm. He drives it straight toward Tang Wunhui's chest with everything he has left. The instant their attacks collide, the impact detonates into a massive icy explosion. Frosty power erupts outward, and tears across the battlefield in every direction. Right in the middle of that collision, Tang Wunhui suddenly feels something strange at his chest, exactly where Baek-san's strike landed. Something about the sensation is immediately off. The force hammers into him hard enough to launch him backward. He is sent skidding away across the ground, driven back by the full violence of the blow. Baek-san lets out a rough, ugly laugh and declares that Tang Wunhui made one fatal mistake. He says Tang Wunhui lowered his guard. Then Baek-san reveals the hidden sting inside that last attack. Mocking him openly, he asks Tang Wunhui how the sex ice poison tastes. Tang Wunhui rises again, one hand pressed tightly over his chest. Beneath his palm, a glowing patch of frost has already formed, where the strike connected. His ghost allies react at once, warning him that this enemy is far too persistent to take lightly. Worse still, they tell him that if the cold poison keeps spreading, it may freeze all of his vessels shut. Feeling the effect spreading through himself, Tang Wunhui quickly realizes something important. This toxin is not the same as the older form of ice poison he is already familiar with. Baek-san gleefully explains the difference. He boasts that this is a newly created heart-corroding ice poison, one that eats directly at the victim's heart until death finally comes. He sounds almost proud as he goes on, saying there is no antidote for it whatsoever. From the very beginning, this poison was designed to be completely incurable. At once, Tang Wunhui puts the pieces together. He realizes this poison must be the very reason the society targeted the Tang clan in the first place. And he directly asks Baek-san whether it was the society that gave him that poison. Baek-san visibly recoils in shock. Just the fact that Tang Wunhui even knows about the society clearly rattles him. In the end, Baek-san admits the connection and says that, given the circumstances, killing Tang Wunhui here is actually a lucky break for him. But the hooded man rejects that idea immediately, making it perfectly clear that he is not the one who is about to die. Then Tang Wunhui reveals something even more shocking. Earlier, he already killed 5 of Blackbone's dead swordsmen, and he is still carrying their wraith spheres. The moment he prepares to consume all 5 spheres at once, his ghost allies panic. Tang Wunhui narrows his focus completely, shutting everything else out. At the same time, his eyes flare with a fierce purple light. Then a violent surge of purple energy erupts out of him all at once. Tang Wunhui screams through the unbearable strain as he forces his body to endure it. Baek-san only sneers when he sees that struggle, mocking him. He reminds Tang Wunhui that the poison inside him has no antidote. Tang Wunhui does not deny that point. Calmly and without argument, he agrees that the poison cannot be detoxified by any normal means. But instead of trying to purge it in the usual way, Tang Wunhui chooses something far more violent. Using the energy of the wraith spheres, he forcibly stimulates his frozen heart itself. Rather than letting the poison keep locking his body down any further, Tang Wunhui forcibly restarts the circulation of blood through his entire body. Then, through sheer control, he begins pulling the heart-corroding ice poison inward, absorbing it, drawing it into himself, and assimilating it instead of resisting it. In that instant, a chilling realization settles into his mind. This poison may have been created as a lethal weapon, but the dense yin energy packed inside it can just as easily be turned into fuel for him. So instead of rejecting that freezing force, Tang Wunhui seizes hold of it. He takes the poison that was meant to kill him, harnesses it, and twists it into an entirely new source of power. Baek-san can do nothing but stare in stunned disbelief. Right in front of his eyes, Tang Wunhui takes that deadly cold energy and converts it directly into internal energy, as if he were reshaping death itself. From beneath the hood, Tang Wunhui makes a mocking remark, ridiculing the sheer stupidity of trying to kill someone known as the Ghost King with an ice poison rooted in yin energy. Then he coldly tells Baek-san that his mind has clearly rotted away. In Tang Wunhui's eyes, only someone whose judgment had completely decayed would attempt something that foolish. Baek-san begins to tremble where he stands, because the terrifying truth finally sinks in. Tang Wunhui now controls not only the Ice Soul Blade technique, but even the very ice poison that was supposed to end his life. Overwhelmed by a mix of fury, humiliation, and disbelief, Baek-san screams at him. He demands to know whether Tang Wunhui has been mocking him and toying with him this entire time. In the middle of that furious outburst, Baek-san suddenly cries out himself, Something completely unexpected starts happening to his body before he can even understand it. The next sight is brutal and absolute. Baeksan's body lies frozen and shattered across the ground, broken apart at the end of the battle, while Tang Wunhui remains standing above the remains as the unmistakable victor. Looking down at what is left of him, Tang Wunhui comments with cold indifference that, for someone of Baeksan's standing, this is an awfully empty and meaningless way to die. After taking what he wants from the corpse as spoils, Tang Wunhui turns away as if the matter is already finished. His posture makes it clear he is prepared to leave the entire scene behind. Before he departs, he uses a true fire technique to burn the bodies away. The flames consume the evidence completely, erasing the traces so no one will be able to easily track what happened here afterward. Just then, a small white-haired boy cautiously peeks out from his hiding place. His face is lit with excitement because he witnessed the entire battle unfold with his own eyes. He starts talking at once, almost breathless, like he wants to say what an incredible honor it was to witness such a fight. But halfway through, he abruptly stops when he senses something strange. A new presence begins pressing down from above, heavy and ominous. The boy can feel that unsettling energy approaching from the sky, and the atmosphere changes immediately. He quickly warns the young leader that the energy feels like something connected to Black Bone Ghost Valley, which means another enemy could be arriving. Tang Wunhui, however, answers with complete calm and tells him not to worry about it. A giant bird-like beast suddenly drops from above and lands nearby with heavy force. But instead of reacting like an enemy has appeared, Tang Wunhui recognizes it instantly and identifies it as an ally. The creature lowers itself respectfully and reports to the young leader that it has returned after carrying out the orders he gave it. The spirits immediately greet the bird with obvious excitement. They are clearly impressed by how powerful and well-fed it looks now, especially after gorging itself on aberrations. Tang Wunhui cuts through all of that chatter and asks the only thing that matters to him, whether every enemy farm was destroyed. The bird proudly confirms that all of them were wiped out without exception. After making that report, the bird adds that there is still one more thing it needs to show him before this is over. Then it produces a strange red gem, something it found while tearing through and destroying those farms. Tang Wunhui takes the gem into his hand and studies it closely. The moment he recognizes what it is, genuine surprise flashes across his face. The instant he understands what that discovery means, his expression tightens. He immediately says there is no more time to waste and that they need to move at once. Elsewhere, two men race through the air toward the same location as they travel. One of them questions whether they are truly following the correct trail. The other man, Redbone Terror, answers with total confidence. He explains that his lamenting soul tracking is linked directly to the dark mana inside their beast Jiangxi, so there is no chance their target could escape his detection. His companion responds with a sneer, openly mocking that explanation. If Redbone Terror's tracking is really as flawless as he claims, then why is that monstrous bird still roaming around free? Redbone Terror falters and starts blaming outside interference. But the other man has no patience for excuses. He sharply orders him to stop talking and keep leading the way. Swallowing his resentment, Redbone Terror bitterly thinks to himself that the arrogant man is the one with the real inferiority complex. Even so, he keeps those thoughts to himself and continues pointing the way forward. As the two draw closer to the courtyard, Redbone Terror notes that, according to his technique, the bird never even left this place. But the nearer they get, the more strongly he feels that something is off. Then the battlefield comes into view, covered in frost and littered with ruin. The man in front stops and immediately demands to know what exactly happened here. He recognizes the lingering cold energy at once as something tied to the Northern Sea mythos. And with that, he immediately remembers that Baeksan had been sent out to hunt that very enemy. Even Redbone Terror can tell from a single glance that whoever fought here must have possessed terrifying skill. Only someone exceptional could have left devastation on this scale behind. From the remnants still hanging in the air, the leader also realizes something even more specific. Heart-corroding ice poison was used during this battle. A grim thought passes through his mind as he reflects on what that means. That poison devours an enormous amount of internal energy and even shortens the user's lifespan, so Baeksan must have thrown away his own life to unleash it. At the thought of Baeksan, he falls silent for a moment. The silence itself makes it clear that he understands the terrible price that had to be paid to use that poison. At the same time, Redbone Terror says something still feels deeply wrong. His lamenting soul tracking keeps feeding him strange, inconsistent readings that do not line up with what should be possible. He barely starts to say that the monstrous bird should still be here when, without warning, something unseen strikes him right in the neck. In the very next instant, Tang Wunhui violently pins a man down. He corners him so suddenly and so hard that the terrified captive can only blurt out a panicked demand to know why this is happening. With his sword poised threateningly, Tang Wunhui coldly lays out the situation. The man came here under Mythos orders to hunt the bird that destroyed the farms, only to arrive and find a battlefield instead. He continues without easing the pressure, pointing out that the target was tracked all the way to this location, and yet, even after heart-corroding ice poison was used here, somehow no one appears to have left the place afterward. From that, Tang Wunhui says he suspects there is a connection between the bird's owner and the surviving people tied to the Mythos. As he presses his weapon even closer, he demands the truth. With the threat of the life-stealing sword hanging directly over the man's life, Tang Wunhui mercilessly forces him to talk. Panicking under that pressure, the man blurts out the truth. The monstrous bird, he says, had originally been created by the Nine Dragons Division as a tool meant to assassinate the division leader's son. The moment Tang Wunhui hears that, his thoughts jump straight to the core of the Nine Dragons Division plot. He immediately orders the captive to explain everything from the beginning and leave nothing out. The captive hurriedly recounts that they had tried to win over the Tang branch's matron. But instead of asking for anything else, she requested that they kill her second son. He goes on to explain that the undead swordsman sent on that mission later disappeared. After that, the Gudiao mutated and started attacking their farms instead. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui coldly calls them incompetent. He mocks them for still not understanding why the bird changed the way it did. The man frantically insists that Whitebone Instructor is still investigating the matter. But he also admits that progress has been slow, because infiltrating the secretive Tang clan has not been easy at all. He continues in a grim, measured tone, explaining that everything has slowed to a near standstill because they still cannot figure out what kind of power is backing the Tang family's second son from the shadows. A memory suddenly surfaces in his mind, dragging him back only a few months to a time when that hated second son was still being overlooked, dismissed, and shoved aside inside his own household. But then, with almost no warning at all, the boy became a completely different person, and from that point onward, he began tearing through their schemes one after another without giving them room to recover. That strange transformation strikes him as deeply unnatural, and with a sharp, probing stare, he demands to know the name of the Tang family boy. The man falters under that pressure, hesitating and stumbling over his words, before he finally forces himself to answer that the son's name is Tang Wunhui. The moment that name reaches his ears, everything suddenly connects in his head. He realizes at once that this young Tang heir must be tied to the Mythos sorcerer who killed Baek-san. His thoughts darken even further as he quickly reaches another conclusion, deciding that only an exceptionally powerful sorcerer, someone capable of seizing control of a Gudiao from Blackbone Ghost Valley, and even pushing it to evolve, could possibly be helping Tang Wunhui. Elsewhere, the three birds of Kunlun arrive in a solemn, orderly formation, presenting themselves with formal dignity as they announce who they are. Without the slightest hesitation, all three of them drop straight to their knees before a figure dressed in purple robes, recognizing him immediately and proclaiming him to be the cult heir. The cult heir looks down at them and, in a quiet voice heavy with feeling, thanks them for enduring everything and somehow surviving for this long. Then the mood tightens, and his voice turns strained as he asks about the cult leader's condition, the concern in his words making it clear how desperately he needs to know whether his master is safe. At that question, the three react instantly. Their expressions stiffen with fear so suddenly and so clearly that it becomes obvious at a glance that something has gone terribly wrong. Catching that reaction right away, he presses them again, now unable to hide his anxiety, asking in a shaken voice whether something happened to his master. The three birds explain that they had simply assumed that if the heir had truly survived, then he would naturally have been by the cult leader's side all this time. Hearing that his master is nowhere to be found, the cult heir goes still in shock for a moment before suddenly ordering them in a hard voice to explain exactly what happened. They begin recounting the events, saying that after the massacre inside the heir's chambers, their master and his personal guards vanished before the Rebel 5 Mythos ever even arrived. With both of the central figures gone, the once revered demon god Mythos was driven out of Tian Shan and shattered apart, its former strength broken in the aftermath. After that collapse, the members scattered across the continent, searching desperately for their missing master while also struggling to stay beyond the reach of the martial society. It was only after 6 painfully long years had passed that they finally discovered the secret mark the heir had once left behind at an inn. Once that hidden signal was found, the three birds of Kunlun were dispatched to verify whether it truly belonged to him. As he listens to all of this, the heir falls silent in thought and bitterly reflects that a true leader is supposed to remain beside his followers, even when everything around them is collapsing into ruin. He then lowers himself and offers them an apology, admitting with painful honesty that he did not have the strength to stop them from being reduced to the miserable state they now endure. 3 immediately protest through tears, insisting that he owes them no apology at all, and that they are simply thankful beyond words that he has returned alive. Even so, he quietly confesses the painful truth, telling them that he is not with his master and that he has been alone this entire time. Those words strike them deeply, and the 3 birds can only stand there in silence with tears running down their faces, overwhelmed by the loneliness and sorrow behind his confession. As he turns his back and slowly begins to walk away, the heir admits to himself that even now he is still weaker than he was 6 years ago. He reasons that if his master were truly safe, there is no way he would have left his followers abandoned like this, which means they are left with no choice but to fear the worst. He slowly raises his eyes toward the sky, his thoughts reaching for the master who disappeared without leaving behind even the faintest trace. And in that heavy silence, he wonders what his master would have wanted him to do from here on out. From behind him, the 3 birds of Kunlun respectfully speak up and ask what orders he wishes to give them now. After standing in thought for a long moment, he finally acknowledges that they have endured and waited for 6 full years, while he himself has only suffered through a few short months. As he reflects on that difference, he realizes that their loyalty and the pain they carried through those 6 years far exceed the brief span he has experienced since awakening. With memories of his master returning to him one by one, he recalls one lesson with absolute clarity. To the followers, the cult leader must exist as something close to a divine being. He pictures his master in his mind and comes to understand that the one who stands as cult leader must stand so high above everyone else that others can do nothing but lower their eyes in his presence. With that realization settling firmly inside him, he decides that in his master's absence, he must become the guiding light that leads those scattered followers forward. Even if that role is cold, merciless, and unbearably lonely, he accepts the weight of it without hesitation and without turning away. Purple flames suddenly burst up around him as he lowers his head and declares that the divine fire first lit in Sichuan will now spread all the way to Tian Shan. He prays for that fire to burn away every last one of their enemies, and as he invokes the revered demon god Mythos, the force of his presence becomes almost overwhelming. The 3 birds, and even the Gudiao itself, recoil on pure instinct, shaken by a sight so fearsome and so sacred that all they can do is stare. The Gudiao and the surrounding race are left equally stunned, frozen where they stand by the violent eruption of divine power surging out before their eyes. Then, in a firm and unwavering voice, the heir declares that in place of his absent master, he will personally accept the 3 birds of Kunlun as his own disciples. He continues by proclaiming that together, they will prepare a throne worthy of the day their master finally returns. Looking straight at them, he asks whether they are willing to place their faith in him once more, so that he can lead them toward that future. The 3 instantly throw themselves flat in complete prostration and beg him to lead them, and he accepts that devotion with quiet, heartfelt gratitude. Now that he has accepted that role, he decides that the very first step must be gathering the Mythos followers scattered across the world, and he asks who is leading them at present. They answer that command eventually passed to one of the 5 sword captains, the man known as the vampiric specter. They also tell him that sect leader Na is still alive, and because of that, they must move quickly to inform the specter that the cult heir has survived. At once, 2 of the 3 volunteer to carry that message back, while telling the remaining one to stay behind at the cult heir's side. The heir gives them one final instruction, telling the messengers to report that the new leader of the revered demon god Mythos will be waiting in Tang clan village. As that decision settles, and their next move is set, a carriage rolls through the dark forest beneath the cover of night, carrying Tang Wunhui and his companions onward. Inside the swaying carriage, Tang Wunhui sits with his whole body looking worn down to the limit, his face pale and his breathing heavy, and in a tired, low voice, he asks if his condition is really as bad as it feels. His spirit allies answer him without softening the truth, warning that his internal injuries are serious, the energy inside him is unstable, and if things keep going like this, he could very easily fall into chi deviation. They continue explaining that after forcing himself so far to absorb the poison, even the link between his body and soul has grown dangerously unstable, and to them, it is almost unbelievable that he is still conscious at all. As he listens in silence, Tang Wunhui drifts into thought and reflects that to the followers of the Mythos. Their leader cannot just be someone who rules from above, but someone who feels like a true god in their eyes. He remembers the words his master once taught him, that followers should be able to lift their eyes toward a divine leader, and the moment that being descends before them, they should naturally bow their heads and lower their gaze. With that lesson settling deeper in his heart, he comes to a conclusion. In his master's absence, he has no choice but to become the steady light those followers can turn toward and trust. Even knowing that road will be cold, isolating, and painfully lonely, he still hardens his resolve and chooses it for himself. and hearing that determination, his spirits quietly begin calling him the cult heir. At that moment, Tang Wenhui finally starts to understand, even if only faintly, just how lonely his master must have been all this time. Pushing those thoughts aside, he decides that the most urgent matter now is recovery. But when he mutters that a little rest should be enough for his body, the Gudiao bluntly cuts in and says he needs at least a full month. Tang Wenhui immediately rejects that idea, saying he does not have the luxury of a month when Tang Moonhyuk is set to arrive in only a few days. The Gudiao then advises him that the best thing he can do is refine the yin energy inside him and absorb the insight he just gained into his body as quickly as possible. Tang Wenhui accepts that dangerous proposal on the spot and decides he will begin circulating his qi right there inside the violently shaking carriage, leaving his spirit staring at him in stunned disbelief. He insists that he has to stabilize that yin power now, before it festers any further inside him and turns into even more serious damage. As he thinks it through, he analyzes the cause of his injuries. He realizes they came from forcing a new understanding into a core that had not fully settled yet, causing the different energies within him to collide instead of balancing each other. So the plan he forms is simple and direct. First, break apart those tangled forces, discard everything unnecessary, and then carefully refine whatever remains. In his mind, he starts laying out the entire process, step by step, picturing his chaotic energies being split apart, piece by piece before being forged again, into something cleaner and steadier. What he is aiming for is a newly purified yin essence, something calm, refined, and stable enough to settle properly in the very center of his core. Before long, he sinks into deep meditation, and inside his body, the energies begin to churn and whirl in restless, violent motion. Watching in open disbelief, his companions realize that he is actually dismantling and refining each individual current of energy one by one through nothing but raw concentration and sheer willpower. Soon they can feel the yin energy gradually stop trembling, and from that clear change, they become convinced that he has successfully finished the process. Tang Wenhui slowly opens his eyes again, and the calm look in them makes it obvious that the stabilization truly worked. The spirits immediately burst into excited praise, telling him that what he just accomplished is essentially the creation of an entirely new cultivation method centered on the central core. Still drawing in breath after the strain, Tang Wenhui looks at them with confusion and asks what exactly they mean by a new method of central core cultivation. The Gudiao explains that he just moved the qi inside his core entirely through his own will, which is a highly advanced central core technique, and Tang Wenhui answers that, yes, that is exactly what he did. The Gudiao then admits that this level of control is normally treated as the final goal of central core cultivation itself, and hearing that genuinely catches Tang Wenhui off guard. He is further told that every different source of qi within him, along with even the poison energy, moved according to his command, creating a method that belongs to him and him alone. Realizing what must have happened, Tang Wenhui reflects that after tearing those forces apart, he unconsciously let essence flow back in and rebuild what he had dismantled, and he asks whether that really counts as a method of his own. His thoughts then turn inward as he reflects that his upper core contains the Phantom King arts from his previous life, while his lower core is meant to contain the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart arts. But even as he lays those two out in his mind, he knows they are still not enough, because the true enemies he must one day face are the astral heaven realm divergence beings from beyond these lands. He admits to himself that even if he mastered those two systems separately, it still would not be enough for him to rise above opponents like that. That is why a new thought begins to take shape in his mind. If this central core method can truly fuse his mystic arts and martial arts into a single path, then he may finally have a real chance. The spirits warn him that such a road will be brutally difficult, but they also tell him that everything he has already done proves that it is not beyond reach. Hearing that, Tang Wenhui quietly makes up his mind and firmly declares that he has chosen the path he will follow from this point onward. He then studies a bead of black dragon water true energy, watching how pure it feels and how naturally it moves with the flowing nature of water itself. After giving it careful thought, he decides that this energy will serve as the foundation of his central core cultivation, and from that base, he will create the Black Dragon Shi arts. Meanwhile, back at the Tang Nine Dragons branch, the disciples are already making preparations to depart together with the leader of the Righteous Wind Squad. The branch head offers his thanks to the squad leader for coming personally to lend support to the matter. The squad leader replies that this is simply part of their duty, though he cannot help grumbling that Tangon's sloppy report made the whole situation far more troublesome than it ever needed to be. But just as they are on the verge of leaving, his eyes catch sight of a carriage approaching far earlier in the day than anyone had expected, and the unexpected sight makes him stop in surprise. At the gate, one of the guards steps forward to block the carriage and questions the driver, one of the three birds of Kunlun, asking what business brings them to the Tang branch. Then the carriage door opens, and Tang Wunhui himself steps down from inside, ready to answer for them. In a calm, matter-of-fact tone, he states that he is returning from a mission, and the guard is left completely stunned the moment he recognizes who is standing there before him. Not far away, Tang Kyujin catches sight of him too, and she freezes where she stands in pure shock. A second later, she runs straight toward Tang Wunhui and throws her arms around him, while he greets her warmly and says he did not expect her to be waiting outside like this. Still clinging to him, she hurriedly checks whether he has been hurt anywhere, and Tang Wunhui gently reassures her that he is fine. Inside, Tang Kyujin assumes that because he returned so quickly, the mission must have failed. But even with that thought, relief floods through her simply because he came back safely, and she tells him he worked hard. With a proud grin spreading across his face, Tang Wunhui cheerfully announces that he actually killed a member of the Northern Sea mythos. Then, striking a comically smug chibi pose, he lifts up the sack holding his captive like a trophy on display, leaving Tang Kyujin staring at him in blank disbelief. Someone blurts out in total shock that he already finished the job and made it back. A violent sound crashes down over the moment, and with that sharp impact, attention turns toward the Tang compound. In that earlier scene, Tang Wunhui finally brings an end to the terrible agony of that Northern Sea mythos member's tormented soul, releasing it from the pain that had kept it trapped for so long and severing the last thread of its endless suffering. As the wraith breaks apart and scatters, Tang Wunhui speaks with chilling indifference, telling it to be grateful, because whatever misery it had been forced to endure up to now comes to an end right here at his hands. Even the spirits around him comment on how brutal that was, pointing out that Tang Wunhui had ripped that soul apart and stitched it back together again and again, until simple destruction had almost become the kindest mercy he could offer. Back in the present, Tang Wunhui coolly notes that they have already pulled more than enough information out of the Northern Sea mythos, and judging by the light outside, the day has already drifted to around midday. Almost as soon as that thought leaves his mind, Tang Hosen appears and calls for him, and Tang Wunhui immediately thinks to himself that the timing really could not have been any better. Tang Hosen says he heard Tang Wunhui caused quite a large uproar, but Tang Wunhui answers without missing a beat, saying all he did was kill a demon cultist and bring even more honor to the Tang name. Tang Hosen quickly corrects him and says he is not talking about the demon cultist at all, but about Tang Wunhui beating up members of the Lion sect, something Tang Wunhui had practically pushed out of his mind by now. Tang Wunhui brushes it off like it was nothing but harmless roughhousing, then looks at him in open disbelief and asks whether the Lion Blade King is really coming all the way here just to scold him, and Tang Hosen plainly confirms that he is. Tang Hosen makes it absolutely clear the one coming is that very Lion Blade King, a towering figure who governs an entire region, and he is coming in person for the sole purpose of holding Tang Wunhui accountable. Tang Wunhui can hardly process it, staring back with disbelief at the thought that someone of that stature would move over what he sees as little more than a clash between juniors. But Tang Hosen firmly tells him that yes, that is exactly what is happening. Letting out a weary sigh, Tang Wunhui mutters that he thought he would be receiving praise, not getting dragged off for a lecture too, and then tells Tang Hosen not to waste any more time and to take him straight to the meeting. When he arrives, Tang Wunhui straightens his posture, composes himself, and formally reports to Tang Moonhyuk that he has returned after successfully completing the mission that had been entrusted to him. Tang Moonhyuk does not respond at once. He simply sits there and fixes Tang Wunhui with a long, wordless stare, his eyes moving over him from head to toe as if measuring everything without saying a single word. Then at last he remarks that aside from the white bone head Tang Wunhui had promised to bring back, it seems he returned with yet another trophy as well. He continues by pointing out that Tang Wunhui also brought back the head of the Northern Sea mythos Blade Demon, another result so significant that no one in the room could possibly ignore it. And even that was not all, because Tang Wunhui also managed to provoke the Lion sect badly enough that the Lion Blade King himself has now been drawn all the way into Tang territory. Tang Wunhui calmly defends himself, saying that the clash with the Lion sect was unavoidable in the middle of that mission, and then adds almost matter-of-factly that there is still one more thing he needs to report. At that, Tang Moonhyuk asks him what other matter could possibly still remain for him to say after everything he has already brought back. Without making a fuss about it, Tang Wunhui slips a hand into his robes and pulls out a written report. He offers the document forward and explains that inside it are the details of the Northern Sea mythos' current scheme, along with what they are plotting at this very moment. With the faintest smile tugging at his face, Tang Wunhui asks whether information of this caliber is enough to earn him a place in the strategic game. Tang Moonhyuk is now setting in motion. Later, as they descend into a hidden underground facility, Tang Wunhui glances around the passage and thinks that if he had known a place like this existed, he might have tried tailing Tang Hosen much earlier. But he dismisses that thought almost as soon as it appears, realizing it never would have worked anyway, since all of his focus had been tied up chasing Namgung Sanyong and keeping watch on the people around her. When they finally reach the bottom, a concealed door swings open before them, and the instant it does, a blinding wash of light spills out from inside as they step through the entrance. The moment Tang Wunhui sees the enormous chamber waiting beyond that door, his eyes widen on the spot, because the sheer size of the place is far beyond anything he had pictured in his mind. He is left honestly stunned, unable to hide the shock on his face at the realization that a secret space this vast has been constructed beneath the ground without anyone noticing. Right away, his spirits excitedly call him over, urging him to come closer and look at the gigantic world map spread across the wall. A map so immense and so detailed that it almost overwhelms the eye. They eagerly point out that Sichuan sits right at the center of it, while the marked territory stretches outward from Haidong to Xinjiang and keeps reaching even farther toward India and Europe beyond. Looking more closely, they realize the map is packed with countless sects, factions, and organizations, each one carefully marked, with notes added about their strength and about the state of their diplomatic ties to the Tang clan. As Tang Wunhui reads across it, he notices that even the Tian Shan range has been marked down, along with the seat of the heavenly demon divine cult and the towers of the half-transcended. At that point, the truth clicks into place for him. This is not just a map. It is proof of how enormous the Tang clan's ambition really is, reaching far beyond the narrow bounds of the Jianghu. Then a masked strategist steps out and reveals himself as Gui Jagal, remarking that Tang Hosen brought Tang Wunhui here sooner than expected. And in that moment, Tang Wunhui immediately realizes where Gui Jagal had been hiding all this time. Gui Jagal then looks at him almost like he is testing him, and asks how it feels to stand inside the Secret Wind Evolution Center. Tang Wunhui repeats that name quietly under his breath, and from those words alone he grasps their intent. They mean to spread the Tang clan's influence outward like the wind until it reaches the whole world. His eyes return to the map, and he quickly pieces the rest together, concluding that their true goal is to build a worldwide network that stretches far beyond the borders of China itself. Gui Jagal lights up at once, visibly thrilled by that answer, and dramatically calls out to his lord that Tang Wunhui's potential is every bit as extraordinary as he had believed. He even grabs onto Tang Moonhyuk in his excitement and practically begs for Tang Wunhui to be entrusted to him, insisting that the boy's head must have been blessed by the heavens themselves. Gui Jagal keeps going without stopping, praising Tang Wunhui's intellect, his nerve, his quick wit, and even his supposed moral character, only for Tang Wunhui to inwardly recoil the moment that last compliment reaches him. Now practically raving, Gui Jagal declares that Tang Wunhui is the perfect raw material, and swears that if he is given 20 years, or even only 10, he can forge the Sichuan Tang clan into the greatest organization in the world. Tangon reacts with open shock at once, his expression hardening as he immediately demands to know what exactly Gui Jagal thinks he is suggesting. With genuine feeling in his voice, Tangon argues that the young master has already proven what kind of warrior he is, someone meant to stand out on the battlefield, not be buried inside a room doing nothing but desk work. The masked strategist refuses to yield and answers that for the Tang clan, what matters most is the cold determination to reach one's objective, and that martial arts and strategy are both nothing more than tools used for that single purpose. That answer only makes Tangon burn hotter, and he furiously accuses Gui Jagal of trying to lock a gifted young man indoors, just as he himself has been, despite Tang Wunhui's obvious talent in martial arts. Gui Jagal instantly fires back that rulers are born in rooms like this, because martial training can be pursued at any time, but the talent required to become a king can only grow by commanding people and overseeing the world, and those words leave Tangon speechless. Before the argument can flare any further, Tang Moonhyuk cuts in, sharply, and orders both of them to stop at once. In a firm voice that leaves no room for debate, he says that whatever path Tang Wunhui chooses will be his own decision, and tells them to set aside this struggle over him for now. Then Tang Moonhyuk turns back toward Tang Wunhui, praises him for seeing through the truth so quickly, and begins explaining that this underground facility was built by the Tang clan for a single purpose, to connect the entire world. He says that within the Jianghu, the Sichuan Tang clan is commonly regarded as a barrier, a force standing at the threshold and blocking outside powers from crossing inward. As he speaks, the image of a dark, dragon-like presence rises in illustration, embodying the Tang clan as a massive looming wall that keeps external threats from entering the Jianghu. Tang Moonhyuk then adds that neither he nor the clan head has any intention of letting the Tang clan remain forever as nothing more than a silent, motionless defensive wall. He reveals that the Tang clan has no intention of staying confined to what it is now. In their eyes, this is only the beginning. Their true ambition is to grow into something vastly greater, a colossal castle whose sheer presence dominates everything around it. Then he pushes that vision even further, saying they aim to become a towering stronghold so immense and so imposing that when the world raises its eyes toward it, no one would even dare dream of standing above the Tang clan. But before they can ever rise into that kind of overwhelming castle, he says they first have to become an unshakable fortress, a defense so absolute that not even the frenzied zealots of the demon cult could ever break through it. He continues, explaining that 6 months earlier, they uncovered intelligence showing that the demon cult's fanatics, set into motion by the Namgun clan, were preparing an assassination attempt against the Tang clan head. At first, he says, their response was straightforward. The plan had simply been to intercept the assassination attempt before it could happen. But then the clan head stepped forward and proposed a completely different course of action. In that memory, the clan head argues that merely blocking the assassination would amount to nothing more than grabbing the enemy by the tail, and that if they truly wanted meaningful results, then they had to strike at the body instead. So the clan head offers himself up as bait, choosing to place his own life on the line in order to lure the demon cult fully out into the open. That decision became the core of a massive operation meant to erase the demon cult altogether. An entire campaign built around what they called the Dark Supreme assassination plan. Tang Wunhui instantly pieces the logic together. If the assassination attempt goes through, it becomes the perfect justification to unleash a full-scale strike on the demon cult, letting the Tang clan rally the forces of the Jianghu behind them. Even so, in the back of his mind, he judges Tang Moonhyuk to be dangerously reckless for staking his own life on something like this. Inwardly, Tang Wunhui admits that Tang Moonhyuk's information network is undeniably formidable and that his judgment is sharp as well. But even after recognizing that, he still cannot shake the feeling that this plan hides a fatal weakness. So instead of dressing up his opinion, Tang Wunhui says it plainly and without hesitation. The plan they are putting forward is going to fail. He points straight at the biggest uncertainty sitting at the center of the entire operation, the hidden power backing the society, and the fact that there is still no reliable intelligence surrounding it. Accurate information on that group is the one crucial piece they still do not have. The instant the word fail leaves his mouth, Tang Moonhyuk's entire presence turns sharp and dangerous, and he warns Tang Wunhui to choose his next explanation with extreme care. The strategist immediately pushes back as well, objecting on the spot, and insisting that Tang Wunhui is underestimating just how thoroughly they have prepared for the coming assault. He starts laying it all out, one piece at a time, listing mechanisms, formations, mystic arts, and meticulously layered guard deployments, everything woven together into a plan they believe has been constructed without leaving behind a single gap. Tang Wunhui acknowledges what he has already seen in the documents. Based on those materials alone, it is obvious that the Secret Wind Evolution Center has gathered exceptional intelligence and organized its manpower, supplies, and chain of orders with remarkable precision. Then, without even the slightest pause, Tang Wunhui brings out another layer of intelligence entirely, information he personally obtained with his own hands. The strategist visibly stiffens in shock when he sees that Tang Wunhui's report contains the positions and internal layouts of Northern Sea Mythos and Blackbone Ghost Valley agents scattered throughout Nine Dragons County. Tang Moonhyuk turns toward the strategist and, in a measured voice, asks just how accurate this new intelligence is when compared against the findings gathered by their own side. After checking it over, the strategist reports that Tang Wunhui's information overlaps with theirs by roughly 90%, with only minor discrepancies, and that the enemy's overall scheme still remains within the range of scenarios they had already predicted. With accuracy at that level, the strategist concludes that the leak could only have originated from somewhere inside the demonic cult itself. Tang Moonhyuk then looks back at Tang Wunhui and asks for confirmation, wanting to know whether the document in front of them truly contains the full Northern Sea Mythos plan, and Tang Wunhui answers that it does. From that answer, Tang Moonhyuk concludes that Tang Wunhui's information is most likely trustworthy, and he also points out that Tang Wunhui himself has already admitted that the overall strategy is excellent. Then Tang Moonhyuk presses harder, demanding to know what flaw could still possibly remain if the plan's very foundation is as strong as Tang Wunhui has just acknowledged. Tang Wunhui responds with complete calm, saying that the problem is actually very simple. Their estimate of the demonic cult's true strength is wrong. Tang Moonhyuk immediately challenges that claim, arguing that he and the Old Tempest squad have more than enough experience fighting the Northern Sea mythos, and that they have already factored in the possibility that the enemy may have become stronger than before. Tang Woonhui counters that even that still is not enough, all while inwardly acknowledging just how sophisticated and carefully built their plan truly is. By normal standards, he judges that this operation really would secure victory, even against enemies who came in at the absolute upper edge of the strength range they had projected. The problem, he says, is that all of their calculations are built around ordinary opponents, while the cult now possesses abnormal monsters, enemies who have been strengthened by the outside power of the society. Tang Woonhui remembers that Whitebone and Baek San had both become drastically stronger over the past 6 years because of that external force supporting them from behind. He also recalls terrifying techniques tied to that society, like the soul-restraining fantasy net, a deadly art that becomes nearly impossible to escape once it has been fully cast. And along with that memory comes another one as well. The heart-corroding ice poison, a technique so costly that it is not used lightly, yet once it infects its target, there is no cure for it at all. Taking all of that hidden support into account, Tang Woonhui concludes that the current plan, no matter how polished or refined it may look on paper, is nowhere near enough to stop a cult that has already been enhanced beyond normal limits. Tang Moonhyuk repeats the implication back in a grave voice, saying that based on Tang Woonhui's own judgment, the Sichuan Tang clan is still not ready to defeat the demonic cult. Then he tells Tang Woonhui that if he intends to claim their predictions are wrong, then words by themselves will never be enough. He has to prove it. Tang Moonhyuk raises the stakes even further, demanding that Tang Woonhui put his life on the line to prove both that their estimate is flawed and that his own assessment is the correct one. He says he will suppress his power down to the level they have forecast for an enemy captain, and if the cult's captains truly stand a stage above that, then Tang Woonhui, the one who killed Baek San, should still be able to defeat him, even under those conditions. And if their prediction turns out to have been correct all along, Tang Moonhyuk says without the slightest change in expression, then Tang Woonhui will die right here to the Tang clan's 1,000 poison hand. Tang Woonhui accepts that wager just as calmly. If their estimate is correct, he says, then he will simply die here because there is no way he could possibly endure the 1,000 poison hand. The moment those terms are fixed, Tang Gon and the strategist both panic, horrified by how savage the wager has suddenly become, and they immediately rush to beg Tang Woonhui to apologize before the clan head drives this any further. But Tang Woonhui remains completely composed and says evenly that the clan head has judged the situation incorrectly. Then he releases his own aura, and the sudden surge of power pouring off him sends a visible shock through everyone watching. Tang Gon is especially stunned, because he realizes just how absurdly fast Tang Woonhui has grown. It has not even been a full week since he opened his central core, and yet his advancement is already this shocking. Tang Moonhyuk, clearly impressed but still wanting answers, asks him what exactly it is that he believes was misjudged. He even praises the quality of Tang Woonhui's aura, but points out that it still has not reached the level Tang Moonhyuk has restricted himself to, which is the very same level they predicted for enemy captains. Tang Woonhui agrees with that judgment, but calmly reminds him that Baek San, the enemy he killed, possessed an aura that stood a full realm above Tang Moonhyuk's current restrained level. At that, Tang Moonhyuk narrows his eyes and demands to know how Tang Woonhui managed to bring down an opponent when such an overwhelming gap in power existed between them. Tang Woonhui answers that he has no intention of explaining it with words. Instead, he says he will show it to them directly. Tang Moonhyuk immediately realizes that Tang Woonhui has been deliberately hiding part of what he can do, and he recognizes that restraint for what it is, the mark of someone who thinks tactically. Then Tang Woonhui makes the first move, opening the duel with a swift slash of aura that cuts forward in a single instant. The instant their attacks collide, the entire chamber erupts with a violent roar of clashing energy, and from that moment on, Tang Woonhui and Tang Moonhyuk begin exchanging blows at such blistering speed that the eye can barely keep up with them. The strategist jerks his head around in confusion and rising panic, staring from one side of the room to the other as the pressure from their exploding aura rips chunks and splinters of stone loose and sends them flying across the chamber. Seeing the room turn into a full-blown battlefield, Tang Gon grabs hold of the struggling strategist and tries to drag him away from the center, while the masked man protests the entire time and resists being hauled off. Even in the middle of that savage exchange, Tang Woonhui picks up on something crucial almost immediately. Tang Moonhyuk is still holding back against him. As their strikes whip past each other in a blur, Tang Woonhui notices Tang Moonhyuk's eyes are not just following where he is now, but tracing where he is about to move next, revealing a frightening level of predictive precision. And yet, despite reading ahead that clearly, Tang Moonhyuk deliberately lets each counter come a fraction too late, making it unmistakably clear that he is restraining himself on purpose. Tang Woonhui understands the meaning of that at once. Tang Moonhyuk is carefully controlling his strength, keeping it exactly at the level they predicted for an enemy captain, neither above it nor below it. At that point, it dawns on Tang Woonhui that this fight is probably not only meant to test him. The real purpose seems to be Tang Moonhyuk's desire to verify his own intelligence and prove that the secret Wind Evolution Center's work is correct, and that realization rubs him the wrong way. Irritated by that motive, but fully settled in his resolve, Tang Woonhui decides that even if he understands why Tang Moonhyuk is doing this, he is still going to fight seriously and force the truth in front of him head-on. With that decision made, he lunges forward in a savage rush, unleashing killing techniques he learned from the enemy's sword demons and hurling himself into the fight with unmistakable lethal intent. Tang Moonhyuk recognizes what he is seeing almost immediately, realizing that Tang Woonhui is using martial arts drawn directly from the techniques of his enemies. But the longer he watches, the clearer it becomes that Tang Woonhui has done far more than simply imitate those sword demon techniques. He has fully digested them, broken them apart, and made them part of his own style. Even while acknowledging how impressive Tang Woonhui's skill is, Tang Moonhyuk says it still is not enough to decisively prove his claim about the cult's true strength. So he chooses to push the fight further, deciding that what Tang Woonhui has shown so far still does not rise to the level of proof he is willing to accept. In the very next exchange, Tang Moonhyuk lands a strike that sends poison into Tang Woonhui's body, and for the first time, Tang Woonhui's eyes widen for the briefest instant. Then their energies smash together again, erupting into a huge green explosion as both of them commit to heavier and more decisive attacks. Blood sprays through the air, but even after taking that poisoned hit, Tang Woonhui still forces out a counterattack, refusing to yield even a single step. Watching that desperate exchange unfold, Tang Gon cries out in terror, convinced that young master Tang Woonhui's life is hanging by the thinnest possible thread. Tang Moonhyuk then speaks with grim honesty, admitting that he does not like what this test has forced him to do. He points out that the moment the poison entered Tang Woonhui's body, Tang Woonhui instantly sealed off part of his own circulation and spat out tainted blood before the toxin could spread deeply enough to overwhelm him. Tang Moonhyuk goes on to say that Tang Woonhui knowingly allowed himself to take a glancing 1,000-poison hand strike so that he could land an attack of his own, and that attack had enough force behind it to kill a northern sea sword demon outright. Tang Woonhui answers that he could make a gamble like that only because he knew Tang Moonhyuk was truly restricting himself to the lowered level of an enemy captain, and more than anything else, that is exactly what he dislikes about this whole test. Still visibly shaken, the strategist nervously asks whether the duel is finally over now, then blurts out that if they are going to keep destroying the secret Wind Evolution Center like this, they might as well kill him first. Later, after the clash has finally ended, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that Tang Woonhui had sounded completely certain their original plan would fail. He then asks whether Tang Woonhui already has some different solution in mind, and Tang Woonhui answers with total confidence that he does. Tang Moonhyuk tells him to say it plainly, while Tang Woonhui stands there with a small but resolute smile resting on his face. Time passes after that discussion, and Tang Moonhyuk quietly begins making preparations based on the decision he has reached regarding Tang Woonhui's proposal. In private, Tang Moonhyuk reflects on the one detail that still surprises him most of all. Even with his internal energy suppressed, Tang Woonhui still managed to poison him. He studies his own hand, only faintly affected by intoxication, and cannot help but feel impressed that Tang Woonhui's ingenuity was sharp enough to reach him at all. Then Tang Moonhyuk asks his advisors what course of action they think he should take now, while nearby the strategist practically mourns all the research and planning he is going to have to tear apart and reorganize from the ground up. Before Tang Gon can even begin to answer, Tang Moonhyuk cuts him off and says he already knows exactly what Tang Gon is about to say, prompting Tang Gon to complain that this is cruel when he is not even being allowed to speak. Tang Moonhyuk then recalls the moment when Tang Woonhui first revealed his talent and volunteered to carry on the Tempest, and in doing so, he realizes that Tang Gon's heart had already begun leaning toward him from that very moment. The instant that truth is spoken aloud, Tang Gon visibly falters, clearly flustered that Tang Moonhyuk saw through him so completely. Tang Moonhyuk reassures him that he will not take offense over any comparison between himself and Tang Woonhui, because he understands that Tang Gon remained by his side all this time for the sake of the Tempest Squad above all else. Those words clearly strike Tang Gon deeply, and he lowers himself respectfully as he addresses Tang Moonhyuk. Tang Moonhyuk then remembers the promise he once made to Tang Gon that someday he would restore them to the battlefield glory they had lost. Back then, he had sworn that he would lift them back to that lofty height once again, and he had asked Tang to keep believing in him until that day finally came. But now Tang says, with quiet finality, that he himself cannot become the new leader of the Tempest Squad. At that moment, the strategist politely asks whether he may raise a question before they move any deeper into the details of Tang Wunhui's proposal. He asks whether Tang is actually considering naming Tang Wunhui as his successor, and that question makes Tang pause, wondering why the strategist has suddenly brought up something like this. The strategist advises him that if he still does not fully trust Tang Wunhui, then he should not place him in any position that carries real authority. He explains further that the most dangerous kind of mistake is giving important work to someone you still distrust, and tells Tang that he has to make a clean choice, either leave Tang Wunhui out or use him without reservation. He adds that if Tang still doubts Tang Wunhui's information, then the simplest answer is to let Tang Wunhui act independently while their own side protects the clan through the preparations they already have in place. But if Tang decides that he truly will trust Tang Wunhui, then the strategist says he must go all the way and place complete confidence in him. He presses the point once more, urging Tang that if Tang Wunhui is going to be trusted at all, then that trust cannot be partial. It has to be wholehearted. The strategist then points out that Tang daughter, Tang Kyujin, has never shown any interest in succession, and that their other candidate, Tang Yuchang, is not suited for it, while Tang realizes the strategist is deliberately trying to force a decision out of him. Left in silence for a moment, Tang turns inward and reflects on what it really means to place genuine trust in another person. Then the scene circles back to that earlier moment, and Tang once again asks Tang Wunhui what solution he is proposing. Tang Wunhui smiles, calm and absolutely certain, and says that the answer is actually very simple. With complete confidence, he declares that the entire operation should be put under his command. After a long stretch of silent consideration, Tang finally makes up his mind. Not long after that heavy pause ends, he steps forward and openly announces that he has reached his decision at last. Soon after, a formal notice is posted where everyone can see it, making the matter official. In clear, unmistakable terms, it declares that the second son, Tang Wunhui, has been chosen as the clan's heir. That very evening, Tang Wunhui finds himself standing before an extravagant feast laid out entirely for him. The table is packed so completely with dishes that it feels less like a meal and more like the whole room is celebrating his rise. A servant quickly bows low and apologizes in a rush, explaining that this is only the first round of food because the kitchen had run short on ingredients. The answer is so unexpected that it actually catches Wunhui off guard for a moment. The young servant then eagerly explains that he has already sent someone out to gather more ingredients. He says it with such enthusiasm, making it clear they intend to prepare even more dishes suited to Wunhui's personal tastes. Watching the boy's earnest face and respectful posture, Wunhui's spirit companions quietly murmur among themselves. To them, the servant seems astonishingly devoted, the sort of person whose loyalty runs deep and true. Wunhui silently agrees, but the thought immediately turns bitter as he compares that kind of sincerity to the people who once betrayed him. The spirits, sensing where his mind has gone, hurriedly protest that they are not the same as they used to be. As he thinks it through, Wunhui realizes something unsettling. He had only asked Tang to hand over authority in this one matter. Yet Tang went much further and effectively placed the responsibilities of the Vice Branch clan head in his hands right before a major event. One burden after another starts lining up in his mind. There is the Northern Sea mythos scheme to deal with, the honored guests who must be received properly, and all the outer clans that will be gathering around them. And when he adds the festival preparations on top of that, along with all the endless coordination that comes with an event of this scale, the sheer weight of it all is enough to make his head throb before the real work has even begun. Pulling himself back to the present, Wunhui looks at the packed table once more and dryly remarks that what is already spread out in front of him looks like a full celebration all by itself. Just then, his older sister Kyujin arrives with a bright smile on her face and a slight wobble in her step. In that warm, cheerful mood, she immediately congratulates him on becoming the heir. Her sudden warmth catches Wunhui a little off guard, and his reply comes out awkwardly. Even so, the gratitude in his voice is genuine when he thanks his sister. Kyujin, already tipsy enough for it to show plainly in both her flushed face and loose voice, complains that his expression is far too stiff for a night like this. All Wunhui can do is think to himself that she is obviously drunk. Even in that state, she beams at him and says today is a wonderful day. To her, the reason is simple. The family is finally starting to recognize him for who he truly is. Wunhui lightly points out that this also happens to be the day she gets to escape the successor's role she never truly wanted in the first place. His tone is mild, but the observation lands cleanly. Kyujin gives him a sheepish little smile the moment she realizes he has seen right through her. Then, instead of denying it, she just laughs the whole thing off. Still carrying that loose, nostalgic mood, she starts reminiscing about the years she spent training in the Qingcheng sect. Her voice softens as those memories come back to her. Kyujin says it without even a moment of hesitation. Her time in Qingcheng, she admits, was the happiest period of her entire life. Hearing that, Wunhui quietly reflects on the kind of person Kyujin is. She is not careless, and she is certainly not irresponsible, which means that even while she was away training, she must have still carried out her duties as a successor as faithfully as she could. That realization settles heavily in his chest. All the effort, discipline, and preparation she poured into becoming a successor have now come to nothing, and yet here she is, sitting in front of him and sincerely happy for him anyway. Wunhui invites her to sit and eat with him, mentioning that his subordinate has already gone out to fetch more ingredients anyway. Kyujin agrees at once without the slightest hesitation and happily joins him. Then, with sudden pride lighting up her face, Kyujin announces that she did not come empty-handed. She reveals that she brought an exceptionally fine wine to mark the occasion. As she begins pouring it out herself, she explains that this is her treasured daughter in red. She speaks of it like a precious keepsake, a rare wine not meant to be opened for just any ordinary celebration. In Sichuan, this kind of wine is traditionally brewed when a daughter is born. After that, it is buried away for years and only brought back out on the day of a truly important life event. It is the sort of wine meant for a marriage or some great personal achievement. This particular jar, in fact, had originally been saved for the day Kyujin would become Vice Branch clan head. Wunhui looks at her gently and asks if she is really sure about this. Opening something that meaningful for him instead is no small thing. Kyujin answers without the slightest wavering. To her, celebrating his rise today brings her more happiness than receiving that position for herself ever could. Wunhui is only just beginning to respond when Tang suddenly bursts into the scene. He crashes in with loud congratulations and even more alcohol in his arms, turning the whole moment upside down. Wunhui immediately shoots him a dry look and points him right back toward the door. Tang, of course, brushes that aside as if it means absolutely nothing, and eagerly tries to join the celebration anyway. Even with Uncle Gon barging in while clutching bottle after bottle, Kyujin still manages to greet him politely. For a brief moment after that, the room drops into a strange silence as everyone simply stares at the shameless intruder. Wunhui tries to chase him out, but Tang abruptly changes his tune. He claims he is actually very busy and had only stopped by to deliver the drinks, then starts trying to slip away as though that explains everything. A moment later, once he is told that he has not interrupted anything important, Tang visibly loosens up. The relief on his face is plain enough for anyone in the room to see. Then his eyes land on the already opened daughter in red. The moment he sees it, he blurts out in open surprise that they actually started drinking without him. Wunhui calmly explains that the rare wine is Kyujin's. That single detail hits Tang hard enough to startle him on the spot. Kyujin tells him not to look so shocked, because she truly is happy to step away from the successor's role. More than that, she says using the wine to toast Wunhui makes her happier still. As the rosy liquor is poured into the waiting cups, the tension finally melts away, and the family begins laughing together. At that point, the celebration for the clan's new heir truly starts in earnest. With a brighter smile than before, Wunhui tilts the pink drink carefully into Kyujin's cup. Then he tells her that now it is her turn. As the fragrant wine rises all the way to the rim, Kyujin leans in slightly and breathes in the scent. She comments with clear delight on how wonderfully it smells. Lifting her cup high into the air, Kyujin offers a heartfelt toast. She drinks to Wunhui's future, and to the future of the entire branch clan as well. Three of them raise their cups together and bring them together in a clean, bright clink. It is a simple sound, but it seals the moment like a true celebration. After the toast, they finally turn their full attention to the lavish dishes spread across the table. Only then do they begin eating in earnest. Kyujin digs in with obvious enthusiasm, clearly enjoying herself. Between bites, she happily praises how talented Wunhui's cook must be to have prepared food this good. Then, right in the middle of eating, something suddenly seems to occur to her. She turns toward Wunhui with a surprised look, as though a thought has just clicked into place. Out of nowhere, she asks what is supposed to happen with his relationship with the Qingcheng sect's senior disciple if he opens that gift now. The question hits Wunhui so hard and so suddenly that he immediately spits out his drink. Flustered and red-faced, Wunhui snaps back at once. He demands to know why they are suddenly bringing up Qingcheng's senior disciple, Li Chulzhen. Still burning with embarrassment, he hurriedly insists that they are all completely misunderstanding what is going on. His denial comes fast, as if he wants to shut the whole topic down before it grows any bigger. But Uncle Gon instantly jumps straight into talk of matchmaking, and even brings up the idea of going to the branch clan head. Woonhui can only raise his voice and protest that they have the entire thing wrong. Then, in a tone far calmer than the chaos around her, Kyujin speaks plainly. She says she has no intention of marrying at all. And before either of the others can even process that statement, she adds one more. Once the festival is over, she plans to leave the Tang clan for good, leaving everyone at the table stunned into silence. Still visibly frozen by what she just said, Tang Gon stares at Kyujin in disbelief and finally asks if this decision was pushed forward by what happened with the first madam. Tang Kyujin answers calmly that the incident did influence her thinking, but this was never some rash choice made in the heat of the moment. She tells them it is a decision she has been carrying and weighing in her heart for years. She goes on to explain that during her time in the Qingcheng sect, the progress she made with the sword in just a single month was the kind of growth that would have taken her an entire year if she had remained inside the Tang clan. Then, lowering her voice, she admits that she has always been far better suited to the sword. As her gaze dips slightly downward, both men fall silent, letting the meaning of those words settle in. After a pause, Tang Gon confesses that he cannot completely understand what she means. He says he is Tang to the core, a man who has spent his whole life with his roots buried firmly inside the clan. Even so, he can plainly see that this is not some passing whim or careless outburst. He acknowledges that she has thought about it deeply, seriously, and for a very long time. Woonhui then speaks, his tone turning apologetic. He says that even though tonight should be a celebration, there is still something important he needs to discuss with her. He reminds Tang Kyujin that when the Dark Supreme comes for the festival, he will have to draw his sword. Looking straight at her, without wavering, he asks whether she will stand at his side as that sword. Kyujin answers immediately, with no hesitation at all, that if his goal is to wipe out the demonic cult, then she is willing to help him do it. But before she can continue and finish what she is saying, Woonhui suddenly lifts a hand. With that sharp motion alone, he cuts her off where she sits. His voice drops into something much graver as he warns her that the sword he needs will not be used only to kill members of the demonic cult. That unexpected answer clearly catches her off guard and leaves her staring. Woonhui says it plainly and without ornament. If the sword beside him cannot bring itself to kill a certain opponent when the time comes, then that sword is not the right one for him. Kyujin answers that. If that is truly the case, then he should choose another sword instead. Woonhui immediately replies that if she really cannot do it, then he will help her leave the clan before the festival even begins. That answer cuts into her, and she tells him outright that he is being cruel. She reminds him that she has always stood on his side, even when doing so meant putting herself against her own mother. Woonhui explains that he spoke so harshly for a reason. His place within the clan is no longer what it once was, and now that everything around him is beginning to shift, he cannot treat anything lightly. Tang Kyujin answers with quiet, unwavering resolve, saying she made up her mind about this long ago. From there, she begins to lay out what she learned through her time in both the Qingcheng sect and the Tang clan. She says that after everything she experienced in those two places, the one principle she came away with above all others was righteousness. As she says those words, she steps forward firmly, as if even her body is moving in step with the conviction she is speaking from. Kyujin declares that every choice she makes is judged by a single standard, whether it is righteous or not. Then she promises that if Woonhui continues to walk a just path, she will follow him. The moment he hears that, Woonhui understands something important. She is not offering blind obedience, and she is not someone who will simply agree to every order he gives. Kyujin explains that the reason she stood against even her own mother was because, by her judgment, her mother's schemes were unjust. Then, with a voice even steadier than before, she adds that if Woonhui truly doubts her sense of justice, then the two of them should part ways here and now. Woonhui reflects inwardly that he has never trusted lofty talk about righteousness very much. In Zhongyuan, most of the people who preach it are really just wrapping their selfish desires in noble-sounding words. And yet, when he looks at Tang Kyujin standing before him, he cannot help feeling that she is different from those hypocrites. And she spoke about righteousness just now. There was not even a trace of deceit in her voice. Woonhui recognizes that kind of sincerity the moment he hears it, moved by the honesty in her words. He slowly brings a hand to his chest. Quietly, he takes in the full weight of what she has just said. Woonhui bows his head and apologizes. He admits that he was wrong to question her resolve, because he now understands that if righteousness demanded it, she would sever even family ties without hesitation. Tang Kyujin answers that, carrying a resolve that merciless is not an easy thing. Even so, she says she believes Woonhui can bear that burden as vice branch clan head, and with that faith, she agrees to become his sword. Lifting her cup once again, she makes a solemn vow. Until everything is over, she says, she will live and die as Woonhui's sword. Woonhui raises his own cup in return and gives his answer just as solemnly. He promises that he will wield that sword only for causes that are righteous and clean. Off to the side, Tang lets out a half-joking complaint, grumbling that the two of them got so serious they completely forgot he was even in the room. Then the three of them raise their cups and drink together once more. With that shared drink, the bond tying them together grows even stronger. Time passes, and the scene pulls away from that private gathering. It shifts to the Tang clan's grand pavilions, now standing in broad, clear daylight. Elsewhere, when night falls again, attention turns to the Gold Sword sect inside the walled city. There, Sanyang flies into a furious rage after hearing the news that Tang Woonhui, the man he once looked down on as a loser, has now become the Tang clan's vice branch clan head. He bitterly relives the humiliation of being disgraced by Woonhui in front of Sumin and Sunyi. The memory only feeds the resentment burning inside him and makes it flare even hotter. With anger twisting his face, he complains that he now has to prepare both a gift and an apology for Woonhui during the Dark Supreme's festival visit. What makes it worse is that he still believes Woonhui was the one in the wrong. Alone in his room and trembling with frustration, he bitterly thinks that everything would have turned out differently if he had only been born into a famous house like Woonhui's. Clenching a stone tightly in his hand, he convinces himself that if he had enjoyed the same background and support, then he would have become far stronger than Woonhui ever was. At that very moment, a shadowy figure appears and coldly comments on Sanyang's talk of preparing a present for Tang Woonhui. The remark carries a dark hint that Sanyang may have come to exactly the right place after all. When Sanyang demands to know who he is, the intruder replies that such a question is unnecessary. As he speaks, a dark and ominous energy begins spreading out from him. Without warning, the stranger unleashes a fierce, icy attack. The force of it blasts Sanyang backward instantly, not leaving him even a single moment to react. Holding him frozen in place, the intruder says that he wants to meet Tang Woonhui. Until that happens, he calmly declares he intends to use Sanyang as a tool. In a close-up, the masked man looks down at him with smug amusement and asks, almost mockingly, whether Sanyang minds being used that way. Later, back at the Qingcheng sect, Tang Kyujin and Woonhui sit side by side on a rooftop beneath the moonlight, drinking together. With a teasing look, Woonhui asks whether a proper virtuous Qingcheng Taoist is really supposed to be putting away that much alcohol. Already tipsy and clearly irritated by the jab, Kyujin shoots back that it is called being a Taoist. Woonhui only keeps grinning and jokingly repeats that she is still Qingcheng's little goody two-shoes Taoist. After the teasing finally dies down, Woonhui's expression slowly turns thoughtful. He admits that there is something he has been wondering about for a very long time. Then he asks her directly why she has always been so kind to him. The question lands so suddenly that she blinks at him in visible surprise. Kyujin says she had always meant to tell him someday. Since the moment has finally come, she decides to explain it now and begins with the reason behind it. Looking at him under the pale moonlight, Tang Kyujin reveals that all the kindness she has shown him over the years was her way of keeping a promise she once made. Tang Kyujin quietly clears up the misunderstanding, explaining in a low, careful voice that the promise had never been made to Tang Woonhui himself. It was a vow she gave to his mother instead, and that difference still matters to her even now. As old memories begin rising back to the surface, Tang Kyujin softly talks about Woonhui's mother, calling her an unbelievably warm and gentle woman. She remembers herself as a little girl, running toward her with bright, childish excitement, already feeling safe the moment she came into view. That memory, Woonhui's mother is standing there, waiting for young Tang Kyujin, a tender smile resting on her face. The look in her eyes is so soft and welcoming that the whole scene seems wrapped in warmth before a single word is even spoken. Tang Kyujin goes on to explain that whenever the clan's training left her exhausted, sore, and on the verge of tears, Woonhui's mother would always be there to comfort her. She would patiently calm the miserable girl down, then gently fill her mind with stories about the wider world outside the clan, and about the vast Jianghu that stretched far beyond the walls of the life she knew. She had taught Tang Kyujin about beautiful places too, speaking of mountains like Qingcheng and Imei, as though they were distant, almost magical lands waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. And along with those stories, she shared small and simple delights as well, like the sweet taste of candied fruit. Their closeness comes through in those quiet little moments of affection. Woonhui's mother gently patting Tang Kyujin on the head, while the girl happily chews on snacks beside her. On the surface, it looks like such an ordinary memory, but that is exactly what makes it feel so precious once it is gone. Then the memory shifts, and the warmth gives way to a rainy night. In the middle of that dim, wet darkness, Tang Kyujin notices a strange medicine being given to Woonhui's mother, and the instant she sees it, An uneasy feeling creeps up inside her as she wonders what exactly it is. A moment later, that unease turns into something far worse. Tang Kyujin realizes in horror that it is her own mother who has been secretly mixing poison into the medicine meant for Woonwhee's mother. Shaken and desperate, Tang Kyujin confronts Woonwhee's mother about it right away. But instead of panicking, the woman simply hushes the girl with calm, almost painfully gentle composure, as though she has already accepted something Tang Kyujin cannot bear to face. Still reeling from the shock, Tang Kyujin protests and asks how she can keep taking that medicine when she knows poison has been mixed into it. But the woman answers calmly, telling her that the drug no longer truly affects her in the way Tang Kyujin fears. Then she reveals the truth at the heart of it all. She tells Tang Kyujin, without drama or self-pity, that she is suffering from an incurable illness. Those words hit young Tang Kyujin like a direct blow. She can only stare back in stunned disbelief, frozen where she stands, too shocked to even begin processing what she has just heard. Woonwhee's mother explains that, with the help of the branch head, she had managed to keep the illness under control for a while. But after giving birth to Tang Woonwhee, her condition worsened badly, and now that same medicine is no longer helping her at all. If anything, it is only driving her toward death even faster. Tang Kyujin desperately begs her to stop taking it and keep holding on, even if it means living only a little longer. But the woman gently refuses, saying she does not want to create even more trouble for the people around her. Overwhelmed by everything she has just learned, Tang Kyujin can no longer form proper words. All that escapes her is a choked, pained sound, as though the grief crushing her chest is breaking apart faster than her voice can keep up. Seeing the girl trembling so badly, the dying woman reaches out and takes Tang Kyujin's shaking hands in her own. Her touch is weak, fragile even, but there is still unmistakable warmth in it. And then, with that same gentle calm, she asks for one last favor. She asks Tang Kyujin to promise that even after she is gone, she will remain good friends with Tang Woonwhee. At that, Tang Kyujin immediately breaks down, crying openly. She refuses to make the promise, and keeps insisting that Woonwhee's mother must not die, clinging to that denial with all the desperate strength a child can muster. Even in that moment, Woonwhee's mother ends up comforting Tang Kyujin instead of herself. She gently tells the sobbing girl that she believes she will grow into a truly great person someday. She urges Tang Kyujin not to lose that warm and loving heart of hers, no matter what happens in the future. It does not feel like a casual request at all, but like a final wish she wants the girl to carry with her after she is gone. Back on the rooftop in the present, Tang Kyujin says that this was the promise she made just before Woonwhee's mother passed away. Her voice stays steady as she says it, but the weight of that memory still lingers in every word. Then she adds, with a bitterness she can no longer fully hide, that even after all of that, her own mother never stopped her malicious schemes. No matter what had been lost, nothing ever truly changed. Tang Kyujin recalls how Namgung Sanyung spread vicious rumors about Tang Woonwhee and his mother, dragging their names through the mud with ugly slander. What made it even worse was that the people of the Tang Nine Dragons branch simply accepted those lies without question. Hearing that Tang Woonwhee reflects on how absurd those rumors really were, especially with a man as powerful as his father, the idea that Tang Hosen could be rendered helpless by drunkenness from the start was ridiculous. He points out that the rumors did not just demean him and his mother, they insulted Tang Hosen as well, yet Namgung Sanyong still used them shamelessly, all for the sake of disgracing Woonwhee and his mother even further. Tang Kyujin lowers her gaze and apologizes to Tang Woonwhee. She worries that it must be painful for him to hear that part of the reason she had been kind to him was because of the promise she made back then. But Tang Woonwhee immediately tells her she is mistaken. He does not give her even a second to sink any deeper into that guilt. He reminds her that she had always been kind to him long before his mother ever asked anything of her, and even before she learned what her own mother had done. That kindness was never something forced onto her. It has simply always been part of who she is. Those words bring a smile to Tang Kyujin's face through her tears. Her eyes are still wet, but the gratitude written across her expression is impossible to miss as she quietly thanks him. Tang Woonwhee quietly marvels to himself at how someone raised by parents like hers could still grow into such a kind-hearted person. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he says it out loud and thanks her too. Then all at once something changes. Tang Woonwhee feels it immediately, and the warmth of the moment disappears as his expression sharpens into something cold, alert, and serious. His thoughts drift toward the emotions the original Tang Woonwhee once carried, feelings that he, as the one now living in this body, had never fully understood before. Until this moment, those buried emotions had remained distant, like something half seen through thick fog. Now he finally recognizes the gap between the original Tang Woonwhee's body and the soul inhabiting it. That distance is tied to a grief he himself never truly knew, because as a former orphan, he had never experienced this particular kind of loss. At last, he begins to understand how deep Tang Wunhui's resentment really ran, and just how crushing that despair must have been. It was never some shallow bitterness. It was something far darker, heavier, and more suffocating than that. A brief image flashes through his mind. The original Wunhui standing utterly alone in a barren emptiness, with no one around him at all. That lonely vision makes the weight of his suffering impossible to ignore. Tang Wunhui realizes that only now is he truly beginning to understand those emotions for what they were. It feels as though a sealed door somewhere deep inside him has finally begun to crack open. His hand slowly tightens into a fist. Quietly and firmly, he steels himself for the thing he has already decided he must do next. He tells Tang Kyujin that there is something he needs to take care of, and excuses himself. She accepts it with an easy, cheerful smile, letting him leave without pressing him for any explanation. As he leaps away from the rooftop, he tosses back a teasing warning that if she is still drinking when he returns, he will report it to her senior disciple. That playful jab makes Tang Kyujin instantly shout back at him in flustered embarrassment. Once he is gone, the rooftop falls quiet again. Left alone beneath the night sky, Tang Kyujin lets out a long, heavy sigh and slowly settles herself back down. Then her hand closes around the hilt of her sword. In that small movement alone, the mood changes, as she gathers herself and clearly prepares for whatever is about to happen next. Framed beneath the moonlight, Tang Kyujin rises as a dark silhouette and slowly draws her blade. The scene is calm on the surface, but it carries the unmistakable tension of someone ready to fight. The next day, at the First Lady's pavilion, a scream suddenly rips through the compound. The cry is so sharp and loud that it feels as though it shakes the entire place. Namgung Sanyong erupts in fury, raging that Tang Wunhui has now been officially recognized as a candidate for succession and has even been appointed vice branch head. To her, that can only mean one thing. She and her children have been pushed aside and cast completely out of favor. Panic begins swallowing her whole. In that frantic state, she keeps telling herself over and over that she has to do something, and she has to do it fast. As she hurries along in agitation, she curses the Righteous Wind Squad for continuing to press her. She snaps that she has nothing left to say to them and refuses to be cornered any further. Then her son, Tang Yuchang, suddenly appears inside her chambers without warning. The sight of him is so unexpected that she freezes on the spot. Tang Yuchang quickly explains that he came after receiving his father's permission to see her. Hearing that eases her panic, if only for the briefest moment. She immediately grabs hold of him and pulls him close, urgency written all over her face. There is no patience left in her at all as she tells Tang Yuchang to listen very carefully. She insists that now that Tang Wunhui is serving as vice branch head, neither of them can consider themselves safe any longer. Nearly panicking, she urges Tang Yuchang to flee at once to her Namgung family. Tang Yuchang answers her right away, but there is no confidence in him at all. He tells her that getting out now will not be nearly that simple, because the Namgung escorts who accompanied her are already under close watch from the Righteous Wind Squad. Namgung Sanyong does not even try to deny how dangerous the situation has become. Even so, she insists they are not completely trapped yet, claiming that there is still one final thread of hope left for them to seize. In a hurried voice, she orders Tang Yuchang to leave a secret sign and a hidden message in the back garden of the Righteous Wind Pavilion. According to her plan, that mark will call out to a concealed Namgung contact, who is supposed to meet them at the Crimson Pavilion after night falls. But before that plan can lead anywhere, Tang Wunhui has already intercepted the message. The moment he realizes Namgung Sanyong had still kept a Namgung spy hidden this entire time, he crushes the secret token in his hand without hesitation. Standing in front of his mother, Tang Yuchang calls out to her, and the pain in his voice is impossible to miss. He confesses that even if she never truly trusted his aunt, he had still believed, at the very least, that she trusted him. Namgung Sanyong tries to brush that aside and drag the conversation back toward escape, but Tang Yuchang suddenly explodes. His pent-up emotions burst over in an instant, and he slams his hand down as he shouts, demanding to know why she dragged the demonic cult into all of this. With tears beginning to gather in his eyes, he presses her even harder. His voice shakes with anger as he demands to know how she could possibly join hands with the very enemies they were supposed to stand against. She stammers in stunned disbelief, visibly shaken by the fact that he somehow knows something like that. But Tang Yuchang, his voice trembling with fury, explains that he had wanted to manage both martial arts and clan politics through his own ability. He yells that even accepting help from the Namgung side had only been another way for him to prove himself. More than anything else, he had wanted to show that he possessed value through his own strength. Tang Yuchang cries out that he wanted to win as a member of the Tang family, not by leaning on the power of his mother's clan. That was the one thing he had desperately wanted to prove with his own hands. Then, before the moment can go any further, a cold voice slices in from outside and flatly declares that the conversation is over. The interruption lands across the room like a blade. Tang Wunhui steps in, with Tang Kyujin and the masked overseer beside him. Wearing dry sarcasm on his face, Wunhui remarks that there were still Namgung spies hidden inside the Righteous Wind Pavilion after all, and says he is almost embarrassed that he failed to catch them sooner. The instant Namgung Sanyong sees the overseer and Tang Kyujin standing there together at Tang Wunhui's side, horror spreads across her face. In that one glance, she begins to understand exactly what this situation means. And then her fear is confirmed. Tang Yuchang stands silently on Tang Wunhui's side, saying nothing at all, but that silence alone tells her everything she does not want to admit. She instantly snaps and screams that Tang Wunhui must have forced Tang Yuchang into betraying her. In her panic, she refuses to believe that anything else could be true. Tang Wunhui calmly reminds her of the conversation they had before, when she herself said that if he wished it, she would withdraw and surrender her children's rights to succession. His tone is composed, but his words leave her no room to run. Now fully frantic, Namgung Sanyong turns toward Tang Yuchang and desperately tells him not to be deceived. Her voice rushes upward in panic, as though she still thinks she can pull him back at the very last moment. Tang Kyujin cuts in with icy finality and tells her mother to stop. She says they have already shown Tang Yuchang proof of the crime she committed, so there is no point in trying to lie anymore. Stunned by that, Namgung Sanyong can only call out her daughter's name. The shock in her voice makes it sound as if the ground has just disappeared beneath her feet. The masked overseer steps forward and orders her to save whatever excuses she has left for the interrogation waiting at the Righteous Wind Pavilion. His tone is sharp, official, and completely unforgiving. He goes on to say that she should already understand the truth by now. There is nothing left for her to do anymore. Hearing that, Namgung Senyung mutters in despair that there is truly nothing left. That realization seems to drain the last of the composure holding her together. At that very same moment, she and Tang Wunhui arrive at the same conclusion in silence. For each of them in completely different ways, this matter now appears to be finished. Collapsed on her knees across the floor, Namgung Senyong weakly protests that she cannot accept an ending like this. Even now, stripped of power and cornered at last, she still clings desperately to denial. Then all of that weakness is swallowed by rage in an instant. Blood-red demonic energy erupts violently from her body as she transforms, screaming at the top of her lungs that she refuses to accept any of it. The force she releases explodes outward at once. Demonic power surges through the room like a violent shockwave, swallowing the entire chamber in chaos. Tang Wunhui feels that aura hit him immediately, and the moment it crashes over him, he recognizes it for what it is. There is no mistaking it. This is demonic energy. Tang Yuchang stares at his transformed mother in raw, speechless horror, too shaken to move. Beside him, Tang Kyujin watches with her body drawn tight, every muscle tense with alarm. Wunhui's spirit companion explains that Namgung Senyung is using explosive reverse blood flow demonic arts. It is described as a forbidden technique, something so dangerous that even the demonic cult itself treats it as taboo. Tang Wunhui immediately recalls exactly what that technique does for a short period of time. It multiplies the user's internal energy to a truly terrifying level, but he also knows that the price for using it is catastrophic. The technique strips away the user's sanity, makes every living thing nearby appear as an enemy, and in the end destroys the practitioner too. What kind of art this really is becomes mercilessly clear. This is not a technique someone uses to survive. It is a suicidal final resort meant only to ruin everything before the end. Consumed by fury, Namgung Senyung turns all of that hatred toward Tang Wunhui. In the madness swallowing her mind, she blames him for every misfortune that has fallen on her. Tang Wunhui fires back without even a hint of hesitation, telling her that it was the Namgung side that brought Whitebone and all of their schemes into the Tang family. If anyone's anger is misplaced here, it is hers. She shrieks at him to shut up and lunges forward like a beast that has cast away all restraint. At that point, there is not a trace of reason left inside her. With a savage roar, she swings out a massive wave of demonic energy and hurls it straight across the room at him. The force tears through the air with overwhelming violence. Tang Wunhui slips past the attack in a blur, his sword already drawn. Even while avoiding the blow, it is obvious he is preparing to bring this confrontation to an end. Still raging, the woman's power detonates through the room, and the shockwave smashes furniture apart as it tears across the chamber. One man is caught in that burst of force and sent flying backward. That man, now drenched in sweat, realizes in horror what has just happened. The woman has truly resorted to demonic techniques. Tang Kyujin immediately orders Tang Yuchang to get farther back. Even as she tells him to retreat, she herself steps forward instead, moving toward her mother. As crimson demonic flames coil and twist around Namgung Senyung, Tang Kyujin pleads with her not to sink any deeper into sin. Even with danger raging right in front of her, she still tries to reach her. Watching that, Tang Wunhui understands the truth almost instantly. There is no longer any chance of talking Namgung Senyong back down. He notes to himself that she has already lost her sanity completely to the demonic energy. What stands before them now is no longer someone capable of reason. Driven mad by that power, Namgung Senyong rants that a disobedient daughter like Tang Kyujin is no longer necessary. Her voice is twisted with pure hatred and madness. She screams that she never needed Tang Kyujin in the first place, and then throws herself at her daughter in a frenzy of murder. The attack comes wrapped in unmistakable killing intent. The moment he sees that, Tang Wunhui's hand tightens hard around the hilt of his sword. He braces himself, ready to step in the instant he has to. But before he can move, Tang Kyujin makes the first move herself. She unleashes a blazing sword strike straight at her charging mother, and the attack flashes out with fierce, precise force. The strike crashes into Namgung Sanyong and blasts her backward, as Tang Kyujin's anti-demonic sword energy tears through the demonic power wrapped around her. The woman lets out a howl of pain. Wunhui's spirits react in surprise, marveling that Tang Kyujin can scatter demonic energy the way a true Taoist of Qingcheng would. Even so, they remark that she is still wasting that effort. Tang Wunhui reasons that Tang Kyujin must already understand that explosive reverse blood flow harms the one using it, even if she did not previously know it was a demonic technique. That is probably why she is still trying, no matter how hopeless it is, to stop her mother without simply cutting her down. Tang Wunhui cannot help wondering if Namgung Senyong truly drove herself to use such a ruinous, self-destructive art for one reason alone. Did she really throw everything away and go this far solely for the sake of dragging him down with her? But inside, Tang Kyujin rejects that idea the moment it appears. She knows her mother too well to believe it was something that simple, and she can already feel that this twisted decision came from something far more complicated than mere hatred toward Tang Wunhui alone. Before anyone can say another word, Namgung Sanyung erupts once more in a monstrous surge of demonic power. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she releases another massive flood of red energy, and it rips through the room like something alive. That crimson force whirls violently through the chamber, spinning like a storm that has somehow broken loose indoors. Tang Kyujin and the others brace themselves against the crushing pressure, struggling just to stay on their feet while the violent surge batters everything around them. Already wounded, Tang Kyujin grits her teeth and endures the pain as a bitter thought rises in her heart. In the end, her mother stayed selfish right up until the final moment. Even now, with everything collapsing around her, she is still forcing the world to bend to her own will. And that is exactly why Tang Kyujin understands how cruel this moment truly is. Her mother knew perfectly well what choice Kyujin would make if things were ever pushed this far. So Tang Kyujin steadies her breathing, hardens her heart, and resolves herself to walk the path she chose long ago. A memory flickers through her mind, showing a former Taoist of Qingcheng gathering focus into a glowing sword and invoking the sex techniques with solemn, disciplined precision. During her years of sword training, Tang Kyujin had once been favored by renowned masters and sect leaders alike. Her talent had never been overlooked by those who truly understood the way of the sword. Within that memory, Tang Kyujin is seen beginning a ritual that exists for one purpose and one purpose only: the eradication of demonic forces. Every motion is measured, disciplined, and heavy with unwavering intent. Then the story snaps back to the present. While her demonic mother raves and spits out chants of killing, Tang Kyujin stands her ground with a sword glowing in her hands, calm and ready to meet what is rushing toward her. Namgung Sanyong shrieks for death and at last throws herself completely into murderous madness. By that point, there is no restraint left anywhere inside her, only bloodthirst and chaos. She lunges at Tang Kyujin with monstrous speed, moving less like a person and more like a beast. Her eyes burn with bleeding demonic light as she tears forward in a savage blur. Instead of retreating even a single step, Tang Kyujin plants her foot firmly. Her posture settles, her blade aligns, and she prepares herself to receive the attack head-on. At the very height of their collision, Tang Kyujin unleashes one single decisive slash. The sword stroke flashes out so cleanly and so brilliantly that the entire clash seems to narrow down into that one blinding instant. As shattered debris begins to rain down in the aftermath of the strike, Tang Kyujin's face hardens. There is no victory in her expression, no pride at all, only a grim and painful resolve. Then she slowly closes her eyes, as though accepting the bitter outcome this moment has forced upon her. The weight of what she has done settles over her all at once. Rain begins pouring over the Tang residence, drenching the entire estate beneath a dark and heavy sky. It feels as though the storm itself has arrived to mark the somber silence left behind by everything that just happened. In that quiet aftermath, one of Tang Wunhui's spirits asks him if he noticed the expression on Namgung Sanyong's face in the instant just before she died. The question hangs there, heavy and difficult to ignore. Sitting in a quiet room with a box in his hands, Tang Wunhui admits that something about the ending continues to leave him uneasy. The matter should be over by now, but his mind refuses to rest. He keeps replaying the scene in his head, returning to the moment when he faced Namgung Sanyong as she rushed straight at Tang Kyujin in her berserk state. The memory clings to him and will not let go. He remembers the savage expression she wore at the very moment of death. It had been wild, broken, and completely consumed by madness. And yet right at the very end there was something strange in that face as well. In that final instant she looked more like a caring mother than she ever had before. Tang Wunhui reflects that her twisted love for her children was what drove her this far in the first place. In trying to destroy him for their sake, she ended up hurting the very children she claimed she wanted to protect. Then, without any warning at all, blue light suddenly washes over Tang Wunhui's body. His spirits cry out in surprise as his entire form reacts to the sudden change. The spirits exclaim that his soul and body are finally beginning to synchronize properly. The gap that had always remained between the two is now, at last, beginning to close. From that, they arrive at a conclusion of their own. The deep resentment buried inside Tang Wunhui has finally been resolved. Back in the hall where the tragedy unfolded, Tang Wunhui and the others slowly gather themselves again. One by one, they compose their expressions, then quietly turn and leave that place behind. Outside beneath the rain, the masked overseer suggests that they announce Namgung Sanyong left with Tang Wunhui for the Namgung clan in order to recover. Tang Wunhui quietly thanks him at once, understanding that this is the overseer's way of preserving her final honor. After that, Tang Wunhui says nothing more. He simply stands there in silence, listening, while his eyes remain fixed on the rain falling beyond them. Meanwhile, Tang Kyujin remains alone inside the room. Her swords rest at her side as she stands in the stillness, surrounded by the silence left after the storm. Her gaze stays fixed on the blood-stained floor where her mother died. After a long, unmoving moment, she finally turns toward the window, lost in thought, while the rain continues pounding steadily outside. Time begins to move quickly. After Namgung Sanyong's death, every remaining Namgung spy is systematically rooted out and captured. Tang Kyujin gradually comes to terms with the emotions left behind by her mother's death. And as she regains her footing, she begins helping Tang Wunhui deal with the mountain of paperwork that comes with serving as vice branch head. As preparations begin for incoming visitors, Tang Wunhyuk's visit draws close. At the same time, allied sects begin arriving one after another in carriages, bringing fresh movement into the estate. Spotting an opening, Tang Wunhui pulls Tang Kyujin aside and tells her there is something important he wants to discuss. His tone is serious, but there is also an odd trace of hesitation in it. A little awkwardly, he says that he may still be too immature for the position he now holds. He even suggests that Tang Kyujin, being more dependable and better liked, would be better suited for it, only for her to shut that idea down immediately as complete nonsense. Watching from the sidelines, Tang Wunhui's spirits are delighted by this unusually vulnerable moment. They secretly hope they can keep enjoying the subtle chemistry that seems to be growing between the two of them. Tang Wunhui suddenly turns his ominously glowing eyes toward them and says it is time to recharge the Ray sphere. That one sentence terrifies the spirits so badly that they start apologizing on the spot. Outside, the atmosphere shifts once again as cheerful female voices call out to Tang Kyujin the moment they arrive. The estate, which had been hanging under grief, suddenly feels brighter and far more lively. Tang Kyujin turns at once and warmly greets Sumin and Sima Sunyi, visibly happy to see her friends again after everything that has happened. Then Sumin suddenly notices Tang Wunhui standing off in the distance. The moment she spots him, her attention snaps sharply in his direction. Tang Wunhui, caught off guard by their arrival, recognizes the new guests too. He is still holding one of his spirits in his hand when he notices them, which makes the entire moment even more awkward. Tang Kyujin, surprised by the way they react, asks how her friends already know Tang Wunhui. She clearly never expected there to be any prior connection between them. Tang Wunhui awkwardly remembers the chaotic mess of their first meeting at the tea house. Thinking back on how ridiculous he must have looked then, he offers an embarrassed apology for the impression he made. Tang Kyujin brightens immediately and cheerfully says that she will make proper introductions. She steps forward as if she has been waiting for exactly this kind of moment. First, she introduces Sumin as the Clear Moon Lady of Ime, explaining that the two of them became friends during a gathering at Mount Shu. Then she introduces Sima Sunyi, known as the White Sword Mulan of Azure Flower Mountain Manor. There is an unmistakable note of pride in Tang Kyujin's voice as she speaks of her friends. After that, Tang Kyujin proudly introduces Tang Wunhui as her younger brother and the current vice branch head of the Tang Nine Dragons branch. That revelation immediately startles the others, especially because the role is not being held by Tang Kyujin herself. Tang Kyujin confirms that Tang Wunhui really is the one who took the position. Suman then jokes that Tang Kyujin always used to insist she never wanted that job anyway. So in a way, she ended up getting exactly what she wished for. The women burst into laughter together, and the mood suddenly turns light and easy. A little farther back behind them, Tang Wunhui and Sun Yi remain at the rear, quietly watching the scene unfold. When Wunhui asks her if something is wrong, Sun Yi answers so fast it almost trips over itself, insisting that no, nothing is wrong at all. But the denial only makes it more obvious, because her voice comes out shaky, and the flustered look on her face gives her away the moment she finds herself standing right in front of him. Suman catches that reaction instantly and jumps on it with a teasing grin, calling Sun Yi a sly little cat. She says it in a way that leaves no room for misunderstanding, openly implying that Sun Yi has started paying very special attention to Wunhui. Before the awkwardness can build any further, Suman hooks onto Sun Yi and starts dragging her away with playful force. As she pulls her off, she casually leaves Kyujin and Wunhui where they are and tosses out that they can all talk again later. The second the noise dies down, Wunhui finally lets his body sag, slumping heavily where he stands like all the strength has drained out of him. He complains about how tired he is, but Kyujin does not give him long to wallow, quickly reminding him that they still have more paperwork waiting to be dealt with. Right then, Kyujin suddenly picks up the sound of something approaching from far away. Her head lifts at once, and a flicker of surprise crosses her face as she turns her attention toward it and listens more carefully. When she looks up, she sees several unfamiliar carriages coming down the forest road. Watching them emerge between the trees and roll steadily closer, she wonders out loud who those carriages could belong to. As the convoy comes near enough for the details to be seen, recognition finally hits her. The carriages, she realizes, belong to the Gold Sword sect. A plump man steps out from among them and approaches with polished manners, introducing himself as Na Jinbei, the overseer of the Gold Sword sect. With careful courtesy, he offers greetings on behalf of the sect leaders. Wunhui responds in the same formal tone, introducing himself as Vice Branch Clan Head Tang Wunhui and welcoming them properly. Even so, there is a light note of curiosity in his voice when he points out all the cargo they have brought and wonders what the reason for it might be. Na Jinbei is quick to explain. During Wunhui's last visit, he says, Wunhui had refused to accept any gifts whatsoever, and because of that, their sect leader insisted that proper reparations be sent this time instead. To remove any doubt, he has a chest revealed, and it is packed so full of gold that it looks close to spilling over. He explains that it is being offered both as an apology for what happened before and as material support for Wunhui's branch. Then Na Jinbei adds that there is still one more thing beyond the gift itself. As he says it, his gaze shifts with clear meaning toward someone standing behind him. At that signal, a frightened young man suddenly drops to his knees in front of Wunhui and blurts out a loud, desperate apology. He begs to be forgiven for his earlier disrespect, and in that moment, Wunhui remembers exactly who he is. A young man from the Gold Sword sect. Seeing the direction this whole display is taking, Wunhui decides to go along with it. Remaining calm, he accepts both the apology and the gift, and he reassures the trembling young man that he is forgiven. But the instant he says that, something brushes against his senses and makes him pause inside. His body goes subtly rigid as he picks up on an unusual energy hidden somewhere in the crowd. Without letting even a hint of that reaction show on his face, Wunhui smoothly orders that the guests be escorted to the pavilion so they can rest. An attendant answers at once, and outwardly, the scene keeps moving as if nothing at all is out of place. Inside, however, Wunhui is already completely alert. For just the briefest instant, he had felt traces of demonic energy mixed in among the newcomers. A moment later, he pinpoints it more precisely. That ominous energy is coming from one specific man in the group. Wunhui's eyes settle on a rugged man wrapped in bandages, someone who appears to be nothing more than a porter carrying luggage. Even from where he stands, Wunhui knows with certainty that this man is the source of the energy he sensed. In his own mind, Wunhui names him at once. That man is Gu Minchi. Elsewhere, Suman brings up the fact that she caught Sun Yi staring straight at Wunhui when the guests arrived. The way she says it makes it obvious she has been waiting for the right moment to bring it up. She keeps going, teasing Sun Yi by saying it was painfully obvious that she had been watching Wunhui the whole entire time, caught completely off guard. Sunyi quickly denies it, flustered and insisting that it was not like that at all. Sumin refuses to let her wriggle free that easily and keeps pressing with a mischievous smile on her face. She asks why Sunyi is trying so hard to deny something that looked so obvious to anyone watching. With her face turning red from embarrassment, Sunyi finally blurts out the real reason she had been staring. It was not because of anything like that. It was because Woonwee was carrying a distinct sword aura. That answer shocks Sumin right away, because Woonwee had never carried that kind of aura before. To her, the change is strange enough that it feels genuinely alarming. Sunyi explains more carefully that the sword presence around him does not feel ordinary in the slightest. To her senses, it feels like the aura of someone who has spent many long years training with a sword. As she thinks it through further, Sunyi only grows more certain of what she felt. The sword aura surrounding Woonwee, to her, feels like it belongs to someone who has trained for 10 years or even longer. Then, all at once, something else reaches her on the air. She catches a familiar sword scent, and the recognition hits so suddenly that her whole expression changes in an instant. The moment she realizes where she knows that sword scent from, Sunyi breaks into a run. She rushes off immediately, intent on getting to Kyujin and Woonwee so she can warn them. Sumin gets yanked along in the confusion, still having no idea what is going on as Sunyi charges straight toward the others without slowing down for even a second. Sunyi knows they need to reach Kyujin and Woonwee right away. She has already recognized that scent, and it belongs to the swordsman who once fought her father. Back at the gate, Woonwee quietly confirms the truth to himself. The mysterious porter is, without question, Gu Minchi. You can also tell that Minkei is deliberately suppressing his demonic energy and trying to keep it hidden from everyone around him. But from Woonwee's perspective, that level of concealment is nowhere near enough to deceive him. When his spirits ask who it is he keeps staring at so intently, Woonwee answers them plainly. He tells them that the man they are asking about is Gu Minche. The spirits are visibly startled by the name the moment they hear it. They know exactly who Gu Minche is, the notorious 7 Seconds killer, and the second child of the leader of the Northern Sea mythos. At that point, Woonwee realizes the Northern Sea mythos has acted faster than he expected and has already sent an assassin after him. With that in mind, he starts weighing his next move with care. Part of him wants to tear Gu Minche apart right then and there for all the blood connected to his name. But Woonwee forces that impulse down and thinks it through, concluding that killing him now would only make the Northern Sea mythos pull back their assassination attempt, which would actually rob Woonwee of the advantage he could gain from this situation. Because of that calculation, Woonwee reaches a cold, deliberate decision. For the sake of strategy, he will let Gu Minche stay alive a little longer. Sometime later, Kyujin confirms that the Gold Sword sect was the last group scheduled to arrive. Woonwee answers that, if that is the case, then no one else should be coming until morning. But before that quiet moment can settle, a tremendous force suddenly sweeps over them without the slightest warning. Both Woonwee and Kyujin whirl around at once, alarmed the instant they feel it. The pressure crashing down on them is immense, and Woonwee recognizes it immediately as something familiar. His whole body tightens the moment that overwhelming presence slams into his senses. Then the attacker shows himself, the Lion Blade King, Weiji Humyoung. The instant he appears, he unleashes an enormous strike overflowing with dense sword energy. Woonwee does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He throws himself directly into the path of the attack, using a spear to intercept the incoming slash while shielding Kyujin behind his body. As the collision blasts weapons away, and the force of the impact tears through everything around them, Woonwee immediately orders his spirits to bring him a spear. The spirits respond to his command at once. In answer, the spirits shoot through the air like dark streaks, racing straight toward the source of that golden sword energy. A long spear comes spinning down from the sky toward Woonwee, slicing through the air as it drops rapidly into his reach. He catches the spear cleanly and steps in front of Kyujin, setting his feet in a protective stance. With the weapon firmly in his hands now, he stands ready to meet the attacker head-on. Shaken by the sudden eruption of Woonwee's dark aura, Kyujin nervously asks whether enemies have appeared. The tremor in her voice makes it obvious that she already understands how serious the situation is. Then her eyes suddenly drop to something on the ground below them. The second she notices it, shock spreads plainly across her face. Looking down at the cracked earth beneath them, Kyujin recognizes the kind of power that has just exploded nearby. From the condition of the ground alone, she understands exactly what sort of force has been unleashed. High overhead, the Lion Blade King throws his head back and lets out a wild, almost crazed laugh before swinging down another massive sword slash from the sky. The pressure behind it is so crushing that everyone below instinctively recoils. their bodies shrinking under the sheer weight of the force descending on them. From the ground, the members of the Gold Sword sect can only stare upward in panic, barely able to comprehend the monstrous scene unfolding above them. What chills them even more is the realization that this terrifying blast was only a test strike, not even an attack meant to kill. The Lionblade King bellows in delight, his booming voice echoing through the area as he praises Wunhui for stepping straight into the path of that attack. To him, that kind of fearless response is exactly what makes a fight worth enjoying. Still wearing that fierce, almost savage grin, he tightens his grip around the golden blade in his hand. Even that simple motion makes it painfully clear that he is preparing to unleash yet another overwhelming burst of power. A colossal arc of golden sword energy tears across the sky and comes slicing straight toward Wunhui. It does not look like an ordinary slash at all, but like a radiant blade so huge it seems ready to split the heavens themselves apart. Instead of stepping back, Wunhui drives himself forward. He lunges directly toward the incoming force, fully committed to taking that monstrous attack head-on rather than yielding even a single step. Dark blue energy begins winding itself around his spear, curling along the shaft like a living stream. The aura around him thickens and tightens as he gathers all of that force into one focused counterattack. Then Wunhui unleashes a powerful spear technique, thrusting upward with everything he has to meet the falling golden sword energy directly. The two attacks crash together with brutal, exact force. The very instant they collide, the impact explodes in midair. Black and gold waves of power erupt outward at once, ripping through the space around them and blasting in every direction. Everyone on the ground instinctively throws up their arms or ducks low to protect themselves from the blast. Wind, dust, and violent shockwaves roar across the area as the aftermath crashes down over them. Even the people who are only watching can barely keep their footing against the force of the collision. It is almost impossible for them to believe that this much destructive power is pouring down from a battle taking place above their heads. The Gold Sword sect members bunch together and recoil in fear, so overwhelmed that for a moment they think they may have been caught in an assault from the demonic cult itself. The chaos feels that unnatural and that terrifying to them. In the middle of all that disorder, Gu Minche moves with the rest of the crowd, as naturally as if he truly belongs among them. While everyone else panics, his expression remains blank and unreadable, giving absolutely nothing away. Without speaking a single word, he quietly watches everything unfold. The look in his narrowed eyes makes it obvious that he is not just observing, but carefully measuring every part of the situation. From the Lionblade King's perspective, the whole exchange is amusing more than anything else. He laughs and comments that his light test strike was turned aside much more easily than he had expected. Wunhui drops back down through the lingering haze and lands with his spear still firmly in hand. His breathing is rough now, and he stands there amid the swirling dust after forcing himself through that violent clash. Even in that condition, Wunhui steadies himself and offers a formal introduction. With proper respect, he greets the Lionblade King as the Vice Branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch. Now openly recognized as Grandmaster Weiji Humyong, the Lionblade King answers that he has already heard of the talented children of the Tempest Swordsman. There is clear recognition in his voice, but also a sharp interest as he looks at Wunhui. He does not hide his approval either, openly admitting that what he just witnessed was impressive. Praise from a figure of that level is not casual at all, and the weight behind those words is obvious. Then he goes a step further and declares that Wunhui is strong enough to face his disciple in a direct duel. In other words, he has already judged Wunhui as someone worthy of being measured against that standard. Having decided Wunhui is worth testing, the Lionblade King's eyes grow sharper with renewed interest. It is immediately clear that he intends to keep pushing and see even more. Meanwhile, Wunhui can feel the damage from that single exchange spreading through his body. Having deflected even one blow himself, he now understands from direct experience just how terrifying a master standing at the supreme peak truly is. Then another presence brushes against his awareness, heavy, familiar, and impossible to mistake. Wunhui senses the powerful aura of his father drawing closer. He quickly judges that the Lionblade King does not look like a man who will simply calm down and leave on his own. Even so, Wunhui also realizes that he probably will not need to keep handling this confrontation by himself for much longer. At that very moment, Tang Hosan, Wunhui's father and the Tempest Swordsman, appears atop the rooftop with elite fighters beside him. Looking toward the visitor, he remarks that if he had known the man planned to arrive in such a way, he would have come out personally to greet him. Tang Hosan then pointedly asks why the Lionblade King came without sending notice beforehand. The words are polite on the surface, but the challenge underneath them is impossible to miss. Wunhui's spirits react in visible shock, blurting out that Tang Hosan's aura is not inferior to the Lionblade King's at all. realizing that they can only marvel that he has hidden his true strength far more deeply than they ever imagined. The Lion Blade King casually remarks that he has heard people call Woonhui the Nine Dragons idiot. He says it bluntly and without hesitation, as though he is deliberately testing how everyone around him will respond to the insult. Then he shouts up toward Tang Hosen that, concealed or not, the Tempest Swordsman's force has only grown stronger. Even while provoking him, there is a rough edge of genuine admiration mixed into the words. Hearing that, Woonhui thinks to himself that he could not care less what people decide to call him. Mockery and names mean nothing compared to the much more important situation unfolding right in front of him. Tang Hosen pays no attention to that side issue at all, and simply says that he is glad to see the Lion Blade King still in good health. Then he suggests that if the old master's business concerns his son, they should continue the discussion inside instead. At that, the Lion Blade King bursts into laughter and asks whether Tang Hosen is worried he might actually hurt Woonhui. The tone sounds playful on the surface, but the danger underneath it has not disappeared in the slightest. Tang Hosen answers calmly that he only wishes to keep the matter discreet. With so many people watching this confrontation, he has no intention of allowing it to become a public spectacle. The Lion Blade King eases off just a little after hearing that, though the battle-hungry energy still rolling off him has not weakened at all, even while appearing to relent. He still looks like a man ready to clash at any second. With a grin full of challenge, he declares that as far as he is concerned, he would be perfectly happy to continue the exchange right there on the spot. To him, there is nothing wrong with letting the matter turn into a real fight. Tang Hosen raises a single hand, and that one small gesture is enough to make his men ready their weapons immediately. The message is unmistakable. If the other side insists on pushing further, he is fully prepared to answer in kind. At that point, the green-eyed man speaks coldly, saying that trying to dump the blame for the capital incident onto Woonhui would be childish. He warns them in a flat, dangerous tone that if that is truly their intention, then they will have to kill him first. The bearded elder snaps back right away, saying that no amount of righteous-sounding talk is going to change his mind. His refusal comes out sharp, hard, and utterly uncompromising. Inside his own head, Woonhui starts panicking, desperately wanting to stop the situation from escalating any further. He can already feel everything spinning toward outright disaster. The two elders lock eyes and glare at each other, their auras grinding together as if they are only a breath away from drawing blood. The standoff becomes so tense that it feels like the first real strike could explode out at any second. As explosive arrows burst nearby, Woonhui becomes even more convinced that the two of them are seconds away from plunging into a full-scale battle. At this point, the atmosphere no longer feels like an argument, but open combat waiting to happen. Then someone finally shouts in raw frustration, calling the elders crazy old geezers. It is the kind of outburst that only comes when the whole scene has spun so far out of control that no one can ignore it anymore. The Tempest squad closes in around the gate, tightening the space like a drawn noose. At the same time, fiery chi and green chi begin filling the area, coloring the scene with all the visible signs of an imminent clash. One of the spirits explains that the Tempest squad has even brought out the scattering slaughter bows, meaning they came prepared for an all-out fight from the very beginning. Hearing that genuinely catches Woonhui off guard. The spirit quickly adds that these are no ordinary weapons. They are bows that fire explosive arrows, the same kind that were once used even against the divine cult. One of those arrows comes into view, and its design leaves no room for doubt. Attached to the tip of the shaft is an explosive charge. Seeing that, Woonhui curses the Tang clan inwardly for being completely insane. Even by his standards, this has gone too far. The Lion Elder immediately accuses the Tempest swordsman of breaking the treaty by bringing out both the Tempest squad and the scattering slaughter bows. In his eyes, that move crosses the line completely. The Tempest swordsman answers in a cool, measured voice that the squad now belongs to the Righteous Wind squad. He then adds that the bows never left Nine Dragons County in the first place, and by that reasoning, there has been no treaty violation at all. The Lion Elder admits that the man is smooth with words. Even so, he says with clear displeasure that he has no intention of accepting such an excuse. Tang Woonhui's thoughts snap into place almost immediately, the whole situation lining up in his head at once. If the old Tempest squad had truly been dissolved under the terms of a treaty, then there was really only one explanation left for why they were moving again now. Some outside force had secretly brought them in. From that point on, his reasoning only grows sharper. He realizes the real danger is not just one side making a move, but both sides intentionally nudging everything toward the exact same outcome, twisting events, little by little, until a direct clash can no longer be avoided. Standing across from them, the Lion Blade King slowly curls his lips into a savage grin. Just from the look on his face alone, anyone can tell he has no intention of calming things down and is more than willing to drive this straight into open conflict. He does not hesitate for even a moment. Accepting the prospect of a confrontation outright, he reveals his hostility without trying to hide it, making it plain that the one he truly came here to see is the young man who embarrassed his disciples. Then he throws down his challenge in front of everyone. He openly states that he intends to find out for himself whether Tang Wunhui, the Tempest swordsman's son, is really worthy of being the one to subdue the lion. Before Tang Wunhui can even respond, Tang Hosen steps forward and cuts in between them. Planting himself firmly in front of his son, he speaks in a cold, unshaken voice, and warns that if the Lion Blade King wants to lay a hand on Tang Wunhui, he will have to get through him first. At those words, the Lion Blade King's eyes flash with fierce light. Instead of backing off, he accepts Tang Hosen's challenge immediately, almost like this was the very response he had been hoping to hear from the start. The pressure between the two men bursts out at once. Their auras surge upward, collide above them, and explode into a violent shock of chi so intense that the air itself seems to shudder under the impact. Watching how quickly the situation is spinning out of control, Tang Wunhui lets out a faint, quiet sigh. At that moment, he realizes there is no way to avoid stepping in any longer, so he decides to move himself. In the next instant, he shoots forward. Chi wraps around his feet as he bursts into motion with sudden, razor-like speed, cutting into the space between them before anyone can stop him. Gripping his spear, Tang Wunhui charges straight ahead without the slightest pause. The moment he closes in, he unleashes a powerful spear art in one clean, forceful motion. His spear sweeps upward and thrusts toward the sky, sending a towering column of blue energy roaring up between the two elders. The strike rips straight through the suffocating pressure hanging over the scene and violently splits apart the crushing chi they had built. The people watching can only suck in their breath in disbelief. Before the two elders had even fully traded blows, Tang Wunhui had already shattered the wall of tension and chi that had been forming between them. One of the onlookers stares at him with his eyes wide in shock. Compared to the Tang Wunhui they had once seen back in Daocheng County, the young man standing here now has become incomparably stronger. Even one of the Tang archers is left frozen there, staring with a blank, stunned expression. He cannot help wondering when Tang Wunhui had become powerful enough to reach this almost monstrous level. All around them, the rest of the clan members fall completely silent. No one says a word, but the stunned looks on their faces speak loudly enough on their own as they watch what Tang Wunhui has just done. Among the elders, one narrows his eyes and senses the trace still lingering in the air. The chi Tang Wunhui released is not just strong, it carries a sharp, chilling coldness that is impossible to overlook. Tang Wunhui then turns toward his father and speaks with calm composure. No matter how strained things have become, he reminds him that Grandmaster Weiji Humyang is still, at least in name, their guest. Tang Hosen answers without the slightest softening in his expression. To him, the moment a man proves himself to be an enemy, that man no longer has any right to be treated as a guest. Tang Wunhui does not flinch under that response. Keeping his gaze steady, he points out that Weiji Humyang did not come here because of the Tang clan itself, but came specifically for him. Then he calmly pushes that logic one step further. Since the elder came here for him in the first place, Tang Wunhui says that the choice of whether Weiji Humyang should be treated as a guest ought to be his decision to make. At that answer, the Lion Blade King lets out a low, dark chuckle. The reaction on his face makes it clear that he finds Tang Wunhui's attitude both absurdly bold and strangely entertaining. That quiet chuckle soon grows into a loud, booming laugh. In the middle of his laughter, he remarks that the Tempest swordsman truly raised a remarkable son, one bold enough to treat even him like an honored guest. Hearing that, Tang Hosen can only remain silent. Even he has no immediate words for the sheer nerve his son is displaying so openly in front of everyone. After suppressing their chi, father and son descend and land side by side. The crushing pressure that had filled the area begins to ease, but even so, the tension hanging over everyone there remains thick and unbroken. Keeping his voice low, Tang Hosen quietly warns Tang Wunhui that the Lion Blade King is exactly the sort of man who never knows when to stop once he gets started. He asks whether his son is truly certain about doing this, and Tang Wunhui answers that he will do everything he can. After a brief silence, Tang Hosen finally gives way. Though the reluctance on his face is plain to see, he ultimately agrees to let Tang Wunhui handle the matter himself. Then, with a small wave of his hand, he withdraws the hostility he had been radiating only moments earlier. It is a subtle gesture, but it clearly shows that he is stepping back from immediate confrontation. The Lion Blade King fixes his eyes on Tang Wunhui and asks him directly whether treating him as a guest also means he is accepting the test. Tang Wunhui meets that stare head-on and answers without a moment of hesitation that he is. Even so, Tang Wunhui states one condition plainly. Because of an internal injury he received during special training, along with the brutal conditioning that followed afterward, He is not currently in the best condition to undergo such a test. The Lion Blade King gives him a hard, scrutinizing look and checks him personally. After a brief moment of inspection, he admits that the injury really is much more serious than it first seemed. That only makes him angrier. The moment he realizes the truth, his disgust turns straight toward his own defeated disciples, enraged that they somehow managed to lose to someone who had already been badly injured. And he does not stop at just shouting. He physically smacks and scolds them while roaring that they are idiots, while the disciples can do nothing except shrink back and spit out panicked apologies. Before long, the Lion Blade King sees through Tang Wunhui's real intention, realizing that the young man is simply trying to buy time so he can recover. He bluntly asks how many days he needs, and Tang Wunhui openly admits that is exactly what he is asking for. Tang Wunhui carefully starts by asking for 10 days, but the Lion Blade King cuts him off immediately and slashes that number down, saying that with the Tang clan's medicine, 3 days should be more than enough. Tang Wunhui refuses to accept that and pushes back at once, bargaining for at least 5. After a short back and forth, the Lion Blade King finally settles on 4 days as the compromise. Tang Wunhui accepts that decision and states clearly that he will be ready by then. Even after agreeing, Tang Wunhui adds a quiet but unmistakable warning. If the Lion Blade King causes any trouble during those 4 days, then something will happen, and the elder accepts that condition with casual indifference, as though it means nothing to him at all. With the matter temporarily resolved, Tang Wunhui offers to personally escort Grandmaster Weiji Humyong farther inside the compound. His tone stays perfectly polite, but he still controls the flow of the entire exchange from beginning to end. As they begin to walk, Tang Wunhui lowers his voice and speaks to Mu Yung despite how late the hour has already become. Quietly, he asks him to take care of a favor on the way. What he asks for is simple and exact. He tells Mu Yung to check on the item he had ordered earlier and find out when it will be completed, and Mu Yung immediately agrees to handle it. Once that is settled, Tang Wunhui turns back with flawless courtesy. With calm politeness, he invites Grandmaster Weiji Humyong to continue farther inside. As the group moves deeper into the compound, the surrounding disciples visibly stiffen. Just having the Lion Blade King in their midst is enough to put all of them on edge. As they pass, 2 women quickly lower themselves and bow respectfully. That simple reaction alone shows how heavy and tense the atmosphere around this guest still is. Tang Wunhui informs the elder that food will be prepared for him. The Lion Blade King bursts into loud laughter at that and says this is exactly how a proper guest ought to be treated. Watching the 2 of them leave together like that, one of the girls can only blink in bewilderment. Just a short while ago, the entire mood had felt ready to explode into violence, so this sudden show of friendliness leaves her utterly confused. Later that night, Tang Kyujin talks with her friends about everything that happened. Instead of saying that the sight of those martial masters frightened her, she says it felt more like witnessing a rare chance, something so extraordinary that a person might never get to see it twice. One of the girls lets out a long breath and admits that she is simply relieved Grandmaster Weiji Humyong showed no interest in her whatsoever. Tang Kyujin responds in agreement, though the way she says it comes out just a little awkwardly. As the conversation goes on, Tang Kyujin quietly replays the entire incident in her mind. It was the Lion Blade King's disciples who threatened the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter, and Tang Wunhui only became involved because he stepped in to stop it. Yet throughout all of that, the Lion Blade King never seemed to care about the princess even once, and that leaves her wondering whether he truly has no regard at all for the Sword Emperor. Just then, a voice suddenly calls out to Tang Kyujin and pulls her out of her thoughts. She quickly lifts her head and answers right away. The girl asks Tang Kyujin what kind of sword techniques Tang Wunhui uses. But the reply she receives is far stranger than she expected, because Tang Kyujin tells her that Tang Wunhui has never actually learned swordsmanship at all. The girl jolts so hard she nearly blurts the words before she can stop herself. To her, the idea sounds completely impossible, and she immediately protests, as if there is no way that could ever be true. Tang Kyujin pauses for a moment before answering, then says this is not even the first time she has heard that exact kind of question. She recalls that Tang Gon once asked her something very similar, and the friend beside her instantly recognizes the name, identifying him as Tang Gon, the fierce Wind Knight. Tang Kyujin goes on to explain that Tang Gon is the one currently teaching Tang Wunhui martial arts. She says it plainly, almost casually, but that only makes the mystery surrounding Tang Wunhui feel even deeper. In her memory, Tang Gon had been watching Tang Wunhui train by himself with a serious, measuring look in his eyes. Then he turned toward her and asked whether she had ever taught Tang Wunhui swordsmanship before, or handed him any sword manuals so he could study on his own. At the time, Tang Kyujin had answered that Tang Wunhui used to dislike martial arts altogether, and yet despite that, he still somehow learned the 12 beats of the violent tiger on his own, to the point that even she started wondering whether those rumors about some hidden background of his might actually be true. Tang then asked what had suddenly made her so curious about that issue in the first place. Tang explained that not long ago, she had taken Tang Wunhui to Lu Ban's foundry at Righteous Wind Pavilion, and once they arrived there, Tang Wunhui did something that stunned her on the spot. He placed an order for a custom sword. Tang told her that Tang Wunhui had already asked him to train him in the spear and in blunt weapons too. So when he heard the boy had gone so far as to commission a sword as well, it made him think Tang Wunhui must already have some kind of sword technique in mind. Back in the present, the girl falls quiet as that realization settles over her. The fact that Tang Wunhui ordered a sword, even though he had never formally learned any sword art at all, leaves her visibly shaken. Tang confirms it with a small nod, making it clear that yes, that was exactly what Tang said. The instant she hears that, the girl suddenly declares that she cannot hold herself back any longer. In an exaggerated burst of emotion, she latches onto Tang and practically begs to be allowed to speak with Tang Wunhui herself. The desperation in her voice is so sudden and intense that Tang is completely caught off guard by it. Tang hesitates for a beat, then finally gives in and says she will speak to him on the girl's behalf. At once, the girl thanks her with such overwhelming sincerity that it almost feels too intense for the moment. Another friend leans in close and quietly tells Tang that this girl has been staring at Tang Wunhui the entire day. Tang reacts with clear surprise, and the two of them can only watch as the girl rushes ahead in a flustered hurry. The gossiping friend keeps whispering, insisting that the girl normally only ever cares about plants and swords. But the way she had been looking at Tang Wunhui today was obviously different, far more special than usual. Then, lowering her voice even more, she adds her own private opinion with a sly look. In her eyes, that girl would actually make a very good wife, especially since she is the only daughter of a famous family that is known for being made up almost entirely of men. After saying that much, she edges even closer like she is about to reveal one last crucial detail. Then she starts to add another condition, hesitating as she begins with a drawn-out, uncertain, "but." Tang answers that with nothing more than a flat, emotionless stare. Faced with that deadpan look, the other woman immediately loses her nerve and awkwardly lets the rest of her sentence die before it can come out. In a comically exaggerated beat, Tang and the gossiping friend both end up staring at the love-struck, bewildered girl as though she is some truly unfortunate case. The whole thing turns strangely pitiful and funny at the same time. Much later that same night, Tang heads toward the gate after noticing that unexpected visitors have arrived at such a late hour. As she steps out to receive them, she cannot help wondering who in the world would come all the way here this late. But the moment she sees the newcomer clearly, she stops cold in shock. Standing there in the night is none other than Tang Tang does not waste even a moment on greetings or pleasantries. He bluntly asks where the second child is, and after that he is immediately led straight toward the white pavilion. Hearing that exchange, the nearby girl perks up at once, her curiosity instantly awakened. She wonders aloud whether this is the very smith who personally forged the sword Tang Wunhui ordered, and asks who he actually is. Another woman answers her without delay, explaining that the man is Tang She adds that he is both the master who forged her own sword and the owner of Lu Ban's foundry. That answer only makes the girl more excited. Her eyes brighten immediately as she suggests they secretly follow him and see what kind of sword technique Tang Wunhui is planning to use. At the White Pavilion, Tang Wunhui receives Tang with full courtesy and proper respect. Even so, the surprise on his face is easy to read because he clearly did not expect the master to come in person this late at night. Tang immediately starts grumbling in an irritated voice, complaining that Tang Wunhui had the nerve to send someone to hurry him along. Tang Wunhui quickly objects, explaining that he only wanted to check on the progress because the promised date was getting close. The smith snaps at him to shut his mouth, looking like he has no patience left to spare. But even while he is still grumbling, he lets it slip that the very reason he came here himself is because the work is already finished. Then he brings out a box that gives off a faint glow in the darkness and pushes it toward Tang Wunhui. That single motion alone makes it obvious that the completed weapon is resting inside. When the box is finally opened, the finished work is finally seen. Resting inside is the very sword Tang Wunhui had commissioned, laid out neatly atop white cloth. The weapon gives off a presence that feels both elegant and dangerously sharp. Tang presents the black sheathed blade with open pride, clearly pleased with what he has made. For a brief moment, the smith remembers examining the design and quietly admits to himself that crafting this weapon had been one of the most interesting tasks he had taken on in a very long time. As he studied the blueprint, he realized there was something distinctly unusual about it. Tang Wenhui had somehow grasped the essence of Tang clan martial arts and gathered those ideas together into the design of a single weapon. Even so, Tang Chugyong had not been without doubts. Although the design was meant to function mainly as a sword, he questioned whether Tang Hosen's son could really control a weapon like this. Standing beneath the moon outside his forge, Tang Chugyong had quietly admitted that he was genuinely curious about that answer himself. More than anything else, he wanted to see with his own eyes whether Tang Wenhui could truly handle it. Back in the present, Tang Wenhui takes the weapon into his hands, and the reaction comes the moment he feels it. He says little, but his expression alone shows that the sensation in his grip is completely different from that of an ordinary weapon. He raises it beneath the moonlight and studies every line and detail with careful, focused eyes. Then he asks Tang Chugyong what he thinks, even while openly marveling at just how well the finished weapon turned out. A genuine smile spreads across Tang Wenhui's face as he continues looking it over from one angle to the next. He admits that the completed weapon turned out even better than he had originally expected. Tang Chugyong accepts that praise with obvious satisfaction and no false modesty at all. The proud look on his face makes it plain that he is thoroughly pleased with the result of his own workmanship. Only now does the weapon's true form become clear. It resembles a folding fan. Yet it has been built to serve as both a sword and a launcher for hidden weapons, exactly as Tang Wenhui had imagined it. What impresses Tang Wenhui most is not merely how it looks, but how it feels in the hand. Compared to ordinary metal fans, this one has a remarkably refined, almost perfect balance. He recalls how normal fans are usually weighted heavily toward the handle so they can move faster, while the thrown blades used with them spin around him as he moves. But the moment he handles this one, he can tell it is built on a completely different principle. The center of balance has been placed with incredible precision. Because of that, the fan can truly be wielded like a proper sword, rather than merely being used as some flashy trick weapon. Tang Wenhui immediately tests it in motion. As he moves his arm, the weapon slices through the air in strokes that look graceful on the surface, but carry unmistakable killing force underneath. Then the fan opens with a clean spread. Its ribs unfold to expose numerous slender blades hidden inside, transforming that elegant shape into something far more dangerous at a glance. Tang Wenhui notes that even with all of those extra blades concealed within, it still opens smoothly and functions perfectly as an actual fan, and from the way he says it, it is clear he can already sense that the design is hiding even more than that. As he looks more closely at the tip of one blade, his gaze sharpens at once. He realizes that part of the material used there is mystical ivory. Tang Chugyong grins broadly and praises him for noticing it so quickly. Then he reveals that the material came from the tusk of a rare black mythical elephant, something that would normally be reserved for sorcery-related artifacts. The spirit companions chime in as well, excitedly adding that even the handle was made from ancient 500-year-old iron-heart rosewood. Hearing that only leaves the others even more stunned than before. In a puffed-up burst of pride, Tang Chugyong starts explaining the strings attached at the bottom of the weapon. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui can only think to himself that this smith really stuffed every absurdly rare material imaginable into it. Tang Wenhui stares at the fan as it catches the light and glitters in his hands. Looking at it like that, he cannot help but wonder just what in the world this man has actually created. Tang Chugyong gives a rough little cough, almost as if he is brushing aside all the talk about rare materials and fancy ingredients. Then, in his usual blunt way, he says that none of that is the true point of this weapon anyway, because its real worth lies in the hidden functions built deep inside it. He goes on to explain that the strings attached to the weapon are the real key, and that each pull changes its form in a different way. With an impatient expression, he tells Tang Wenhui to stop just staring at it and test it properly with his own hands. Tang Wenhui carefully opens the fan in front of him, feeling its weight and balance once more, as if confirming every detail. Then he adjusts his grip, sets his fingers on the strings, and prepares to pull exactly the way Tang Chugyong instructed. The instant he tugs on it, the hidden mechanism inside the weapon springs to life. Somewhere deep within the fan's frame, the internal blades shift with a heavy, ominous movement, and in that moment the entire weapon suddenly feels far more dangerous than before. Watching him like a hawk, Tang Chugyong gives the next order without even pausing to breathe. He tells Tang Wenhui to tilt the fan downward toward the ground and pull the string again. Tang Wenhui obeys at once, swinging the fan downward as he gives the string another pull. That motion triggers a second response from within the weapon, as though some strange mechanism inside it is waking up one layer at a time. A cloud of tiny projectiles suddenly bursts outward in a split second, spraying into the air. Tang Chugyung explains that a light pull releases the hidden stealth weapons, while a stronger pull alters the weapon's structure, and that this first form is specifically meant to unleash a wide volley of needles all at once. Clearly enjoying the way Tang Wunhui reacts, Tang Chugyung immediately pushes him forward to continue. He tells him not to stop there and says he should try the second mode next. Then the smith points toward a nearby wall with firm confidence. In a steady, commanding voice, he tells Tang Wunhui to aim over there and activate the next function properly. Tang Wunhui turns toward the wall without hesitation and points the weapon in that direction before activating it again. Another burst shoots out and slams into the space ahead, striking the area in a broad, sweeping pattern. As the needles rain against the wall in a dense, relentless shower, Tang Chugyung proudly gives this form its name. He calls it Rainstorm Needles Scattershot, and the title feels perfectly fitting as the wall is peppered from end to end, like it is being battered by a sudden downpour. Tang Wunhui's eyes immediately brighten at the sight. Genuinely excited, now he blurts out that this weapon is incredible. Tang Chugyung only answers with a satisfied grin. He says the final form is the true masterpiece of the weapon, and the one really worth getting excited over. He makes that last feature sound even more tempting by hinting that the third function is both strange and far more destructive than the others. Just from the way he says it, Tang Wunhui realizes right away that this final mode is not something ordinary at all. Tang Wunhui pulls the string one more time, but this time he listens closely as he does it. Almost immediately, he notices that the sound coming from the mechanism is different from before, and that tiny difference makes him stop short. In a bizarre contrast to how deadly the topic is, Tang Chugyung explains the function with almost absurdly casual ease. He says this mode detonates the needles that were launched earlier, and the sheer absurdity of that statement leaves Tang Wunhui stunned on the spot. With eyes that look almost wild with excitement, Tang Chugyung repeats himself just to make sure the meaning sinks in. The stealth weapons that were already fired, he says, are going to explode. Then he bursts into delighted laughter, thoroughly amused by Tang Wunhui's disbelief. Still grinning, he urges him to stop hesitating and actually test the thing for real. Inside, Tang Wunhui is genuinely shaken by what he is hearing. The hidden weapons were already terrifying enough when they were simply scattered across the battlefield. So the idea that those same needles would now explode too is something he admits he never imagined even once. Almost at once, his mind begins breaking down how such a mechanism could possibly exist. To make something like this work, Tang Chugyung must have packed every tiny needle with gunpowder and some kind of reactive material. That conclusion only makes the weapon feel even more terrifying. Tang Wunhui realizes this is exactly the kind of horrifyingly efficient hidden weapon that demonic martial artists would prize like treasure. Then, in a sudden burst of pure excitement, Tang Wunhui lunges forward, grabs Tang Chugyung, and hugs him while shouting that he is the best. The smith throws back his head and laughs loudly, saying he knew from the beginning that Tang Wunhui would fall in love with this weapon. After that brief outburst, Tang Wunhui quickly regains his composure and turns serious again. Tightening his grip on the weapon, he says that he is going to activate the explosive function now. Tang Chugyung watches him with a crooked, almost ominous smirk curling on his face. He looks far too calm for someone about to stand there and observe something this dangerous unfold. Tang Wunhui pulls the string, fully expecting the result to come at once. But when nothing happens right away, confusion flickers across his face. Then the answer arrives all at once. A violent blast erupts around him as the scattered needles begin exploding, forcing Tang Wunhui to react instantly and defend himself in the middle of the sudden chaos. Only after that do the finer details come into view. The needles embedded all around the area start to glow, hiss, and crackle, as if each one is charging up in stages before releasing more force. Then even more needles rise and begin circling menacingly around Tang Wunhui in the air. The sight makes it immediately obvious that this is not a single simple detonation, and that the explosions still have further phases left to come. Surrounded by crackling power and flying fragments, Tang Wunhui lifts the fan in front of himself defensively. The space around him turns into a storm of shrapnel and violent energy, with Tang Wunhui standing right at the center of it all. Then a massive purple explosion erupts around him and floods the entire area with light. In that instant, the full destructive power hidden inside the weapon is exposed for all to see. Tang Chugyung watches the whole scene with obvious satisfaction rather than alarm. In a calm voice, he says he already knew Tang Wunhui would be able to avoid the danger. Breathing hard after surviving that violent sequence, Tang Wunhui turns toward him in disbelief. Still panting, he demands to know what in the world that terrifying effect was supposed to be. Then, as he looks up, he suddenly notices countless needles hanging suspended in the air in front of him. Staring at them, he can hardly believe that even the ones he deflected are floating there now. Only then does Tang Chu-gyung finally admit that his own craftsmanship was not the only thing involved here. He reveals that he did not create the sword alone, and that the person who helped him specifically wanted to use this weapon to test Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui immediately calls that unseen collaborator a sly old fox. Tang Chu-gyung simply lets out a chuckle, clearly finding the description completely accurate. The floating needles continue crackling in the air with purple power dancing over them, making the weapon's true danger impossible to ignore. The sight drives home just how brutally deadly the power built into Tang Wunhui's new sword fan really is. Then the old man casually remarks that Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, would never be satisfied with something on this small a scale. The way he says it makes it sound as though what Tang Wunhui just experienced was only the beginning. At those words, Tang Wunhui finally understands exactly what he is seeing. That purple lightning is none other than the Dark Supreme's dark lightning, which means Tang Munhyuk personally participated in forging this sword. His eyes narrow as the realization sinks in deeper. The needles hanging overhead have been infused with dark lightning, and that alone tells him the Dark Supreme has already reached an extremely advanced realm. The old man continues in an almost offhand tone, as though he is describing something trivial. He warns that one more pull of the string will make those needles come crashing down on the boy, and that the result will be excruciating pain followed by 10 full days of being unable to use martial arts properly. Tang Wunhui's thoughts start racing again as he studies the threat suspended above him. He wonders whether those needles are also coated with energy-dispersing poison, and whether that poison came from the Dark Supreme as well. The more he thinks it through, the worse the danger becomes. He judges that even his venom dragon cultivation would not be enough to fully neutralize such a poison, and if he is hit even once, he will never be in condition to stop the Northern Sea mythos during the festival. The old man, still infuriatingly calm, says that if Tang Wunhui is not confident he can deflect every single needle, then he can simply move out of the way. He says it like a harmless suggestion, even though both of them can already tell there has to be a trap hidden in that option. Tang Wunhui immediately asks what will happen to the sword if he chooses to step aside instead. The old man's face brightens at once in approval, and he praises him for noticing the real problem so quickly. And he lays out the final condition. If Tang Wunhui hesitates too long or fails to properly deflect the dark lightning, then the danger will not end with the falling needles alone, because the sword itself will explode too. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui understands exactly what this whole situation is. To him, it is obvious that Tang Munhyuk and Tang Chu-gyung are demanding proof that he is worthy of wielding the weapon they created for him. Instead of shrinking under that pressure, he accepts it within himself. Right there and then, he resolves to honor the effort both men poured into this extraordinary weapon by mastering it properly. Above him, dark lightning gathers more thickly around the suspended needles, making the tension in the air feel even heavier. With that deadly storm hanging over Tang Wunhui's head, the old man asks him what he intends to do. Tang Wunhui answers not with fear but with a smile. Calm, steady, and without the slightest hesitation, he accepts the challenge. At that response, the old man lights up with obvious excitement. He says there is no way he would ever pass up the fun of testing someone with a sword like this, and adds with clear satisfaction that he truly chose the right test subject. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man lets his aura explode outward, and in the next instant, savage purple energy bursts from his body, roaring up around him like a living fire and swallowing him from head to toe. Then, just as quickly, he forces himself to calm down. He draws in a measured breath, steadies his rhythm, and reins his body and mind back under control, clearly preparing himself for the trial that is about to begin. Once his resolve is locked in, he announces that he is starting, and at that exact moment, power surges straight into the weapon gripped in his hand. High above, from a rooftop hidden from view, 3 watchers stare down in open disbelief. As they study the strange shape in his hand, they whisper among themselves that it looks less like a sword and more like some kind of metal fan, maybe even one built to fire concealed needles. One of the girls immediately cuts that idea off. Her eyes sharpen the moment she realizes what she is really seeing, and she firmly tells them it is not a fan at all, but a sword, leaving the other 2 so shocked they can only stare back at her. She says it again with even more confidence, as if there is no room left for doubt now. In her eyes, what he is holding is unquestionably a sword. Even after hearing that, another girl still refuses to accept it. She frowns, stays stubborn, and mutters under her breath that it still has to be a fan. The first girl gives a reluctant admission then, conceding that at a casual glance, it really does still look like a fan for the moment. Even so, she knows there is a clear difference. From the very instant he picked that fan-shaped weapon up, a true sword aura has been pouring out of it, and that feeling is too distinct to mistake. Just from that unmistakable presence alone, she reaches a startling conclusion. The young man below is not merely gifted, but a genuine genius swordsman. Then the other two girls suddenly sense a fresh change in the air below, and their faces brighten with excitement almost instantly as they notice it. They recognize that black-violet lightning right away, and the shock hits them hard. In disbelief, they wonder why the patriarch's technique is appearing here of all places. Beneath the thickening storm clouds, the young man stands his ground with the sword in hand. His posture is set, his eyes are fixed straight ahead, and every part of him is prepared to face the trial in front of him. He repeats his determination to himself once more, tightening his grip around the weapon as if he is pressing that resolve directly into his own hands. Above him, circles of dark lightning begin appearing one after another, multiplying across the air overhead and filling the space with a steadily mounting pressure. And then the storm finally comes down. A barrage of attacks crashes from the sky, and in the very same breath, he responds by swinging his blade. He pushes himself straight into the rain of falling lightning, advancing into the storm itself, while striking aside as many of the incoming attacks as his body can keep up with. But even so, one needle-like strike slips through the gaps in his defense and scrapes across his hand, drawing a sharp cry from him as pain flashes through his body. In that instant, he understands the terrifying truth behind the assault. Every single needle carries a shocking heaviness and crushing impact, far beyond what something that small should ever possess. Deep in his heart, he can only admit just how frightening the power behind Tang Moonhyuk's dark lightning really is. From farther away, the old man watches in calm silence and notes to himself that, at the very least, the young man has properly mastered the fundamentals. But the trial shows no sign of easing. More dark lightning begins gathering overhead, more circles take shape in the sky, and the entire test is pushed to an even harsher stage. The young man notices it immediately. This second wave clearly contains far more attacks than the first. He braces himself right at the center of the swirling power, planting his feet inside the vortex itself, as though preparing to endure the full force of a storm head-on. Then he moves. With deadly precision, he bats away one needle after another, meeting the relentless stream with perfectly timed parries that never break their rhythm. And with every clash, he can feel it more clearly. Each individual attack has been arranged with incredible care, as if every angle, speed, and impact has been meticulously calculated in advance. The longer he endures it, the more the whole ordeal starts to feel like something beyond simple punishment. It is almost as if a master is personally teaching a disciple through the attack itself, showing him the most effective possible way to knock each strike aside. Then, with a fierce shout, he suddenly unleashes a massive sweeping counterattack, his blade cutting a huge arc through the space in front of him. By the time that exchange ends, he is still standing, but only barely. His breathing turns ragged, his chest rises and falls hard, and exhaustion is written all over him, yet he has not fallen. Then the dark lightning begins to surge again, making it painfully obvious that the ordeal is nowhere near finished. Caught off guard by that sudden change, the young man jerks his head upward and stares into the sky. What he sees above him is a sky packed once again with purple lightning, spread out overhead like a giant web, ready to cave in on him at any second. New circles of dark lightning continue to gather and condense in the air, each one hanging there with an even heavier and more ominous presence than before. Before long, the entire sky above his head is crowded with them, so full that there is barely any empty space left at all. At that point, he fully understands it. Even if this onslaught is teaching him something valuable, the level of difficulty is still absurdly high. He has to admit it to himself. With the strength he possesses right now, there is simply no way he can deflect every single incoming attack. At the same time, a thought flashes through his mind. If he had his master sword in hand, then maybe, just maybe, this would actually be possible. His thoughts rush back through everything that happened after his reincarnation, to the Dantian he gained afterward, and to the countless times he kept studying his master sword art, the Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes. Inside the archive of his own mind, he has reviewed that manual over and over again, not merely once or twice, but hundreds of times. And out of all the techniques recorded there, the one that comes back to him now is the most outrageous and overpowering move of all, the Mara Thousand Swords form. But he also knows that his current internal energy is nowhere near enough to support the complete Mara Thousand Swords form as it truly is. So instead of trying to force out the original technique as is, he makes a decision on the spot to alter it and adapt it into something his current level can actually handle. Meanwhile, above him, the number of dark lightning circles keeps increasing without the slightest sign of stopping. A moment later, the lightning starts pouring down toward him again, descending in yet another merciless wave. He decides that he will use his Tempest technique to make up for the sheer number of slashes this move is supposed to require. And that is not all. He also plans to mix in the cold energy of the Black Dragon Chi art, spreading that chilling force outward across the entire area. He twists sharply where he stands, and at once crossing arcs of energy begin to form around him, overlapping in crisscrossing patterns. Wrapped inside a blue-white ring of power, he suddenly bursts forward without a trace of hesitation. In response, a lattice-like grid of sword slashes surges upward from him, rushing straight into a head-on collision with the lightning pouring down from above. Even under that crushing pressure, he keeps forcing himself onward, driving both his body and his technique harder so that the net of sword strikes becomes denser, tighter, and more complete with every passing instant. He clenches his teeth so hard it almost looks painful, then forces even more out of himself, driving his body to move faster and faster as though sheer will alone can push him past his limits. At the same time, he attempts to recreate even a fragment of his master's Mara, shaping it into a version that belongs to him alone. A modified form he calls the Tempest Dance Sword, Tempest Mara. That altered technique spreads outward in the form of an interwoven lattice of slashes, and the dense mesh of blade strikes crashes directly into the falling rain of needles, every impact landing with tremendous force. In the very next instant, the violent collision of those two powers erupts so fiercely that the entire area is swallowed by the blast. Smoke and dust roll through the courtyard in thick waves until everything is blurred from sight. And then, from within that drifting cloud, a lone silhouette slowly begins to emerge. Standing there in the settling haze as if nothing can shake him, the young man calmly declares that he has passed the test. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he states that the sword belongs to him now. Sometime later, the old man presents him with a box packed with explosive needles, along with the formula needed to produce the explosives used inside them. The young man thanks the old man sincerely, both for the weapon and for the guidance he received. But the old man tells him that the true credit for that teaching should go to Tang Moonhyuk. The young man answers that Tang Moonhyuk only stepped in to help, because the old man had agreed to forge the sword in the first place. Hearing that, the old man's expression turns curious. He asks whether the young man truly believes that, and then, with polite restraint, asks if he may raise a question of his own. He explains that Tempest is both a weapon and a style that can only be wielded by someone who carries remorse in his heart, and from what he has seen, the young man seems to be burdened with far more remorse than most people ever bear. And so, almost as though speaking to himself, he quietly wonders why someone still so young, someone who should barely have had the chance to see much of the world at all, is already weighed down by such deep regret. The young man avoids giving him any real answer. He brushes the matter aside like needless overthinking, even while silently turning that same remorse over within his own heart. The old man accepts that he does not wish to say more. With quiet understanding, he acknowledges that everyone carries pain that cannot easily be put into words. After that, he asks if he may be the one to give the fan sword its name, and the young man agrees without any objection. The old man says that the young man's movements earlier reminded him of a tornado ripping across the land, and from that image he proposes the name Calamitous Wind Fan. The moment he hears that name, the young man lowers his eyes to the weapon in his hand, visibly stunned. As if testing how the name sits with him, he quietly repeats the words Calamitous Wind Fan under his breath, rolling them around in his mind. Then a slow smile rises to his face, and he thanks the old man with genuine sincerity for giving the weapon a name that suits it so perfectly. Later, when he is by himself, his thoughts no longer linger on Tempest, but on Calamitous Wind, and he begins to feel that this may be the road he was truly meant to walk. Standing quietly beneath the falling snow, he wears a faint, peaceful smile, as if he has finally made at least some small peace with that path. And yet, when he lifts his eyes toward a sect complex tucked deep within the mountains, he still cannot help wondering whether that really is the road he is destined to follow. The scene then shifts to an inn, where a server reacts with immediate surprise the moment the old man steps inside. The server hurriedly apologizes and explains that there are no open seats left, but the old man calmly replies that he reserved a room under the name Lu Ban's Foundry. As soon as the staff realize who he is, their entire attitude changes on the spot, and they quickly begin escorting him inside with far more respect. As he looks around at all the customers still packed inside so late into the night, the old man wonders to himself whether every one of them came here hoping to catch even a glimpse of Tang Moonhyuk. He inwardly sneers at that overblown reputation, even as Tang Moonhyuk, the Dark Supreme and protector of Zhongyuan, comes into focus. But to the old man, all of that lofty praise is just embarrassing. In his eyes, the so-called Dark Supreme is nothing more than his immature older brother, who now greets him while already drunk. Tang Moonhyuk grumbles that he has been worked to the bone, and then, without wasting another second, immediately asks how the young man performed. Even though Tang Moonyuk personally watched the entire test unfold, the old man still wants to hear his older brother's own opinion of the youth. Tang Moonyuk says that the young man will grow beyond being a mere tempest and become a true calamitous wind, and he goes so far as to suggest that one day he may even shake the martial alliance itself. Then Tang Moonyuk turns the question around and asks what his brother thinks will happen once the young man has endured every hardship hidden inside that storm. His brother answers without the slightest pause that the young man will not grow weary. He explains that after seeing the youth with his own eyes, one thing became unmistakably clear to him. Inside that boy is a calamitous wind that is both violent and sorrowful, something born from bitterness and deep resentment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the young man reflects on that same storm-like force and comes to realize that behind such violent wind, his own heart had been crying out in misery. Back at the table, Tang Moonyuk casually asks for another bottle of alcohol. His brother remarks that the young man is the only one truly worthy of inheriting the Tempest squad. Tang Moonyuk agrees, then starts listing the youth's strengths one after another, praising his talent, his resolve, his insight, his ability, and even his character, before adding that he is Tang Hosen's son, which makes him an especially fitting choice. After saying all that, Tang Moonyuk adds that the young man has only one real flaw. He lacks social skills. He worries that if the young man's calamitous wind grows too far beyond everyone else's, then he may end up isolated from the rest, standing completely alone. Even so, Tang Moonyuk says that if the young man were made squad leader, that very role might instead help him create a path that others could follow behind him. His brother replies that if there is no other choice, then he will appoint him as the leader. Startled by the way he says that, he immediately asks whether another candidate is also being considered. Tang Moonyuk reveals that he is weighing another option as well, the famed Ching-Chung divine sword, Lee Chulson. At that, his brother erupts in outrage, protesting that it makes no sense at all to choose a senior disciple from another sect to lead the Tempest squad. Tang Moonyuk calmly points out that Lee Chulson is widely regarded as the strongest sword in the world. He goes on to explain that drawing someone like that over to their side would be the wiser move, and that appointing him could also spark healthy competition within the Tang clan. Calling Tang Moonyuk a sly old snake, his brother grudgingly admits that he understands the scheme. But then he lets out a frustrated complaint, saying that with plotting like this, Tang Woonwee is being left with almost no room to flourish at all, and he asks whether the boy really has any chance in the first place. Tang Moonyuk slowly raises his eyes and says there is only one path left now. And the way he says it is so firm, so completely without hesitation, that it is obvious he already made up his mind long before speaking. So when the others push him to say exactly what he means, he does not dodge the question at all. He answers bluntly that, in the end, the position of squad leader is going to be his. Meaning behind those words hits his brother immediately, and the man's face changes on the spot. Surprise flashes across his expression as he stares straight back at Tang Moonyuk. Tang Moonyuk then explains it in his own calm way. If Tang Woonwee becomes the eye of a storm that pulls every current of wind into itself, then he will never have to force himself to blend into anyone else's world again. From that moment on, everyone around him will naturally be the ones circling him instead. Watching Tang Moonyuk calmly lift the cup and take another sip, his brother can only admit it, for all the childish things he does. The man really does think like someone born to lead. But then, halfway through the drink, Tang Moonyuk suddenly stops. His movement freezes for just a beat, his senses catching the faint but unmistakable wrongness hidden inside the cup. His brother breaks into a grin and openly reveals the trick. He says he mixed a paralysis poison into the drink, the kind strong enough to bring down even a full-grown bull, and he even praises Tang Moonyuk for noticing it that fast. Tang Moonyuk clicks his tongue in annoyance and complains that poisoning him is going way too far. But his brother only laughs harder and says he at least expected the toxin to have him slurring his words by now. Tang Moonyuk fires back immediately, saying the truly shocking part is not the poison itself. The real surprise is that his brother failed to realize what was going on right away. That answer makes his brother narrow his eyes, and he asks a much sharper question next. Who in the world could have given him a poison like that in the first place? At that, something seems to connect in Tang Moonyuk's mind. Realization spreads across his face, and he starts to say the name that has just come to him. But before he can finish it, his brother casually admits that he ran into someone on the way here. The instant he says that, Tang Moonyuk snaps, turning furious as he accuses him of betraying him. Right then, as the tension peaks, an entire group of figures suddenly pours into the restaurant in one dramatic rush, filling the entrance all at once. The moment they appear, a crushing force tears through the hall. The pressure is so overwhelming that customers are blasted right out of their seats as the whole place is hit by the shock of it. The instant Tang Moonyuk feels that violent disturbance, He understands it for what it is. This is not bad timing or chance. It is a setup, an ambush. Then the shockwave strikes him head-on and sends him flying back, while the blacksmith alone remains exactly where he is, planted in place without budging an inch. Even like this, Tang Munhyuk grits his teeth and refuses to accept the idea of being captured so pathetically without being able to do anything. From among the newcomers, a calm and measured voice speaks to him, saying the entire restaurant is already surrounded, and advising him to stop fighting it and surrender. Their leader follows that with an almost chilly remark, saying that the schedule has already been thrown badly off track because of his little excursion. Then a woman steps out from the group and walks forward into view. Looking straight at Tang Munhyuk, she addresses him with one startling word that changes the mood instantly. Grandfather. Elsewhere, up on the rooftop, the girls can hardly contain their amazement as they stare in disbelief at the Tang clan's Tempest dance. They gush that they have never seen a sword technique move in such an unbelievable way before. One of the girls quickly agrees with that reaction, but then her voice catches halfway through. Something about what she just witnessed suddenly stops feeling right to her, and then it clicks. What they saw was not Tempest dance at all. It was not even a martial art of the Tang clan to begin with, and that realization leaves her staring at Tang Wunhui in stunned confusion, wondering where he could possibly have learned something like that. The moment the others hear that, their faces visibly stiffen. They are clearly shaken by the revelation that the technique they were just watching does not even belong to the Tang clan in the first place. Above them, the night sky darkens again, as streaks of black lightning spread once more, jagged and ominous, tearing through the darkness overhead. The girls watch with tense, worried faces as Tang Wunhui turns to face that storm all over again, and they cannot stop themselves from asking whether he is really going to be all right. Tang Kyujin studies the attack with a grim look on his face and says that even a Supreme Peak Master would struggle to hold off something of this level. Another girl, unable to hide the fear in her voice, blurts out that if this continues, Tang Wunhui could end up seriously hurt. One of them takes a slow, steadying breath. She is still plainly shaken by what she is seeing, but she forces herself to stay prepared in case the situation gets any worse, and she has to move. Down below, Tang Wunhui once again faces that torrent of lightning head-on, standing directly before the violent surge instead of retreating from it, twists his body and spins right back into that tightly packed sword grid, the motion sharp, precise, and fully controlled, even under the crushing pressure around him. Then he releases the technique known as 10,000 swords, sending it out directly against the incoming barrage without the slightest attempt to avoid the clash. Tang Kyujin can tell at once what has happened. Tang Wunhui's sword aura has risen all the way to its peak, but after forcing out that move, the aura has also become dangerously unstable. Troubled by what she senses, another girl turns toward Tang Kyujin and asks in a worried voice whether that kind of instability can really be harmless. Nearby, the maid senses something entirely different, and her body goes tense at once. What she feels pouring off Tang Wunhui is an unprecedented level of bloodthirst. Her horned spirit companion instantly panics and blurts out that Tang Wunhui has to be the Demon King. The maid rejects that nonsense immediately. But the spirit keeps trembling and insists that Tang Wunhui feels so terrifying right now that he could tear it apart without any effort at all. Overwhelmed by Tang Wunhui's aura, the spirit only starts panicking more, and the maid, now visibly irritated, snaps at it to shut up already. Still keeping her eyes on him, the maid continues analyzing what she is feeling and realizes the truth. It is not merely bloodlust. Tang Wunhui's qi itself has become severely unstable. At the same time, Tang Wunhui's spirits report that the three girls are still secretly watching him, and of everything happening at that moment, he finds that fact the most troublesome. One of the spirits comments that the girls seem to have completely forgotten they were supposed to be spying in the first place, because they got too absorbed in staring at his divine cult sword technique. Tang Wunhui thinks it over and reaches a quick conclusion. The move may be rooted in demonic arts, but because he fused Venom Dragon and Tempest Dance into it, other people should not be able to identify what it truly is. He then pinpoints the real issue. The backlash came from drawing on Mara's power without having the heavenly demon cultivation method there to support and stabilize it. In his mind, the answer becomes even clearer. Tempest Dance was able to carry Mara properly, but his Venom Dragon cultivation simply cannot withstand Mara's Thousand Swords form. Because Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes was originally created for Heavenly Demon cultivation, Mara's bloodlust, which should have remained under control, has instead broken free and started raging wildly out of hand. Now that the attack itself is finished, That uncontrolled bloodlust has nowhere left to be released, so it is just swirling violently and churning inside his body. As the sensation worsens, he realizes with growing alarm that if he does not deal with it immediately, he could end up suffering severe chi blockage. Watching from a distance, the maid notices something strange the moment she sees him grab at his head. Then Tang Wunhui slowly lowers his hand, and what appears on his face is a dark, ominous smile that instantly changes the entire atmosphere around him. And without the slightest warning, he suddenly kicks off the ground and launches himself straight toward the rooftop where the spies are hiding. Without giving them even a second to react, Tang Wunhui drops straight down in front of the three girls. The sudden landing startles all of them so badly that they instinctively flinch and bunch closer together on the spot. Standing over them with a cold, unreadable expression, he asks how much longer they were planning to stay crouched on that rooftop and keep spying on him. The three girls immediately greet Tang Wunhui all at once, but their voices come out stiff and nervous. Then, in an awkward attempt to smooth things over, they try to laugh off what they had been doing. Tang Wunhui calmly sweeps his gaze over the three of them and notes that the elite daughters of Qingcheng, Ime, and the Orthodox sects are all standing together right in front of him. At that very moment, a thought settles in his mind. These three are exactly the kind of opponents he needs if he wants to suppress the bloodthirst boiling up from Mara. So once they have all moved to face each other in the courtyard, Tang Wunhui wastes no time with small talk and goes straight to the point. He proposes a duel. The three girls can only stare at him in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the fact that he wants to fight all three of them. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms that, yes, he means exactly that, and says this duel will serve as their payment for secretly watching his training. The maid does not try to deny it or make excuses. She plainly admits that spying on him was wrong. Even so, she still questions whether they should really be dueling at all, because the chi swirling around Tang Wunhui looks dangerously unstable to her eyes. Tang Wunhui answers that this unstable condition is precisely why he needs to spar right now. He says he wants to make up for his lack of sword training through actual combat. He continues by explaining that he specifically wants to face swordswomen like them, fighters with far more polished and refined experience, so he can properly digest the enlightenment he just gained. But in his own mind, he adds another reason that he does not say aloud. The energies of Qingcheng and Eme should also help melt away Mara's bloodthirst. For the moment, the maid accepts that explanation. Then she turns her head toward the other two and asks what they think about it. The other two agree that, since they were the ones secretly spying on him in the first place, they really have no proper reason to refuse the duel now. Purple chi begins to haze around Tang Wunhui as his presence rises. In that eerie aura, he calmly invites them to step forward. He takes his place opposite the maid first. She warns him not to overstrain himself, and he answers with only a short, simple reply that he understands. The maid draws her sword in one clean, fluid motion, announces that she is starting and settles into her stance, ready to strike. She bursts forward with a heavy, forceful slash, crossing the distance in an instant, while Tang Wunhui braces himself and waits to receive her attack head-on. Their very first clash explodes with power, and the collision of steel sends bright sparks scattering through the air. From there, the duel immediately accelerates into a rapid exchange of blows. The two of them move so fast that the fight begins to blur before the eye. Tang Wunhui's coat snaps and whips behind him as the duel only grows fiercer, the pace tightening so much that neither side is given even a moment to breathe. Then Tang Wunhui starts pressing her hard, driving her backward step by step until she has no choice but to raise her blade and catch a vicious overhead strike. Watching from the side, one of the other girls goes wide-eyed when Tang Wunhui's blade cuts down dangerously close. The maid barely manages to parry it in time, and the sheer weight behind the blow is so great that it forces a cry out of her. Tang Wunhui does not ease off for even a heartbeat. He surges right after her with a rushing follow-up, forcing her farther back under the pressure. The maid quickly steadies her footing, narrows her eyes, and refocuses from behind the line of her sword. Then, with a shout, she unleashes a sword technique infused with chi and sends it straight at him. Her slash crashes directly into Tang Wunhui's own attack, and the impact bursts outward in a bright flash of light. The two girls watching can do nothing but stare as they mutter under their breath that this was supposed to be training. Yet the way these two are clashing makes it look more like a fight for survival. The maid comes right back in again, her footwork and sword arm working together in a relentless barrage as she launches one rapid attack after another. Tang Wunhui meets every one of them, blocking and countering in a continuous chain of sharp, ringing collisions. As the fight continues, the maid thinks in disbelief that she already knew Tang Wunhui had been improving quickly. But this level is nowhere close to what he was showing only 2 weeks ago. She realizes that his present strength has climbed onto an entirely different level. And beyond that, she can tell something else is happening in the middle of this duel. With each and every clash, She can actually feel his swordsmanship becoming cleaner, sharper, and more refined. That is when the truth dawns on her. Tang Wunhui is watching her swordsmanship and teaching himself how to use the blade in real time, right in the middle of their fight. Driven into a corner by that realization, she hardens her resolve and attacks again with even greater determination than before. Before long, however, she is left breathing hard, sweat soaking through her body as the exhausting exchange finally starts to wear her down. Tang Wunhui, still calm even after all that, thanks her and says the match was extremely helpful. The maid can only answer him weakly, her voice drained by exhaustion. Then, without even pausing to recover, he shifts his gaze toward the two remaining girls and immediately calls for the next one to step up. Ime girl complains that she would have refused outright if she had known the duel was going to be this intense. Even while saying that, though, she steps forward and says she looks forward to it. Having accepted the challenge, she draws her special sword and lifts it up before her. With tension still hanging thick in the air, she firmly declares that she will be the one to open the next match. A bright, sweeping wave of sword energy erupts from her blade and shoots straight toward Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui plants his feet and braces himself as both her blade and that rushing wave of energy come directly at him together. She does not stop after that first attack either, immediately chaining into multiple rapid chi slashes that close in on him from every direction. Tang Wunhui lets out a low groan as those strikes land, feeling the force of the blows hammering into his body. His spirits urgently warn him that the Buddhist anti-demonic energy in her attacks directly opposes the demonic power inside him, and they anxiously ask if he is all right. Tang Wunhui tells them he already knows that. Then, in a calm voice, he explains that this direct opposition is exactly why he wanted this duel in the first place. He further observes that Mara's bloodthirst has not yet fully changed into true demonic energy, so that Buddhist power should not end up causing internal injuries inside his body. Even so, Tang Wunhui can feel the price of this exchange with painful clarity. Every single time their swords slam into each other, a visible chunk of his strength is shaved away. His thoughts move quickly as he pieces it together. If Taoist energy already stands in opposition to what he carries, then Buddhist energy is an even harsher match for him, a far more direct and punishing counter. The moment he accepts that truth, he makes a decision on the spot. This is not something he can put off dealing with until later. He has to learn to endure this kind of pressure right now. Then their blades crash together again, and the impact detonates across the courtyard, sending a massive burst of purple energy tearing outward in every direction. As he meets her next strike, Tang Wunhui thinks to himself that he has to learn not only how to withstand this kind of natural counter, but how to fight through it and eventually overcome it. And even setting that aside, he can already tell that the Ime girl's swordsmanship is formidable on its own. While they continue fighting, he starts breaking her style apart in his head. He realizes that because the Ime sect is made up entirely of women, their sword arts were refined specifically to compensate for lesser raw stamina and physical strength. He notices the way their techniques favor lower, sweeping angles and exceptional balance, using those qualities to slip away, redirect force, and launch counters instead of getting trapped in long, draining exchanges. In other words, the whole style is built to end a fight quickly and cleanly, not to grind an enemy down little by little through attrition. Tang Wunhui immediately understands just how valuable methods like that would be when facing opponents who are far larger and physically stronger than oneself. So when she closes in again, he watches her with even sharper focus than before, carefully reading her footwork and adjusting to her rhythm as the fight unfolds in real time. Their blades keep flashing through the air, carving bright golden arcs one after another as the duel continues in a string of heavy, ringing collisions. Then Tang Wunhui suddenly steps straight into her attack, forcing his way forward even through that surging golden energy instead of backing off from it. In the very next instant, he completely closes the gap and brings his weapon right up to her throat, ending the duel with the tip of his blade resting against her neck. The scene pulls wider, making the result impossible to mistake. Tang Wunhui has won, and he has won decisively. The girl immediately slumps and blurts out that she is exhausted, completely spent, and absolutely done with this. Tang Wunhui thanks the Ime girl for the match, and she jokingly fires back that he is way too obsessive, adding that women are definitely not going to like that about him. Then the last girl steps forward, her eyes lingering on Tang Wunhui with growing curiosity as she quietly thinks that he is much more interesting than she first took him for. She reflects on what she knows of him. Tang Wunhui was never someone born with overwhelming talent the way Tang Kyujin was, and compared to many of the other disciples, he should have been no more than ordinary. And yet, despite that, he somehow managed to learn both Tang Kyujin's and Suman's sword techniques simply by watching them. What shocks her even more is that he did not just imitate those techniques. He absorbed them and made them his own at a speed that would be difficult, even for truly gifted people to match. For her, there is only one explanation that fits what she is seeing. Tang Wunhui's comprehension of the sword is ridiculously, almost absurdly, high. Even so, one question keeps bothering her the more she thinks about it. If his understanding of the sword is already this advanced, then why do his actual physical sword skills still fall behind that understanding? As she keeps staring at the aura surrounding Tang Wunhui, her expression suddenly shifts in surprise, as though she has just noticed something she did not expect. What she senses is that his sword aura, what she refers to as his sword scent, has changed. Before she can stop herself, she blurts it right out and tells him that he is controlling it the wrong way. She hurriedly explains that if he keeps trying to manipulate it too forcefully, he is going to damage that sword scent. Instead of clamping down on it so hard, he should keep a balance between letting it flow outward and drawing it back in. Tang Wunhui repeats the unfamiliar term back to her, clearly puzzled by what she just said and trying to understand it. The instant she realizes what she accidentally let slip, embarrassment floods her face, and she quickly asks him to forget everything she just said. But Tang Wunhui's mind is already racing ahead. He remembers reading in the divine cult about a special ability of the Sima clan to perceive talent, and he begins wondering whether this so-called sword scent might be connected to that ability. He even recalls the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor, a master said to stand on the same level as his own teacher, and decides there is no way he can afford to ignore a gift like this, if that is what it truly is. So he immediately asks her to explain more clearly what she meant about balancing the release and return of sword scent. Her cheeks flush at once, and in an awkward voice she asks whether she is even capable of giving a detailed explanation in the first place. Flustered now, she rushes over to Suman and insists that whatever explanation she gives has to be simple enough for him to actually understand. Suman, slipping into a lighter mood herself, tells her not to overcomplicate it and to just explain it in the easiest way possible. Taking that advice seriously, the girl enthusiastically compares sword scent to something consumable, like a resource that can actually be used up. She goes on to explain that once it has been exhausted, it never completely returns to what it used to be. But if it is not wasted carelessly, it deepens over time and becomes far stronger when it is infused into a sword. Watching this whole explanation unfold, Suman grabs her head and mutters that her companion really is a completely hopeless nerd. Meanwhile, the girl herself only smiles with dreamy satisfaction, obviously delighted that she got the chance to teach someone about a subject she loves. Tang Wunhui, on the other hand, can do nothing but stare at her blankly, thinking that he has absolutely no idea what she is talking about. Later that same night, now running a little behind schedule, Tang Wunhui heads off to keep his appointment with the Dark Supreme. As he makes his way in, he worries that arriving late is going to earn him a scolding. So the moment he appears, he immediately offers a respectful apology. The Dark Supreme greets him in a booming voice and points out right away that he has finally decided to show himself. The old master then remarks that Tang Wunhui managed to stir up a disturbance in the courtyard even while an important guest was waiting for him, which only proves what an unusual young man he is. Tang Wunhui replies that he had many things to prepare before standing in front of such a great martial artist. And as he says it, he also notices that the man does not actually seem angry at all. The Dark Supreme acknowledges those preparations, making it clear that he understands exactly what Tang Wunhui had been doing. Then, fixing his gaze directly on Tang Wunhui, he remarks that the young man has grown stronger in the span of only 2 hours, and says that he has grown metaphorical claws. Tang Wunhui is genuinely surprised that the old man can see that much just by looking, but the master calmly reminds him that he has survived countless battles over the course of his life. From that alone, Tang Wunhui immediately concludes that even among the 10 great masters, there cannot be many who rival this man in sheer combat experience. For someone who rose from a wandering mercenary all the way to the head of a sect, that makes perfect sense, and Tang Wunhui silently resolves not to underestimate him. Carefully reading the Dark Supreme's mood and attitude, Tang Wunhui decides that this is the moment to take a measured risk and ask the important question he has been holding back. The Dark Supreme gives him permission immediately, inviting him to go ahead and speak. Tang Wunhui does not bother dressing it up or easing into the topic. He lifts his eyes, meets the master's gaze head-on, and asks the one question no one else in the room would have dared to voice so bluntly. What was the real reason he came here? The moment the question lands, the old man's expression hardens. With a sharp crack, he slams his palm onto the table and snaps back in open offense, demanding to know whether Tang Wunhui is actually accusing him of coming here under false pretenses. His temper only flares higher from there. Voice booming through the room, he glares down at the younger man and asks if Tang Wunhui truly thinks he would sink so low as to lie to a mere junior standing before him. In that same instant, Tang Wunhui feels the full weight of the master's presence crash into him. The Lion Blade King's energy swells so fiercely around the room that the very air seems to turn heavy, pressing in on him until, for a brief moment, he can hardly keep himself from being overwhelmed. And yet, instead of growing even more enraged, the Lion Blade King begins to look at him with fresh interest. A youngster would not speak with that much nerve unless he had some kind of basis for it, so the elder decides there must be a real reason behind Tang Wunhui's suspicion. With that thought, he lays down a warning in a low, dangerous tone. He tells Tang Wunhui that everything now depends on the explanation he gives next, and if that answer fails to satisfy him, then instead of waiting 4 more days, he may simply drag the test forward and fight him right here on the spot. Inside Tang Wunhui, even his spirits jolt in panic, instantly recognizing how terrifying this man truly is. Still, Tang Wunhui forces himself to steady his breathing, swallows down the fear clawing at him, and calmly says that he will explain exactly why he spoke that way. He starts with the most obvious point, in a composed voice. Tang Wunhui says that a Grand Master of Merim does not just appear at the Nine Dragons Division without warning, especially not at a time like this, right before a major festival, and that timing alone is far too suspicious to overlook. Then he presses the logic further. A man of the Master's level should understand better than anyone what kind of consequences a visit at such a sensitive moment could create. So if this were truly only about defending the Lion Sect's honor, he would have chosen a much less troublesome time, which means there has to be another motive hidden underneath. After laying it out piece by piece, Tang Wunhui states his conclusion without hesitation. The real issue, he says, is not that the Master wanted to come now, but that circumstances left him with no choice except to come now. He even goes so far as to hint at the reason. There is something the Lion Blade King still does not have, Tang Wunhui says, while the soon-arriving Tang Munyuk will possess it, and by speaking that plainly, he makes it obvious that he already understands far more of the situation than anyone should expect him to. The old man's face changes the moment he hears that. He immediately understands that Tang Wunhui is referring to the realm of the observer of celestial orbit, and in the same breath, he assumes the boy's real intention must be that he wants to learn how to reach that realm himself. That single thought pulls an old memory back up from deep within him. As the recollection rises to the surface, the Master slowly strokes his beard, and for the first time, that small gesture carries a faint but unmistakable trace of unease. A long sigh escapes him after that. He admits that, looking back, he probably should have handled matters with the Tang clan more cleverly from the very beginning, and with his tone softening now, he adds that if the matter is within his power, then he is willing to help Tang Wunhui. Once he says that much, he tells Tang Wunhui to stop circling around the issue. If the boy wants something, then he should say it plainly and make clear exactly what kind of help he is asking for. Even Tang Wunhui's spirits can sense the shift in the air. They note that the Master is genuinely wavering now, and for a man who has lived this long on pride and force of will, that hesitation feels only natural. Last, the Master chooses to speak honestly. He admits that, as Tang Wunhui has already guessed, he began as nothing more than a wandering vagabond, a man with no family roots behind him and no powerful backer to rely on. He says that in those days, every day of his life was a struggle just to survive, with death never far from his side. Even so, by sheer willpower alone, he built a sect with his own hands and clawed his way upward until he finally stood at the height he occupies now. Then his voice turns heavier, weighed down by something older and deeper. He says that all of it changed 1 year ago, as if a single encounter had split his life cleanly into a before and an after. A memory surfaces there. In the middle of battle, he is forced down onto his knees, unable even to stand properly because the difference in strength between him and his opponent is so overwhelming that resistance itself feels meaningless. Looking up from that position, he can only stare in disbelief. The gap between them is so monstrous, so far beyond reason, that in that moment all he can think is how such a difference could possibly exist between two martial artists. Unable to accept what he is experiencing, he had shouted up at the Sword Emperor and demanded an answer. What exactly was the thing that separated them, he asked, and what was it that made the difference in their levels feel so impossibly vast? The Sword Emperor answered him without the slightest hesitation. He said that his own blade had only just barely touched the peak of martial arts, and because that was the case, the man kneeling before him had not even earned the right to seek the realm of the observer of celestial orbit. Those words hit him so hard that he could do nothing but stare upward. Shaken to the core, he asked in a dazed voice whether the observer of celestial orbit and that realm truly existed at all, or whether it was something beyond even belief. Sword Emperor then explained what that realm truly meant. Its essence, he said, was in tracing the paths of the stars, reading the will of heaven itself, and drawing in celestial chi, not merely reaching a higher level of technique, but stepping into an entirely different path toward martial truth. In the image that follows, the Sword Emperor stands above him like a summit no one could ever touch. The pressure rolling off him is so overwhelming that the difference between the two men feels complete, absolute, and beyond anything the kneeling master could hope to bridge at the time. When the story returns to the present, the Lion Blade King admits it without trying to deny it anymore. The realm of the observer of celestial orbit is real, he says, and it is not some hollow legend martial artists whisper to one another. But what remained with him most clearly was not only the Sword Emperor's strength. More than that, it was the way that man looked down at him, not with contempt, but with genuine pity in his eyes. That gaze wounded him more deeply than humiliation ever could have. More than shame, more than anger. It stirred inside him a hunger for greater power so fierce and so raw that it swallowed everything else in its path. After suffering that defeat, he shut himself away from the world. He devoted himself to savage, solitary training, day after day refining the golden lion blade technique, trying with all his might to forge it into something sharp enough to close that impossible distance. But the more deeply he trained, the crueler the truth became. He came to realize that the martial art he had created on his own was still shallow when compared to techniques that had been polished, inherited, and passed down through generations. With bitterness he can no longer hide, he confesses that he envied those great clans and prestigious sects from the bottom of his heart. They possessed foundations and inheritances that a man like him had never once been born into and could never casually claim as his own. It was around that same time that news of Tang Wunhui reached him. He heard that this young man had effortlessly defeated his disciples, and that was not the kind of report a person could simply brush aside and forget. Then more stories reached his ears, including word that Tang Wunhui had accomplished something similar, even against the divine cult. At that point, the Lion Blade King began to wonder whether this young man might be the key to opening the path that he himself had never been able to find. The weight behind that possibility becomes impossible to ignore. At the pinnacle of the Tang clan stood Tang Munhyuk, and the strength that clan carried was great enough to rival, or perhaps even surpass, the Sword Emperor himself. Because of that, the Lion Blade King became convinced that the Tang clan possessed the deadly claws he personally lacked. And after witnessing today's display of martial skill with his own eyes, that suspicion only took root more deeply in his mind. Now, sitting across from Tang Wunhui face to face, he no longer treats it as a suspicion at all. He is certain now that the young man before him truly possesses those very claws. The old master explains that countless martial artists pass through their entire lives and go to their graves without ever obtaining that elusive quality. Most of them never even realize what they are missing in the first place. And he admits, without dodging it, that he himself has been one of them. The force of that confession is impossible to ignore when he bluntly places himself among those fools, saying it so directly and without any attempt to protect his dignity. The honesty of it hits Tang Wunhui hard enough to leave him visibly shaken. Caught completely off guard, Tang Wunhui speaks before he can hide his reaction. He admits honestly that he never expected an elder of such stature to speak this openly and this truthfully about his own shortcomings. Only then does the old master reveal the real reason he came. Looking straight at Tang Wunhui, he asks him to help him obtain the claws he has been searching for all this time. Tang Wunhui cannot help being struck by how extraordinary that is. A supreme master, someone vastly older, stronger, and far more established than he is sitting there plainly admitting what he lacks, and asking a much younger man for help without trying to hide behind pride. That moment carries a quiet kind of respect. There is something startlingly pure in the elder's desire for strength, a longing stripped bare of excuses, vanity, and self-deception, with nothing false left covering it. Perhaps because that kind of desire is so rare, Tang Wunhui finally gives his answer. He tells the elder that he will help him pursue that goal. The elder accepts immediately, and the eagerness is plain on his face. But Tang Wunhui is not done speaking yet, and he adds that he is willing to help only if one condition is agreed to first. That condition sounds simple when he says it, but it shocks the room all the same. Tang Wunhui tells him that the elder must lend him his ultimate blade, and the demand is so sudden and unexpected that it instantly stirs surprise and confusion. Even so, Tang Wunhui speaks with complete certainty. He says that while he cannot say exactly when it will happen, the Lion Blade King's claws will one day become unimaginably valuable, and he speaks with such conviction that it sounds as if the elder has already obtained them. As he says those words, a confident smile spreads across Tang Wunhui's face. There is not the faintest trace of doubt or hesitation in his expression. Then he states it even more clearly, his voice firm and unwavering. He says outright that he is certain the elder will eventually gain those claws. Hearing such absolute confidence from someone offering no proof at all, the elder suddenly throws his head back and lets out a hearty laugh. Instead of taking offense, he finds Tang Wunhui's unshakable certainty genuinely fascinating. In a calm, steady voice, he explains that the ultimate blade is not something he can simply pass around on a whim. It is not a weapon he alone has the right to command. so handing it over that casually is out of the question. From the narrator's perspective, that response makes perfect sense. A figure with that level of prestige and standing cannot afford to grant requests lightly, because for someone like him, even a single favor can bring serious consequences. Then, without warning, the elder offers a completely different solution. Wearing an easy, almost playful expression, he says that if the young man is willing to regard him as an older brother, then lending out the blade would be no problem at all, and the unexpected suggestion leaves the young man utterly dumbfounded. It is not only the young man who goes still. Even the spirit companions standing beside him are left staring blankly, all of them frozen for a moment, as they try to process the outrageous proposal, the old man just tossed out so casually. In a completely different location, the mood is far colder. A stern-faced man harshly scolds his subordinate for arriving late, his voice sharp and merciless as he warns him to be much more careful about how he conducts himself from this point on. The subordinate answers with nothing more than a weary, almost detached sigh. He looks exhausted rather than apologetic, and that dismissive reaction only stokes his superior's anger further, prompting him to snap and demand whether the man has forgotten who his superior is. At that moment, the subordinate slowly raises his eyes. A chilling blue glow suddenly ignites within them, and the atmosphere around him changes at once, as if he is no longer planning to respond with words alone. His superior instinctively jerks back, startled by what he sees. Shock and confusion flash across his face together, and he blurts out a panicked question, demanding to know what is happening to the man's eyes. Before he can react any further, frost begins to spread over his body. Ice crawls across him little by little, locking him in place while he stands there in stunned confusion, unable to understand the freezing death taking hold of him. Then the subordinate's icy aura explodes outward with full force. In the very next instant, the frozen man shatters completely, his body breaking apart into countless fragments of ice that scatter in all directions. Right after that, a sinister ally appears, sounding almost entertained by the scene in front of him. In an amused tone, he remarks that killing someone so openly, with people watching from all around, is an awfully brutal way to settle matters. The killer does not hesitate for a second, as he replies that it makes no difference because everyone here is going to die anyway, and all he has done is start the massacre a little sooner than planned. Hearing that answer, the ally lets out a small, dry chuckle. He casually notes that if that is the case, then he is about to have a great deal more work to do. The conversation quickly shifts to reconnaissance. The ally reports that he has already inspected their target's defenses thoroughly, but he found no openings to exploit and no visible weak point they can strike. Because of that, he suspects their information may already have leaked. With that possibility in mind, he warns that going after Tang now could be much more dangerous than they originally anticipated. Those words make the killer's eyes flare with fierce intensity, yet his reply remains steady and unshaken. He says he has already taken those risks into account and made the necessary preparations in advance. The ally immediately realizes he may have overstepped. He lowers his head without delay and apologizes at once for speaking out of turn. Killer answers with an icy warning, making it clear that he will not forgive that kind of insolence a second time. The ally hastily agrees, his tone tight with unease as he backs down. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descends from above in a burst of light. The instant that crushing pressure falls over them, both men recognize it at once and realize that Blue Bone has arrived. The newcomer is a woman, revealed to be the Blue Bone merchant of the 12 Black Specters. Carrying herself with overwhelming authority, she announces that she has arrived bearing new orders. A wave of power rolls off her as she gathers a chilling force around her body. The entire atmosphere grows heavy and tense, as though even the cold itself is pausing to hear what she will say next. Her eyes burn with fierce, unyielding light, while the demonic energy surrounding her thickens into something dark and suffocating. Just looking at her is enough to make the whole scene feel oppressive. The two men immediately lower themselves and bow their heads deeply before her. Their entire manner turns formal and reverent as they offer their greetings to the mythos leader. She asks those who serve the laws of the snow of the northern sea how preparations for the operation are progressing. In answer, she is informed that the white-handed stealth squad and the slayer squad have both gathered already and stand fully ready to die as martyrs the moment she gives the command. Satisfied, she declares that she is entrusting them with a divine mission. They are to open the first chapter of a holy war, and her followers accept the order at once, without a trace of hesitation. She continues by saying that, as the leader of the laws of snow, she intends to send a special gift to an old enemy she has not seen in decades. The way she delivers those words makes the menace behind them impossible to miss. Her next command is mercilessly direct. They are to sever the head of one of the Tempest swordsman's sons and put it on public display, no matter how many of their own followers must die in the process. The killer responds without the slightest doubt in his voice. With complete confidence, he assures her that the order will be carried out and that they will make it happen. The mythos leader offers only a cold, restrained reply. She says that she looks forward to seeing the results with her own eyes. After she departs, the killer receives yet another command. All of their forces are to be gathered under the codename Reborn. The order makes it obvious that the operation has now entered its next phase. That very night, Bluebone makes a grim and chilling vow. She declares that Tang Wunhui will be ambushed. Not long after, word reaches Nine Dragons County that the leader of the Northern Sea mythos has entered the region. The news spreads through the area like a sudden blast of winter air. Standing alone on a balcony, Tang Wunhui gazes out into the distance and quietly remarks that the leader arrived sooner than he expected. The look on his face shows that he is already revising his calculations. Beside a strategist and a map, Tang Wunhui speaks in a flat, almost ruthless tone. He says there is no need to waste too much effort tracking enemies like these in detail, because in the end, every single one of them is going to die anyway. He then lays out what he believes the enemy will do next. In his view, the Northern Sea mythos will most likely wait until the day of the festival before making their move, because that would be the most logical timing. But his masked ally immediately raises an issue with that line of thinking. Even if their leader plans to wait, the agents they already planted inside have clearly started moving earlier than expected. That possibility catches Tang Wunhui by surprise. He reacts at once, noting with clear disbelief that they have begun taking action before their patriarch has even properly arrived. After thinking it over, he reasons that their original assassination plan was most likely abandoned the moment Whitebone died. Once a planned killing has already been exposed, there is almost no chance it can still succeed in the way it was first designed. Even so, he knows retreat is not an option for them. Their true goal is to spread fear of the demonic cult throughout Zhongyuan, so they still need to leave behind a shock strong enough to scar people's minds. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches a firm conclusion. He says they will probably try to stop the Tang Patriarch from creating a new squad and instead force the entire situation into an open confrontation at the height of the festival. His ally agrees, saying that this matches the conclusion reached in their own analysis as well. Even so, he still cannot understand why the enemy's agents have begun moving so early. Even the masked strategist admits he cannot see a clear reason for it. From a tactical perspective, there does not seem to be any obvious advantage in acting ahead of schedule. Tang Wunhui gives his own answer to that mystery. He deduces that now their original plan has been exposed, the enemy wants to humiliate the Tang clan and crush their spirit through open intimidation instead. His ally looks visibly shaken by that conclusion, struggling to believe they would discard a useful tactical edge just to send a message. But Tang Wunhui insists that this is exactly the kind of people they are. He then points out which target would create the biggest impact. The most devastating strike would be the death of the branch clan head who is overseeing the festival itself. But after calmly considering it, Tang Wunhui judges that killing someone like that would be far too difficult. For that reason, he concludes that the enemy is much more likely to choose him as their target instead. His ally reacts with a tone that sounds half playful and half admiring, asking what it feels like to be such a valuable target. Tang Wunhui dismisses the comment, as if it means nothing at all. The ally then becomes openly enthusiastic, praising Tang Wunhui's qualities as someone truly fit to lead. He even goes so far as to try recruiting him into the Wind Evolution Center right then and there, but Tang Wunhui refuses without the slightest hesitation. After letting that brief detour pass, Tang Wunhui steers the discussion back to the real issue. His tone turns serious again as he says there is something he needs his ally to do. A dark smile slowly appears on Tang Wunhui's face as an idea takes shape in his mind. Since the enemy is so fixated on him, he decides that he will turn that very obsession into a weapon for his own side. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan's night market, 3 young women take in the scene with open amazement. The festival is so vast, so bright, and so full of life that they cannot help marveling at its scale and the overflowing energy all around them. One of the girls turns in a slow circle with her eyes practically shining, completely swept up by the sights around her as she blurts out that the Tang clan really does know how to put on a proper festival. Right beside her, the other girl takes it in much more quietly, her gaze moving from stall to stall with a calmer, more restrained expression on her face. At the center of the group, Tang Kyujin explains the reason they only came out tonight. She says she had actually planned to bring them here the night before, but Tang Wunhui's situation demanded too much attention, so their little outing had no choice but to be delayed until now. That naturally pulls their thoughts back to the duel Tang Wunhui fought on the day they first arrived. One of the girls immediately says it was incredible to watch, clearly still fired up by the memory, while another girl becomes visibly flustered the instant the match is mentioned again. The girl who loves fighting keeps going on about the duel with open excitement, sounding like she is practically watching it all over again in her head while she talks. Her friend cuts in right away, snapping that there was absolutely nothing fun or enjoyable about that match at all. Seeing the two of them start up again, Tang Kyujin gently steps between their clashing moods before it turns into real bickering. In a calm, older sister kind of way, she tells them to stop arguing, relax a little, and simply enjoy the festival night while they can. That immediately changes the atmosphere. All three of them brighten at once, happily agreeing with her, and then, keeping close to one another, they make their way deeper into the lively crowd and the glow of the festival. Not long after that, the three of them are seen enjoying skewered sweets from one of the market stalls. With warm lantern light all around them, cheerful chatter filling the air, and the whole night moving at an easy, unhurried pace, the scene feels relaxed and pleasantly carefree. At one stall, one of the girls suddenly stops in front of a truly ridiculous-looking mask and stares at it with complete seriousness, as if she might actually buy it. The moment her friends notice, they react right away, caught somewhere between amusement and genuine alarm at how terrible her taste is. As Tang Kyujin watches her companions laughing so openly and freely, her own face softens without her even realizing it. Quietly, almost like a private wish she does not mean to say aloud, she finds herself hoping that her own siblings could spend time together like this too, smiling without tension and sharing a moment with no burdens between them. Her thoughts drift most strongly toward her brother Tang Yuchang. She wonders how he is doing at that very moment, and elsewhere he is shown sitting alone with a box placed before him, his face dim and heavy with worry. Back in the market, one of the girls suddenly grabs Tang Kyujin's attention again, excitedly urging her to come and look at something else nearby. Tang Kyujin offers no resistance at all and simply follows along with the others. But in the very next moment, the mood changes completely. A sinister darkness suddenly surges into the alley around them, and before the three women can even understand what is happening, that ominous energy swallows them whole. Tang Kyujin feels it instantly. Her whole body stiffens in alarm as she recognizes that something deeply wrong has entered the area, and the presence pressing down on them carries a dangerous, unmistakably ominous force. Her companions sense it too. They turn sharply and ask if she felt it as well, and even while the question is leaving their lips, all three women are already bracing themselves to act. Without wasting even a heartbeat, the women burst away at high speed. They race toward the source of the disturbance, chasing after the trail left by that dark and unnatural energy. When they reach the area, they can tell right away that the presence they sensed was definitely somewhere around this neighborhood. But almost as soon as they arrive, unease creeps in, because it already feels like the trail has slipped loose and vanished ahead of them. One of the girls suddenly stops in place and says that something about this spot feels wrong. The other two immediately turn toward her, asking what exactly she means by that. Tang Kyujin carefully scans the surroundings and notices the one detail that should have stood out immediately. This part of the market is never supposed to be quiet, and yet now there is not a single person in sight. That unnatural silence tells her all she needs to know. This empty stillness does not belong in a place like this, and in that instant, she realizes they have already stepped straight into a trap. Her tone turns urgent on the spot as she orders the others to get out immediately. Her friends do not hesitate for even a second and instantly answer in agreement. But before any of them can make their escape, a barrage of powerful icy attacks suddenly comes crashing down from above. The sheer suddenness of the assault shocks all three women where they stand. They move on instinct, striking back even as that snow-like energy whirls violently around them. In the middle of the chaos, they manage to cut down several hooded attackers before the pressure can fully close in. Tang Kyujin throws herself into the fight without holding anything back, meeting the assault head-on with her own blade art. Her sword flashes fiercely against the tightening pressure surrounding them. Even so, the enemy answers with even heavier waves of freezing power. The cold force comes down harder and harder, as if it is trying to engulf the women completely and crush them under sheer icy pressure. The moment Tang Kyujin feels that chilling demonic aura more clearly, recognition strikes her. It is the very same blade demon from the Northern Sea mythos that Tang Wunhui fought before. Then the killer himself steps out from the darkness at last. Looking over the women with cold, measured approval, he remarks that their skill is impressive, exactly what one would expect from women destined to stand among Sichuan's future leaders. His face is caught half in shadow and half under an eerie blue glow, making him look even more sinister. As that frigid light gathers thicker around him, it becomes clear that he is preparing to unleash even more of his ice power. A faint smirk curls across his lips as he comments on how easily they managed to block the attacks of his men. There is an almost amused tone in his voice, as though their resistance is entertaining him rather than troubling him. Tang Kyujin quickly measures the aura pouring off him, and the color drains from her face. In that instant, she realizes with horror that he is at least at the supreme peak level. Noticing her reaction, the killer speaks in a calm, almost mocking voice. He tells her there is no reason for her to look so nervous. Then, with chilling composure, he reflects that the Amasik's anti-demonic sword techniques are going to be troublesome to deal with. Because of that, he decides he will need to handle these women with special care. Once he has judged the situation, he chooses his first target without hesitation. He decides that the woman of the Ame sword line needs to be eliminated before anything else. And as he advances toward her, she cries out in fear. Desperation floods through her at once, and she gathers every last bit of strength she can force out of herself. With a scream, she unleashes a technique meant to stop him, no matter the cost. But even that is not enough. The killer smashes straight through her defense without slowing down and lands a brutal blow on her head-on. A violent shockwave explodes out from the impact. The force rips through the area and sends all three women flying away in different directions. One of her companions can do nothing but cry out in denial as she watches it happen. The scream tears out of her raw and panicked, unable to accept the sight unfolding in front of her. Killer coldly states that taking the Nine Dragons clan's daughter and the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter will be enough. Hearing those words, the injured girl is left stunned, realizing that he knows exactly who they are. The two women who can still move refuse to give in. With their swords raised high, they charge at him together from both sides in a coordinated attack. The killer does not show even the slightest sign of being rattled by their combined assault. Instead, he calmly sets himself and prepares to counter both of their strikes at once. With almost insulting ease, he releases another burst of icy force and blows their attack apart. The impact hurls both women backward all over again. Tang can barely process what she is seeing. Her voice breaks with disbelief at the overwhelming gap in power between them and this monster standing before them. Her companion takes a heavy hit in the exchange and cries out in pain. The force of the blow leaves her body reeling badly. The killer closes in again before either of them has time to recover. He unleashes another devastating attack, and it crashes into them in an explosive spray of frost and icy shards. When the dust and frozen mist finally settle, the result is grim. The women are left sprawled on the ground in terrible condition, while the killer stands over the scene without so much as a scratch on him. Barely conscious, one of the women forces out a scream through the pain. In utter desperation, she calls out for her fallen friends by name, Sumin and Kyujin. The killer begins walking toward her in slow, deliberate steps, each one heavy with menace. Meanwhile, she struggles weakly on the ground, trying to push herself back up despite her injuries. Even in that state, she still manages to demand an answer from him. With her voice shaking, she asks what he intends to do with her captured friends. He does not even bother responding with words. Instead, he cuts her off with a vicious kick that slams into her and sends her crashing back down. Standing over her like a shadow, he finally gives his command. If the Nine Dragons clan wants the two women returned alive, then she is to deliver a message to them. Then he states the final demand in a cold, absolute tone. If they want those two back alive, Tang must come alone and face him. With that final warning delivered, the killer turns away without another glance and disappears back into the darkness, dragging the two captives with him. Left behind in the alley is only the battered young woman, crumpled on the ground and barely able to keep herself upright. Her voice breaks under the weight of shock and despair as she forces their names out through trembling lips. Sumin, Kyujin. It sounds less like speech and more like a desperate plea, full of panic, grief, and helplessness. Blood covers her and her consciousness is already hanging by a thread, but even so, she still tries to move. Every tiny motion looks agonizing, as if her whole body is screaming against it, yet she keeps forcing herself to respond. Then one vital realization cuts through the haze in her mind. She is still alive. Clinging to that single fact, she hardens her resolve and refuses to give in, even with pain tearing through every part of her body. With trembling, unsteady fingers, she fumbles through her belongings until she finally pulls out a signal whistle. Even that small action takes visible effort, like her strength might fail her at any second. Gathering the last scraps of strength she has left, she lifts the whistle to her lips and blows. The sharp, desperate signal slices across the city night, shrill and urgent like a cry for help carried through the dark. That effort drains the last of what little strength remained in her. She slumps back to the ground again, still gripping the whistle tightly in her hand, while a thin stream of blood slips from the corner of her mouth. Elsewhere inside the war room, Tang stands holding a Northern Sea mythos token in his hand. His eyes are cold as he vows that if this plan fails, he will never forgive the ally tied to it. And almost at that exact moment, that ally calls out his name. Far away from him, the wounded woman's fading consciousness clings to one last thought before the dark can fully take her. In a voice barely above a whisper, she murmurs Tang Wunhui's name as her vision starts to blur. Later, inside a guest room at Azure Pavilion, Tang Wunhui rushes in without the slightest hesitation. The moment he enters, he finds her lying on a bed while healers work around her in heavy, tense silence. He immediately demands to know how bad her condition is. The reply he gets is grim. Her external injuries are already severe, and on top of that, a powerful ice poison has taken hold of her body. The healers explain that the only reason the poison has not spread even further is because she used the Great Closed Pulse method in time. Even with that, they warn him that her condition remains critical. The Tang healers do not try to soften the truth or hide anything from him. They plainly admit that they have no means of curing this specific type of ice poison. They continue by explaining that ordinary forms of ice poison could at least be suppressed or weakened to some degree. But the heart-corroding variant used by the Northern Sea mythos is on an entirely different level, far beyond anything they know how to treat. At that, Tang Wunhui steps forward without wasting another word and tells everyone to move aside. Calm but absolute, he says that he will handle her treatment himself. As he consults his spirit advisors, he realizes the situation is even worse than it first seemed. This poison is even more lethal than the heart-corroding ice poison once used by Baek-san, and the only reason she survived at all was because she used the Great Closed Pulse method before it spread too far. Tang Wunhui begins the treatment by channeling his energy into her frozen abdomen. At the same time, he reviews in his mind the principle behind the Great Closed Pulse method, the technique that seals off the veins, the meridians, and even the dantian itself. He reflects on just how effective that technique is when the goal is stopping poison from spreading through the body. But the cost is brutal, because once it is used, the victim is left unconscious and cannot recover by their own strength. He explains that much to the people gathered around him, saying that once the technique is activated, it cannot be undone without outside help. From there, he reasons that this is exactly why the enemy would prefer to rely on ice poison instead of simply killing with the sword. Tang Wunhui states it clearly and without room for doubt. The enemy will absolutely use ice poison. And if that happens, then every person involved will be facing a very real possibility of death. Even after hearing that warning in full, the swordswoman does not waver. Despite knowing the danger, she still chooses to accept the plan. Right after that, another woman steps forward as well and volunteers without hesitation. Her immediate answer is so quick that it visibly catches Tang Wunhui off guard. Her leader points out the obvious reasoning behind her decision. Tang Wunhui is not the kind of man who would bring up a plan this dangerous, unless he had already prepared a way to cure the ice poison afterward. Tang Wunhui confirms that her reasoning is exactly right. If they use the Great Closed Pulse method fast enough to stop the poison from spreading, then as long as they are still alive, he can treat them. The woman from Ime immediately grasps the key point. To her, that means the answer is simple. The moment they are poisoned, they just need to activate the method right away. Still a little surprised by how readily she accepted all of this. Tang Wunhui gives a small nod. She notices the look on his face at once and lightly scolds him, asking why he is staring at her like that when he was the one who proposed the plan in the first place. He answers her honestly, admitting that he did not expect someone he had only just met to accept something so dangerous this quickly. There is real surprise in his voice when he says it. She tells him the decision was not an easy one to make, but easy or not, she believed it was still the choice that had to be made. Then she explains why she made that decision. After seeing his duel the day before, she came to believe that Tang Wunhui was someone she could place her trust in. A faint smile touches her face as she says it. Letting out a light laugh, she tells him not to disappoint them. Back in the present, Tang Wunhui stays fully focused on treating her. In his heart, he thinks that she trusted him and fulfilled the role he asked of her, so now it is his turn to keep the promise he made. But as he continues guiding his energy through her body, something suddenly catches his attention. Mixed into this ice poison is a kind of power that feels strange, unfamiliar, and clearly out of the ordinary. The moment he pinpoints that sensation, recognition flashes through his mind. It matches something he has encountered before, and from that, he concludes that Gu Minchi is still in possession of a certain item that is central to the entire situation. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches another conclusion. The enemy can only carry and use an item that powerful because he has not yet completely claimed it for himself. Then a weak, faint voice stirs from the bed. The injured woman slowly regains consciousness and softly calls out Tang Wunhui's name. Tang Wunhui immediately leans in and asks whether she is all right. Still shaken and not fully steady, she complains that he somehow forgot to mention they would be facing a Supreme Peak expert. His expression tightens the moment he hears that. In a much more urgent tone, Tang Wunhui asks whether that expert said anything to her before he left. Through the pain, she passes on the message she was given, explaining that the captor told the Nine Dragons clan to send Tang Wunhui alone if they wanted the two prisoners returned alive. The instant she finishes saying it, he asks where the meeting place is. That question makes her go still in embarrassment. Only then does she realize the captor never actually named a location, and Tang Wunhui bluntly calls the whole thing foolish. After thinking it through for a moment, Tang Wunhui says that this is a test. Confused by that answer, she looks at him and asks what exactly he means. He explains that the captor is testing whether the Tang clan can locate their hideout without being told where it is. More specifically, he wants to see whether Tang Wunhui himself can track them down. When she asks if he can really do that, Tang Wunhui answers immediately, without even a heartbeat of hesitation. He says yes, he can. He then confirms with his master that the captured expert is being held in the interrogation chamber of the Righteous Wind Pavilion. With that confirmation, the next move becomes clear. Clearly impressed by how thoroughly things have been prepared, the woman starts arming herself again instead of lying back down to rest. As she does, she openly praises Tang Wunhui and his side for planning everything so completely. Sword in hand, she pushes herself to her feet and firmly declares that she is going with Tang Wunhui. Her voice leaves no room for argument because she has already made up her mind. Tang Wunhui immediately warns her not to do that. He reminds her that she has not fully recovered from either the Great Closed Pulse method or the ice poison and tells her that she should remain behind and rest. She rejects that outright. There is no way, she says, that she can sit still and wait while their two companions are still trapped in enemy hands. In the end, Tang Wunhui relents. He orders revitalization orbs to be brought for her at once, and one of the subordinates immediately rushes off to fetch them. He then places a pill in her hand and tells her exactly what it is. It is a poison that will temporarily numb her exhaustion and force her body to keep moving a little longer. But Tang Wunhui makes sure she understands the cost before she takes it. Once the effect of the pill wears off, the backlash will hit her even harder than before, and he asks whether she is truly ready to endure that. Even with that warning hanging over her, she still holds out her hand for the pill, her face set in stubborn resolve. To her, taking a dangerous chance is still far better than standing by, powerless and doing nothing at all, while her companions remain in enemy hands. 2 hours later, Tang Wunhui and the group reach the Gold Sword sect manor. The moment they see the sect servants' corpses strewn across the grounds, they know instantly that this is no false lead. They have finally come to the right place. A survivor is still there, barely clinging to life after brutal torture. In a broken voice, he manages to tell them that the ones responsible are hiding in a manor on the northwestern outskirts of Nine Dragons County. As they draw closer to that location, Tang Wunhui's spirit companion suddenly senses a formation spread out ahead of them. Tang Wunhui recognizes it right away for what it is, and his expression hardens as he identifies the trap as the Northern Wind Blizzard prison array. Tang Wunhui immediately tells everyone else to stop where they are. He orders the vice branch head to fall back and send a signal the moment anything goes wrong, and then, without taking a single person with him, he moves forward alone. The vice branch head answers at once, saying that if anything happens, then Tang Wunhui's safety will come before all else. His reply comes fast and firm with no room for doubt. Tang Wunhui waves that concern aside as if it hardly matters. In his usual calm way, he tells them they are worrying far too much about him. Then, without another pause, he launches himself straight into the array. The only thing he leaves behind is a calm assurance that he will return. The instant Tang Wunhui steps inside, a violent surge of energy erupts outward. The dormant formation reacts immediately, and the blizzard array roars to life in full. As Tang Wunhui runs deeper into it, his spirit companion cries out in alarm, warning him that the entire array is now truly activating and no longer just lying in wait. Snow bursts loose around him and jagged ice explodes from every side. In the space of a heartbeat, the storm thickens into something fiercer, harsher, and far more deadly. Even so, Tang Wunhui never slows. He tears forward through the landscape that has already been swallowed by white, pressing deeper into the frozen world created inside the array. The Northern Wind Blizzard Prison Array is one of the Northern Sea Mythos's creations, a trap sharpened and perfected through long years of relentless study and experimentation. Its purpose is as simple as it is cruel. It scrambles the intruder's senses, steals away their sense of direction, and slowly drags them toward a freezing death. And because the warriors of the Northern Sea mythos specialize in cold chi, that frozen killing field becomes the ideal battlefield for them, a place where they can fight at their absolute peak. Then, through the screaming wall of snow, figures that look almost like the dead come rushing at Tang Wunhui. Shrill cries tear out of them as they fling themselves at him from all directions at once. Tang Wunhui remains completely composed. With practiced ease, he flicks open his steel fan and settles into place, ready to cut down whatever comes at him. In the next instant, he tears through several of them in rapid succession. The blades of his fan flash through the storm, and his palm strikes hit just as precisely and just as mercilessly. Standing there with bodies already beginning to pile up around him, Tang Wunhui coldly remarks that these opponents are nowhere close to Baek San's level. Then his eyes catch on a cloaked figure standing beside a wavering blue flame. At once, Tang Wenhui realizes that this man, not the disposable attackers around him, is the true target here. Tang Wenhui walks straight toward him on his own and wastes no time with pleasantries. He directly demands to know where the two comrades they captured have been taken. The man dressed in fur answers in a measured voice, saying that he had found Tang Wenhui suspicious long before this very moment. Tang Wenhui fires back immediately, asking him exactly what it was that seemed so strange. The man reveals that he deliberately sent out special squads to wipe out key figures in the Nine Dragons branch. He says he did it all to test how quickly Tang Wenhui could cut through the chaos and make his way here. Then, after pointing out that every one of those squads failed, he lets that statement linger for a moment in an ominous silence. After that pause, he states it plainly. Every subordinate he dispatched was defeated. According to him, all of this was one part of the divine cult's grand orthodox annihilation plan, a massive strategy built to bring all of Zhongyuan under its control. He goes on to explain that Tang Wenhui not only understood that complicated strategy almost immediately, but even managed to reverse it and use it against the divine cult itself. From there, he reaches a chilling conclusion. In his eyes, only the very strategist who originally created the orthodox annihilation plan could possibly have done something like that. Even while insisting that such a thing should be impossible, he admits that every piece of evidence keeps dragging him back toward the exact same answer. In the end, he says there is no other conclusion left for him to make. Tang Wenhui must be that strategist. Tang Wenhui's irritation shows immediately. He shoots back at the man and asks what kind of ridiculous nonsense he thinks he is talking about. Then the man suddenly blurts out, "You," and stares at Tang Wenhui much more closely. A moment later, he erupts and declares that he really is the young Tang Wenhui. Tang Wenhui does not answer him right away. For a brief moment, he simply reacts in silence and gives nothing away. Seeing that reaction, the enemy's lips curl into a satisfied smirk, as if that silence alone has just confirmed everything he wanted to know. Then Tang Wenhui admits it almost casually, confirming that the man's guess is correct. Somewhere else entirely, a young woman slowly wakes up inside a dim, cramped room that looks more like a storage space than anywhere meant for people to stay. As her senses begin returning, she realizes exactly where she is. From the shadows, a figure speaks to her in a low, quiet voice, telling her that she has finally woken up. The moment she recognizes him, shock hits her all at once. She stammers out his identity, saying that he is Na Jinbei of the Gold Sword sect. He glances over at her with fake annoyance and lets out a petty complaint, acting as though her waking up is some small inconvenience he now has to deal with. Then, as he peels away the disguise he had been wearing, it becomes obvious that he had been hiding behind a false face the entire time. The captive woman immediately feels a horrifying aura pouring off him, something eerily similar to the presence of a demon-wielding Jiangshi. In that instant, she realizes she is face-to-face with a powerful Jiangshi user. He praises her sharp instinct, saying that he expected no less from a disciple of Qin Qing. Then he introduces himself fully, revealing at last that he is the Red Bone Terror, the master of Black Bone Ghost Valley. The woman tries to move, but her body refuses to obey her. Panic rises in her chest as she realizes his sorcery has completely paralyzed her. The Red Bone Terror calmly confirms her fear for her, telling her that this helpless state she is trapped in is indeed the result of his sorcery. As he reaches a hand toward her, rage bursts out of her despite her condition. She curses him as a demonic martial artist, while he only grumbles back in annoyance at how loud she is being. He roughly grabs her by the face and tells her she should behave more like the other captive, who has been much quieter the whole time. Nearby, Sunyi lies unconscious, unmoving. The sight of her in that state throws the captured woman into a panic, and she cries out Sunyi's name at once. Watching that reaction, the Red Bone Terror comments that Sunyi has not said a single word since the moment she woke up. Still gripping her by the head, he twists it slightly in his hand and forces her face up, then sneers as he mockingly asks just how comforting that fragile little hope of hers must be. But in the very next second, the taunting look on his face falters. His expression changes sharply as he senses something from above, right when part of the structure gives off a faint, deeply unsettling tremor. He immediately lifts his eyes toward the ceiling, and the meaning hits him at once. The blizzard array outside has been activated. From that alone, he reaches the conclusion instantly. Tang Wenhui has come for them, and the rescue has already begun. A cruel little smile curls at his lips again as he looks back at the captives and jeers, asking whether they finally feel hopeful now that their savior is so close. His grin only stretches wider as he coldly tells them that once everything here is finished, he will personally turn both of them into living Jiangshi. After delivering that threat, he simply walks out and leaves the two women exactly where they are, helpless on the floor of the cramped, cluttered room. Once he is gone, the silence settles in, and the two women quietly check on each other, each asking in a shaken, unsteady voice whether the other is still all right. One of them points out that the enemy's security is unbelievably tight, then grimly adds that there are probably even more enemies and hidden formations surrounding them beyond what they can see. She goes on to explain that the sorcery is still pinning her body in place, and, on top of that, the ice poison is continuing to spread deeper and deeper through her system. Hearing that, her companion can only mutter under her breath that the situation is getting worse with every passing moment. With worry written plainly across her face, she turns and asks Tang whether she thinks Sumin is safe. Tang tries to calm her, saying that Tang Wunhui most likely already made sure Sumin would be safe. Even so, the unease in her heart is obvious, and her anxiety has clearly not disappeared. In the end, the two of them decide to do exactly what Tang Wunhui told them to do, and wait, holding on to the belief that there is still a backup plan if everything starts to fall apart. Back in the center of the raging blizzard, the fur-clad enemy finally speaks the name aloud and acknowledges it directly, saying that the man standing before him is indeed Yon Wunhui. Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest disturbance, calmly giving his present identity instead, and stating that his name is Tang Wunhui. The enemy refuses to let it go and stubbornly insists that he is Yon Wunhui, but Tang Wunhui simply feigns ignorance and acts as if he has no idea what the man is even talking about. That finally snaps what little patience the enemy had left. He draws his icy sword and tells Tang Wunhui to stop pretending not to understand. Then, without hesitation, he swings, unleashing a massive slash of freezing sword energy that rips violently through the blizzard. Tang Wunhui braces himself in place as the frigid wind explodes around them, the storm itself roaring even harder under the force of that attack. At that moment, Tang Wunhui immediately recognizes the weapon in his opponent's hand for what it truly is, the demonic blade known as the life-stealing sword. He remembers it clearly as one of the treasures of the Northern Sea mythos, a blade forged from countless thousand-year ice crystals and filled to the brim with dense, concentrated yin energy. To Tang Wunhui, though, it does not look like some terrifying demonic weapon at all. It looks more like an enormous chunk of miracle medicine, which prompts his spirit companion to protest that absolutely no one else on Earth would look at it that way. The enemy continues, explaining that in the beginning he hated Tang Wunhui for one simple reason. He carried the same name as a man he despised. But later, after seeing Tang Wunhui's deep knowledge of the divine cult and the way he aided the revered demon god mythos, that hatred slowly turned into suspicion. And now that they are standing face to face, he says he can recognize everything about him. The familiar attitude, the way he speaks, the look in his eyes, those tiny habits, even the way he walks. Then he screams it again at the top of his lungs, insisting with absolute conviction that Tang Wunhui truly is the young Yeon Wunhui. All Tang Wunhui can do in response is let out a long, annoyed sigh. With a dry, almost bored kind of humor, he asks whether the man has always been this obsessed with him, adding that he had no idea it went this deep. The moment those words land, something in the enemy's mind flashes back to someone else, and the hatred twisting across his face immediately deepens into something even darker. Tang Wunhui casually remarks that he used to assume this man wanted him dead for only one reason, because he had once stood in the way of his path to becoming the young leader. Then he openly mocks him, asking whether he still believes he can become the young leader now, before coldly answering the question himself, and pointing out that he obviously cannot. That one remark cuts straight into him like a blade. The man instantly erupts in furious frustration and spits back curses in rage. Tang Wunhui looks at him with a flat expression and says, in an almost dismissive tone, that he really has not changed at all. The enemy suddenly bursts into manic laughter and shouts that only Yon Wunhui would say something like that. Then he starts screaming that name over and over at the top of his voice. Completely unimpressed, Tang Wunhui tells him to stop yelling his name like that, because it is starting to get genuinely creepy. In reply, the enemy raises the life-stealing sword high overhead and begins drawing out its power to the absolute limit. The undead-like subordinates react at once as a strange, eldritch force spills out from their leader's sword and starts spreading across the battlefield. Under the influence of that power, even more ice warriors either take shape from within the storm itself or pull back together and reform around him in orderly ranks. Then all of them rush Tang Wunhui at once, and at that exact moment the entire battlefield begins to twist and distort around him. The enemy boasts that, inside this formation, the warriors of the Northern Sea mythos are impossible to defeat. He swears with vicious confidence that Tang Wunhui is going to die a miserable, pitiful death inside this blizzard. Tang Wunhui answers in a cool, steady voice that the one who truly understands nothing here is his opponent. He points out that if the man had really figured out who he was, then he should have known better than to choose this particular array to use against him. As those words leave his mouth, dark purple energy suddenly erupts around Tang Wunhui and begins swirling violently through the storm. The ice warriors glance down and see cracks racing wildly across the frozen ground beneath their feet. In stunned disbelief, they realize that the Northern Wind Blizzard Prison Array itself is collapsing. Standing perfectly calm in the middle of that breaking formation, Tang Wunhui mocks them forever, imagining that he would not know how to dismantle something as trivial as this array. He then declares that he has no intention of letting all the ice crystal energy gathered here go to waste, and with that, he begins to use the Phantom King tome. Activating the demonic eye's purple veil of oblivion, he seizes control of that energy and forcibly reshapes it into a form that can serve his own technique. In a single instant, he reconstructs the shattered formation and turns it into something entirely different, his own evil demon hell array. The enemy can do nothing but stare in complete disbelief, shocked that Tang Wunhui did not merely destroy their array, but actually rebuilt it into one of his own. Inside the array that had just taken shape, the blizzard changes in an instant from something merely lethal into something far worse. The men trapped inside realize it too late. Tang Wunhui has poisoned the entire storm itself. As that tainted snow rips through the swirling whiteout, his subordinates start coughing up blood, their bodies folding and buckling as the horrifying truth finally hits them. Their leader's expression twists violently with rage. Throwing his head back, he roars Tang Wunhui's name again, his furious voice cutting straight through the shrieking wind and the poisoned snow. Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue, visibly irritated like he has grown tired of hearing his name screamed over and over. Then, with a small, cold flick of his hand, he openly gestures for the man to come forward, inviting him to step in and fight if he dares. One of the subordinates urgently warns that if their young master remains inside this poisoned blizzard any longer, his condition will only continue to worsen. Realizing they no longer have the luxury of hesitation, he immediately orders everyone to charge Tang Wunhui at once and bring him down before it is too late. Tang Wunhui meets that desperate rush with a devastating swing of his fan. The strike crashes into them with crushing force, and several enemies are blasted backward through the storm, flung away like scraps caught in a violent gale. He coldly calls them fools for trying to come at him head-on like that. Before they can recover even a shred of momentum, he cuts through them one after another, and their screams rip across the battlefield as the fight turns into a brutal, one-sided massacre. With chilling calm, Tang Wunhui points out exactly where their style falls apart. Their techniques only work when an ordinary blizzard blinds everyone and covers their movements, but inside his array, that advantage has already been stripped away completely. Now that the balance of the battle has shifted, he tells them he can see every last one of them clearly. His confidence rises with every breath, and with his killing intent sharpening further, he prepares a strike that feels unmistakably final. The enemy's eyes go wide the moment he senses the terrifying power gathering around Tang Wunhui. A jolt of recognition runs through him, and in visible shock he realizes that the energy taking form there belongs to the divine sword, heavenly demon. Tang Wunhui gives them no time to recover or even breathe. He unleashes a form of Mara Thousand Sword known as Mara Sword Tempest, and in the next instant an immense storm of blades rises around him, towering over the battlefield like a disaster-given shape. That spinning sword tempest does not hang in the air for long. It immediately comes crashing down from above, as if the sky itself is folding shut over the enemy ranks beneath a merciless rain of whirling steel. The falling blades tear straight through the Northern Sea Mythos warriors and rip their formation to pieces. Bodies are split open under the descending storm, and almost nothing on the battlefield is spared from the destruction. Even their leader cannot get out of its path. As the strike rips into him as well, a raw scream of agony bursts from his throat and echoes through the ruined storm. The sheer pain is written plainly across his face. His features twist and contort under the impact, making it brutally clear just how monstrous Tang Wunhui's attack truly was. When the sword tempest finally settles and the violence fades, the snow-covered ground is no longer white. Blood, shattered wreckage, and broken remains are strewn everywhere, and in the center of that devastated scene, only the battered leader is still left standing. Tang Wunhui stands in front of him like a nightmare that has stepped into reality. With blood-soaked snow and torn corpses around him, his open fan in hand, and an eerie light glowing in his eyes, he makes the freezing scene feel even colder. The surviving leader trembles violently where he stands. It is not fear alone shaking him, but a tangled mess of fury, humiliation, and helpless frustration that he can no longer keep hidden. Then, with a savage roar, he forces his body forward once more. Gathering up every ounce of rage and desperation he has left, he launches himself at Tang Wunhui again. The two crash into one another head-on, and their weapons slam together with vicious force. There is nothing measured or cautious about it. This is a direct collision, the kind meant to crush the other side immediately. Power surges wildly from the point where their weapons meet, crackling through the blizzard as neither man yields an inch. Right in the middle of that violent deadlock, the leader screams, Tang Wunhui's name yet again. Pushing against Tang Wunhui's overwhelming strength, he can barely hide his disbelief. Through clenched teeth and straining breath, he demands to know how Tang Wunhui could possibly have recovered his internal energy. Tang Wunhui answers him without the slightest pause. However he got it back no longer matters. What matters now is that he stands far stronger than the man in front of him. And he proves those words immediately. With sheer overpowering force, Tang Wunhui drives the man backward and smashes through whatever resistance he desperately tries to raise, stepping forward through the raging storm as though the battlefield already belongs to him. Tang Wunhui throws out a sharp, mocking question. Since they are finally fighting properly face-to-face like this, he asks if his enemy is satisfied now. The leader's face hardens even more at the taunt, his anger tightening every line of it. Letting out a furious snarl, he gathers himself once again and prepares for another charge. This time, he attacks from above. Throwing himself downward toward Tang Wunhui, he comes in as if this next clash will be the one that decides everything. Wrapped in a blazing blue aura, he lifts his sword high over his head. Then he brings it down with every bit of power he can force out of his body. Their strength collides again in a blinding burst. The blades crash together, and the impact explodes outward in light and force, blasting across the battlefield around them. Tang Wunhui receives that attack with icy, unwavering focus. There is no panic in his eyes, no disorder in his movements, only cold intent, absolute control, and a precise counter. At that point, the fight reaches its most savage height. The two close in so tightly that they begin trading brutal point-blank blows, every strike coming from a distance where even the smallest mistake could be fatal. Tang Wunhui's eyes narrow even further as his focus sharpens to a razor's edge. His full attention is locked on the life-and-death struggle before him, completely absorbed in the killing exchange. Then he surges forward again with another crushing strike, shouting as he drives the attack in harder. Rather than easing the pressure for even a moment, Tang Wunhui presses in with even greater ferocity. The battle erupts again without a single pause as the fur-clad man lunges at his opponent in a blur of violent speed. His whole body moves with raw aggression, as though he intends to smash his way through by force alone. The instant that clash begins, he reacts with a visible mix of shock and anger. Something in that exchange catches him completely off guard, and the frustration flashes across his face right away. Across from him, his opponent, a younger man dressed in blue, twists his body with polished, practiced precision. In that same smooth motion, he lines up a strike that clearly carries a dangerous amount of power behind it. The younger man's blow lands with explosive force. Energy bursts outward the moment it connects, and the impact slams into the older fighter hard enough to rock his entire body. Then the younger man comes plunging down toward his foe with sword in hand, aiming straight for him from above. Below him, the other fighter remains strangely composed, preparing a weapon that is still sheathed, as if there is no need for panic. The younger man commits completely, and dives straight in, cutting downward through the air without even a hint of hesitation. On the ground beneath him, the older fighter keeps his gaze fixed upward and calmly tracks that descending attack. The fur-clad man shouts that he will never allow this to happen. Then, with a violent counter of his own, he smashes his opponent straight down into the ground. The younger man is thrown backward with terrifying force and crashes into a massive spike of ice erupting from the earth. That frozen spear rises like a trap waiting to skewer him right in the middle of his fall. At that exact moment, another fighter suddenly enters the clash wielding a fan. He springs upward into the exchange and spins through the air with agile, tightly controlled movement. In the middle of that motion, he snaps his fan open with a sharp flick. From that seemingly simple gesture, tiny, concealed weapons spill free and scatter down into the battlefield below. The fur-clad man notices it at once, and alarm immediately flashes across his face. He realizes the fan user is raining hidden weapons down on him from above. He surges forward at once and begins batting the incoming projectiles aside with frantic, rapid movements. His arms and body blur as he tries to deflect every last one before they can reach him. But even with all that effort, he cannot stop them all. Several thin needles punch into his body, and sharp streaks of blood spray across his torso, where the hidden weapons pierce through. He manages to remain standing, but the damage is impossible to miss. His body wavers unsteadily, and a pained growl slips from him as he struggles to endure what just hit him. Then he feels something even worse, spreading from those wounds. Realizing the effect is moving through his body, he glares at his enemy and accuses him of coating those weapons with poison. The fan wielder answers in a smug, taunting voice, asking him how a technique called soul-shattering sand tastes, and even while he mocks him, he does not let the pressure drop for even a second. Purple energy and a mass of projectiles begin swirling around them in a violent storm, turning the entire clash into a chaotic vortex of power and hidden weapons. Yet even as he keeps attacking, the fan user's frustration starts to show, and he cannot understand why this still is not enough to finish the fight. Inside, he refuses to accept what is happening. By every measure, he believes his martial arts should be far superior, so he keeps questioning, again and again, why he still cannot defeat the opponent standing right in front of him. Right in the middle of that violent storm of energy, the younger man suddenly lets a calm, confident smile curl across his lips. It appears so naturally, so completely out of place in the chaos, that the enemy staring back at him is visibly shaken by it on the spot. The fan wielder catches that reaction and only grows more irritated. In his eyes, that expression can mean only one thing: that the other man is looking down on him. And the thought of being silently compared to the masters of the past makes the resentment in his chest burn even hotter. Inside his mind, the insult keeps taking on a clearer shape. He convinces himself that his opponent sees him as slow, as someone who has only barely reached the early supreme peak, and that humiliating assumption sends his anger flaring out of control. Unable to bottle that rage up any longer, he explodes forward. Charging in with his temper fully unleashed, he shouts that the other man probably does not even consider him worthy of being called a real opponent. The fur-clad fighter answers by drawing an icy sword, and the moment that weapon comes free, the whole atmosphere around him changes. Dense frost clings to the blade in crystal layers, and the freezing power pouring off it looks dangerously sharp, even at a glance. With a roar, he kicks hard off the ground and launches himself straight at the younger man. The frozen sword leads the way, slicing through the air like a streak of winter rushing in to kill. His face is twisted with pure fury, and the cold aura around that blade swells even more as he comes in. The freezing power surges violently, feeding his attack and making the strike feel heavier, harsher, and far more lethal. And then it lands. Blood sprays into the air as the icy sword tears into the fan wielder and rips through him with brutal, unforgiving force. The fan user's eyes fly wide in an instant, and a shocked breath escapes him before he can stop it. For that brief moment, he looks like he can barely believe the blow truly connected. At the exact peak of their exchange, the collision detonates into a blinding sphere of light. It bursts open between them so suddenly and so brightly that both figures are swallowed whole inside the flash. From the center of that explosion, a huge wave of icy power erupts outward. The freezing force tears across the battlefield in every direction, like a shockwave ripping the entire area open. Chunks of ice, shattered debris, and loose wreckage are hurled violently into the air. Everything around them gets swept up and thrown into the storm as the raging blizzard becomes even more chaotic than before. In the middle of that violent aftermath, the icy sword is knocked loose and sent spinning wildly through the air. The weapon flips end over end, flung away by the sheer force of the clash. A moment later, the sword crashes down into the ground. The instant it strikes, another surge of freezing energy bursts out from the impact point, sending cold power spreading across the earth once again. The younger man steadies his footing and regains his calm almost immediately, as if the explosion barely rattled him at all. Then, in an even voice, he asks whether his enemy finally understands why he did not wear the evil ghost war robe from the very beginning. A faint smile rests on his face as he continues. He remarks that it will probably still take the other man quite a while to fully grasp the real reason behind that choice. The fur-clad fighter staggers backward, blood pouring heavily from his wounds. Reeling from the exchange, he coughs hard and struggles to make sense of what was just done to him. Then the realization begins to settle in. He understands that his opponent deliberately baited him into unleashing a large-scale attack. And with that thought, he cannot help but question what the true purpose of that trap really was. The younger man gives him that much credit, acknowledging that at least he figured out that part. And as he says it, a darker, heavier, more ominous energy starts gathering around his weapon. Even in his battered condition, the fur-clad warrior hurls himself forward again. He charges like a beast driven into a frenzy, with waves of ice power raging around his body in violent bursts. The younger man calmly explains the next layer of the deception. With chilling composure, he says he intentionally made his enemy believe that the speed he had shown earlier was already the limit of what he could do. Then he moves. In one savage passing strike, he cuts clean across the fur-clad man and leaves him drenched in fresh blood before the other fighter can properly register what happened. Without relaxing the pressure for even a moment, the younger man coldly points out the real problem. The instant his opponent reached the early supreme peak, he became arrogant. And worse than that, he started letting his guard down. Now, finally wearing the evil ghost war robe, he states the mistake plainly. The moment the other man realized that robe had not been there from the start, he should have stayed cautious instead of carelessly lowering his guard. The wounded fighter stares at him, and then recognition crashes into him all at once. Trembling where he stands, he finally realizes that the man before him is the young heavenly demon. As that truth sinks in, his thoughts race backward to how he even reached the early supreme peak. He remembers with growing unease that he only attained it because of outside help. That memory only makes his confusion worse. In his mind, his opponent should have been weaker than he was 6 years ago and should even be standing at a lower realm, so he cannot understand why he is still the one being utterly overwhelmed. The question keeps hammering through his head even as his body begins to fail him. After everything he endured, after everything he risked to get this far, he still cannot understand why defeat continues to find him. His thoughts sink into something darker and far more desperate. As images of chained figures drift through his mind, he starts to wonder whether defeat is truly something he will never be able to escape. That desperate thought keeps echoing inside him. He clings to the single idea that he does not want to lose, even while the vision filling his mind starts to crack and splinter apart. Then, all at once, he recognizes that terrifying presence again. The memory of the figure he once feared rises before him so vividly that it still sends a chill through him now. At that same moment, the ice poison running through his body suddenly erupts. The hidden damage bursts to the surface all at once, and the agony tears out of him in a scream. Elsewhere, a woman dressed in white comes to a stop as she senses the atmosphere shift around her. At once, she realizes that the demonic martial artists standing guard have finally started moving. Above a tall pagoda, she hears the sharp cry of the anomaly bird. She lifts her eyes toward the sound, and from that signal she concludes that the target must be inside that structure. A quiet, almost ironic thought passes through her mind. For someone from a Buddhist sect, receiving a signal from an anomaly bird feels strangely fitting, and with that faint thought, she readies herself to act. As she recalls the plan, her role becomes clear again. The Righteous Wind Squad is meant to engage the main body of the enemy forces, while she deals with the guards stationed here. And when she looks ahead, she sees 3 Northern Sea Mythos warriors directly in her path. The guards notice the anomaly bird overhead, and instinctively start to tense. But before they can fully raise their defenses or react properly, she moves first and launches her ambush. She closes the distance in a single burst and drives a sudden palm strike into the first guard. The attack lands so fast and so cleanly that the others are left visibly stunned by what they just saw. The remaining guards realize immediately that they have been ambushed. At the same time, they identify the energy behind her blow and recognize it as power belonging to a Buddhist sect. Standing over the first man she has already dropped, the woman in white speaks with calm, measured precision. She notes that one enemy has been dealt with already. Without wasting so much as another breath, she crashes into the next guard. As their weapons and movements collide, she states that there are still 2 left. She overwhelms the next man completely in a direct sword contest. The pressure she brings down on him crushes through his defense, with such force that a cry is forced out of him. At the same time, the last Northern Sea Mythos warrior slips into motion. He circles around behind her, moving into position to strike from her blind side. Before he can take advantage of that opening, the allied bird flashes past him in a blur. Its attack wounds him just enough to break his rhythm and create the chance she needs. The man spits out a curse at her, clearly rattled by what he is up against. She answers with cool, steady composure, remarking that such filthy language sounds exactly like something a demonic martial artist would say. She violently knocks his blade offline, smashing it aside with force. The impact tears a grunt of pain from him as his stance breaks under the blow. Then her expression shifts ever so slightly. Sensing another presence drawing near, she says that she knew this timing would come sooner or later. In the very next instant, the attack lands. She cries out sharply as pain rips through her from the sudden blow before she can fully turn to meet it. A higher-ranking demonic leader steps forward into view. Looking at her with cold certainty, he asks whether she truly came all the way here alone. Now, with that superior figure in front of her and additional warriors closing in with him, she finds herself surrounded on every side, and with open contempt in their voices, they tell her that she has gravely underestimated them. Breathing hard, she forces herself to steady her stance and scan the battlefield all over again. In that brief but crucial glance, she realizes the situation around her has already become far more dangerous and far uglier than the original plan ever should have allowed. Her fingers tighten around the hilt of her sword as she makes herself stay calm. Even she cannot deny it now. This fight is not unfolding cleanly at all, and it is going far less smoothly than she had hoped. Facing 3 armed men at the same time, she hears that same question hurled at her once again. They press her from the front and demand to know, one more time, whether she really came here alone. Their commander raises a bell into view and holds it where she cannot possibly ignore it. Then, with a voice as cold as the air around them, he repeats that she has gravely underestimated them. The man rings the bell, and the instant its sound spreads out, he begins to invoke a sorcerous technique, Strange glowing runes flare into existence around him and spiral upward in widening rings as the spell rapidly takes form. She reacts immediately, her eyes widening the moment that eerie power rushes toward her. The spell closes in around her so fast that alarm flashes openly across her face before she can hide it. But instead of yielding to it, she lets out a fierce cry and answers with power of her own. Her energy bursts outward as she resists the bell's sorcery with everything she has, refusing to be swallowed by it. Seeing the result, the sorcerer clicks his tongue in irritation. Just as he expected, he notes that the bell's spell does not function properly against someone aligned with the Buddhist side. Even while resisting that oppressive sorcery, she keeps trading blows with the other warriors circling her. Grinding her teeth through the mounting pressure, she refuses to stop moving for even a second. Her thoughts race as quickly as the fight itself. She realizes that anti-demonic energy alone will not be enough to bring all of them down, and for one fleeting instant, she asks herself what move she should make next. One of her opponents sounds almost impressed, even as he keeps attacking. While still trying to cut her down, he openly comments on how solid and disciplined her defense is. Then something in their movements catches her attention and throws her off for a moment. The techniques they are using feel strangely familiar, and she cannot help but question why that sensation is hitting her now. A beat later, the answer clicks into place. She realizes they are using the very same martial arts Tang once showed her, and that immediately makes her suspect he had prepared them specifically for a battle like this. That realization drags up memories of his merciless training. Thinking back on it with irritation, she bitterly concludes that the Tang clan's people really are wicked in the way they force others to grow stronger. The frustration bursts out of her before she can hold it back, and she yells that this is way too much. Even so, she swings her blade in a broad arc and cuts down more enemies in one sweeping strike. One surviving demonic warrior curses at her as he raises his sword again to continue the fight. Above them, the bird keeps circling through the air, watching the battlefield and waiting for the right opening. Then, in the very next instant, that bird dives. It crashes down on the man with a violent vortex of force, driving him into the ground and crushing him under the descending power. Now that he can see the creature clearly, the sorcerer reacts at once. He recognizes it immediately as the gudiao he had been searching for. He wastes no time at all. Ringing the bell again, he strengthens the controlling spell, and this time the sorcery thickens and clamps down around the gudiao with far greater force. The gudiao lets out a piercing shriek as glowing runes coil around its body. The spell visibly tightens around it in midair, like invisible chains snapping shut all at once. Under that crushing restraint, the bird is violently forced downward. It slams hard into the ground, pinned there beneath the weight of the sorcery. The moment she sees it brought down, she knows exactly whose creature it is. That fallen gudiao belongs to Tang Wunhui. The sorcerer turns his gaze back toward her and makes his next intention obvious. Deciding that he will deal with her as well, he prepares to launch another attack. Elsewhere, inside a building, a bound girl feels the vibrations of battle trembling through the structure around her. Her first thought comes immediately, full of hope, as she wonders whether Tang Wunhui has finally arrived. Then she pauses and concentrates more carefully. The sword aura she senses does not belong to Tang Wunhui at all. Instead, she realizes it belongs to Suman. The other captive reacts the instant she hears that Suman is here and immediately asks about Tang Wunhui. The first girl explains that she can faintly sense his sword scent somewhere far away, but he himself is not actually here. That makes her think more deeply about the strange presence hanging around the battlefield. She concludes that something abnormal must be involved, and that the lingering, unusual scent likely comes from the bird that arrived with them. Closing her eyes so she can focus, she sorts carefully through the different scents in the air one by one. She says she can faintly detect Tang Wunhui and some members of the Righteous Wind Squad at a distance, but aside from them, there are no other allies nearby. Her companion understands the meaning of that almost immediately. Realizing Suman is essentially out there alone with only the bird helping her, she looks toward the first girl, who quietly confirms that is exactly the situation. Despite their worry, both of them force themselves to rise. What troubles them most is the same thought neither can ignore. Suman has still not fully recovered her strength yet. Back on the battlefield, Suman makes a dangerous decision. She invokes Spectral Streak and calls directly to a terrifying spirit. Something answers her call. A gigantic ghostly presence appears above her, looming there in an unnatural way, as though the air itself has split open to let it through. Suman stands there with unnerving calm even in front of that monstrous thing. She offers her body to the specter and directly asks whether it can take control of her if she allows it. The spirit bursts into laughter at how reckless that proposal is. Then it demands a serious answer from her, bluntly asking if she has completely lost her mind. In the end, the spirit admits that yes, it can do exactly that. It says it could easily ignore both the sorceries and the ice poison, though her body would be utterly ruined once everything was over. Sumin answers without even a flicker of hesitation. She says that if saving Sumin and Sunyi means sacrificing her body afterward, then that cost does not matter to her at all. That answer catches even the spirit off guard. For a brief moment, it is genuinely surprised by how absolute and unwavering her resolve is. Then its entire mood changes, excited by the chance to fight. The specter accepts her offer and fully merges with her body. Possession takes hold immediately. Sumin's eyes begin to glow, and spectral flames rise up from her head like a ghostly crown blazing into existence. Blue spiritual energy erupts all around her body in a violent surge. The transformation happens so suddenly and so intensely that the friend watching can only stare in shock. Now, speaking through her body, the spirit stretches as though it is testing out a fresh set of limbs. It cackles in open delight and says outright that this feels incredibly good. With horn-like shapes forming and her eyes burning with an unnatural brightness, the possessed Sumin grins. In that eerie, warped state, he says he truly cannot understand this girl at all. He clicks his tongue in annoyance and complains that the Liv Jiangxi should have taken their weapons away first. Mocking whoever carelessly left them nearby, he reaches out and grabs a ghostly sword. Then, as though she weighs nothing at all, he hoists one unconscious girl over his shoulder. With obvious satisfaction in his voice, he remarks that he has retrieved the promised child. After that, he turns his attention to the remaining girl and asks a very simple question. He wants to know where the strongest person in the surrounding area is. She points in a specific direction, and that answer is all he needs. The possessed figure accepts it eagerly, already poised to move the moment he has the information. Wrapped in swirling blue energy, he launches himself forward. In a streak of power, he shoots off to attack. Back outside, the bell-wielding sorcerer suddenly feels a monstrous wave of power rushing closer. The change is so abrupt and so overwhelming that he reacts in immediate alarm. And when he finally sees that incoming force with his own eyes, his expression breaks into outright shock. At first, he cannot even tell what it is, only that something terrifying is coming straight for him. A devastating blade of blue light tears through the storm and carves straight toward him. It cuts forward with overwhelming power, ripping open a path of destruction through the entire scene. Possessed Sumin comes crashing down from above with terrifying weight, like a giant stone dropped straight out of the sky. The whole time she's descending, she's laughing in that broken, manic way, and that wild sound makes her feel even more dangerous than the impact itself. Just outside that violent clash, Sunyi lifts her head and her face immediately brightens with relief. She happily calls out to Sumin, clearly expecting to hear her answer back like normal. But that brief relief is ripped away almost instantly when Sunyi suddenly sees Sumin's body flying straight toward her through the air. Panic hits her all at once, and she screams Sumin's name as loud as she can. Sunyi throws herself forward without hesitation and catches Sumin's limp body in both arms. The impact is so heavy that it drives both of them backward, their feet scraping and sliding across the ground before they can stop. Still holding Sumin tightly against her, Sunyi hurriedly asks if she's all right. Then, with real desperation in her voice, she begs her to undo the sorcerer's restraints that are still keeping everyone around them bound in place. Even with everything falling apart around her, Sunyi still can't stop herself from muttering a complaint under her breath. But her hands never lose their steadiness, and she calmly starts peeling the sorcery apart, one layer at a time. That exact same moment, possessed Sumin launches herself right back at the sorcerer again. She dives in with absolutely no hesitation, laughing like a madwoman as she tears across the distance between them. The sorcerer barely gets his guard up in time to block her. And the second he does, his expression twists into pure horror as he realizes the truth. She's become the host of a soul streak, and now that monstrous existence has turned on them instead. Sumin instantly snaps back at him and tells him to shut up. Before he can say anything else, she follows with a savage kick that slams into him so hard it sends him brutally flying away. Not far from there, another demonic warrior shouts a curse at her from the middle of the chaos. His voice cuts sharply through the frantic noise of the battle still raging all around them. Sunyi moves at the very same time as the ally beside her, both of them striking in perfect sync. Their sword lights flash across each other for a split second, and together they cut that warrior down in one clean, coordinated blow. With the sorcerer already staggering from the damage, the three allies all rush him at once. They come at him from different directions, closing in together with the clear intent to finish the fight right then and there. Their blades rip into him again and again in a relentless flurry, carving through him before he can recover. As blood bursts from the wounds, he can do nothing but scream furious insults through the pain. And still, even in that state, he refuses to go down. Covered in blood, he throws out one last desperate counterattack, and the force of that final frantic strike blasts some of them backward. As the sorcerer stumbles away in terrible condition, Sunyi grits her teeth and hardens herself. In her mind, they need to keep as many people alive as possible now, because Gu Minke has probably already killed the sun by this point. Before the sorcerer can even gather himself again, Gu Diao comes shrieking in from above. The bird slams into him with vicious force and tears into him again, making his injuries even worse than they already were. He hits the ground hard and sprawls across it before forcing himself to look up. His face is twisted with rage as he screams at the bird in furious disbelief. The three warriors don't give him even a second to breathe. They circle around him once more and close in from every side, tightening the net for another perfectly coordinated assault. This time, their combined attack tears straight through him. The strike is so devastating that blood immediately gushes from his mouth the moment it lands. But the blow doesn't stop at simply tearing him apart. It erupts into a towering pillar of ice and snow that blasts upward into the sky and spreads across the battlefield in a violent frozen explosion. Back at the earlier clash, Tang Wunhui is caught by that icy detonation as it races across the field. It slams into him from the side, hitting him before he can fully avoid it. Through the white blur of snow and frost, he suddenly catches sight of his berserk opponent. Even inside that blizzard, the man is charging straight at him without slowing down in the slightest. The ice-armored Jiang Shi lets out a monstrous roar that shakes the air around him. Blue flames writhe around his body, making it look as if the cold itself has come alive and wrapped him in pure fury. Seeing that, Tang Wunhui can only grimly admit the truth to himself. The attack he launched earlier has been completely neutralized. The Jiangshi then swings an enormous fist coated in thick ice straight at him. There's nothing restrained about it either. He puts his full killing force into the blow as it crashes down. Tang Wunhui meets that attack head-on instead of retreating, but even he can't hide it this time, and his eyes widen in open shock the instant the collision lands. The moment their powers collide, the force explodes upward. A massive column of energy tears into the sky and punches straight through the storm hanging above them. His ghostly companions immediately call out to him, asking if Tang Wunhui is all right. He answers them honestly, saying he truly never expected things to turn out like this. As he watches the rampaging Jiangshi keep pressing forward, Tang Wunhui can only marvel at it with bitter disbelief. Somehow the man is fighting even better now that he's completely lost his mind. Not wasting even a single heartbeat after that realization, Tang Wunhui activates Shadow Shroud Step. In the next instant, he vanishes into the blinding storm so completely it looks like the snow itself swallowed him whole. The Jiangshi narrows his focus entirely onto Tang Wunhui and finally understands something. At last, he realizes why this young man was somehow able to keep pace with Gu Minche in the first place. He reaches the conclusion that Tang Wunhui managed it because he could read Gu Minche's Northern Sea mythos techniques with strange ease. Even while fighting from a lower realm, he was still predicting those movements ahead of time. But there's a problem with that. The narrator points out, and it comes right as the crazed opponent lets out a scream of pain in the middle of that violent clash. Watching the black-clad fighter in his berserk state, the narrator explains the issue clearly. His attacks have become wildly erratic and purely impulsive now, which makes them far harder to read in any normal way. Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue and thinks to himself that he burned through far too much power using Sword Tempest Mara. He grumbles that this fight has become much tougher than he expected, and yet even then, with dark energy curling around him and a vicious grin on his face, the hooded young man drives himself forward once again. He tears across the snow-covered battlefield at full speed, cutting through the storm with everything he has. Straight ahead of him, his distant enemy is still roaring, and Tang Wunhui races directly toward him. The enemy answers that charge immediately and comes rushing back at him as well. Through the blizzard, the two of them hurtle toward each other head-on, like two disasters about to collide. The instant they meet, the exchange erupts with savage violence. The enemy is blasted away screaming as fire, shattered ice, and chunks of debris explode outward in every direction around him. Nearby, the icy life-stealing sword remains stuck upright in the ground. Cold energy keeps pouring off the buried blade, frosting the air around it and making the space near it feel deathly frozen. Tang Wunhui reaches out without hesitation and grabs the life-stealing sword. His hand closes firmly around it as he readies himself to unleash an even more powerful attack. Then he shoots forward in a perfectly straight line. The force behind his movement is so tremendous that he looks less like a man rushing in and more like a spear that has just been launched. In the middle of all that chaos, he snatches a brief breath and speaks. He says he chose from the start to fight this opponent carefully, not recklessly. The vast sorcerous vortex swirling all around him, Tang Wunhui rises high above his foe. From overhead, he begins invoking a powerful technique, the storm of energy gathering around him as he prepares to bring it down. Realizing he has no better choice left now, he crushes the ice fragments in his hands. At the same time, he forcibly drags out even more power from within himself. Ice shards spin around him in every direction, whipping through the air as he lowers into a crouch. Beneath him, a spiraling magic circle turns steadily, framing the moment like a ritual in motion. Between his hands, an intensely cold power gathers and compresses tighter and tighter. Tang Wunhui carefully guides that life-stealing energy, controlling the dangerous force with deliberate, exact precision. One of his spirit companions anxiously asks if he really intends to use life-stealing in place of miracle medicine. Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest hesitation that he already said he was going to do exactly that. Bathed in light, the spirit lets out a regretful remark and says it's a real shame to burn through such an excellent weapon in a single use. Even so, the spirit still admits that this was the right decision. Still concealed behind his mask and wrapped in that purple aura, Tang Wunhui coldly states the truth. Even after recovering strength from it, he says it still isn't enough. And before he can fully settle himself, the feral enemy comes diving at him again. His entire body is wrapped in blue, freezing chi, and he hurls himself forward with savage force. The pale, white-skinned monster suddenly throws its head back and lets out a savage howl. As that cry echoes out, its body visibly swells with even more rage, even more pressure, and an even denser flood of freezing power pouring through it. Watching that terrifying surge build right in front of him, Tang Wunhui immediately understands the problem. Simply restoring the internal energy he already spent will not be enough to bring this fight to an end. His spirits instantly grasp what he's trying to do, and the look on their faces turns grim, horrified. They warn him that attempting to cultivate chi in the middle of a battle is complete insanity, and that forcing it under pressure could easily leave his chi blocked. Tang Wunhui answers them without even a moment of hesitation. He says that kind of danger would only apply if he were using the normal, conventional method. Before the spirits can press him any further, the rampaging enemy explodes with another burst of blue energy. Then it lunges straight at him again in a fresh rush of violence. Their next collision lands with monstrous force. The impact is so violent that the ground beneath them bursts apart, shattered by the combined weight of raw power and freezing ice. They smash into each other again, and this time blue and purple energy twist together in midair. The two forces coil and clash like rival currents trying to rip each other to pieces. The spirits can only stare in stunned disbelief as they finally recognize what Tang Wunhui is doing. He is actually cultivating chi while fighting, and from the look of it, they suspect he's using something similar to Wudang's dual internal energy art. Meanwhile, the crazed monster doesn't slow down for even a single breath. It keeps tearing across the battlefield in a relentless rush, attacking with pure feral momentum. Tang Wunhui slips past those attacks by the narrowest margin, weaving through them with hair-thin precision. Light and shadow shift around him as deadly blows flash just past his body. As he moves, he lifts two glowing fingers in front of him. Sorcerous power gathers at their tips with a sharp, focused precision that leaves no wasted motion at all. In the very next instant, a luminous purple chain snaps out from him and slams directly into the monster's face. The hit lands with enough force to jolt the massive body backward violently. He doesn't stop there. Flowing straight into the next motion, Tang Wunhui whips that glowing chain around the enemy and binds the raging creature in place. The spirits stare at those shining restraints in astonishment. Looking at the way the chains move and hold, they can only wonder out loud whether he's actually using sorcery right now. Then the full truth clicks into place, and all they can do is stare in awe. Tang Wunhui is fighting with martial arts, cultivating chi, and using sorcery all at the same time. In his past life, Yeon Wunhui practiced only sorcery, and because of the vicious succession struggles back then, he had refined a method specifically designed to trigger sorcery faster than normal. It then goes on to explain Wudang's dual internal energy art. That technique splits the user's personality into separate tracks so that two lines of thought can run in parallel at once. It doubles the speed of thought, but it also puts crushing strain on the upper dantian, and if it is misused, the damage can be severe. But Tang Wunhui believed he could endure more than just twice that burden. From the start, his upper dantian was abnormally large, and because of that, he judged that he could withstand far more strain than an ordinary practitioner. By stacking the dual internal energy art over itself again and again, he theorized that he could split his mind repeatedly into multiple parts. If that worked, he would be able to control several separate thought processes at once and achieve true parallel cognition. He even gave that evolved technique a name of his own: He called it the divided mind art, and now, in the middle of real combat, Tang Wunhui is using it. He hangs above his enemy while a storm of purple chains churns and lashes all around him. The spirits can hardly believe what they're seeing, even though he still hasn't recovered the full strength he possessed in his past life. His upper dantian is showing a terrifying amount of power. Tang Wunhui calmly assesses the situation and decides that victory is only a matter of time now. So he narrows his focus to one clear goal: dodge as efficiently as possible, absorb as much energy as he can, and spend as little as possible on healing. As he reflects inwardly, he realizes the life-stealing sword contains an enormous reserve of cold chi. But that same abundance is exactly what makes the power so difficult to digest, guide, and control. Then his eyes return to the enemy in front of him, and a realization hits him. This opponent is actually the perfect model for learning how to handle cold chi correctly. The maddened beast is attacking by pouring out raw cold chi with every movement it makes. To Tang Wunhui, that turns the monster into the perfect living textbook. The monster roars in fury as the purple chains grinding against its body crash directly into the blue energy spilling off its flesh. The two powers grind against each other without either side backing away. It lets out a scream of agony, and the cold flames wrapped around its body flare even more violently. The torment only makes those freezing flames rise higher. Instead of retreating, Tang Wunhui openly taunts the creature. He tells it to show him every martial art it knows. In his mind, he resolves to split his thoughts even further. He wants to free up additional parts of his mind so they can focus entirely on analyzing the enemy's movements. With those extra streams of thought working in parallel, he plans to break apart the enemy's cold chi techniques, restructure them, and adapt them into a form that suits his own body and style. The monster lunges again with savage force, gathering itself for yet another devastating strike. The instant their powers collide again, a huge shockwave bursts across the snow. The battlefield shudders under another violent impact. The white-skinned foe refuses to let up for even a moment. It keeps pressing forward, swinging and kicking with limbs infused from end to end with cold chi. It charges again immediately after that, and every step it takes cracks and splinters the battlefield beneath its feet. Tang Wunhui suddenly drives his hand down against the ground. From that point of contact, he releases another wave of power through the frozen terrain. His palm glows, and dark energy begins spreading outward from it. The force ripples through the ground in widening rings. From that spreading power, a spiraling purple vortex rises up and catches the enemy. It drags the monster toward Tang Wunhui and rips a startled cry out of it. At the same time, Tang Wunhui tightens the glowing chain wrapped around his hand. The motion makes it obvious that he is already preparing a decisive follow-up strike. The chain lashes out again and pierces the enemy once more. Around the two of them, dark tendrils writhe and dance like living shadows. Monster bellows in fury as blood sprays from the wound. The sorcery digs deeper into its body and tears through it even harder. Tang Wunhui steps forward without the slightest hesitation. He closes in on the wounded enemy with firm, unmistakable intent. As he advances, he remarks that he is finally beginning to understand how to deal with the cold chi now flowing through him. Inside his body, that cold energy starts to condense. It compresses tighter and tighter until it forms a bright sphere of concentrated power. Spirits cry out in shock when they see what's happening. The energy is gathering at an unbelievable speed, and they can't help wondering if he truly succeeded in cultivating chi right in the middle of battle. Tang Wunhui reaches a clear conclusion. He has to adapt Gu Minkei's method of handling cold chi into something that fits his own style, and then absorb the venom dragon cultivation through the black dragon chi arts. Once the black dragon chi arts continue to evolve, they eventually become the black dragon cultivation technique. It adds that as this evolved method strengthens the central dantian, it will also reinforce his upper dantian at the same time. Dark phantom beasts begin swirling around Tang Wunhui as his aura surges higher and higher. The pressure pouring off him climbs to an entirely new level. Then purple energy erupts upward from his body like jagged lightning, announcing the release of an overwhelming aura that floods across the battlefield. An eerie, unnatural fire suddenly flares up in his eyes, making it unmistakably clear that the transformation inside him has truly started taking hold. And in the very next instant, his entire appearance changes. His hair turns a stark, pure white, dark demonic markings spread across his body, and an overwhelming pressure of power begins pouring off him non-stop. The spirits immediately burst into excited chatter, pointing out almost at once that his hair now looks exactly like it did in his previous life as Yan Wunhui. But that excitement doesn't last long, because the moment they feel the spectral energy and demonic chi rolling off him in heavy waves, their amazement turns straight into shock. At the same time, they sense something even heavier closing in from every side. The crushing aura wrapped around his transformed body is so oppressive that it feels nearly unbearable just to endure. One of the spirits, completely stunned by what it is seeing, blurts out that he can only be described as an incarnation of Mara. Even the crazed enemy, who had been raging wildly just a moment earlier, visibly falters at the sight of that new form and lets out a frightened cry. Tang Wunhui slowly descends through the air, his demonic aura rising around him like a towering shadow, while the enemy can do nothing but stare up at him in raw, helpless terror. Without the slightest hesitation, he opens his bladed fan once again, calm and composed as he prepares another strike clearly meant to kill. Then, with a single sweeping motion, he sends a slash of purple light tearing through the air and straight toward his foe. The attack hits cleanly, exploding against the monster's body and ripping out a desperate scream filled with pain and panic. Tang Wunhui doesn't stop for even a second. He immediately keeps pressing forward, unleashing crossing beams of energy that slice into the enemy again and again, tearing it apart piece by piece. Follow-up slash then carves a massive arc across the battlefield, carrying enough force to drive the attack sequence toward its brutal finish. Purple lights continue crossing over one another again and again, weaving themselves into a glowing lattice that locks the opponent inside. Trapped inside that bright geometric prison, the monster thrashes violently and screams in mounting panic as it realizes there's nowhere left to escape. Tang Wunhui tightens his control over the construct even further, focusing every bit of his attention on ending the battle once and for all. A heartbeat later, the entire prison detonates in a violent eruption of purple energy. The monster releases one final shriek as the blast completely overwhelms its body, tearing it apart until it begins to disintegrate. And when that blinding light finally starts to fade, only a single figure remains standing in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the last traces of dying energy. The enemy, now blackened and half destroyed, drops to the ground in a ruined heap, so thoroughly broken that it can barely let out even a groan. Standing over the fallen body, Tang Wunhui speaks in a chillingly calm voice and thanks the man for the valuable lesson he ended up providing. Then his voice turns even colder as he declares that now, at last, the time has finally come for his enemy to die. With one final blow, he blasts the monster's head apart, ending the fight in absolute and unmistakable fashion. Blood and shattered fragments rain down from above, and right in the middle of that grisly downpour, the transformed Tang Wunhui slowly raises his eyes. The spirits praise him in open amazement, saying that defeating a supreme peak-level foe in the middle of such chaos is almost unbelievable, and that his growth has become truly extraordinary. Tang Wunhui brushes all of that praise aside and says that what he really needs to do now is go back and re-examine the Black Dragon arts he modified so hastily. He reflects that even though he himself still hasn't reached supreme peak, he absorbed extreme power through life stealing, and because of that, he can now briefly make use of the divided mind art. The spirits remark that the dead man had once been one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path and call his end a pitiful one, but Tang Wunhui flatly replies that the man brought that fate on himself. Looking down at the dead elder, he quietly thinks to himself that the man relied far too much on the strength of his organization instead of his own power. If he had reached supreme peak through his own strength alone, he would not have died like this. Even so, Tang Wunhui does not deny the truth of it. Whatever his flaws may have been, the fallen enemy was still a genuinely formidable opponent. As the demonic aura around him begins to fade away, he reminds himself that there's no time to waste, because he still has to hurry back and heal Suman and Tang Kyujin. His eye flashes once more as he pulls his consciousness back, withdrawing from the state that had been empowered by his past life. In a hidden inner realm flooded with purple light, he stands surrounded by swirling demonic shadows and floating runes drifting all around him. Then the sound of footsteps echoes across stone, and with that sound, the strange inner world around him begins to crack apart and dissolve. Back outside in the courtyard, one of the other disciples notices Suman standing there, staring up at the bizarre sky hanging overhead. She startles the moment Tang Wunhui suddenly appears and immediately asks in shock where exactly he came from. He tells her that he broke through the enemy's array and ended up emerging near their position. After that, his attention shifts to the body lying at her feet, and when he asks about it, she explains that the corpse belongs to an elder of Blackbone Ghost Valley. Tang Wunhui studies the corpse and the bell lying beside it, then concludes that this must be the feared Redbone Terror, and judging from the look of the body, the man died carrying intense resentment. When he sees the many slash wounds spread across the corpse, he figures out that the elder must have fought all 3 women at once, and that his own Jiangxi defenses ultimately turned against him. Tang Wunhui praises the women for what they managed to accomplish, but they answer modestly, saying they only did what duty required of them, even if the battle had not been an easy one. Then one of the sisters suddenly realizes that her sibling is nowhere in sight, and blurts out in confusion, wondering where she could have gone. Tang Wunhui calmly points her out, revealing the girl timidly peeking from behind a nearby wall. He walks over toward her and asks why she's crouched there in fear instead of simply coming out. In a panic, she screams that the Demon King is going to eat her, leaving Tang Wunhui staring at her in complete confusion. At that exact moment, a tiny blue flame spirit suddenly pops out and lands right on top of her head, sounding openly relieved that it has finally made it back, outside. The girl goes stiff the instant that spirit leaves her body, while Tang Wunhui watches the whole thing with clear surprise written across his face. When he calls her name, she hurriedly forces out a laugh and insists that nothing is wrong. Still wearing that awkward, strained smile, she quickly asks if the fighting is really over now. Tang Wunhui answers that he has already defeated the enemy leader. But Tang Wunhui doesn't let his guard drop for even a moment. He lifts his eyes toward the rooftops and calmly points out that killing the leader changes nothing if the dead man's underlings are still crouched up there in the shadows, waiting for their chance. From along the eaves, the enraged Jiangxi immediately snarl back at him, their voices full of fury as they demand to know how he dared to kill their elder right in front of their eyes. One of his allies looks around at the sheer number of enemies still hemming them in from every direction. Then, clearly overwhelmed by the sight, turns to Tang Wunhui and asks what they are supposed to do now. Tang Wunhui simply smiles. He looks completely unshaken, almost relaxed, and starts to answer as though the entire situation is already under control. But before the enemies can even process that smile, hidden allies suddenly reveal themselves and drive a blade straight through one of the cloaked figures from behind. At the very same time, blazing sword lights tear across the rooftops like streaks of fire, flashing through the darkness and cutting down several enemies in a single sweep. More cloaked attackers are split apart by the sudden ambush, dying before they can even steady themselves enough to mount any real resistance. And the slaughter doesn't stop there. It keeps rolling forward in a rapid, merciless chain of strikes, with heads and bodies being sliced apart one after another. Down below, the women can do nothing but stare upward in stunned amazement, their eyes fixed on the devastating support crashing down from the rooftops above. Then reinforcements from the Tang side drop into the courtyard around Tang Wunhui, landing hard in ready stances with their weapons and bodies already set to engage. Their vice branch clan head rushes straight to Tang Wunhui without wasting a second and urgently asks if he's been injured anywhere. Tang Wunhui answers with a joke instead, asking what in the world took them so long to finally show up. The vice head quickly explains that Tang Wunhui himself had ordered them not to enter the array, so they stayed outside, waited for the right opening, and struck the enemy from the rear instead. Tang Wunhui immediately shoots back that they still could have helped rescue his sister, but the vice head insists they had been keeping a close watch on her situation too. He goes on to explain that the women never truly seemed to be in immediate danger, and if anything, the fact that they could hear Redbone Terror screaming the whole time had reassured him that the battle was going in their favor. In a brief, light chibi moment, the three women laugh awkwardly and admit with embarrassed smiles that, yes, the fight really did get a little too wild. After that short exchange, the vice head looks back at Tang Wunhui and asks whether everything has really ended now without any further trouble. Tang Wunhui answers with complete confidence that yes, it has. He starts to say something about the enemy's corpse, but the words die in his throat halfway through the instant he senses that something is deeply, unmistakably wrong. His eyes widen at once, alarm flashing across his face as a sudden ominous presence presses down over the entire area. He turns his head and sees a tall figure wrapped in bandages, dressed in white robes, standing calmly among the scattered limbs and ruined remains. For a brief moment, it feels as though time itself has frozen solid. The newcomer stands atop a spread of crystalline ice, while several people are trapped inside it like insects sealed in glass. Tang Wunhui and the others are shown encased in ice, a terrifying image that makes the newcomer's overwhelming power instantly and brutally clear. Then Tang Wunhui snaps back to the present, staring straight ahead in open shock as he realizes that the true danger has only just arrived. All around him, the allied warriors suddenly falter. Some crumple where they stand, others stumble, and others clutch at their heads as that chilling aura spreads through the courtyard. The women struggle just to stay on their feet, shaken and confused as they ask what in the world just hit them. Tang Wunhui realizes with a jolt that merely sensing the newcomer's extreme cold is enough to make it feel as though he could be frozen to death where he stands. Then the man's identity becomes clear at last. Gu Raxiong, leader of the Northern Sea mythos, the feared Northern Sea Blade Demon. The vice head immediately understands how catastrophic this situation is, and urgently orders the Righteous Wind Squad to form their 7th formation. Tang warriors instantly break into a sprint through the compound, moving with desperate speed as the crisis deepens in a single breath. One subordinate shouts for the Vice Branch clan head to retreat back home, insisting that the rest of them will stay behind and delay the enemy for as long as they possibly can. The eerie elder speaks in a calm, almost sorrowful voice, lamenting the cruelty of war while insisting that the soldiers should at least help a parent recover the corpse of his child. But before the charging Tang men can accomplish anything at all, they are struck down in the middle of their rush and cry out in pain as they collapse. The spirits around Tang Wunhui react in alarm, remarking that the enemy's yin energy has risen until it rivals that of a top 10 martial master. They suspect outside assistance and realize that he can now even perceive celestial orbits. At that moment, Tang Wunhui finally understands the ugly truth. Gu Minkei had only been bait, and his father never truly cared whether that son lived or died. He condemns that cruelty outright, burning with anger at the thought that a father would let his own son die even though he had been close enough to save him. Then Tang Wunhui pieces the rest of it together and concludes that the enemy's real purpose was to test the Tang clan's defenses and measure how much they knew before making a move against Tang Munyuk. Without any doubt, he identifies the attacker as Gu Raxiong, the leader of the Northern Sea mythos, and judges the man to be completely insane. In the next instant, a blurred figure suddenly bursts forward with terrifying speed, crossing the distance so fast that it is almost impossible for the eye to follow. The Tang vice head recoils in shock as Gu Raxiong appears right in front of them in an instant, as if he had simply erased the space between. Driven by pure desperation, the vice head throws a punch at him anyway. Someone immediately shouts for him to stop before that strike can go any farther. The man who had just been spared says out loud that Gu Raxiong clearly let him live on purpose, so no one should do anything foolish enough to provoke him any further. Gu Raxiong then shifts his attention to Tang Wunhui and addresses him directly, calling him the young leader of the Old Tempest Squad and the Nine Dragons branch. Tang Wunhui responds with formal composure, introducing himself as Tang Wunhui, heir to the Nine Dragons branch clan, and offering a polite greeting to the leader of the Northern Sea mythos. Gu Raxiong studies him in silence for a brief moment, then coldly accuses him of being deceitful. He goes on to dissect Tang Wunhui's temperament, saying that he appears calm on the surface while raging underneath, which prompts Tang Wunhui to ask if they have met somewhere before. Tang Wunhui answers that this is their first meeting, so Gu Raxiong asks why he carries such resentment toward him, and Tang Wunhui simply replies that he is a member of the Tang clan. He explains that any member of the Tang clan would naturally feel anger when an outsider like Gu Raxiong barges into their territory without permission. Gu Raxiong dismisses that answer immediately, saying that the emotion he sees in Tang Wunhui is far too savage and far too raw to be explained by ordinary clan anger alone. Gu Raxiong looks straight at Tang Wunhui with a mocking little smile on his face, then casually asks whether he perhaps slaughtered his entire family to earn hatred that intense. Inside, Tang Wunhui rejects the question instantly. A man who can treat even his own son like a disposable tool could never possibly understand where this hatred really comes from. As thoughts of his missing master, the betrayal festering inside the heavenly demon divine cult, and the followers who were butchered one after another flash through his mind, Tang Wunhui admits to himself that what he wants more than anything is to rip Gu Raxiong apart with his own hands. Even so, he forces all of that fury back down and endures it in silence, because there are still followers he has to save, and this is not the place where he can afford to lose himself. Outwardly, however, his voice stays calm. He tells Gu Raxiong that he has not killed him yet, though he makes absolutely no promise about what might happen in the future. Gu Raxiong takes a slow step forward and questions why someone who ought to be nothing more than an outsider is showing such interest in matters that should have nothing to do with him. Nearby, the vice branch head reacts with visible surprise, clearly picking up on something familiar in Tang Wunhui's voice and the tone underneath it. At that moment, Tang Wunhui confirms it to himself once and for all. Gu Minkei was never the true danger in this confrontation. Gu Minkei had still been an opponent he could account for and read to some extent. But now that the leader of the Northern Sea mythos has appeared in person, the entire situation has changed. Tang Wunhui had already known Tang Munyuk would never just sit back and watch all of this happen without moving. Then the Dark Supreme appears, wrapped in blazing green power, and he tells Tang Wunhui to do whatever he must before turning to leave. That same cold authority in his voice, he orders Gu Raxiong to finish whatever business brought him here quickly, and then get out. The Tang disciples see that fierce green aura exploding across the courtyard and immediately cry out toward their clan head as he steps forward to face Gu Raxiong himself. Everyone watching recognizes that presence almost at once for what it is, the aura of the Dark Supreme, Tang Munyuk, one of the top 10 martial masters. Then a massive burst of power erupts between the two monsters, blasting outward into the courtyard like a violent shockwave. The Dark Supreme lands with heavy force behind him and braces his body as the aftershocks race through the air and shudder across the ground beneath everyone's feet. After that, he strides toward Gu Raxiong and Tang Wunhui, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he remarks on exactly who has shown up here. Gu Raxiong greets his old acquaintance, the Tang clan leader, and says that it has been a long time. The Dark Supreme answers that yes, it has been a long time, but that doesn't mean he is even slightly pleased to see him again. Gu Raxiong pretends to sound hurt, saying he came all this way just to meet him, but the Dark Supreme replies with chilling calm that there are plenty of people who would be delighted if he simply took Gu Raxiong's head right here and now. The spirits around Tang Wunhui watch the exchange in utter disbelief and mutter that both of these men are talking about killing each other without changing their expressions even a little, which can only mean they are both completely insane. Tang Wunhui quietly observes that one of these two masters is very clearly using the assassination plot to serve his own interests. He also notices that the other master understands that perfectly well, yet doesn't show the slightest sign of caring about it. The Dark Supreme then looks at Gu Raxiong and directly asks whether he truly believes he can take his head. As he says it, countless thin blades, or perhaps needle-like weapons, begin forming from his green chi all around him, each one quivering with sharp, murderous intent. Gu Raxiong merely laughs at that and says there is no reason at all why he should be unable to kill him. He remains suspended there with eerie composure in the middle of the surging energies, looking entirely ready for the clash to begin at any second. The powers of the two Grand Masters slam into one another so violently that the Tang warriors standing nearby are blasted backward from the sheer impact. Even the Vice Head and Tang Wunhui are forced to stagger under the crushing pressure pouring off the two masters as they face each other. The two men stand on opposite sides of the courtyard, facing one another directly, each now fully releasing the terrifying aura he had been holding back until this moment. Then, unexpectedly, Gu Raxiong turns his back and starts walking away, making the Dark Supreme ask if he is leaving already. Gu Raxiong replies that there is no reason left for him to remain, because he has already taken what he came here to get. The Dark Supreme's expression shifts slightly with confusion as he demands to know what exactly that is supposed to mean. Gu Raxiong says he will come visit again soon, and then adds with ominous ease that next time he will even bring a special gift with him. Dark Supreme answers in a cold, unwavering voice that he will be waiting for him. As Gu Raxiong's oppressive presence finally begins to fade away, the patriarch tells his people to stay alert, keep their eyes open, and prepare themselves for whatever the enemy plans to do next. The instant that crushing aura disappears, Tang members all around the courtyard either collapse on the spot or gasp out in relief as the unbearable pressure finally lifts from their bodies. Tang Wunhui and the others bow and thank the patriarch, and he answers by reminding them that every single member of the Tang clan is one of his children. Tang Wunhui says that he only carried out the duty expected of him, but then he starts to bring up something else, drawing a questioning look from the clan head. Before he can continue any further, Tang Wunhui suddenly senses that something is wrong, and one of his eyes widens sharply in alarm. The Dark Supreme suddenly stumbles, his body giving way for a moment as a hidden internal injury finally catches up with him. Tang Wunhui immediately rushes forward and moves to support him before he can fall any farther. But instead of focusing on his own condition, the patriarch first assesses Tang Wunhui and says that the young man's internal injuries are severe, praising him for having endured so much while carrying wounds like that. Then, returning to Gu Raxiong's final words, he notes that the man had claimed he already obtained what he wanted. Realizing that those words mean some larger scheme is already in motion, the Dark Supreme decides that preparations for what comes next must begin immediately. Meanwhile, as night settles over everything, several carriages leave the Tang estate and roll off into the darkness with people inside them. Inside one of those carriages, a woman sits beside the window and gazes out into the night while the wheels continue turning beneath her. Three young women sit together inside that carriage in heavy silence, each of them still visibly shaken by everything that happened. One of them remembers the promise she once made, that she would become Tang Wunhui's sword, and now all she can feel is regret that when the moment truly came, she could not help him at all. The three girls glance toward one another in the dim carriage, and within that quiet exchange, a shared resolve slowly begins to take shape between them. After hesitating for a brief moment, one of them finally turns toward Sumin and Sunyi and starts to speak. Then, after gathering up her courage at last, the girl firmly declares that she wants to become stronger. For a brief second, her companions simply stare at each other, visibly startled by what she has just said, as though none of them expected those words to come out so suddenly. But that moment of surprise does not last long. It softens almost immediately into warm, knowing smiles, and the look in their eyes makes it clear that they have already embraced the very same determination she has. Without needing to say anything else, the three friends raise their hands and knock their fists together, quietly sealing a promise between them that from this moment on, all three of them will become stronger, no matter the cost. Beneath the still, dark canopy of the night sky, their carriage finally lurches forward and slowly begins rolling away from the Tang compound, carrying that new resolve with it into the darkness. By the time morning arrives, golden sunlight pours gently into Tang Wenhui's room, and after all the turmoil that had filled it before, the entire place now feels calm, orderly, and almost unnaturally quiet. Tang Wenhui opens his eyes from the bed, but there is no immediate relief on his face. Instead, he looks deeply thoughtful, as if the simple fact that he survived that horrifying ordeal still has not fully sunk in. The instant he wakes, his spirit companions swarm around him in a fluster, crowding close with panicked expressions and firing off anxious questions about whether he is truly all right. Then, without giving much warning at all, Tang Wenhui suddenly pushes himself upright from the bed, the abrupt movement sending his hair swaying sharply behind him. The spirits hurriedly explain that it was Dark Supreme himself who intervened and personally treated the many wounds that had covered Tang Wenhui's body. Just then, Tang Wenhui turns toward the sound of a voice as someone nearby asks him, almost casually, if he is finally awake. When he looks over, he sees Tang Wenhui sitting there with his usual composed presence, while a woman dressed in black stands quietly behind him and calmly remarks that Tang Wenhui seems to have recovered quite well. Tang Wenhui immediately gives a formal greeting, then sincerely thanks Tang Wenhui for saving him and treating his injuries, openly admitting that he honestly has no idea how he could ever begin to repay a favor of that scale. Tang Wenhui only lets out a light chuckle at that and waves the gratitude away, telling him there is no need to repay anything, because to him, anyone who bears the Tang name is one of his own children. Even after hearing that, Tang Wenhui still insists that the debt weighs heavily on him, and the sheer earnestness in his answer makes the woman standing behind Tang Wenhui visibly flustered with embarrassment. After that, the three of them are left sitting there facing each other, and a thick, awkward silence slowly settles over the entire room. As that silence stretches on, Tang Wenhui quietly finds himself wondering who this unfamiliar woman actually is. Tang Wenhui starts introducing her as Yuan and begins explaining that she has wanted to meet Tang Wenhui for a very long time. But before he can finish, she bursts out in embarrassed protest and even starts roughhousing him just to make him stop talking. Then she suddenly turns toward Tang Wenhui and blurts out, half in frustration and half in embarrassment, that it would not matter anyway because he probably would not remember her. She keeps muttering under her breath that he does not remember her at all, leaving Tang Wenhui and the spirits staring at her in total confusion, while the spirits immediately start scolding him for having such a handsome face and somehow still being completely clueless about women. Completely thrown by the whole reaction, Tang Wenhui can only sit there and wonder what exactly he did wrong. Tang Wenhui suddenly cuts through the awkwardness with a gruff "Anyway," then rises to leave, warning Tang Wenhui as he heads out not to overexert himself for a while. As the two of them make for the door, Tang Wenhui quickly calls after the woman as well, making sure to thank her too before she goes. A moment later, the door closes behind them, and the room is swallowed by silence once again. Even after being told to rest, Tang Wenhui deliberately ignores that advice and slowly, carefully pushes himself up to his feet. His spirits drift anxiously around him and ask, with obvious concern in their voices, what he thinks he is doing in his current condition. Tang Wenhui lowers himself into a meditative posture and calmly answers that he has to prepare for tomorrow's duel. Without wasting another moment, he immediately begins circulating the venom dragon cultivation technique within his body. A vivid green force surges to life in his lower abdomen as he forcefully opens his lower dantian, unleashing the energy from deep within. From there, he draws the black dragon chi upward and connects it to his central dantian, and in the very next instant, violently surging green energy erupts through his torso as the chi rampages inside him from within. The pressure is so savage and overwhelming that Tang Wenhui suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Even while his body trembles and blood smears across him, he shows no sign of stopping and keeps forcing himself onward, already aiming for one final step. He drives those energies together with the Phantom King tome in his upper dantian, and the moment that fusion begins to take hold, a brilliant light blazes across his forehead. At that exact moment, a horrifying vision bursts into existence before him, taking the form of a ferocious red demonic beast roaring with a savage, overwhelming menace. Then another shape appears beside it, a green dragon's head emerging into view as the visible manifestation of another aspect of his ki. Not long after that, a third monstrous face, steeped in a deep purple hue, reveals itself as well, completing the full threefold presence. Tang Wenhui grits his teeth through the agony, as all three distinct forms of true Qi begin to merge together inside his body. The instant that fusion reaches its peak, the power explodes outward in a blinding flash, bursting from one of his eyes. The shockwave that follows is so violent that it rips through the building itself and blasts all the way out into the courtyard beyond. Inside the room, even the furniture is shoved and dragged across the floor by the sheer force of the aura pouring out from him. Watching the entire scene unfold right in front of them, his spirits can do nothing but gasp in stunned disbelief at what they are witnessing. Then it suddenly clicks for them, and they realize exactly what has happened. Tang Wunhui has successfully reached the Heavenly Demon Heart Protection Arts. Wrapped in purple energy and visibly changed by the technique, Tang Wunhui finally settles the raging power back inside himself and says with calm finality that he is done. Elsewhere, Tang Moonhyuk begins speaking and remarks that Tang Wunhui managed to defeat Gu Minche, one of the 10 demonic pillars. He admits it openly without hiding it at all, that he had not expected much from a duel involving a young man who had not even entered the Supreme Peak realm. In his mind, that duel had originally been nothing more than a convenient excuse to meet Dark Supreme. And yet in only a few short days, Tang Wunhui had grown enough to bring down a Supreme Peak Master. Comparing himself to Gu Raksong, Tang Moonhyuk begins to wonder how someone like him could ever hope to reach celestial heights when he is still capable of misjudging the talent of people so far beneath his notice. As he rises to his feet, that line of thought only deepens, and he starts questioning what it is that truly exists below him. In the end, he arrives at a single answer. What lies below him must be the very martial arts he has trusted and practiced all the way until now. His gaze settles on his treasured weapon, and in that long, quiet stare, he suddenly catches hold of something important. At last, he reaches a firm conclusion that the real problem, the flaw he has failed to see until now, lies in his own golden lion blade technique. He reflects on the fact that he has held a sword in his hand for just as many years as any of the top 10 martial masters, and that realization settles onto him with a weight that feels impossible to ignore. Right after that comes a bitter thought, and he quietly thinks to himself that if he had been born into some great clan or powerful sect, then perhaps both his life and the path of his sword would have turned out very differently. What pains him even more than that is the lingering regret that he never had a true master. Someone who could have guided him from the very beginning and shown him the proper road before he wandered so far on his own. Then, all at once, his expression suddenly brightens, as if a spark has just flashed through his mind, and he blurts out a sharp, almost startled, "Right." In that instant, he becomes convinced that Tang Wunhui must know something he does not, some vital truth that has always slipped through his own fingers no matter how far he climbed. He remembers how Tang Wunhui managed to defeat his own disciple, even though the boy had only just started walking the path of the sword. And now, on top of that unbelievable feat, that same boy has even gone so far as to kill Gu Minche as well. The realization ignites him from the inside. He rises at once with renewed energy and strides out of the hall without the slightest hesitation. From a balcony above, he comes to a stop and looks out toward the Tang training grounds below, his entire mind fixed on Tang Wunhui alone. Staring into the distance, he wonders out loud what it is that Tang Wunhui understands that the rest of them do not. The training courtyard lies wide and open beneath the clear brightness of the morning sun. There, Tang Wunhui finishes winding fresh bandages tightly around his torso, pulling them snug into place as he prepares himself to move. The moment he starts walking out, his spirits immediately call after him in alarm, addressing him as young leader with anxious urgency ringing in their voices. They keep reminding him that Dark Supreme already treated his injuries, but even so, they insist again and again that he should still be resting in bed. Tang Wunhui ignores every one of their warnings and continues heading for the training ground anyway without slowing down. When he reaches the weapon rack, he calmly extends a hand and draws out a wooden practice sword. Without pausing, he tells the spirits that in his current condition, he still cannot allow his training to stop. Then he plants one foot firmly against the ground and settles his body into a clean, proper stance. A faint smile touches the corner of his face as he adds that there is actually another reason he needs to train as well. Hidden behind the nearby leaves and branches, the patriarch watches in silence, recalling the promise he made that he would help Tang Wunhui. Out in the open, Tang Wunhui steadies his breathing, tightens his grip around the wooden sword, and lets the calm determination on his face speak for itself. Then he slowly closes his eyes, shutting out everything around him so he can focus completely. From his concealed position, the patriarch continues observing him without making so much as a sound. In his mind, he reasons that a child of noble birth like Tang Wunhui must have received some extraordinary teaching somewhere along the way. That thought stirs his excitement, and inwardly he urges Tang Wunhui to reveal the hidden knowledge he is convinced the boy must possess. But the moment the young man brings his sword down, The old master is so startled by the sheer force in that single motion that he blurts out in disbelief, wondering what kind of training could have forged power like that. Tang Wunhui drives the wooden sword downward in a powerful slash, the entire motion, crisp, controlled, and packed with concentrated intent. Watching from the bushes, the bearded elder's eyes widen when he realizes that what he just witnessed was nothing more than a basic downward swing. A beat later, understanding dawns on him. Tang Wunhui is not revealing anything special yet at all, and is simply warming up his body through smooth, repeated practice swings. That only makes the elder even more worked up, and in his mind he urges the boy onward, almost begging to see what technique will come next. As if answering that silent demand, Tang Wunhui follows with another sweeping strike, exposing just a little more of what he has forged into his body through practice. That slash tears through the air with tremendous force, making the motion feel far heavier and more imposing than any ordinary practice swing should. Still hidden from sight, the elder can do nothing but stare in stunned silence at what is unfolding before him. Then Tang Wunhui calmly reaches the end of that sequence, leaving the elder blinking in disbelief and wondering whether that brief display was really all there was. His fingers tightening around the branch in his hand, the elder questions why he still has not seen any secret art, nothing that resembles either the techniques of Dark Supreme or the treasured martial arts of the Tang clan. Frustration begins to rise inside him, because no matter how closely he watches, he cannot understand why the boy keeps returning to such plain, fundamental sword forms. At that point, he nearly convinces himself the whole thing has been a waste of time, and he even starts to suspect that Tang Wunhui's earlier confidence may have been nothing more than empty posturing. And yet, in spite of all those doubts, he cannot bring himself to look away and continues watching with narrowed, searching eyes. As Tang Wunhui keeps practicing, the elder begins to sense that something is subtly shifting, and instead of dismissing it, he stays alert and keeps watching carefully. Then he notices something unexpected. For all the intensity in the air, the young swordsman actually seems to be enjoying himself. The scene changes again, this time to a lively city filled with pavilions, busy streets, and crowds of people moving through the day. In one crowded courtyard, more and more people gather together, and the entire place buzzes with the restless excitement that only comes when something important is about to begin. Amid that growing crowd, a young woman suddenly spots someone and reacts with open surprise. She and another female disciple immediately call out excitedly to a senior they notice standing ahead of them. Hearing their voices, the senior disciple turns around to face them. He asks the group of women what is going on, wondering aloud whether some major duel is about to take place. One of the women quickly answers that the duel is not between the clan head and the Lion Blade King. Instead, she explains that the challenger is none other than Tang Wunhui, the Vice Branch clan head. Inside the arena itself, Tang Wunhui stands directly across from the imposing elder warrior, the two of them facing each other head-on with nowhere to retreat. With that massive blade gripped in hand, the elder steps toward Tang Wunhui, and at last, the duel begins in earnest. Tang Wunhui begins with a proper formal introduction, his voice calm and controlled as he states that he is the vice branch head of the Tang Nine Dragons branch. Then, without raising his tone or showing the slightest arrogance, he adds with steady respect that he hopes the two of them can share a duel truly worthy of the occasion. The elder answers in the same formal manner, giving his name as Weiji Humyoung, the leader of the Lion sect. With a grave look and a warning edge in his voice, he tells Tang Wunhui not to underestimate what is about to happen and to prepare himself properly before they cross blades. But as Weiji Humyoung studies him more carefully, his eyes narrow almost at once. He quickly realizes that the blade resting in Tang Wunhui's hand is not the weapon he had expected to see him bring into this duel. He immediately questions him about the fan-shaped weapon Tang Wunhui used before, clearly expecting an explanation. Tang Wunhui, however, does not indulge him even a little, brushing the question aside with complete indifference as though it is not worth answering. Remaining perfectly composed, Tang Wunhui says that the weapon itself was never the thing that mattered most to begin with. He speaks so calmly that the statement lands even harder, as if he sees that point as simple fact. The moment he takes that dangerous stance, his spirit companions immediately panic, clearly shaken by how reckless this looks. While they fret over how risky it is, another spirit abruptly cuts in and shuts them down, telling them not to question Tang Wunhui's decisions. That answer offends Weiji Humyoung on the spot. His face tightens, and he demands to know exactly what Tang Wunhui means by speaking as though the importance of weapons can just be brushed aside so easily. His irritation boils over into anger, and he raises his voice, shouting that a child raised in comfort inside a famous clan could never understand people who had to claw their way upward through hardship with nothing given to them. Still burning with that fury, Weiji Humyoung lunges straight at Tang Wunhui without hesitation. As he attacks, flames begin coiling around his weapon, turning the strike into a blazing assault from the very first step. The instant their attacks collide, the killing intent erupting from that clash is so fierce and suffocating that the people watching can't help but recoil. Even standing at a distance, they instinctively pull back from the shock of it. One of the senior figures watching the duel visibly grows uneasy. Sensing that the exchange may be going too far, he starts preparing to step in before the fight escalates any further. But before he can move, another elder immediately stops him. In a firm voice, he tells him to hold himself back and keep watching for a little while longer. That elder insists that no one should interfere yet. He says they need to wait and see what Tang Wunhui is truly capable of before making any move at all. Through all of it, Tang Wunhui never loses his composure. He answers evenly that it makes no difference whether a man comes from a renowned clan or from the rough life of a wandering vagabond. He continues by saying that a person's origins mean nothing compared to what that person actually chooses to do with the skills they have to him. Background alone carries no real weight beside action. Then, in a sudden flash too quick to follow cleanly, Tang Wunhui's strike slices cleanly through the end of Weiji Humyang's braided hair. The cut is so precise and unexpected that Weiji Humyang is left shocked on the spot. Watching that happen, the spirits mutter among themselves that Tang Wunhui is being absolutely merciless. At the same time, they can't help wondering how he possibly intends to deal with whatever consequences come after a move like that. In response, Weiji Humyang drives his heavy blade straight down into the arena floor. The impact is so violent that the ground fractures under it, sending cracks racing outward across the stone. With the last of his patience gone, he declares that he is done tolerating Tang Wunhui's attitude. From this point onward, he says, he will stop holding back and fight for real. He turns away at once and strides over toward the weapon rack, his steps sharp and deliberate. It is obvious from the way he moves that he intends to choose an entirely different sword for what comes next. Without the slightest hesitation, Weiji Humyang grabs an ordinary standard blade from the rack. In the same motion, he throws aside the weapon he had been using up to this point. The very instant that new sword settles into his hand, he rushes Tang Wunhui again. As he charges, he openly declares that the duel is only truly beginning now. Tang Wunhui answers him with only a faint smile. Looking completely unshaken, he tells Weiji Humyang to come forward and show him everything he has. Rushing in with all of his strength, Weiji Humyang demands that Tang Wunhui prove what could possibly matter more than weapons and status. His voice cuts through the charge, like a challenge thrown straight into Tang Wunhui's face. Then he brings his sword crashing down with crushing force. Tang Wunhui meets it head-on, bracing his body and receiving that overwhelming blow instead of trying to evade it. The elder's savage strike slams directly into Tang Wunhui's guard, and the impact rings through the entire arena. The sound alone makes the collision feel heavy enough to split stone. Tang Wunhui grits his teeth under the pressure, his whole frame straining as he is forced to block with both hands. The sheer weight behind the attack bears down on him without mercy. As their weapons grind against each other in a locked clash, Weiji Humyang immediately presses in closer. He tries to slip inside the distance at once, searching for even the smallest opening he can exploit. And he finds it. In the middle of that close exchange, Weiji Humyang lands a brutal hit squarely into Tang Wunhui's chest. The blow sends Tang Wunhui staggering backward. Blood spills from his mouth as he coughs from the force, his body clearly jolted by the impact. Weiji Humyang gives him no room to recover at all. He keeps pressing the attack without pause, and even in the middle of the assault, he angrily tears into Tang Wunhui's philosophy word by word. He insists that martial techniques themselves do not matter either, pushing the argument even further in his eyes. Even the shape of the weapon means nothing in the end. His relentless barrage keeps hammering forward, ripping up the arena floor as it goes, under the force of each strike. Tang Wunhui is driven back step by step across the damaged ground, roaring over the chaos of the clash. Weiji Humyang demands an answer. If weapons and status mean nothing, then what, exactly, is the one thing that truly matters? Even with blood staining him, Tang Wunhui stays steady. He plants his feet firmly against the torn arena floor and raises his sword once more without wavering. He wipes the blood away from the corner of his lips with one motion, and when he lifts his gaze again, his eyes are burning with an unwavering, unbroken resolve. Weiji Humyang watches that look and begins to grow genuinely curious. Just from Tang Wunhui's eyes alone, he realizes the young man has not given up in the slightest. Then, without warning, Weiji Humyang reveals something unexpected. He says that he secretly watched Tang Wunhui training the day before. That confession draws blank, nearly speechless reactions from both Tang Wunhui and the spirits around him. For a brief moment, all of them seem caught completely off guard by what they just heard. The spirits recover first, and they immediately start mocking Weiji Humyoung's idea of stealth. They compare him to some huge, obvious dog lumbering around in plain sight, the kind of presence no one could possibly fail to notice. Weiji Humyoung explains that when he watched Tang Woonhui train, he expected to witness some rare or unusual technique. Instead, all he saw was Tang Woonhui repeating the most basic fundamentals over and over again. But now that they are actually crossing blades in real combat, he admits that Tang Woonhui feels completely different from what he expected. The man in front of him now is nothing like the simple image from yesterday's training. A sharp energy flares in Weiji Humyoung's eye, and his expression hardens into something far more serious. In that instant, it becomes clear that he has finally resolved to face this duel with complete sincerity. As a blazing aura ignites along the length of his sword, he says he refuses to believe that this is all Tang Woonhui can do. The words come out like a challenge and a demand at the same time. With that declaration, Weiji Humyoung surges forward once again. He swings and unleashes a massive flaming strike, the heat and force of it exploding outward in one violent motion. Weiji Humyoung releases a towering wave of sword fire and openly dares Tang Woonhui to try and block it. His voice carries over the roar of the flames, as though he wants to force out Tang Woonhui's real answer. The blazing attack erupts across the arena and tears the ground apart as it races forward. Yet instead of retreating from that wall of fire, Tang Woonhui drives himself straight into it. The resulting explosion swallows the entire courtyard in blinding fire and violent shockwaves. The blast nearly throws the spectators off their feet, and cries of alarm burst out from every side at once. Even the senior figures watching, people who should have already seen every kind of battle imaginable, can do nothing but stare in silence. The sheer scale of the destruction unfolding before them leaves them momentarily speechless. When the dust finally starts to clear, Weiji Humyoung is still standing there with his sword clenched tightly in his hand. A massive gouge has been carved straight through the arena, and at the far end of that ruined scar, Tang Woonhui's silhouette comes into view. When Weiji Humyoung sees that Tang Woonhui is somehow still on his feet after taking all of that head-on, his expression shifts. Looking at the young man more carefully, he suddenly recognizes something in his face, a look that strikes him as strangely, almost uncomfortably familiar. He stares at Tang Woonhui's smile, now smeared with blood and still somehow fearless, and he cannot help but wonder what kind of person could stand in the middle of a fight this savage and actually enjoy it. Tang Woonhui answers him without even pausing to think. He says that with an opponent this powerful right in front of him, and with a chance to test every bit of training he has poured himself into, of course, there is every reason in the world for him to enjoy it. He continues, saying that standing before a truly formidable enemy and proving, with his own hands, just how far he has come through effort and discipline is exactly the kind of thing that makes his blood boil with excitement. Weiji Humyoung can only look at him in disbelief. Faced with a young man who is wounded, bleeding, and still speaking like this, he is utterly baffled, and he blurts out that Tang Woonhui must be completely insane. But Tang Woonhui stays calm and tells him that this very attitude is what defines a true martial artist. Then, with quiet confidence, he suggests that Weiji Humyoung himself is not really any different. He even lifts one hand and points straight at the elder without hesitation, bluntly declaring that Weiji Humyoung is enjoying this fight too, whether he admits it or not. Weiji Humyoung's fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword. Under his breath, he quietly repeats Tang Woonhui's words to himself, lingering on that one idea as if it has struck somewhere deep inside him, enjoying it. Then his gaze catches the reflection staring back at him from the blade. Looking at himself in that cold surface, he starts to question his own heart and wonders if Tang Woonhui is right, if the truth is that he really has been enjoying this all along. From there, his thoughts begin to drift backward. He finds himself wondering when it all began, when he first started climbing that endless, punishing cliff known as martial arts. He remembers dragging himself upward through nothing but stubborn effort, forcing his way higher and higher while his hands were torn open and bloodied from how desperately, how relentlessly he kept climbing. And in that memory, someone once asked the young Lion Blade King a simple question, asking why he was so obsessed with becoming stronger in the first place. Standing inside that recollection, Weiji Humyoung comes to a quiet realization. Back then, he never actually had some grand dream or noble reason driving him to train so hard. He sees his younger self again, wearing a plain, honest smile without any pretense. And in that memory, he admits the truth with complete simplicity. He trained for one reason only, because he simply loved holding a sword. He remembers swinging that blade over and over again, not because of duty, not for reputation, and not out of pride, but because doing it was genuinely fun to him from the bottom of his heart. And before he even realized how far he had gone, that simple joy had carried him all the way to the highest peak. Step by step, it led him upward until he became strong enough to stand at the top and lead a sect with his own hands. Back in the present, that truth becomes painfully, unmistakably clear to him at last. What he had really wanted all this time was simply to enjoy martial arts for what it was. It is almost as if he is standing there once again on that lonely cliffside beneath a sky full of stars. In that quiet inner space, he finally accepts that he loves martial arts for no grand reason at all, only for the art itself. That realization hits him so deeply and with such force that tears begin to stream down his face before he can stop them. Those tears slip from his cheeks one after another and fall to the cracked ground at his feet, splashing softly against the ruined stone below him. Then he steadies himself and rises again. Even though his hands are battered and slick with blood, he tightens them into hard, clenched fists, as if gathering himself all over again. His gaze sharpens visibly, and his eyes recover a fierce clarity, along with a burning passion that had been buried somewhere inside him for far too long. That image of himself standing alone near the edge of the cliff under the night sky, he remains still for a brief moment, as though weighing everything in silence. Then he finally moves. He takes one firm, decisive step forward, like a man who has at last chosen his path again, with no hesitation left in him. That single step lands with explosive force. It carries the weight of his rekindled spirit, the return of his forgotten passion, and the full revival of his will to fight. Now laughing openly, almost intoxicated by the sheer exhilaration of it, Weiji Humyong roars that this is unbelievably fun. In that moment, he throws himself fully into the joy of battle without holding anything back. He raises his glowing sword high overhead, and the power running through the blade immediately begins surging even more violently than before. The force of his aura ripples outward so fiercely that the surrounding area trembles under it. The people watching can only stare, visibly shaken by the pressure rolling off him. All around the arena, the spectators cry out in disbelief. None of them can accept that a clash this terrifying is still being treated as though it were merely training. Around Weiji Humyong, his aura swells until it takes the shape of a roaring lion. Caught up in that feverish state, he all but begs Tang Wunhui to keep fighting him longer, as though he cannot bear for the moment to end. Tang Wunhui's spirits immediately panic, shouting warnings about how dangerous this is, and desperately urging him to dodge. Tang Wunhui, however, grimly observes that if he survives this, he will come out of it better than before. Then the lion-shaped blast comes crashing down. The spirits scream at him to move, yelling that not even he can block something like that head-on. All around the arena, people start running for safety. Their voices overlap in panicked shouts as that monstrous attack descends toward the battlefield. And then, somewhere above all that chaos, a calm inner voice reaches Tang Wunhui. It tells him that his sword must now be aimed at the true enemy. A heartbeat later, the lion blast detonates in a colossal explosion. The impact is so immense that it shakes the entire compound right down to its core. The onlookers are left staring into the smoke and fire, frozen in stunned silence, too shaken to say anything at all. Once the blast settles enough for anyone to see the damage, it reveals that an enormous crater has been carved straight into the arena floor. Later, elders escort a weary Weiji Humyong away from the edge of that crater. As he leaves, exhausted but composed, he quietly offers his congratulations. Tang Wunhui, battered from head to toe but still standing upright, answers those congratulations with a proper, formal salute. Around them, both disciples and elders raise their voices together, loudly offering congratulations to Weiji Humyong for his new achievement. In the aftermath of the battle, Weiji Humyong stands facing Tang Wunhui, while a crowd of onlookers gathers all around them, drawn in by what has just happened. Then he steps closer to Tang Wunhui and openly acknowledges him, no longer with hostility, but with clear sincerity. Weiji Humyong thanks Tang Wunhui for making him remember something deeply important, something he had forgotten for a very long time. Tang Wunhui smiles back at him and replies that he is the one who should be grateful, because he learned a great deal from this exchange as well. Off to the side, another elder watches the two of them and remarks that this unexpectedly heartfelt moment is strangely wholesome to witness. Then that elder turns to address everyone present. In a formal voice, he declares the duel officially over, while hinting that there is still one more important matter left to discuss. He then announces that he intends to restore a unit that was disbanded long ago, the Tempest Squad. To remove any doubt, he states it even more clearly. The Tempest Squad, which was dissolved 24 years ago, will now be brought back. The gathered martial artists react instantly, their expressions filling with shock as the meaning of those words sinks in. Voices erupt from every direction at once as questions fly out in disbelief. No one can easily comprehend that the Tempest Squad might truly be returning. Several of the senior figures immediately push back against the announcement. They argue that bringing the Tempest squad back is far too dangerous, and they do not hesitate to remind him that he was the very person who once vowed to disband that unit in the first place. Other voices rise in support of that objection as well. They insist there is absolutely no reason to restore a force that already suffered such a devastating defeat in the past. Amid all those protests, one man can only mutter under his breath, unable to hide his disbelief, that this entire idea is completely absurd. A flash from the past cuts through the moment, showing the Tempest squad hurling itself into the front lines against the heavenly demon divine cult. They are bloodied and battered, yet still fighting through a war so brutal it looks like pure carnage. The truth is plain. Even though the Tempest squad endured terrible losses back then, the elders standing here now have no desire whatsoever to face that kind of war ever again. The white-haired elder answers with absolute firmness, not leaving even a sliver of room for argument. He says he will restore it regardless, then openly challenges anyone present to try and stop him if they can. One elder tries to object again and starts to speak up, but before he can even get the words out properly, something suddenly crushes that resistance flat. A suffocating pressure drops over several of the protesting elders all at once. It clamps down on their throats so hard that they instinctively grab at their necks in panic. Unable to withstand that crushing force, they collapse down gasping. They struggle just to breathe, let alone continue arguing. In the darkness behind that overwhelming intimidation, terrifying red eyes seem to appear. It is as if the pressure itself has taken on a monstrous shape. Then a huge shadow looms up behind them, swallowing the space in dread, and one of the elders lets out a scream filled with pure terror. Another man catches sight of that monstrous presence reflected in his own eye, and the fear hits him so hard that he freezes where he stands. The frightened elders instantly begin apologizing and scrambling backward to get away. Meanwhile, the elder at the center of it all dismisses their panic as though they were making a fuss over nothing more than a small scare. Then, after clearing his throat like nothing unusual has happened at all, he turns back toward the crowd and calmly resumes speaking. He explains that the reason he wants to revive the Tempest squad is simple. He intends to create a force powerful enough to deter the heavenly demon divine cult. He goes on to say that they cannot possibly hope to face the cult by themselves alone. Because of that, he plans to extend this offer not just to the people gathered here, but also to allies across the wider martial world. Then he lays out the 3 conditions for joining the Tempest squad. He centers them on teamwork, loyalty, and martial ability, and declares that anyone who satisfies those standards will be accepted. The ordinary martial artists in the crowd quickly understand what that means. Even members of the Tang clan are allowed to apply for entry. With that, the elder formally opens recruitment to anyone who wishes to join the Tempest squad. The moment the words leave his mouth, excitement explodes through the crowd. Tang Wunhui, exhausted and still stained with blood from the duel, slowly makes his way down the steps. As he walks, he quietly tries to sort through everything that just happened. Then, just as he is lost in thought, someone suddenly calls his name and pulls his attention away. His companions come over to him right away, praising how well he fought. They marvel at how quickly he is growing after crossing blades with a master of that level. A little later, Tang Wunhui starts shamelessly bragging about how amazing he is. His friends can only sigh and brush off the self-praise with weary familiarity, like they are already far too used to this side of him. Then Tang Wunhui turns his head toward an approaching disciple from Qingcheng, and his expression shifts slightly with curiosity. The man greets him politely and introduces himself in a composed manner as Li Chulson of the Qingcheng sect. The instant Tang Wunhui hears the name Li Chulson, he quietly stores it away in his mind. On the surface, though, he reveals almost nothing. Nearby, a female disciple looks over at Tang Wunhui in visible confusion when she notices that he has started approaching her. Tang Wunhui keeps staring at her, and the longer that gaze lingers, the more nervous she becomes. Finally, unable to take it, she asks why he is looking at her like that. With a grin that comes off just a little eerie, Tang Wunhui lets out a laugh and tells her that whatever she thinks she is assuming right now is completely wrong. Then Tang Wunhui gives a formal introduction, identifying himself as Tang Wunhui of the 9 Dragons branch. After that, he says that he has heard quite a lot about Li Chulson. Caught off guard by hearing that, Li Chulson blinks in surprise and asks whether that is really true. Tang Wunhui replies that the girl often says she still has much to learn from Li Chulson. He adds that it is an honor to finally meet him in person. Li Chulson looks genuinely pleased to hear that and warmly praises the girl on the spot. She, meanwhile, immediately starts protesting in embarrassment. But right in the middle of that exchange, the girl suddenly senses something ominous coming from Tang Wunhui. At almost the same moment, green and blue auras flare up around him. Tang Wunhui's spirit companions react in shock as they realize what that means. Li Chulzin is carrying a soul streak. The spirits are stunned that Qing Cheng has at least 2 people with soul streaks. Tang Wunhui, meanwhile, quietly considers the possibility that there may be even more of them hidden among the sect. His eyes narrow just a little as he focuses his full attention on Li Chulzin. Tang Wunhui studies the bright, powerful energy surrounding him and recalls something important. One day, this man will be known as the greatest swordsman. That thought makes Tang Wunhui even more intrigued than before. Looking at Li Chulzin now, he immediately understands why this man will one day earn that reputation. Then, while the girl is still complaining about having been smacked on the head, something suddenly clicks in Tang Wunhui's mind. He starts to say that the girl once mentioned Li Chulzin often goes out with other women, but before he can even finish the sentence, she launches herself at him with a scream. She grabs hold of him in a fury and starts throttling him, shouting that she never said anything like that. Li Chulzin, on the other hand, can only laugh as the chaos unfolds right in front of him. Off to one side, 2 women watch the ridiculous scene play out in complete stunned silence. As they look on at Tang Wunhui and the girl bickering back and forth, they comment that the 2 of them unexpectedly seem to get along rather well. Laughter starts spreading through the group, and the whole mood lightens, but right in the middle of that warmth, someone new begins walking toward them. The newcomer calls out to young master Tang Wunhui, immediately drawing Tang Wunhui's attention over to him. Man then informs Tang Wunhui that the patriarch is requesting to see him. Night falls over the grand Tang estate. Beneath the darkness hanging over the courtyard, Tang Wunhui comes face to face with the white-bearded Tang patriarch. Tang Wunhui says that he was told the patriarch wished to see him, and the old man calmly confirms that it is true. Then, without any warning at all, the patriarch releases a terrifying red aura. The moment his killing intent flooded the room, the entire atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. Then, with a voice as cold as steel, he announced that the questioning would begin right now. He told Tang Wunhui to weigh every word with extreme care, and that single warning instantly made Tang Wunhui's whole body tighten. For a split second, his mind raced, wondering if his real identity had somehow already been uncovered. The spirits reacted even faster, erupting into panicked shrieks as they cried that the patriarch was a monster and begged Tang Wunhui to run before it was too late. At the same time, Tang Wunhui quickly remembered one important detail. This man had not even been present during the Gu Minchi incident. Then the patriarch addressed him using his full Tang title, and that was the moment it truly sank in. Tang Wunhui realized there was no slipping out of this exchange anymore, and no clean way to avoid what was coming. Seeing no easy escape left to him, Tang Wunhui quietly hardened his resolve, his hand prepared for the sword at his side, because in that instant, he was convinced he had no other option remaining. But instead of attacking, the patriarch suddenly and proudly pulled out a drawing of his granddaughter. He held it up like it was the most precious treasure in the world and asked Tang Wunhui if she was beautiful, leaving Tang Wunhui staring at him in disbelief and thinking that this terrifying old man might actually just be an outrageously doting grandfather. Tang Wunhui answered honestly that yes, she was beautiful. The patriarch's face lit up at once, beaming with open satisfaction as he happily declared that he knew Tang Wunhui would recognize it too. Without missing a beat, the old man bluntly added that he had absolutely no intention of giving her to Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui immediately shot back that he had never asked for her in the first place, and instead of taking offense, the patriarch simply nodded and praised that answer. By now, Tang Wunhui had no idea what this old man was really trying to get at, so he watched him with even more caution than before. But the patriarch merely brushed it aside and said that subject could wait until later. The patriarch then brought up the very first moment Tang Wunhui stepped onto the duel stage. He said that back then, Tang Wunhui had given him the same disturbing feeling he once sensed from the demonic martial artists of Heavenly Mountain. Even so, he admitted it openly and without hesitation. Tang Wunhui's talent was genuine, and no one could deny that no matter how they looked at him. However, the patriarch made it clear that raw power was never the most important thing in martial arts. What mattered far more was maintaining the proper mindset and a stable inner balance. He went on to explain that once that balance collapses, even overwhelming martial strength becomes meaningless. No matter how powerful a person may be, it will only lead to blocked ki, and in the end, self-destruction. As though he were proving the warning with his own body, lightning-like force crackled sharply around him. With that terrifying energy dancing in the air, he said this kind of imbalance would eventually choke a person's chi path shut completely. Then his eyes drifted somewhere far away, back into an old memory. He recalled another disciple from 17 years ago, someone just as gifted, and someone he had genuinely taken pleasure in teaching. But that disciple had later been said to suffer from severe chi blockage. Even after all this time, it was obvious from the patriarch's expression that the memory had never really left him. Tang Wunhui asked who that disciple had been. the patriarch answered in a tone that made it sound as though the name should have been obvious to anyone listening. That answer only made Tang Wenhui feel even more unsettled. Quietly, he began to wonder if this might be someone he already knew. The patriarch continued and revealed that among the demons of Heavenly Mountain, that disciple had once carried the title Divine Sword Heavenly Demon. Later, back inside his room, Tang Wenhui stood alone in silence and tied up his hair. The movement was simple, but his face showed that the patriarch's words were still turning over and over in his mind. As he stood there thinking, an old memory slowly surfaced. In his mind, he saw his younger self once again, walking side by side with his white-haired master. In that memory, his master told the child Tang Wenhui that long before the two of them had ever met, he had once traveled to Qinghai Lake. His master said that he had never been able to truly appreciate the beauty of that place. Hearing that, young Tang Wenhui looked up at him and innocently asked why. His master answered that at the time, he had been badly wounded, and it was not only his body that had been damaged, but his spirit as well. Back then, he had been in the middle of exterminating a group of mountain bandits. He drew his swords and planted his stance in front of them, squaring himself against the entire group as if he meant to cut down every last one. And that was exactly what he did. He slaughtered the bandits without mercy, saying they were such cruel and vile people that they deserved nothing less than that fate. But then everything changed in an instant. Out of nowhere, a monstrous opponent appeared and struck him with a devastating wound. He barely escaped with his life and made it as far as the water before his strength gave out. There, near the shore, he collapsed, so weak that death itself felt like it was already closing in on him. As he lay there on the brink of death, unable to do anything but breathe, he suddenly heard the slow sound of footsteps approaching where his body had fallen. His master said that even in that half-dead condition, the person he met there became someone he would never forget for the rest of his life. The memory shifted again, and now the injured master slowly opened his eyes inside a cave. A man sitting beside him casually remarked that he was finally awake. The moment he heard that voice and took in his surroundings, the master immediately realized where he was. The man lightly scolded him for sleeping out in the open like that, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Then he revealed his identity, Tang Wenhui, the Dark Supreme. The master explained that this was the very man who had treated his wounds. More than that, he was also the one who later went on to teach him. Young Tang Wenhui listened with bright, shining eyes, staring up at that story's central figure in pure admiration. The Dark Supreme looked back at him with a calm and gentle smile, his expression soft and unthreatening, despite the weight of his name. Tang Wenhui admitted that back then, he had no idea whatsoever that this man was actually the Dark Supreme. His spirits murmured among themselves that fate really was a strange thing. They said nothing in this world came together through pure coincidence, and without the Dark Supreme's treatment, Tang Wenhui's master might never have lived long enough to become his master at all. A faint smile formed on Tang Wenhui's face as he said that if he ever found his master again, he wanted the three of them to sit down together and share a drink. That single thought lit a fire inside him. He suddenly sprang to his feet, deciding that if he truly wanted to make that day happen, then he could not just stand around doing nothing. With his resolve completely renewed, he summoned Gu Minche's soul before him. As he called the spirit forth, he swore to himself that he would find his master as quickly as possible. In answer to his call, a terrifying demonic face rose up before him, responding from the darkness with an overwhelming presence. Then, under the soul's power, a massive spectral gate began to creak and groan as it slowly opened right in front of him. Sharp, cracking sounds rang out as the giant gate split apart further. From the widening opening, a brilliant light came spilling through. Beyond that blinding opening, the chained members of the Northern Sea mythos could be seen standing together inside. One of the chained figures barked out a sharp order, telling the others to move aside and clear a path. He said there was something he needed to say to Tang Wenhui directly, face to face. The moment that command was given, the Guardians reacted at once. Tang Wenhui then appeared before them, and the chained man strode straight toward him with open arrogance, not bothering to hide his attitude in the slightest. Tang Wenhui coldly rebuked Gu Minche for forgetting his place. But Gu Minche answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation, insisting that he knew exactly what he was. Gu Minche lowers his voice and speaks with a bitter kind of clarity, admitting it outright that he finally understands what he was in the end. To them, he says, he was never anything more than a tool meant to be used and discarded. But he does not stop there. Instead, he keeps dragging his words out slowly, almost savoring the silence between them, as if he is carefully building toward the real thing he wants to throw in Tang Wenhui's face. And without warning, he throws his head back and breaks into wild, almost unhinged laughter. Through that manic cackling, he spits out the claim that Tang Wenhui was cast aside too. With a sharp finger thrust straight at Tang Wenhui, Gu Minche declares that he was betrayed by the very people he placed his trust in. And after that betrayal, he says, Tang Wunhui died in a miserable, pitiful way. Gu Minqi keeps pressing the knife in deeper, sneering that Tang Wunhui is no different from him at all. But even as those words are hurled at him, Tang Wunhui does not interrupt, does not lash out, and simply stands there in silence, listening. The spirits, on the other hand, erupt immediately. Anger flares through them at Gu Minqi's words, their outrage rising so fast it feels like they are ready to strike him down on the spot. Tang Wunhui remains steady in the middle of all that heat. Keeping his eyes on Gu Minqi, he answers in a calm, level voice and tells him to keep talking. Gu Minqi curls his lip in contempt and sneers that if anyone in this world should understand the pain of being abandoned, it ought to be Tang Wunhui more than anyone else. That is when Tang Wunhui finally answers for real. He tells Gu Minqi that for someone with a past like his, trying to use the Tang clan to persecute these captives is nothing less than absurd. And he does not even try to deny the accusation at the center of it. Calmly and without shame, Tang Wunhui admits that yes, he truly was betrayed. He goes on to confess something even more personal, saying that there was once a time when he had actually considered using the Tang clan itself to help him search for his master. Gu Minqi laughs at that confession the moment he hears it. To him, that only makes Tang Wunhui sound even more pathetic. But Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest shake in his voice. He says that if he let himself be ruled by that resentment, then in the end he would become no different from the people standing on Gu Minqi's side. Instead, he declares it plainly and with absolute conviction. He says he will use every bit of strength he has to protect the people he cares about. And then he repeats that resolve like he is engraving it into stone with his own hands. No matter what anyone says, no matter how anyone judges him, that decision will not change. Those unwavering words visibly shake Gu Minqi. It is as if Tang Wunhui's answer has struck somewhere deep inside him, far beyond a simple exchange of insults. Gu Minqi is suddenly pulled back into his own memories. He recalls how the leader of the Northern Sea mythos had never really expected anything from him in the first place. He remembers what it was like to live as a minor, forgettable figure, forever buried beneath the shadow of his far more famous brother. So desperate to be acknowledged by someone, by anyone at all. He threw himself into training with everything he had, chasing recognition with a kind of hunger that never let him rest. And over time, that desperate struggle really did carry him upward. He climbed high enough to become one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path. Even then, though, there was always one belief festering inside his heart. He remained convinced that Tang Wunhui's master was the one who had stolen that meaning and status away from him. As an orphan who had clawed and suffered just to learn martial arts at all, losing everything he had managed to gain felt unbearably cruel in his eyes. Somewhere along the way, he had convinced himself that the recognition he wanted, the position he craved, and the acknowledgement he longed for should all have been his. Because of that obsession, he kept living with the same dream burning inside him. One day, he would surpass Tang Wunhui's master. Now, after hearing Tang Wunhui speak so plainly, Gu Minqi says he finally understands something he had never been willing to admit before. At last, he realizes that he and Tang Wunhui were never meant to stand as equals. Their paths had split long ago, shaped by different choices and by entirely different masters. And for once, Gu Minqi does not fight that truth. He simply falls silent and accepts the realization without resistance. Tang Wunhui cuts straight through that pause and tells him to stop dragging things out. If he knows something, then he should say it already. So at last, Gu Minqi begins to explain what he knows. He recounts that a man claiming to serve the mysterious society once approached the leader of the Northern Sea mythos with a proposal. The offer itself was terrifying in how simple it was. Kill the Dark Supreme, and in exchange, he would be made the cult leader. Alarm flashes across Tang Wunhui's face the moment he hears that, and he immediately asks about his master. Gu Minqi answers that the only thing he knows is that one of the society's followers had been tasked with tracking down the divine sword heavenly demon. Tang Wunhui's eyes widen instantly. From that one single detail, he understands something enormous at once. His master is still alive. Gu Minqi adds one more thing, saying that the mysterious society had also granted the leader of the Northern Sea mythos some kind of unknown power. He then says he also heard that the leader had recently gone to the Eternal Ice Mountain. That piece of news leaves Tang Wunhui and his spirits equally confused. All of them are left wondering why the leader of the Northern Sea mythos would head to a frontline stronghold like that. Gu Minqi closes out his explanation with a grim conclusion. Whatever the reason behind it may be, he says, the war has already begun. A heavy, mournful scene unfolds through the snow as a procession slowly pushes northward across the endless frozen white. Through the raging blizzard, hooded cultists come into view, their figures half swallowed by the storm as they carry an enormous coffin on their shoulders. Amid that bleak and sinister march, A dark figure speaks out and declares that the war has already started. The focus then turns to the eternal ice mountain itself, a border peak locked beneath perpetual frost and standing between the Northern Sea mythos and the rest of Nirim. Back at the Tang clan, Tang Wunhui finds it deeply strange that Gu Raxiong, the leader of the Northern Sea mythos, would personally travel all the way to that mountain. The spirits agree that it makes almost no sense, pointing out that even blade demons avoid trying to live in a place like that. Since it is not actually that far away, Tang Wunhui decides the only real answer is to go and investigate it for themselves. Even so, the thought of heading there alone gives Tang Wunhui pause. He hesitates, wondering how exactly he is supposed to handle everything by himself. Just then, noise from outside catches his attention. Hearing the disturbance, he steps out of his room to see what is going on. When he looks into the courtyard, he finds Li Chulson still sparring with the girls, even though it is already late into the night. Li Chulson asks why they are still training at an hour like this. One of the girls answers that he got so fired up after seeing what happened earlier that he ended up dragging things on out of sheer excitement. Back inside his room, Tang Wunhui sinks into thought again, turning the whole situation over carefully in his head. Then, all at once, something clicks. An idea sparks in his mind, and his whole expression brightens on the spot. A mischievous grin slowly spreads across his face as he immediately starts writing something down. And the very second his spirit companions catch that look on him, they are instantly alarmed. Even his spirit allies can do nothing but groan at this point, sounding completely fed up as they complain that Tang Wunhui's non-stop scheming, layered traps, and perfectly timed setups are so ruthless they're enough to traumatize even ghosts. Outside, Li Chulson and the girl are already in the middle of a brutal exchange, their blades flashing again and again as steel tears through the air, and neither side leaves the other even a moment to breathe. Then, right in the thick of that heated duel, Tang Wunhui suddenly calls out, his voice cutting across the clash and bringing the fight to an abrupt halt. He tells them both that he needs a word with them, and the sudden interruption is so unexpected that Li Chulson and the girl both stop and stare, clearly caught off guard. A moment later, Tang Wunhui calmly pulls out a document and says that he took it from Gu Minche 2 days ago, presenting it in front of them like a piece of proof he has been holding back until now. The instant Li Chulson lowers his eyes and reads what is written on the page, shock spreads plainly across his face. The girl immediately insists that something this serious has to be reported to their superiors right away. But inwardly, Tang Wunhui quietly notes that the two of them have completely accepted his story. Even so, he warns them at once that sending a report now would be far too dangerous. He explains that if word is sent out now, Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, could mobilize his forces immediately. And that kind of reckless reaction might be exactly what the Northern Sea mythos leader has been trying to draw out all along. That is why, he says, he wants to confirm the truth with his own eyes first, and since this is not something he can easily manage alone, he asks the two of them to help him. Li Chulson lets out a laugh, but there is still a faint hesitation mixed into it, as if he is still measuring the danger before he gives his answer. Then his mind flashes back to how formidable Tang Wunhui looked in battle before, and that last bit of doubt fades away. He agrees to go, saying that if there is one thing he has absolutely no reason to question, it is Tang Wunhui's ability. The girl is quick to set one firm condition, though. They are going only to investigate, and the moment anything starts to go wrong, they are turning back immediately. Tang Wunhui answers in a calm, steady voice, as though he agrees completely. But the look resting on his face suggests he may already be carrying a very different plan in his mind. Not long after that, the group arrives at the storm-ravaged slopes of Eternal Ice Mountain, where fierce wind and endless snow whip across the land without a shred of mercy. As he stares up at the frozen mountain, Tang Wunhui confirms to himself that they have truly reached Eternal Ice Mountain. At the same time, he admits inwardly that without the others helping him, there is no way he could have arrived here this fast. Once they properly enter the snowy mountain, the group decides to split up and search separate areas, each person giving the others a warning to stay sharp and be careful. Tang Wunhui moves through the deep snow alone, and with every step he takes, violent bursts of energy keep crashing down around him from every direction. Without slowing his pace, he orders his spirit allies to spread out and search for clues while he keeps pressing ahead by himself, his aura flaring sharply in the freezing air around him. As he continues his search, his thoughts drift back again and again to the old man who once called this a gift, and that unsettling memory keeps circling through his mind. Tang Wunhui thinks it over with cold, careful clarity. Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, is not the kind of man who would ever step into a fight he might lose. And even now, with Tang Wunhui far stronger than he used to be, bringing that monster down would still be no simple task. Certain that something hidden must be buried somewhere in this place. He keeps searching without stopping until one of his spirits suddenly calls out to him. The spirit hurriedly reports that it has found traces nearby, and those traces belong to blade demons. Elsewhere, a group of blade demons mutter uneasily among themselves, grumbling in nervous voices about the orders they were given, only to be abruptly silenced the moment their complaints start going too far. Their leader sharply reminds them that this mission is the direct will of the Northern Sea mythos leader himself, and after being scolded like that, the blade demons quickly bow their heads and apologize. Then, in the very next moment, Tang Wunhui suddenly strikes, ambushing two masked blade demons before they can even react, and immediately demanding to know what their leader is trying to accomplish. He moves so fast that they cannot offer any real resistance at all, and before long, all three blade demons are completely subdued, bound up and left helpless in front of him. Captured demons begin begging desperately for their lives, but right in the middle of that panic, one of them suddenly starts laughing, and the sound of it feels completely wrong. Tang Wunhui's eyes narrow at once. Growing suspicious, he fixes his gaze on the laughing demon and asks what exactly is so funny. With a twisted smile still on his face, the demon explains that the eternal ice in this mountain can turn the dead buried beneath it into flames that burn forever. Then he goes even further, saying that the former leaders of the Northern Sea are being brought back so the Northern Sea mythos can find comfort in them. After that, the demon begins praying for those dead leaders to rise again. And the very moment those words leave his mouth, a powerful ritual is unleashed. Tang Wunhui's spirit allies instantly realize what is happening and scream at him to dodge as red light comes surging out. But Tang Wunhui remains unnervingly calm and takes it head on. In the very next heartbeat, the ritual erupts into a massive fiery explosion. Flames swallow the snowy forest in one sweep, and thick smoke comes roaring upward into the sky in huge choking plumes. And through that snow lit by fire, heavy ominous footsteps begin drawing closer. Above the devastation, a white-haired man wrapped in purple energy rises into view, floating over the ruined ground while the corpses of dead demons lie scattered all around below him. The instant his companions hear the explosion, they rush toward Tang Wunhui in alarm, calling out to him and asking if he is safe. Coughing through the smoke, Tang Wunhui mutters under his breath about eternal ice mountain and the existence of flames that burn forever. His allies repeat that realization in shock, stunned by the horrifying possibility that the former leaders of the Northern Sea are rising once again. Tang Wunhui slowly lets out a breath. And in that moment, everything finally clicks together for him. He understands at last what that so-called gift really was. He raises his eyes toward the blazing peak overhead and lets out a short laugh, the sound carrying a note of disbelief. The grim smile settling on his face, he concludes that this terrible resurrection must be the gift he had been warned about from the very beginning. Without wasting even another second, he orders the team to head straight for the mountain's peak. They launch forward at once, but as they race upward through the mountain, another explosion suddenly erupts ahead of them. One companion instantly raises a weapon and blocks the next blast head-on, while another slashes through the incoming explosions and cuts them apart as the group forces its way farther up the mountain. Tang Wunhui flips forward without losing speed, completely set on pushing ahead, no matter what stands in the way. As they sprint through the chaos, one of his companions demands to know what is going on, and Tang Wunhui says that he already has a theory, still running as the mountain erupts around them. Tang Wunhui explains that if his guess is right, then this place is no ordinary mountain at all, and he says that conclusion comes from something one of the captured blade demons told him. He repeats the prisoner's exact claim. The former leaders of the Northern Sea, buried beneath this mountain, would rise again as eternal flames. Then he adds the most disturbing part of all, that these revenant leaders are meant to comfort the Northern Sea mythos, and that explanation visibly shakes his ally. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches the conclusion that ties everything together. This entire mountain is not merely a battlefield or some hidden refuge, but the burial ground of those Northern Sea leaders themselves. Tang Wunhui finally says it out loud without dressing it up at all. Eternal Ice Mountain is not merely some frozen fortress of the north, but the graveyard where the former leaders of the Northern Sea mythos were laid down for their final rest. The moment that truth leaves his mouth, the three of them kick off the ground and surge upward together, racing toward the mountain's broken summit as fast as their bodies can possibly carry them. When they finally arrive, what greets them is a grisly battlefield streaked with blood and scattered with glittering crystal. One of Tang Wunhui's companions can only call out to him in horror, visibly shaken by the sight spread out before them. Tang Wunhui slowly lifts his head, then suddenly stops cold. For a brief moment, he can only stare in shock as he realizes that something massive has been split wide open above them. As all three of them stand there staring at the enormous hole torn through the ice, they reach the same conclusion almost immediately. There is no doubt now, Something is hidden beneath it. Lee Chulson says they should report this first before doing anything reckless, but Tang Wunhui does not wait even a heartbeat. Without hesitation, he jumps straight down into the darkness below the shattered ice. The moment one of his comrades sees that, he lets out a laugh and dives in right after him, saying that getting dragged into adventures with Tang Wunhui is always a good time. Beside them, the other companion can only release a long, weary sigh. Clearly irritated, she starts scolding the two reckless men even while moving after them anyway, following them down despite her annoyance. 3 of them land inside a cavern, hidden deep beneath the mountain, where long icicles hang from above like rows of frozen fangs waiting in the dark. As they make their way farther into the cave, Lee Chulson looks ahead into the gloom and asks what exactly they are supposed to be searching for down here. Before anyone has the chance to properly answer him, a blinding light suddenly flares up ahead and washes through the cavern. Inside that harsh light, enormous monsters reveal themselves, standing in silence across the cavern floor, their red eyes glowing through the darkness as they wait for the intruders to come closer. Tang Wunhui feels it instantly. These creatures are nothing like ordinary blade demons. Then the next instant, the whole cavern explodes into violence as steel meets steel and weapons slam together in a wild, furious melee. Tang Wunhui's 2 companions move in perfect sync, their attacks overlapping as they strike together and carve hard into the hulking demons clogging the tunnel ahead. One ally tells Tang Wunhui to leave these monsters to them, while the other urges him to keep going and promises they will catch up once they finish here. Tang Wunhui gives them a sincere word of thanks, then immediately turns away and pushes deeper into the cavern without wasting even a second. He rushes past more blade demons farther inside, pressing onward while his 2 comrades remain behind to hold the line and keep the passage open for him. One of his spirits nervously asks whether his companions are really going to be all right, and Tang Wunhui answers with a dry little joke, asking if the spirit is talking about the blade demons rather than his allies. Farther ahead, a massive metal gate begins to creak open with a heavy groan, and brilliant light spills out through the widening gap. Tang Wunhui steps through into a vast underground hall, and the moment his eyes take in the space before him, he realizes exactly where he is. He has entered the tomb of the Northern Sea mythos leaders. He walks slowly between rows of stone coffins, his gaze moving across them one by one as the oppressive silence of the place presses down from all sides. Each step he takes echoes through the chamber as he makes his way toward one particular grave deeper inside. Then all at once he catches his breath. Something he sees there leaves him visibly shaken for a moment. Staring down at the cracked floor in front of a coffin, Tang Wunhui curses Gu Raxiong under his breath, realizing that this entire disaster traces back to him. Elsewhere in the cavern, Tang Wunhui's male ally raises his sword, green flames wrapping themselves around the blade as he sets himself firmly for battle. A blade demon lunges straight at him without warning, but he meets that attack head-on, showing not even the slightest hint of fear. His eyes begin to shine with a green glow as his expression sharpens and he pulls all of his power into focus. Then in one blinding slash, he cuts the demon cleanly apart. The demon's body convulses in agony, skewered through by a vertical beam of swordlight that rips straight upward through its flesh. And he does not stop there. In the next breath, the swordsman unleashes a storm of crossing green sword beams that tear through the rest of the enemies surrounding him. By the time the green light finally fades, nothing is left standing around him except ripped flesh and blood-soaked scraps scattered across the cavern floor. Nearby, the other ally tears through a demon with savage force, sending blood spraying out across the cave walls and stone beneath her feet. Right out of the chaos, a clawed hand suddenly reaches forward in a vicious, menacing grab. She reacts instantly, sweeping out a blue strike that rips her attacker apart before it can touch her. The demon's corpse slams to the ground while she comes down lightly and gracefully after the attack, landing as neatly as if the exchange had cost her nothing. Clearly pleased with herself, she proudly asks to be praised, and in return she receives exactly that, a gentle pat and a warm compliment. Back inside the tomb, Tang Wunhui places a hand against another heavy door, pushes it open, and steps into the next section beyond. His spirits ask what he plans to do now that the Northern Sea mythos leaders are being brought back. But Tang Wunhui gives them no answer at all and only sinks deeper into thought. When he finally returns to his 2 comrades, both of them greet him with unmistakable relief written across their faces. They immediately notice how grim his expression has become, and Tang Wunhui tells them there is no time to stand around. They have to return to the Nine Dragons branch at once, and he says he will explain everything on the way back. Time passes, and sunrise reaches the headquarters of the Nine Dragons branch, with the first pale morning light beginning to spread across the grounds. After hearing their full report, the clan patriarch fixes them with a serious look and asks whether everything they have told him is truly the truth. Tang Wenhui answers without the slightest hesitation, confirming it all, and explaining that they acted without permission because the matter was too urgent to ignore. Hearing that, the patriarch says that under circumstances like these, they deserve reward rather than punishment. Before that moment can settle, a messenger suddenly comes rushing in and frantically calls out for Patriarch Tang. Still breathing hard from the run, he announces that the Northern Sea mythos has entered the martial world, and the report sends a wave of shock through everyone gathered there. At those words, the patriarch lets out a laugh and remarks that their enemies seem to be in quite a hurry. He immediately gives the order for everyone to assemble in front of the Righteous Wind Pavilion, and his subordinate moves at once to carry that command out. Standing before the assembled clan, he tells them that the Northern Sea mythos has arrived, and this time they have come carrying dangerous new weapons with them. Then he raises his voice and declares that today, they will crush the invaders and unleash a storm fierce enough to shake the entire martial world. He begins by assigning the Green Honor Squad to the civilians, giving them a clear and absolute order. No matter what chaos breaks loose, their duty is to stand between the demons and the ordinary people. After that, he turns his command toward the Old Tempest Squad and orders them to secure the eastern gates, making them the main force that will stand in front and meet the enemy head-on. Then his gaze shifts to the famed Lion Blade King, and with a knowing look, he asks whether the warrior is already itching to move. The man answers without a trace of hesitation, admitting that he wants to test his blade with his own hands. With that answer, Tang Ho-san entrusts the entire defense of the Western Gate to the Lion Blade King. He then turns toward the younger elites, Tang Wenhui among them, and speaks in a grave, steady voice, reminding them that they are the future pillars of the clan, and that none of them are permitted to die here today. Just then, an unnatural phenomenon suddenly spreads across the sky above the clan grounds, and a strange light washes over everything overhead. The moment Tang Ho-san sees that ominous glow, he makes his decision and says that he will personally go out and greet these unwelcome guests himself. Outside the gates, a tall figure advances through the snow with several followers trailing behind him, and together they drag several enormous coffins through the storm. As that eerie procession moves forward, the coffins give off a chilling hum, as though something inside them is already throbbing with a terrifying power. Then, without warning, a violent blast slams into the gate and tears straight through it, blowing the entrance apart in a single instant. A freezing storm of snow and violent energy immediately surges through the shattered opening and spills into the courtyard like a flood. At the very center of that chaos, the long-haired leader of the Northern Sea mythos, Gu Raxiong, lifts his eyes and notices the disturbance before him. Tang Ho-san steps forward to face him directly, and Gu Raxiong questions him at once, asking how he knew the Northern Sea mythos would come. Tang Ho-san answers with open pride, saying that his people are highly capable and that nothing that happens in Sichuan slips past his notice. Gu Raxiong then gestures lightly toward the coffins behind him and says that if Tang Ho-san knows that much, then he should already understand what those are as well. One of the coffins comes crashing down onto the ground with a heavy, brutal slam. And as that sound hangs in the air, Gu Raxiong declares that the Tang Nine Dragons branch will be wiped out today. A sharp cracking sound follows, and the lid of one coffin slowly begins to split open. Several terrifying figures stand ready beside Gu Raxiong, including a massive blue demon and a woman dressed in purple. Then one twisted underling proudly announces that before the day ends, the Nine Dragons branch will be erased from this world. An instant later, explosions begin erupting from every direction across the courtyard, and the battle finally bursts into motion. In the middle of all that chaos, Tang Ho-san remains standing calmly where he is, while the blue demon and the female warrior are blasted away by the shockwaves around him. With his eyes glowing coldly, Gu Raxiong says that his original plan had been very simple. He had only intended to take Tang Ho-san's head, but after recalling the earlier warning that too many powerful figures still stand guard over Sichuan, he decides it would be a mistake to leave anyone alive, and so now every last one of them has to die. He adds with chilling satisfaction that only after killing every single one of them will he finally feel content. The moment Tang Ho-san hears that, he immediately understands the truth. This is the real reason Gu Raxiong brought back the corpses of his own former leaders. The enemy admits it without the slightest shame, saying that although those resurrected leaders are weaker than they were in life, they are still more than powerful enough for his purposes. Then he boasts that those revived leaders can easily butcher the Tang clan's promising young talents. And as the words leave his mouth, one of the female enemies suddenly appears high above Tang Wenhui's group. Tang Ho-san answers with only a faint smirk, while green energy begins crackling around his mouth, as if his power is just about to burst free. In the next breath, he fully unleashes that monstrous green aura, and declares that victory will not come so easily for the Northern Sea mythos. Gu Raxiong answers in kind, calling forth a colossal wave of blue ice power and insisting that even so, bringing Tang Hosen down will still not be difficult. All across the compound, the battle detonates into full force, and the surrounding buildings begin to tremble under the impact of those colliding powers. At the same time, the white-haired woman vaults down in one swift motion and launches her attack straight at Tang Wunhui's group. The instant their attacks collide, a deadly red slashes tears through the dark space between them. She lands with frustration written plainly across her face, clearly annoyed that someone actually managed to stop her move. Standing against her, a young woman in white takes a cut across the face. But even with blood streaking her skin, she refuses to retreat and keeps fighting. She snaps that she has no interest in women, then immediately fires back with an angry counterattack of her own. Another ally tells Tang Wunhui to leave this area to them and go help somewhere else. He agrees, but not before warning them not to push themselves too far. With fierce determination burning in her eyes, the female disciple throws herself right back into the heart of the fight. The seductive enemy clicks her tongue in irritation and complains that handsome men always create trouble because people keep rushing in for them without thinking. Tang Wunhui's comrade, blue light blazing in her eyes, shoots back that she should stop lusting after men who are already taken and go straight to hell. Before that clash can settle, another massive explosion thunders across the clan grounds and shakes the battlefield all over again. The chained blue demon slams his heavy iron balls down into the ground, smashing the stone beneath him into pieces. Then he rises up from the crater, chains lashing through the air as the burning weights whirl around him in a menacing arc. Watching him, someone remarks that it feels strangely familiar seeing him in this form again. A man wrapped in green flames steps forward and greets the blue demon by calling him the pagoda-bearing Demon King, as if it has been a very long time since the two last faced one another. Demon King gives no reply at all, and only stares back with a grim expression that reveals absolutely nothing. Then that unreadable face suddenly twists into a savage, bloodthirsty grin as his power surges even higher. Meanwhile, on another front, the Lion Blade King strides down the street toward a cloaked Northern Sea mythos warrior who has been standing there waiting for him. After glancing toward the distant blast, the Lion Blade King remarks that another brutal fight is already breaking out somewhere else inside the clan grounds. The cloaked enemy answers in a cold voice that he should worry about surviving his own battle first. Then, as he draws his weapon, the cloaked foe asks the Lion Blade King to fight him seriously. With a violent kick, he blasts himself straight forward, launching headlong into the fight without the slightest hesitation. His eyes are burning as he calls out to the Blade King, openly demanding to see something truly worthy, his voice sharp with hunger, like he's daring him not to hold anything back. On another rooftop entirely, the panic down below has already begun to spill through the city as civilians flood the streets trying to escape. And while they run in desperation, a cloaked Northern Sea mythos assassin glides silently along the rooftops above them, stalking their retreat like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Demon gripping a sickle lets out a rotten, ugly laugh, his mouth hanging open so greedily it looks like saliva could spill at any second. As he stares down at the people fleeing beneath him, there's not a trace of mercy in his eyes. To him, they aren't innocent lives at all, just a crowd of easy prey ready to be slaughtered. Then, in a single instant, his whole expression freezes. That filthy excitement disappears from his face on the spot, because he suddenly senses danger rushing straight at him before he can settle back into that cruel grin. He doesn't even get the chance to respond. A slash rips across him in midair from Tang Wunhui's side, cutting in from the flank with such speed that it catches him while he's still suspended above the rooftop. Tang Wunhui and his ally waste no time after that and immediately give chase, driving the injured demon across the rooftops in front of them. In the blink of an eye, it turns into a savage rooftop pursuit, with the two of them pressing close behind like hunters refusing to let wounded prey escape. They move to cut off the lecherous old demon and stand directly in his path, confronting him face to face. And with open disgust, they make it perfectly clear that all that revolting giggling of his is going to be the very thing that gets him killed, speaking to him like he's already as good as dead. The old demon only twists his mouth into a sneer and spits back a mocking reply, ridiculing Tang Wunhui for having such a sharp tongue. Even with the pressure on him, he chooses arrogance over fear, answering their contempt with smug disdain. At the same time, the main clash between the Tang side and the Northern Sea mythos leader surges into something even more violent than before. Right in the heart of that swelling chaos, the Tang fighter declares that now, finally, the true battle is beginning. The Northern Sea mythos leader bursts forward with an ice-covered blade in hand, his charge carrying a chilling, murderous force. and as he closes the distance, he mocks his opponent openly, thanking him in advance as though Tang's head is already his to take. The Tang fighter answers by drawing a swirling mass of green energy into his palm, the power winding tighter and tighter around his hand as it builds. His reply comes out cold and unshaken, telling the enemy to go ahead and try if he thinks he can take it. The moment that green force is released, one of the Tang side's great warriors also launches himself into the air, throwing his body toward the impact point without hesitation. What had begun as a duel now starts to swell into a monstrous full-scale collision between overwhelming powers. A fierce white-haired warrior plants himself and prepares to unleash his attack, and the sheer pressure pouring off him is brutal enough to make the air feel heavy. Facing him, the ghostly long-haired opponent visibly jolts in alarm, clearly startled by the force of what's about to come crashing his way. Elsewhere in the middle of the chaos, a swordsman with a firm, unwavering expression rushes straight into the fight to join the fray. There's no pause and no second-guessing in his movement, just a clean, determined charge meant to meet the battle head-on. A blue-skinned demon peels back its lips and bares its teeth in a vicious snarl, ready to answer violence with violence. The creature squares itself without the slightest sign of retreat, looking fully prepared to meet the incoming attack face to face. An elder warrior swings a massive, glowing weapon with unmistakable killing intent, and the strike comes loaded with both crushing weight and murderous resolve. Almost at the same moment, another cloaked fighter slips into striking range as well, moving in with a hard, ice-cold focus. Three sword-wielding women surge together in perfect sync, their attacks aligned with deadly precision, and among them is one marked by demonic horns. Then, as the melee intensifies, a horned woman dressed in purple dives boldly into the fight, charging in with a kind of confidence that says she fully expects to crush whoever stands before her. A young man with a topknot lowers his stance and drives forward, his entire body focused on forcing his strike through. Opposite him, a warped-looking assassin lifts a curved blade with naked murderous glee, looking almost delighted by the chance to kill. At the center of all that chaos, Tang Wunhui steadies his breathing and draws his concentration inward, gathering power into his sword art with deliberate control. And in the middle of that raging battlefield, that brief pocket of stillness makes one thing clear. He's preparing something precise, dangerous, and devastating.